Chapter 1 Rebirth. Silence, void, confusion, and stupor. It felt as if I had dreamed a dream, or perhaps traversed an entire century. Chan consciousness gradually stirred from its slumber. Am I dead? The blinding sunlight streamed through the gaps in the canopy above, prompting Chun Xiaofu to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. Suddenly, Chun Ziaphis' eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at his own hands, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Is this really my hand? A pair of small hands, no more than 4 or 5 years old, marred with scars both fresh and old. A wave of pain surged through Chun Ziaphis' body, causing him to convulse involuntarily. In that moment, he perceived a small boy smiling at him, extending his hands as if yearning to embrace him. Chun Xiaofu, sensing an inexplicable connection, instinctively reached out to hold the boy, but upon contact, the child vanished into his very being, presumably into his soul, where a flood of unfamiliar memories inundated his mind. A shiver ran down Chun Ziaphis' spine as clarity replaced his previous haze. To have actually been reborn? He pondered over the memories swirling within his mind, bewildered. Perhaps this is the reward for being a good person, he murmured softly, still grappling with the shock. Once an ordinary office worker on Blue Star, fate had dealt him a cruel hand diagnosed with terminal cancer at a young age. The news shattered his world. Lost in despair, he wandered the streets until a runaway truck barreled toward him, endangering a playful little girl ahead. Without a second thought, he pushed her out of harm's way, and in that instant he found himself awakening in this new world. Well, since I've arrived, I shall embrace my fate. If Chun Xiaofu has perished, then let me live for you in this life, to live splendidly. From this day forth, I am you, and you are me. I shall go by the name Waldka Litai, he whispered wistfully, feeling an inexplicable lightness envelop him. Fleeing slaves? Celestial dragons? Nobility? Pirates? Slave catchers? As Waldka Litai composed his thoughts, sorting through the memories flooding his mind, his eyes widened in growing realization. This is the world of One Piece, he exclaimed in disbelief. The original inhabitant had been an orphan living in a small town called Lulin, surviving on the charity of others. One fateful day, he was ambushed and lost consciousness, only to awaken aboard a grand ship. Overcome with terror, he cried out, prompting a harsh reprimand from his captors. Soon after, a shipwreck occurred, and driven by the primal instinct to survive, he clung tightly to a crate. Eventually, he washed ashore on this island, propelled by the will to live, but weakened by his frail body and countless injuries. He collapsed, leading to the moment when Chun Xiaofu had arrived. As he processed the memories, Waldka Litai's breath quickened. Having lived in the peaceful era of Blue Star, he had never witnessed such brutality or inhumane treatment. Your enemies are now my enemies. Those wretched beings shall know suffering beyond death. Waldka Litai gritted his teeth in determination. Ding. A suitable host has been detected. Binding host now. 5, 10, 20, 50, 85, 99, 100. Congratulations, host. The Yunzhuang system has been successfully bound. Hiss. Is this my golden finger? The sudden voice echoed in Litai's mind, igniting a surge of excitement, though it also tugged at his wounds, causing him to wince. Yet, as a member of the Transmigration Army, he was no stranger to systems. System, what functions do you possess? Is there a beginner's gift pack? The thrilled Waldka Litai inquired eagerly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Mysterious Fruit 1, Mysterious Power 3, Mysterious Sword Technique 1. Ding. Host detected in a critical state. Would you like to initiate purification? After the initial excitement, Litai's prolonged mental strain made his eyelids heavy. Instinctively, he chose yes and promptly fainted once more. Ding. Purification initiated. Warning. Warning. Mysterious power detected. Insufficient energy. Insufficient energy. The system is initiating all energy and activating self-destruction protection mode. Ding. Purification successful. A void-like voice faded into silence. That was an incredibly refreshing sleep. Where am I? Upon waking, he felt a delightful sense of rejuvenation and, glancing around, was taken aback to find himself lying in a bed, clad in a fresh set of clothes. Clang! Oh, you're awake? The sound of the door opening heralded the arrival of a youth, who stared at Waldka Litai with wide eyes, filled with astonishment. Then, a towering figure emerged behind the boy, grasped the lad by the scruff of his neck, and delivered a swift punch to his head. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Grandpa, why do you always hit me? The boy whimpered, cradling his head and gazing up at the imposing figure with a pitiful expression. You reckless brat, do you not realize you disturb our guest's rest? The towering figure bellowed. In that moment, both the old man and the boy fell asleep simultaneously, a large bubble of mucus forming at their noses. Observing the scene before him, Waldka Litai felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. The figures before him began to align with the memories he possessed. Was this not the monkey family? As a devoted fan of the series in his past life, Waldka Litai recognized the duo all too well. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, but once he regained his composure, he was astounded that they could truly sleep standing up. Ahem, ahem, Waldka Litai coughed, glancing at the casually dressed Garp and Luffy. Ah, what a calamity! I've fallen asleep again. With Waldka Litai's cough, the bubble on Garp's nose burst. You little rascal! How dare you fall asleep while I'm chastising you? Do you not regard me? Garp exclaimed, now turning his ire toward the still sleeping Luffy. Grandpa, let go of me. Garp tossed Luffy onto the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Waldka Litai's lips twitched, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Kid, you're awake. Who are you? Your injuries are remarkable. When we found you last night, you were covered in wounds. Who would have thought you would recover so quickly? Did you eat a devil fruit? Garp approached, gripping Waldka Litai's arm and spinning him around. I am Waldka Litai, an orphan captured by a slave-catching crew. After enduring a shipwreck, I narrowly survived and washed ashore on this island. In my hunger, I consumed a fruit, though it was dreadful, and then I lost consciousness. Waking up here, Waldka Litai replied, weaving a tale that was half truth, half fabrication. He certainly wouldn't divulge the details of the system to anyone. Ha ha, what a fortunate lad! Garp exclaimed, a flicker of sympathy and anger flashing his eyes as he listened to Waldka Litai's tale, believing him entirely. Since that's the case, stay here and keep Luffy company, Garp declared with a hearty laugh. Hello, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and my dream is to become a pirate. It's a pleasure to meet you, Luffy exclaimed, bouncing in front of Litai with a wide grin. I am Waldka Litai, the pleasure is mine. Then we shall be friends from now on. Luffy beamed. It is an honor. Waldka Litai responded amicably. Garp watched the two boys, a smile creeping across his face. He then scooped up both Luffy and Waldka Litai, one in each hand, and headed outside. Come, let's go have a meal, Garp announced to the two young boys. Oh yeah, it's time to eat, Luffy shouted with excitement. Upon hearing about food, Waldka Litai felt a pang of hunger and swallowed hard. Thank you. Huh? Luffy and Garp turned their gazes toward him simultaneously. Is there a problem? Waldka Litai asked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutiny. We're family now, there's no need for thanks, you little rascal. Garp replied. Family. Tears of emotion welled up in Waldka Litai's eyes, having been alone in both his past and this life. A man must not cry. You little rascal. Ha ha ha. And thus, the laughter of the three echoed through the forest. Chapter 2 Beginner's Gift Pack. After a hearty feast, Garp led Luffy and Litai back home. Reflecting on Garp and Luffy's insatiable appetites, Waldka Litai couldn't help but swallow hard. He had never witnessed such voracious eaters in his life, truly monstrous. System? Is the system there? Returning to the room, Litai called out for the system. Yet no matter how fervently he summoned, there was no response, only a novice gift package left behind on a storage panel. What on earth is happening? Waldka Litai murmured in confusion, tapping his head. Then, as memories from before his fainting began to surface, everything gradually became clear. Oh no, my golden finger, Litai roared, realizing the gravity of the situation. Clang. Litai, what golden finger? Can it be eaten? Just then, Luffy barged in, casting a puzzled glance at the tearful Waldka Litai. Nothing's wrong, Litai replied. It turned out that the system had been engaged in a struggle to preserve his life against a mysterious force contending for Litai's soul. In the end, the energy was depleted, leading to self-destruction. However, prior to its demise, a small fraction of power was siphoned off to safeguard the novice gift package, preventing Litai from being left with nothing. Ah, thank you, he sighed, expressing his gratitude. Huh, why are you thanking me again? Aren't we family? I told you there's no need for thanks. Luffy scratched his head and said, Not at all. I am thanking my savior. Little Luffy Litai said, reaching out to pat Luffy's head, who stood at his height. I'm not little. I'm 6 years old this year. Luffy huffed, glaring at Waldka Litai, who was patting his head. Oh, I'm 7. So you should call me brother, and it'll get you delicious food. Waldka Litai grinned at Luffy enticingly. Brother, Luffy exclaimed without hesitation upon hearing about food. Ah, Waldka Litai replied. Perhaps it was also Litai's mischievous whim. After all, being Luffy's elder brother was a dream of his as a devoted fan of the sea, and now it had come true. Luffy, how can you pause your training if you aspire to be an exceptional Navy officer? Came Garp's voice from outside. I want to be the king of the pirates. I want to join the Navy. Luffy declared defiantly, hands on his hips, addressing Garp outside. You brat, what did you just say? After a commotion, Luffy was whisked away by Garp, leaving Waldka Litai in a daze, utterly bewildered. Having such family members isn't so bad. Litai murmured to himself. Then, with a flicker of thought, a fruit appeared in his hand, emanating a mysterious aura. This must be the devil fruit rewarded by the system? After scrutinizing it for a moment, he took a bite. Yuck! How can something be this terrible? What a dreadful taste! Waldka Litai retched, but recalling some speculations from his previous life about how consuming devil fruits could unlock powers, he glanced at the remaining fruit, closed his eyes, and gritted his teeth. Here goes. He swiftly devoured the rest of the fruit, only to experience another wave of nausea. It took him about half an hour to regain his composure. As he assessed his body, a surge of mysterious power coursed through him, revealing the fruit's capabilities to Waldka Litai. Superhuman mind fruit? Truly, a product of the system is bound to be exquisite. This fruit granted the ability to control objects through the development of one's mental energy. But if one's mental strength and physical prowess were insufficient, attempting to manipulate would turn the fruit into a burden. Upon consuming the fruit, knowledge regarding its abilities flooded Waldka Litai's mind. He then claimed 3 portions of mysterious power rewarded by the system, feeling minimal change, only a slight increase in strength. However, adhering to the principle that system products are invariably exceptional, Litai dismissed any concerns. Following this, he acquired the remaining mysterious sword techniques, and a wealth of knowledge surged into his mind. Once he had collected all the novice gift package items, the system's power seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, dissipating into the void without a ripple. Sensing the system's departure, Litai felt a twinge of loss, then turned his attention to the newfound knowledge in his mind. Rootless sword technique? Basic wooden sword chapter. Introductory iron sword chapter. Mastery of the sharp sword chapter. No sword chapter. After grasping the general idea, Waldka Litai slowly opened his eyes, only to find an old man and a young boy staring wide-eyed at him. Waldka Litai instinctively shrank back. Smack! Garp slapped Litai on the head. Litai, your physical fitness is abysmal. You should train with Luffy from now on. Garp declared. Yeah, Litai, I thought you had died. Luffy said, visibly worried. All right, old man. Litai cheerfully responded upon hearing he would train with Luffy. Ha! Then let's train together and become powerful Marines. Garp laughed heartily. No, I want to be a pirate. Luffy glared at Garp defiantly. Bang! You little brat, are you still spouting such nonsense? Don't you understand you are destined to become a Navy officer? Garp scolded again. Watching the large bump forming on Luffy's head, Waldka Litai swallowed hard, feeling a pang of sympathy akin to the pain of witnessing someone else's suffering, silently praying for Luffy. Time flows like a wheel, and before one knows it, the next day has arrived. Luffy, Litai, how long do you two intend to sleep? Are you not getting up to train with your grandfather? A loud thump echoed as Luffy and Waldka Litai, still lost in slumber, felt a sharp pain on their heads. Grandpa, old man, It hurts." The cries of pain resonated within the wooden cabin. Having consumed the devil fruit, Litai felt an overwhelming agony surging from his head, abruptly awakening him from his blissful dreams, akin to plummeting from paradise into hell, truly sharing in Luffy's plight. "You brats, what are you mumbling about? Do you not know that the plan for the day begins at dawn? If you do not train now, how will you ever become powerful Marines?" Carp bellowed. Grasping Luffy in one hand and Litai in the other, he trekked through the forest to a precipice. "All right, today your mission is to jump from here and return alive," Carp declared, tossing Litai and Luffy to the edge of the cliff. Gazing into the unfathomable abyss below, Litai, despite having lived 2 lives, could not help but tremble, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Old man, if you want to kill us, just say it. No need for such theatrics." Waldka Litai gulped nervously, shouting at Carp. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm doing this for your own good," Carp retorted, kicking both Waldka Litai and Luffy in the rear. "Ah!" Litai and Luffy followed, plunging into the water below. Fortunately, a freshwater river lay beneath the cliff. Otherwise, Luffy and Litai would surely have met their demise, had they not consumed the devil fruit yesterday and received the system's rewards that enhanced their physical attributes. They might now be lifeless. Seeing Luffy, who had lost consciousness beside him, Waldka Litai quickly embraced him and floated downstream. Not long after, he felt the current's intensity lessen significantly, prompting him to swim towards the riverbank with Luffy in tow. As Litai felt the pain coursing through his body, he glanced at Luffy, whose stomach had swollen from drinking too much water, and anxiety surged within him. He hurriedly pressed on Luffy's belly, hoping to expel the excess water. "Luffy," Waldka Litai continuously called out. "Litai, we're still alive," Luffy exclaimed, springing to his feet and grinning broadly. Cough. "Yes, we are indeed alive." Waldka Litai sighed with relief upon seeing Luffy awaken, though Luffy's whimsical thought process caused him to cough in exasperation. Subsequently, the two collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of energy, basking in the sun's warmth, feeling as if they had lived another day. "The world of One Piece is filled with monsters," Waldka Litai silently lamented, contemplating how falling from such heights in his past life would have surely resulted in severe injury or worse, a 99.999 mortality rate. Gurgle, gurgle, both Luffy and Litai exchanged glances. "Litai, let us go find something to eat." "I am famished," Luffy declared. "All right," Waldka Litai agreed, feeling a bit of strength return to his body. Chapter 3, Training Yoshi, let us go. The mere thought of food invigorated Luffy, propelling him forward with a burst of energy. Crashing through the underbrush, "Luffy, slow down. Wait for me," Waldka Litai exclaimed, eyes wide in surprise as he hurried to keep pace. Deep within the Galbo Mountain forest, as they ventured further, the surroundings grew increasingly dim. Even the sounds of wildlife faded into silence. Roar. Suddenly, a beastly roar shattered the stillness as a colossal tiger emerged from the shadows. "Luffy, run!" Waldka Litai cried urgently, spotting Luffy frozen in fear on the ground. "Litai, I can't move. I'm going to die," Luffy whimpered, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the advancing tiger. "No, you want to die, Luffy." In a panic, Waldka Litai summoned his fruit's power. Lifting a nearby boulder and hurling it at the tiger, the boulder struck the beast, stunning it momentarily. "Litai, you're amazing," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he looked at Waldka Litai. With gritted teeth, Waldka Litai smacked Luffy on the head in frustration at his absurdity. "Idiot, don't run so fast. But now we can feast on tiger meat tonight." He glanced at his own hands, then at the dazed tiger, feeling utterly exhausted yet unable to suppress a wide grin. "Yay, tiger meat for dinner," Luffy cheered, approaching the tiger and playfully tugging at its ear. Suddenly, the tiger, still pinned by the boulder, stirred and attempted to snap at Luffy. "Luffy, huh? It's still alive," Luffy laughed, then clenched his fist, delivering a solid punch to the tiger's head, knocking it out once more. "Damn." Waldka Litai couldn't help but curse, as words failed to capture his current feelings. Truly the protagonist of this world, such strength and power, Waldka Litai murmured. "Litai, come help me drag it back. We're having meat tonight," Luffy exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Upon hearing this, Waldka Litai quickly found a sturdy vine to bind the tiger, then located a long stick. Thus, the two boys hoisted the massive tiger and made their way back to Windmill Village. Thankfully, they encountered no peculiar creatures along the way, perhaps due to their good fortune. and they safely returned to the village. "Ha! You truly are my grandson. Well done." Carp beamed as he patted Luffy and Litai on the head, oblivious to the fact that he had already flattened them somewhat. "Damn it, Grandpa. You're going to squash us," both shouted in unison. "Huh, you little brats dare speak to your esteemed grandfather like that." Carp glared at them, booming loudly. "Go prepare this tiger for dinner, and after you eat, resume your training," Carp commanded with a roar. "Ah, more training," Luffy exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. Although Litai said nothing, he too lay down, having exhausted his already frail stamina by using his fruit abilities today. Observing the two collapsed boys, Carp let out another roar, though he refrained from insisting they rise again. Soon, with Carp's beckoning, the villagers helped carry the tiger over and prepared it. "Yay, feast time," Luffy cheered, brandishing a piece of meat larger than himself. Waldka Litai too relished the sight of the food before him, and after taking a bite, he felt his depleted energy gradually returning, along with a strange sense of enhancement, which compelled him to hasten his eating pace. Indeed, he was practically snatching food. Carp and Luffy, each with a hefty chunk of meat in hand, were devouring their portions with gusto, having already polished off nearly half the table, occasionally eyeing each other with competitive glares. This scene intimidated Waldka Litai, experiencing a meal with them for the first time, yet he wasted no time, soon stuffing his mouth full. Burp, burp, burp. In the aftermath of the feast, the three sat before a chaotic table, clutching their distended bellies, satisfied belches escaping their lips. "I can't believe I ate so much without bursting. The physique in this world is truly remarkable," Waldka Litai mused, feeling the food digesting and enhancing his strength, silently marveling at the experience. "All right, you little rascals, the meal is finished, and now it's time to exercise," Carp declared, content as he picked his nose. "Burp," Luffy echoed, still digging in his nose while letting out belches. "Bang, you little brat, don't pick your nose at the dining table. How many times must I tell you?" Carp, witnessing Luffy's antics, delivered a punch to his head, bellowing, "Da-da. Damn it, Grandpa, that hurts," Luffy protested, tears in his eyes. "This is the iron fist of love," Carp laughed heartily. "And you, Litai, what are you laughing at? Are you mocking the iron fist of love?" Then, with a powerful punch, it struck the head of Waldka Litai. "You bastard, does that old man not even allow a smile?" exclaimed the innocent Waldka Litai, who had been unjustly beaten, as he yelled at Carp. "Ha ha. Exercise after a meal. My iron fist is itching a bit. This is the love I have for you." Carp laughed heartily. Only the two little ones were left in disarray amidst the wind. The two were then tossed deep into the forest by the towering Carp. The night forest was a paradise for predators, with the howls and roars of various beasts filling their ears, all signifying the law of the jungle. The strong prevail, and only the fit survive. "Luffy, stick close to me. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Waldka Litai found a rough direction and took Luffy by the hand, while the carefree Luffy gazed at the glowing fireflies before him, his big eyes sparkling with excitement, showing no signs of fear. With the remaining glow of the fireflies, the two walked through the forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed, and a massive python lunged at them, sending both of them flying due to the powerful force of inertia. In no time, the roars of beasts reverberated throughout the mountains, and Luffy and Waldka Litai were tossed around like a ball by the wild animals. When the two returned home the next day, Carp could hardly recognize them, for both sported swollen faces, their mouths resembling sausages. Upon seeing their condition, Carp not only showed no concern, but instead laughed mockingly at them. Thus, the two collapsed before Carp, their faces filled with despair. Chapter 4. The Fruits of Training in the Kingdom of Goa. In Windmill Village. As time passed, after being tormented by Carp for over a month, Waldka Litai, feeling the enhancement of his physical strength and mental fortitude, couldn't help but feel a bittersweet joy, for the past month had been nothing short of inhumane. "You brats, today's training has begun again. Today is the test of your month-long training," Carp exclaimed with a grin as he hoisted Luffy and Waldka Litai up. "Where are we going today, Grandpa?" the two exclaimed in surprise. For over a month, they had been either fighting or on the way to a fight, and it was always a different kind of battle. From initially being passively beaten to now barely able to fight back, the hardships and exhaustion they endured were beyond what ordinary people could imagine. However, the two had accepted their current life, as at the very least, they could now retaliate, right? Of course, after a month of interaction, Waldka Litai, under the oppressive force of Carp's iron fists, finally changed his tune. "Won't you know when we get there?" "You little brats," Carp said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Thus, the two were dragged into the depths of the forest, a place they had never been before. Whoosh! Upon arrival, Carp tossed them out, causing them to crash into a large tree. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a horde of monkeys sprang forth, and the two struggled to fend them off, while Carp sat on a large rock, enjoying the spectacle. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the two, battered and bruised, made their way back to Carp, accompanied by a pile of monkeys that were foaming at the mouth and groaning. "Grandpa, why do we have to fight these guys?" Luffy asked in confusion. And Waldka Litai looked at Carp with a puzzled expression as well. After all, Carp knew he had eaten the Niannian Fruit, so why not have him develop its powers instead of enduring daily beatings? "This is training," Carp stated sternly to the two. "Training. It only leaves us hungry, and I don't want to keep getting hit." Luffy protested. "Dummy, neither. I don't want to be beaten up," Waldka Litai chimed in, raising his hand. "Stop whining. If you want to become the strongest Marine, you need to toughen up," Carp said sternly. "I don't want to be a Marine. I want to be a pirate." Both Luffy and Waldka Litai exclaimed in unison. "You two fools." Carp gritted his teeth and then delivered 2 more punches. "Ouch. Grandpa's punches hurt the most," Luffy cried, clutching his swollen head. "Ouch. That hurts," Waldka Litai gasped, also holding his head and gritting his teeth. Though he felt his physique continually strengthening, he could not withstand Carp's iron fists, which left Waldka Litai questioning his life choices. Was all the suffering from over a month for naught? The two were then thrown in front of a massive gorilla, which, upon seeing them, began pounding its chest and roaring excitedly. Thus, they were once again tormented by this gorilla for an entire day. "You pesky monkey, one day I will return and defeat you," Waldka Litai gritted his teeth, glaring at the gorilla. After enduring a month of training, it seemed the gorilla had taken delight in tormenting them, treating Luffy and Waldka Litai like toys. After uttering those defiant words, the two collapsed in exhaustion. Knowing Carp was nearby, and thus felt safe, otherwise, they would not have fainted, Carp looked at the sky, then placed the two on his shoulders and slowly made his way down the mountain under the light of the setting sun. "You little brats, I'm leaving now, and don't you dare slack off. When I return, I will check on your training results." At the Windmill Village dock, aboard a dog-headed seagull warship, Carp said with tears in his eyes, reluctant to part, "Grandpa, hurry and go. Be safe. We will train diligently." Waldka Litai and Luffy waved at Carp. "Carp, we must be off," said a sword-wielding lieutenant as he approached Carp with a resigned expression. "Set sail." Carp waved his hand, and then he sailed away into the sea. Watching the ever-diminishing ship, Luffy and Waldka Litai exchanged glances filled with envy, followed by excitement. "Ha ha ha. Let's throw a feast. We're going to Maki's bar to celebrate that old man has finally left." Waldka Litai laughed heartily. "Oh yeah, let the celebrations begin," Luffy exclaimed joyfully, then dashed toward Maki's bar, with Waldka Litai hot on his heels. "Sister Maki, I want some alcohol." Waldka Litai shouted. "I want juice." Luffy laughed. "Oh, it's Waldka Litai and Luffy. You two haven't been here in ages. And remember, kids aren't allowed to drink alcohol," Maki said gently, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at the two boys. Waldka Litai's drink was replaced with juice. "Cheers," Luffy exclaimed, raising his glass to everyone in the bar and to Waldka Litai. "Ha ha ha. Cheers, you little rascals." The patrons in the bar raised their glasses in delight, echoing Luffy's cheers. Thus, after Carp's departure, the two little boys turned the entire Windmill Village upside down, filled with laughter and playful banter, and then sank into a sea of joy. Returning home, Luffy and Waldka Litai were each clutching a large beast's leg, gnawing away. This was a gift from the residents of Windmill Village, and both Luffy and Waldka Litai would never refuse food. So under the warm hospitality of the villagers, they had amassed a bounty of delicacies. "Luffy, we can't let Grandpa's departure make us lax in our training. I've decided I want to practice swordsmanship." Waldka Litai declared to Luffy that "I want to train my fists and give Grandpa a big bump on his head." Luffy grinned. Due to Carp's rigorous training, they had only 5 hours of sleep each day, so Waldka Litai hadn't practiced swordsmanship at all. He had originally planned to buy an iron sword in town, but was refused by the shopkeeper, who said he was still a child. Left with no choice, he decided to craft one himself. Thankfully, he had prepared for this. Waldka Litai quickly finished off the food in his hands, then found a small knife and a sturdy piece of wood, which he had discovered during his training in the forest, and no matter how he bent it, it wouldn't break, making it excellent material for a sword. Waldka Litai manipulated the small knife using the power of the Niannian Fruit. Carving the wood before him, "Oh, amazing!" Luffy exclaimed, watching the knife dance in the air, his eyes filled with stars as he admired Waldka Litai. "It's nothing much. You'll become even stronger in the future." Waldka Litai ruffled Luffy's hair, but the knife he controlled with the Niannian Fruit did not stop. This was a testament to the results of their training over the past 2 months. As Carp's high-pressure regimen had continually pushed the limits of their physical and mental capacities, leading to their current achievements. Just like when they first started training, smashing the large stone that knocked out the tiger. Waldka Litai could now effortlessly control 10 knives. "Yes, I will become powerful, set sail to be a free pirate, and host a grand feast around the world." Luffy waved his tiny fists and grinned widely. As Waldka Litai beheld the jubilant Luffy before him, he pressed his forehead, realizing that the boy's every utterance revolved around food. Perhaps this was the essence of Luffy. Subsequently, Waldka Litai began to channel his spirit, meticulously carving the wooden block before him. After much refinement, he finally completed a beautifully crafted wooden sword adorned with an eagle motif. To his astonishment, he discovered that the act of carving could indeed enhance his spiritual energy. Feeling a significant surge of power within him, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Waldka Litai's eyes as he exclaimed, "It seems my future training regimen shall require an additional task." Glancing at Luffy, who had dozed off atop the table, Waldka Litai shook his head. With a flick of his mental energy, he gently lifted Luffy and placed him on the bed, tucking him under the covers. Initially, he had struggled to transport Luffy without mishap. There had been instances of Luffy tumbling to the ground or landing awkwardly on the bed. Fortunately, Luffy was resilient. Otherwise, he might have retaliated as he observed Luffy, who was drooling in his sleep. Waldka Litai shook his head and exited, deftly pulling the door shut with his mental power while carrying his freshly crafted wooden sword towards the cliff where they typically trained. Chapter 5. The Conqueror's Hockey at the cliffs behind Fuan Village. A black-haired youth sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Why is even the basics so challenging? Waldka Litai pondered as he reviewed the prerequisites of the foundational training. Swing the sword 10,000 times daily. Only when one senses the essence can one gain entry. He contemplated the sword techniques, finding himself perplexed. Thus, he grasped the wooden sword beside him, stood firm in the prescribed stance, and began to hack away relentlessly. 9999, 10,000 as the sun dipped below the horizon. The remnants of the sunset cast a warm glow upon the young man's resolute face. With a sigh of relief, he declared, "Today's task is finally complete. Litai, I knew you would be here." Suddenly, Luffy came bounding towards him with unrestrained enthusiasm. "No, Luffy, stop," exhausted from the mental exertion of swinging his sword 1,000 times. Waldka Litai had no strength left to resist as Luffy collided with him, sending both tumbling over the edge of the cliff. "My bad." "Haha." Luffy laughed heartily. "You fool." Waldka Litai gritted his teeth and roared at Luffy. Splash. Both plunged into the water, although they often found themselves tossed into the sea by Carp. This time it was entirely Luffy's fault. "Luffy." Waldka Litai snapped back to reality and remembered that Luffy couldn't swim. He hurriedly swam towards him, skillfully wrapping his arms around Luffy and making his way to the shore. "Luffy." After a series of compressions and massages, Luffy gradually regained consciousness, prompting Waldka Litai to exhale in relief. "Hee, Litai, I'm hungry." Luffy grinned at Waldka Litai, who wore a worried expression, speaking in a tone tinged with mild grievance. Upon awakening, Luffy noticed Waldka Litai was absent and began searching frantically. After scouring every corner, it dawned on him that Waldka Litai might be at the cliff by the time he located him. His stomach was already growling, hence his eagerness. "You fool." Waldka Litai affectionately ruffled Luffy's hair and hoisted him onto his back as they ventured into the dense forest. As twilight descended, Waldka Litai recognized the imminent dangers of the night forest. With Luffy on his back, he navigated the familiar terrain with ease, casually slashing a wild boar along the way. An amusing scene unfolded in the forest. A young boy carried another, while dragging a sizable boar behind them. Upon returning to their dwelling, Waldka Litai skillfully butchered the boar, removing its fur, skin, and bones with deft precision. Soon, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them, the result of his culinary prowess honed under Carp's demanding tutelage, who had insisted that cooking was a form of training. As he watched Luffy, knife and fork in hand, devouring the meal with unabashed enthusiasm, Waldka Litai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he could cook. Otherwise, they might very well have starved. After finishing their meal, they indulged in a blissful slumber, the happiest moment for both Waldka Litai and Luffy. The morning sun danced through the window like a cheerful sprite, casting a radiant glow that played upon Waldka Litai's form, as if urging the young man to awaken from his sweet dreams. Rubbing his eyes, he slowly rose, and, glancing at the still sleeping Luffy, delivered a playful punch. This was a technique he had learned from Carp, whom he fondly referred to as the Carp alarm punch. Huh, what's wrong, Litai? Luffy mumbled, dazed from his sudden awakening. Time to get up, train, and hunt. Otherwise, we'll have nothing to eat, Waldka Litai instructed Luffy. What? Luffy leapt up in shock, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Hurry up and get out of bed, or we'll both go hungry, Waldka Litai urged, knowing all too well that they were both voracious eaters. The entire wild boar from the previous night had vanished into their bellies, and their pantry was bare, leaving them no choice but to forage. Oh, Luffy exclaimed, quickly rising and excitedly following Waldka Litai outside. In the depths of the forest, two youths sat by a campfire, one picking his nose while the other, armed with a makeshift wooden skewer, picked at his teeth. Surrounding them lay a heap of bones. Delicious, so satisfying, remarked the nose picker, patting his stomach. Luffy, how about we embark on an adventure to places we've never explored? Waldka Litai suggested. Adventure? I'm in, Luffy exclaimed, his enthusiasm ignited as he jumped to his feet. Following Waldka Litai's lead, they journeyed into the unknown. As time passed, Waldka Litai grew increasingly uneasy, sensing an unseen presence shadowing their every move. This unsettling feeling caused him to furrow his brow. He instinctively halted his steps. Crash, you idiot! Luffy, can't you watch where you're going? Waldka Litai exclaimed as he was knocked over by the barreling Luffy. Gripping Luffy's collar, he scolded him. Sorry, Luffy muttered. Looking at Luffy, who seemed unfazed, Waldka Litai felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, Waldka Litai instinctively rolled aside with Luffy in tow. He glanced around and was met with a circle of glowing eyes surrounding them. Before them stood a massive wolf. Wow, how cool! Luffy exclaimed. Luffy, you take the front, and I'll handle the back. Let us take them all down. Ignoring Luffy's peculiar logic, Waldka Litai urged. Okay, Luffy shouted, clenching his fists and charging forward, while Waldka Litai followed suit, sword in hand. A wolf's howl pierced the air, and the pack of giant wolves surged forward. The situation for Waldka Litai and Luffy grew increasingly dire, the air thick with the iron scent of blood, inciting the wolves to frenzy. Suddenly, one of the wolves pounced on Luffy, pinning him to the ground. Waldka Litai, entangled with other wolves, felt a surge of panic as he watched the wolf slash at Luffy's arm, its jaws poised to sink into him. Luffy, no, you shall not harm my family. A powerful aura erupted from Waldka Litai, overwhelming Luffy and the surrounding wolves, causing them to faint. Luffy, Waldka Litai rushed to scoop Luffy up and sprinted back the way they had come. Upon reaching their home, Waldka Litai hurriedly tended to Luffy's wounds with the herbs they had gathered during training, intended for such emergencies. Watching Luffy sleep soundly, Waldka Litai let out a sigh of relief. That immense power. Was it one of the three mysterious forces bestowed upon me by the system? Could it be the legendary conqueror's haki? Reflecting on the earlier events, a bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and he felt a tremor of fear. Had he not inadvertently unlocked the fabled conqueror's haki, both he and Luffy would surely have met their demise at the jaws of the wolves that night. A wave of dizziness washed over him, causing Waldka Litai's eyes to flutter shut as he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 6. The red-haired pirate's time flowed inexorably, and Waldka Litai turned 8. While Luffy reached the age of 7, since their last perilous encounter, the two had not ventured further, instead dedicating themselves to relentless training. Apart from Luffy's occasional escapades that involved mischief and indulgence, Garp returned several times, subjecting them to his rigorous training, leaving their lives devoid of any tumult. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the dock of Windmill Village, a dragon-headed ship anchored quietly. The villagers remained unperturbed, for Windmill Village was the birthplace of a naval hero, and none dared to stir trouble in such a place. Kids, we've arrived at a new location. Let the feast commence, exclaimed a figure with red hair, 3 claw marks across his eyes, wearing a straw hat. As he animatedly addressed those below him, the crowd responded with enthusiasm, flocking towards the Makino bar. Luffy, Litai, I've heard a formidable group of pirates has arrived. Do be cautious. Makino gently cautioned the two. What? Pirates? They exclaimed in unison, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Their surprise was not unfounded, as this area, being Garp's hometown, had seen him apprehend numerous pirates on his returns, deterring any foolish enough to cause a ruckus. Without hesitation, Luffy dashed forward, with Waldka Litai following leisurely behind. Pirates? Could it be the red-haired pirates? Is the story beginning? Waldka Litai pondered, furrowing his brow as memories surfaced in his mind. Shortly after, Waldka Litai, who was closely trailing Luffy, witnessed a confrontation between a boy and a group of individuals, confirming his thoughts that it was indeed the red-haired pirates he had seen in his memories. He observed Luffy boldly standing with hands on his hips in front of Shanks and his crew. Kid, what do you think you're doing? Why are you blocking our path? Shanks inquired, crouching down to pinch Luffy's cheek with a grin. Perhaps he's aiming to usurp your captain's position, remarked Lucky Roo, gnawing on a piece of meat. Our captain seems to be underestimated again. Ha ha ha. The crew chuckled. Damn it. Listen up. I want to be a pirate too. Take me with you. Luffy's voice rang out across Windmill Village, silencing the air. Waldka Litai's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly stepped forward to shield Luffy behind him. Ha! The red-haired pirates erupted in laughter at the scene before them. Ha ha ha. Do you really think you can become a pirate? Shanks laughed. Why not? Luffy retorted, gritting his teeth. Kid, you can't just become a pirate like this, Jessup remarked. Humph, I'll prove you wrong, Luffy declared angrily. Let the feast begin. Suddenly, Shanks scooped up Luffy and Waldka Litai in his arms, leading them to excitement. Waldka Litai, taken aback by this display, couldn't help but marvel at Luffy's protagonist aura. During this time, they also met Shanks' daughter, Yuta, a charming little girl who loved to sing at the entrance of the Makino bar. A small boy and girl sat at a little table, laden with 2 plates of chicken and 2 cups of juice. With a large dog behind them, Waldka Litai leaned against the doorframe, observing the amusing scene with Shanks and the others. Whoever eats the fastest wins, all right? Yuta proposed. Okay, Luffy replied solemnly. This is too dangerous. You shouldn't compete. Makino interjected, pushing the door open. Not a chance. Yuta and Luffy replied in unison. Yuta? Luffy? Makino insisted sternly. Let them compete, Shanks said, stroking his hat. Huh? Makino looked at Shanks in surprise. For them, this is a very important contest. Shanks explained. All right, let us go. Yuta and Luffy raised their hands simultaneously. Ready? 3, 2, 1. The chicken legs in front of them were simultaneously stuffed into their mouths. What are they competing in? Lucky Roo asked, puzzled. They're competing to see who will become an outstanding pirate. Waldka Litai chuckled. Hey, can you stop acting so mature, you little brat? Children should behave like children, Ben Beckman remarked, watching the mature Waldka Litai. Humph, Waldka Litai huffed in defiance. Will Luffy win? Lucky Roo inquired. Go, Luffy. Waldka Litai cheered enthusiastically. Gradually, the competition drew to a close. You can have my juice, Yuta offered, holding out her cup to Luffy, though her hands did not cease their activity. Thanks. Luffy quickly reached out to grab it in an instant. Yuta jumped aside, and Luffy was knocked over by a rushing large dog. Luffy, Waldka Litai immediately rushed to help him up. Are you all right? Yuta asked, approaching. You idiot, Waldka Litai admonished Luffy. The contest isn't over yet. Luffy protested, breaking free from Waldka Litai and jumping up, exclaiming at Yuta. Okay, I'll be waiting for you to beat me. You fool, Yuta laughed. Thus, they began a new competition, with everyone cheering them on. Half a month later, Waldka Litai had sought Shanks' guidance on swordsmanship and, after diligent practice, finally mastered the elusive rootless sword technique that had long eluded him. He trained by day and sought out Shanks by night. While Luffy continued to revel in the bar's atmosphere. 1,000 times, Yuta wins. Waldka Litai announced the results. As expected. You idiot. Why do you keep losing to the same move? Waldka Litai exclaimed in frustration. Curse it. I haven't lost. Luffy ruffled his hair and replied that you're back at it again. You can't handle losing. Yuta teased, sticking her tongue out at Luffy. You cheated. You should be the one unable to lose. Luffy protested that I'm a pirate. I don't cheat. You're merely a boy who lets his guard down in a fair competition. Yuta stood up, hands on her hips, speaking sternly to Luffy. Even Shanks doesn't recognize you as a pirate. Luffy argued back. Shut up. I'm Shanks' daughter. Unlike you, I've been on many adventures with him. Yuta declared, her pride evident. Not true. It is. Then fight me like a pirate. Luffy posed defiantly at Yuta. All right. Yuta mirrored his stance. Enough. You too. Shanks interrupted, lightly tapping Yuta and Luffy on their heads with the hilt of his sword. Did you just hit a child with a sword? That's against pirate rules, Shanks. Yuta protested angrily. Silly child. This is love's deep concern. Shanks replied gently, where's the love? That's clearly a sword. Luffy echoed his friend's outrage that, oh, come on. Do you love me? I love you too, Shanks. Yuta giggled, hugging Shanks' leg. Shanks, Luffy, not to be outdone, rushed forward to hug Shanks' other leg. Hey, you too, don't surround me, Shanks said, affectionately lifting both Luffy and Yuta into his arms. Why do you call your father Shanks? Luffy asked, puzzled. He's my dad. But he's also the captain I admire most. He's so cool. Isn't he? Yuta replied proudly. Upon hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of those present. Truly, Shanks is remarkable. He hardly resembles a pirate, Waldka Litai mused. Indeed, that fool is the least pirate-like pirate there is. Ben Beckman laughed, playfully ruffling Waldka Litai's hair. Beckman, stay away from me. Your smoke is stinging my eyes. Can't you smoke less? Waldka Litai protested, struggling against him. Not a chance. This is all the love I've got left, little Litai. Ben Beckman smiled as he spoke. Since I have triumphed over Luffy once again today, I am in splendid spirits, so I shall sing a song. Yuta addressed the crowd. The audience erupted with excitement. Luffy, with a serious demeanor, declared to Shanks, I want to set sail too. Shanks chuckled and replied, we certainly do not need a violent little brat like you. Confused, Luffy questioned, then why can Yuta? Shanks explained, patting Luffy's head. While we engage in battle, she can look after our ship, but you cannot. All right, it is time for our red-haired songstress to take the stage. Yuta began to unleash her heavenly voice. Where is this wind blowing from? And where will it take us? The crowd was enveloped in the beauty of Yuta's song, experiencing a moment of serene tranquility. Chapter 7. Farewell, a month later. Welcome back. Do you have new adventure stories? Luffy and Waldka Litai eagerly awaited Shanks' arrival at the dock. What on earth is happening? Waldka Litai gazed curiously at the injured Shanks and his companions. Luffy searched for that small figure, but could not find her anywhere. Shanks, where is Yuta? Luffy inquired. We have taken Yuta to the place she loves. That is her dream, Shanks said, affectionately ruffling their hair. Dream? What is a dream, Shanks? Luffy asked, puzzled that a dream is the driving force that propels people forward. Waiting for the day you realize it. So, what are your dreams, Luffy and Lita? Shanks asked with a smile. My dream is to become the Pirate King, to sail freely on adventures, and then host a grand feast for the world. Luffy proclaimed, my dream is to become the Pirate King, to protect those important to me, ensuring they are unharmed, unoppressed, and unviolated, to live freely, filling the world with laughter, Waldka Litai asserted resolutely. Damn it, the Pirate King shall definitely be me. Luffy retorted defiantly at Waldka Litai. No, it shall be me, Waldka Litai insisted just as firmly. Upon hearing the dreams of the two, laughter streamed from the corners of everyone's eyes, lifting the previously heavy atmosphere back to a light-hearted one. Little ones, let us celebrate the dreams of our little Luffy and little Litai with a feast, Shanks joyfully announced. The crowd echoed in agreement. The dock. On the head ship, Luffy was seen holding a small knife aloft. Luffy, you fool. What are you doing? Put that knife down and come down here, Waldka Litai yelled at the foolish Luffy. I want to prove that I'm not a little brat anymore. I am a brave pirate. I want to set sail with you. Luffy gritted his teeth and glared defiantly. Fool, hurting yourself is not bravery. Shanks rushed towards Luffy, scooping him into his arms, both infuriated and amused, and then offered Luffy some comfort. Shanks, I've made my decision. I won't sail with you anymore, because I want to be the captain too, just like you, and find my own crew, Luffy declared firmly to Shanks from below the ship. Fool, hurting yourself is not bravery, Shanks bellowed at Luffy's words. I will never hurt myself again, for I want to become the Pirate King, the freest pirate on the seas, Luffy replied to Shanks. Good, I look forward to meeting you on the seas. Luffy, Shanks laughed heartily. The Makino bar, Luffy said to Shanks. Next time you set sail, take me with you. I want to be a pirate too. Can a little brat like you become a pirate? Shanks laughed heartily. I am no longer a little brat. I have grown up, Luffy retorted angrily. All right, no need to be upset. Here, have a glass of juice. Shanks offered Luffy a glass of juice. Thank you. Luffy expressed his gratitude. See, you are clearly just a little brat. Shanks pounded the table, celebrating his mischievous success with hearty laughter. You are too despicable, Shanks, Luffy huffed angrily. The crowd erupted in laughter at the amusing scene. But Waldka Litai remained silent, staring at the juice in his hand, which suddenly lost its sweetness, discreetly pushing it aside. Upon witnessing this, the crowd burst into laughter once more. Humph, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Luffy pouted, crossing his arms. He then glanced at a treasure chest on the table and noticed it contained a fruit. With a fierce bite, he devoured it all. Haha, does eating make you feel better? Shanks chuckled. Stop talking nonsense, Luffy retorted impatiently. Huh, what are you eating? Shanks asked, surprised as he looked at Luffy. Is it from that box? Is it from that box? Shanks questioned, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Huh, the captain is gone, Lucky Lu exclaimed, clutching the now empty box. Spit it out, Luffy, spit it out, you fool. Shanks hurriedly grabbed Luffy's legs, trying to make him regurgitate the fruit. Just then, Luffy's legs stretched, and his head dropped towards the ground. Waldka Litai watched the scene with amusement. Fool, you just ate the gum-gum fruit, also known as a devil fruit. From now on, the sea will reject you, and you will never be able to swim again. Shanks shouted. Huh? You must be kidding, Luffy yelled in terror. Fool, Shanks roared. Suddenly, the tavern fell silent, all eyes drawn to the commotion. Is this what pirates are like? They all look foolish. A tall figure swaggered in with the group, arrogantly declaring, I'm the mountain bandit, Sigma, and I am not here to cause trouble. Just sell us some booze. Sigma reached out to Makino at the bar, but I'm sorry, we've run out of everything. Makino smiled apologetically at the mountain bandits. What? The pirates seem to have drinks. Is it water? Sigma expressed his dissatisfaction. I mean, all the alcohol has been sold out. Makino said that I'm terribly sorry. It seems we've drunk all the booze here. If you don't mind, here, take this. It's unopened. Shanks also apologized, handing a bottle of liquor to Sigma. Bang! Sigma smashed the bottle over Shanks' head. Waldka Litai and Luffy, who had been watching, immediately rushed in front of Shanks, bewildered by the motionless crowd around them. Ha! Two stinky brats. Do you know who I am? Sigma sneered at the two. No. Waldka Litai replied nonchalantly, having remembered that this ugly mountain bandit had nearly cost Luffy his life. Thus unforgivable. Look closely, this is my bounty poster. My head is worth 8 million berries, Sigma proclaimed. Ha! This scene drew laughter from the surrounding crowd. Our captain has been beaten again, Jesus Burgess remarked. Indeed, indeed, the others chimed in. Damn it, shut your mouths. Do you not regard me? Sigma unsheathed his sword, preparing to strike at the defenseless Luffy and Waldka Litai. Clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed. Since you've drawn your sword, it signifies life and death. I will not allow you to harm them, Shanks calmly stated, stepping in front of the two. Humph. Kids, retreat, Sigma sneered. Waldka Litai glanced around, but found Luffy was missing. That fool, Waldka Litai rushed outside, using telekinesis to control a broom resting by the door, propelling it into his hands as he charged towards Sigma and his crew. Let go of me. Luffy was being choked by Sigma, struggling to break free. Luffy, let him go, Waldka Litai shouted at the mountain bandits. Litai, Luffy called out weakly. Doe, another little brat has come to die. Sigma scoffed. Boys, teach these ignorant little brats a lesson, as the voice of Sig faded. The mountain bandits swiftly unsheathed their blades and charged towards Waldka Litai. With a single sweep of his staff, Waldka Litai sent several bandits flying. Again, with another strike, more bandits were dispatched. How infuriating! Is this the true strength of the 8 million bandit brigade? Although he had never ceased his training, he still found himself struggling against the might of 800 bandits. Gasping for breath, Waldka Litai glanced at the shattered remains of his broom staff and the wailing bandits, letting out a sigh of relief. Luffy, are you all right? Luffy, after searching around, he found no trace of either Sig or Luffy. Litai, are you unharmed? Where's Luffy? Shanks approached, steadying the nearly collapsing Waldka Litai, concern etched on his face. Shanks, you must rescue Luffy. That vile bandit has kidnapped him. Waldka Litai implored Shanks. Leave it to me. Beckman, take care of Litai. I shall return shortly, Shanks declared to Ben Beckman and the others before dashing off. Time slipped by, and finally, a blood-soaked Shanks appeared, having lost an arm, cradling the unconscious Luffy in his arms. Shanks, which foe possesses the strength to make you sacrifice an arm? Ben Beckman and the others exclaimed in shock. Ha ha, it's nothing. I simply pressed my arm into the new era. Shanks laughed heartily. Fools, little ones, I look forward to our meeting upon the seas. We shall reunite at the pinnacle. The crowd waved their farewells. After a period of recuperation, the red-haired pirates finally departed. Shanks gifted Luffy his beloved straw hat, telling him it was a treasure to be returned once he became an exceptional pirate, under the guidance of the red-haired pirates. Waldka Litai successfully awakened the two mysterious powers left by the system, observation haki and armament haki. Alongside the previously awakened conqueror's haki, he also received his first sword from Shanks and his crew. Now, he felt empowered. He was certain that when facing Sig and his bandits again, he would not feel as helpless as before. Chapter 8. Dayton in the Kingdom of Goa, Windmill Village. Luffy, Litai, you two scoundrels have been completely brainwashed by that red-haired brat. You both were meant to become the strongest Marines. Why harbor thoughts of becoming pirates? Carp bellowed at the two boys, who sported lumps on their heads. Having completed his mission, Carp returned after Shanks and his crew departed. No, I must become a powerful pirate, the Pirate King, fulfilling my promise to Shanks, Luffy retorted defiantly. Humph, Litai also scoffed in discontent. After Carp's arrival, he had no desire to engage in conversation. Carp unceremoniously hoisted Litai and Luffy. Dragging them outside as they walked, the only sound was Luffy's incessant grumbling. Leaving you two in the tranquil windmill village was a grave mistake. To become pirates, associating with that red-haired Shanks, it's utterly absurd. Carp fumed. I aspire to be as strong a man as Shanks, Luffy declared. Sighing, Litai closed his eyes, resigned to the situation. With a swift motion, Carp tossed Litai ahead, sending him tumbling. You old fool, what are you doing? Litai shouted at Carp in outrage. You little brat, why didn't you stop Luffy? You allowed him to entertain such dangerous notions, Carp thundered. Humph, it's me who aims to become the Pirate King. Litai retorted angrily. Damn it, I'm the one destined to be the Pirate King. Luffy struggled against Carp's grasp. Enough, you two insolent brats are disregarding me entirely. Luffy, Litai, and Ace, you all aspire to be powerful Marines. Carp glared at the squabbling boys, his irritation escalating, followed by a couple of swift punches. Damn it. Even as a rubber man, why does it still hurt so much? Luffy complained, cradling his head. Damn it. I've learned haki from Shanks and his crew. Why does it still hurt? Litai grumbled. After a brief interlude, Carp led the two boys to a wooden house. Carp knocked assertively on the door. What is this place? Luffy inquired, puzzled by the unfamiliar surroundings. This should be the bandits' lair, Litai recalled, realizing it was indeed the home of the Dayton family. What a racket! Who was the reckless fool causing such a disturbance? Soon, a tall woman with a cigarette in her mouth bellowed. It is I, Carp replied nonchalantly. Carp-san. The towering woman, upon seeing Carp, recoiled in fear. Behind her appeared two figures, one tall and one short. The tall woman was Dayton, the adoptive mother of Ace, Luffy, and Sabo. The shorter figure was the bandit Dogura, while the taller one was Megura. You look rather sprightly, Carp remarked, grinning at Dayton and her crew. What nonsense is this? Megura retorted. Ace is already 10 years old, Dayton protested. What? He has grown so much? Is he well? Carp asked, chuckling. We can hardly manage him anymore. What is so funny about that? Hurry and take him away. Dogura huffed, gesturing in frustration. By the way, what are these two little rascals doing here? Dayton inquired. Oh, these two rascals. They will be in your care from now on, Carp announced with a smile. Hey, Luffy, Litai, greet them, Carp urged. Hello. Who are they? Dogura asked. They are my grandsons, Carp explained. Huh, the three exclaimed in disbelief. Carp-san's grandsons. This is impossible. The three fell to their knees before Carp, their faces filled with despair. Well then, here's your choice. Spend your lives in prison, or raise these two rascals. I've been turning a blind eye to all your crimes. Carp threatened with a laugh. How can this be? They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, we certainly do not wish to be captured, Megura remarked, scratching his head. But I sometimes think life in prison might not be so bad. Ace alone has already given us enough trouble, Dogura gritted his teeth. And now adding your two grandsons. Those two must also be monsters, Dayton muttered through clenched teeth. What a shabby little shack, Luffy scoffed. You little brat. What did you say? Speak again, and I'll have you killed, Dayton roared. Humph, Litai coldly snorted, standing expressionless to the side. while Luffy was distracted by a few buzzing insects and ran off. Although he knew Dayton's nature wasn't malicious, after their encounter with Sig and his gang, both Litai and Luffy held a rather poor impression of bandits, and they followed Luffy's lead in running away. Ignoring me entirely, Dayton fell back in exasperation. "Boss, are you all right?" A moment later, a slouching youth appeared before them, exuding a delinquent's demeanor, coldly crossing his arms while sitting on a rock, casually twirling a steel pipe, and looking down at them disdainfully. "Ace," Carp announced, "from today onward, these two will be living with you. Be sure to get along." Carp added with a smile. "What? Has a decision already been made? How can you act unilaterally?" Dayton and the others shouted in anger. "Is there an issue?" Carp shot them a glance, his expression stern, silencing them all. "Leave it to us," the Dayton family quickly affirmed. "All right, I'll leave it to you. I'll return to check on them when I have time," Carp said. Carp and the Dayton family began discussing the details, while the aloof Ace walked past Litai and Luffy. "Tisich, little brats, still such ill-mannered children." Litai muttered, watching Ace's retreating figure. "Litai, is that Ace? He seems rather difficult to get along with." Luffy turned to Lita and said, "How about we befriend him?" With a smile, Luffy remarked to Lita, "Sounds good. I'll follow your lead." Lita responded with a grin. "Oh yeah," Luffy exclaimed excitedly, jumping up in delight. Carp greeted them briefly before departing. "Listen up, you little rascals. Starting tomorrow, you must work hard. Your tasks will include sweeping, polishing shoes, cleaning weapons, robbing, kidnapping, and extorting. Do you understand?" Dayton addressed Lita and Luffy. "Oh, okay." Upon hearing Dayton's tasks, Lita's mouth twitched. He wondered what Carp was thinking. With such fierce individuals around, how could he believe that the atmosphere here would be better than that of Windmill Village? "You little brats, are you even paying attention?" Dayton bellowed. "Boss, we're back." "Hey, whose little brats are these? Did you kidnap them?" Three figures appeared behind Lita and Luffy, questioning Dayton and the others with curiosity. "Oh, they're Mr. Carp's grandsons," Dogura stated expressionlessly. "What? Mr. Carp's grandsons?" the three exclaimed in astonishment. "In no way." Suddenly, as if recalling something, they knelt on the ground, tears welling in their eyes, looking utterly despondent. "Sigh, we might as well accept our fate," the crowd sighed deeply. Chapter 9. Ace, the failed assertion of authority. Dayton, holding a giant meat stick, bit down hard. "Is this the future Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates?" Lita mused, curiously observing the silent Ace. "Leave me some meat." "You brats." Luffy was busily fighting for food with the others. "What are you staring at?" Ace felt uncomfortable under Lita's gaze and, after a brief comment, stood up and walked out. The crowd fell silent. Lita, seeing this, hurriedly followed, while Luffy stuffed the giant meat stick into his mouth and trailed behind. "Hey, little brats, where are you going?" Dayton, who had just been fierce, suddenly showed concern. "Dayton, we're just going out to take a look." "We'll be back," Lita's voice came from outside, and the room returned to its lively state. Following Ace to a slope, Lita found Ace standing high above, coldly gazing down at them, before addressing Lita and Luffy. "Why are you following me?" "Hey, hello, Ace, I'm Luffy, and this is my brother Lita. We hope to be friends with you." Luffy waved his hand and grinned at Ace. "I don't need friends. Stop following me." Ace kicked a nearby tree, sending it crashing down. With the ability to manipulate objects, Lita summoned the wooden sword behind him, which flew to his feet. He then lifted Luffy and soared into the air, standing before Ace. "Wow, we just flew," Luffy exclaimed, stars in his eyes as he looked at Lita. "This is a new ability I developed. You can do it too." Luffy, "Hello, Ace, I'm Lita. Can we be friends?" Lita asked Ace, who appeared a bit surprised but intrigued. "You can, but he can't. He is too weak," Ace retorted, returning to his previously cool demeanor. "Huh, if I get stronger, can I be your friend?" Luffy inquired. "Exactly, as long as you can keep up with my speed within a month. I'll consider you a friend, but remember, no seeking Lita as help during that time," Ace stated. "All right, we will become friends," Luffy declared resolutely. "I hope so." Ace replied coolly. "What was that earlier? How can you and your wooden sword fly?" Ace curiously asked Lita. I'm a user of the devil fruit known as the Niannian Fruit, and this is the ability I developed," Lita demonstrated by making the wooden sword fly, then slicing through a nearby tree, which fell in half. "Cool," Luffy shouted. "Humph, one day I'll find a fruit and gain immense power," Ace remarked, enviously biting his teeth together. "Let us head back. Otherwise, Dayton will worry. Lita controlled the flying sword beneath him, lifting Ace with one hand and Luffy with the other, heading towards Dayton's household. Aw, so cool. Luffy's excited voice echoed at Dayton's home, while Ace, with a grim expression, silently endured. Let us take a break for today. Tomorrow, I believe Luffy will become your friend, Lita said, patting Ace on the shoulder. Yeah, Ace nodded, his expression still troubled, before moving aside to vomit. Tisich, little brat, Lita thought, observing Ace's retching while Luffy bounced around in excitement. Ignoring them, he jumped lightly, landing on the roof. The ability to control flying swords was something Lita discovered by accident, and he could control not just one sword, but many, if not for the lack of space to store them and the mental strain from using sword techniques with his spiritual energy. He could have wielded the legendary technique of 1,000 swords at once. However, after realizing that practicing swordsmanship could enhance his physical and mental strength, he whimsically wondered what would happen if he used his mental energy to practice the rootless sword technique. To his surprise, he succeeded in controlling multiple swords, going from initially managing one to now being able to control 4 simultaneously, plus the 2 in his hands. He was now undeniably a 6-sword style user. Of course, just controlling flying swords doesn't count. According to the swordsmanship rankings left by Shanks, he should be considered a novice swordsman by now. Lita mused. When he sought advice from Shanks, he learned about the levels of swordsman. Ordinary swordsman. Strength relies on the sword itself. Their potential hinges on the sword in hand. Possessing a fine sword allows for the severing of many objects, and their strength tier varies slightly. Such swordsmen often lack high skill due to their reliance on the sword itself. With little training in other areas, elite swordsmen, capable of wielding a sword and slicing through steel, swordmaster, can imbue armed haki onto their sword, achieving the legendary ability to cut through anything. Great swordmaster, capable of cleaving the sea itself. Currently, Lita could slice through a piece of iron with ease but lacked the ability to cut through anything, leading him to suspect he was at the peak of swordsman proficiency. Sigh. Enough of that. Let Luffy follow Ace. I can take this time to develop my fruit abilities and practice swordsmanship. Lita smiled faintly, then lay down, gazing at the moon above, the bright moonlight before my bed. I suspect it's frost on the ground that I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon and lower it to think of my hometown, having been in this world for over a year. He gradually blended into it. Yet, as a person from the Huaxiao of the Blue Star, he would inevitably feel a phenomenon known as homesickness. Can I return home? Lita reached out his hand, trying to touch the moon that seemed so far yet so near. Tears streaming down his face. Humph, those fantasy novels I read in my past life spoke of traversing time and space. This world has so many miraculous powers, as long as I keep getting stronger. I believe one day I will return. Lita wiped away his tears, speaking resolutely. Huh, Lita, what are you doing up there? Come down and sleep, Luffy shouted from below. Coming, Lita jumped down and ruffled Luffy's hair. Huh, Lita, have you been crying? Who bullied you? I'll go beat them up. Luffy seemed to sense Lita's feelings, raising his fists in determination that it's nothing. Just sleep quickly. Lita patted Luffy's head. Okay. You cried? Back in the room. Ace, sitting cross-legged on the bunk, looked at Lita with curiosity. No. Want to fight? Lita threatened. Tish. One day, I will surpass you, Ace declared. Then we'll talk about it on that day. Watching Ace's proud expression, Lita felt a sudden urge to tease him. But instead, he jumped onto the bunk beside Luffy, settling into sleep. This was because they were sleeping in a communal space with many people. Good night, Luffy. Good night, Ace. Good night, Lita x2 to as the three settled into a peaceful rhythm of breathing. The surroundings fell into a beautiful tranquility. Chapter 10. The direction of fruit development beneath the verdant mountains and azure skies. A young boy tirelessly wielded his sword, and those fortunate enough to behold him would be astonished to discover that 4 additional swords floated gracefully behind him, dancing in perfect synchrony with his movements. With a sigh of relief, Litai set his sword aside and sat cross-legged on the ground. Why do I feel that controlling these 4 swords has brought me to the pinnacle of my abilities? Litai gazed at the swords beside him in confusion. Indeed, the boy practicing his swordsmanship was none other than Litai, who now seemed to have reached an impasse. He felt that if he attempted to control yet another sword, his mind would surely shatter. Moreover, he had elevated the prowess of these 6 swords to the peak of a swordsman's realm, known as the iron cutting stage, while the realm of the sword master remained elusive. His awakened armament haki, due to his physical limitations, could only envelop a single fist. However, this was unavoidable, for his young age impeded his stamina. It could only be improved through relentless training as he matured, allowing him the potential to envelop his entire body with armament hakaras for his awakened conqueror's haki. Even birds paid him no heed, lacking the capacity to harness it. This was because he had yet to learn the method of utilizing conqueror's haki, which he could only hope to wield in the future when he set sail, provided fortune smiled upon him. Now, it was time to contemplate the direction of his fruit development. Shaking his head, Litai cast aside those impractical thoughts and earnestly began to study his fruit abilities. Initially, when he first managed to levitate objects, he fancied himself capable of achieving the feats of the float fruit. However, he soon realized his error, for the float fruit enabled objects to become weightless and rise into the air. The mind fruit, on the other hand, utilized mental energy to attach one's consciousness to an object. For instance, if he wished for something to fly, he merely needed a medium upon which to project his intention, causing that medium to ascend. Yet, this would deplete a portion of his mental and physical energy. In theory, he could even lift a small island, but only if he possessed the requisite mental strength and stamina to do so. He could refer to the abilities of Mr. Golden Week and Marianne, who used palettes and colors as mediums to convey emotions to others. Thus, was it true that practicing the six-sword style with flying swords represented my limit? After several attempts, he recognized that controlling 4 flying swords to practice the rootless sword technique was indeed his utmost capacity. Any attempt to add another sword would render his swordplay unstable and collapse, as the power of the sword technique was overwhelmingly potent. Moreover, if he were to increase the number of swords, he would need to reforge that sword to attain his current level of mastery, rendering such an endeavor counterproductive that in essence, I now have 2 avenues for fruit development. The first involves splitting my mental focus to control 4 flying swords, thereby becoming a practitioner of the 6-sword style. The second direction lies in enhancing the capabilities of the 6 swords through mental attachment. Fortunately, the sword techniques provided by the system are formidable. Otherwise, I might still be stuck wallowing in the muck. With this newfound clarity, Litai felt a surge of gratitude. Mental attachment, softening. Without hesitation, Litai grasped an iron sword and imbued it with his mental focus, watching as the once unyielding blade became pliable. Indeed, my developmental direction is sound. With his first attempt proving successful, Litai erupted into laughter. He then turned his gaze towards a colossal stone nearby. Applying mental attachment to soften, he directed his focus towards the stone, but soon found himself feeling as if he had been drained of vitality, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he collapsed to the ground. The exhaustion of both body and mind overwhelming him. Damn it! I've brought this upon myself. Litai, lying on the ground, muttered a curse, feeling utterly devoid of energy even to move a finger. After lying there for half an hour, he gradually regained some strength, picked up his sword, and wearily made his way towards the Dawn family. Hey, Litai, what happened to you? On his return to the Dawn family, he encountered Ace, who looked at him with a puzzled expression. Oh, it's you? Ace, I just conducted an experiment with my new abilities and ended up utterly exhausted. Whereas Luffy, Litai replied, having been at the Dawn family for over half a month with Luffy. You mean that annoying little shadow? He's chasing after me from behind. Well, I can't chat now. He'll catch up to me soon, so I'm off, Ace exclaimed, bolting away as Litai reminded him. Seriously, you can't even lend a hand. What an impolite little brat, Litai grimaced, watching Ace vanish from sight. Suddenly, something collided with him, sending him tumbling and enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Litai struggled to breathe, choking as he exclaimed, What dares to ambush me? Come out and face me one-on-one. Drawing a blade, he assumed a defensive stance, feeling like a tiger fallen into the lowlands, only to be ambushed by a coward. Oh, it's Litai. As the smoke cleared, Luffy, wearing his straw hat, appeared before him. Luffy! Litai roared, his face darkening as he glared at the seemingly innocent Luffy. Ah, Ace is up ahead, and I must catch up to him, or I'll lose him, Luffy exclaimed, pressing down his hat as he struck his palm with his fist, seeming to recall something before darting away. Phew, that was close. I almost got a beating from Litai. Angry Litai is truly terrifying. Good thing I'm clever. Ace, wait for me. Luffy lightly patted his chest, relieved. These 2 guys, just wait. Not one of them helped me. I'll make sure to deal with you when you return. Litai's expression darkened further as he watched Luffy depart. After several trials and tribulations, he returned to the Dawn family, indulging in a hearty feast before gradually regaining his stamina and mental clarity. Why couldn't I control the softening of that stone? Was it because the object was too large for me to manipulate? Does this mean I can only control slightly smaller objects for now? In truth, Litai remained oblivious to the fact that the stone he attempted to control was rooted deep within the mountain. If he had known, one could only wonder how he would question his own existence. Thankfully, practicing swordsmanship could enhance his physique and mental capacity. Otherwise, in this world teeming with monsters, he might meet an untimely demise at any moment. It seems prudent to continue diligently practicing the rootless sword technique, striving for an early breakthrough to mastery, as that might be the key to transcending into a sword master, after satisfying his hunger and thirst. Litai pondered for a while before succumbing to fatigue and falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 11. Sabo. More than half a month later, in the Kingdom of Goa, Uncertain Object Terminal. IVE just pulled off a big score in town. Is that so? I have too. 1. 2. Damn it, I lost to you again today. It's been 5 years. It's really not easy. How much does it cost to buy a pirate ship? Perched atop a large tree, two boys excitedly exchanged tales of their recent spoils, clutching their treasures. That a pirate ship? You want to become pirates too? Me too. Hee. A voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. A small figure wearing a straw hat stood beneath the tree, exuberantly proclaiming his intentions. The two boys exchanged glances before hastily stowing their treasures in a hollow of the tree and swiftly climbing down. Hey, what are you doing? Keep it down. The two boys simultaneously swung their fists, producing ropes to bind the straw-hatted boy to the tree. Ace, so this is where you come every day? The bound boy exclaimed excitedly. Did I forget something today? Litai, deep in his training, furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Damn it, today is the day Luffy and Ace agreed upon. This is bad. The Burgimi incident. Luffy and the others are in danger. Litai recalled the agreement made a month prior, realizing that if his memory served him correctly, Luffy would be kidnapped by a pirate crew known as the Blue Sapphire Pirates, led by Burgimi. Damn it, Burgimi, I hope you haven't done anything too extreme. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. Litai swiftly summoned his flying swords and soared towards the Uncertain Object Terminal. Speak up. In a dimly lit room, Luffy lay bloodied and battered, suspended from the rafters. I don't know. Luffy struggled to respond, gritting his teeth. After spending over a month with Ace, he had come to regard him as a comrade. And betraying a companion was utterly unacceptable to Luffy. You bastard. If you refuse to speak, then you can die. Burgimi, angered by Luffy's provocations, darkened his expression and drew a knife, seething with rage as he exclaimed. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Luffy, mustering his last ounce of strength, shouted back defiantly. Humph, let me indulge you, you little brat. Burgimi raised his large blade, ready to strike. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Sabo and Ace, who had been hiding, burst in, each wielding a water pipe. Together, they struck Burgimi's knife, shattering it into several pieces, shielding Luffy behind them. Humph, what skill is it to bully a mere child? Ace gritted his teeth in anger. Ace, yo-ho-ho-ho, you finally showed up. Ace, Sabo, tell me, where have you hidden the treasure? Burgimi glared at the two boys with malice. To claim our treasure, you must first step over our dead bodies. We fought tooth and nail to earn it. Sabo, exuding an air of nobility, tightened his grip on the steel pipe as he spoke with determination. So you refuse to speak, huh? Allow me to teach you what it truly means to be a pirate, and let you understand the consequences of provoking the Sapphire Pirates. With a wave of his hand, Burgimi commanded his subordinates to charge at Ace and Sabo. Before long, Ace and Sabo found themselves overwhelmed. Gasping for breath, wounds appearing on their bodies, blood staining their clothes as they were encircled by the Sapphire Pirates. Ace, Sabo, Luffy cried out anxiously, tears streaming down his face. Damn brats, hand over your treasure now. Burgimi pressed his blade against Ace's neck. You shall not succeed. Although you have defeated us, you will never conquer a man of conviction. Ace spat defiantly at Burgimi through gritted teeth. Ace, it seems even you have moments of desperation. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the sky, drawing everyone's attention that a young boy was seen soaring above on a sword. a sardonic smile on his face as he addressed Ace below. A keen observer would detect the fury burning in his eyes. Litai, Luffy called out weakly upon seeing the figure above, before fainting. Humph, as if I care. Ace pouted, but upon witnessing Litai's arrival, he finally exhaled in relief. Ace, is that the swordsmanship enthusiast you mentioned? Sabo gazed at Litai. Excitement and envy evident on his face. Indeed, Ace replied. Hey, you little brats, do you think I don't exist? And you, hovering above, dare to stand on my head. Are you seeking death? Fire at them. Burgemi, feeling ignored, angrily pointed at Sabo. Ace, and the airborne Litai. Telekinesis. Object barrier. The bullets that flew towards them were halted by an unseen force, suspended before Lita, so fond of gunplay. Let them return to their rightful owner. The bullets then reversed direction, flying back towards their origin. The sound of carnage echoed across the battlefield, blood staining the ground. So cool, Sabo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Humph, one day I will surpass him, Ace muttered, dissatisfied. Monstrous fiend, witnessing his defeated subordinates. Burgemi dropped his knife to the ground, collapsing in despair. Ace, you must be Sabo. I've heard Ace speak of you. A pleasure to meet you. Litai descended from the sky, extending his hand to help Ace and Sabo up. Addressing Sabo with a friendly smile. Hello, I'm Sabo, Sabo stuttered, gazing at the shorter Litai before him. Please take care of Luffy for me. I have something to attend to and will return shortly. Litai said, turning to the dazed Burgemi with indifference. Of course, we will. Sabo and Ace replied in unison. Monster, please don't kill me. Anyone who harms my family must die. Litai looked calmly at the kneeling Burgemi. His gaze steadied out. He then lifted Burgemi and placed him upon his sword, soaring into the distance. Telekinesis, sword dance. It's been a while since I've practiced my carving skills. Let us see how you fare as my practice target. A sinister smile crept across Litai's face. Within the shadowy forest, severed limbs lay scattered, and a frail figure looked hopelessly at the boy before him, as if staring into the face of a demon. Kill me, I beg you, the weak figure pleaded repeatedly. Humph, I warned you, anyone who harms my family will face 1,000 cuts. Consider yourself fortunate. I'll spare you this time, but may your next life be better. And let this be a lesson not to commit evil. The boy slashed a knife across the figure's neck. Thank you, Burgemi gasped in relief. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, are you all right? And Luffy, didn't I say that a man must not shed tears easily? You are destined to become the Pirate King. Litai smiled warmly at the now conscious Luffy, Sabo, and Ace, appearing as an innocent boy next door. Annoying Litai. I didn't cry. Luffy pouted angrily at Litai. All right, you didn't cry. It was just your little puppy tears. Litai teased. That you're the puppy. Luffy shot back at Litai. Their banter elicited laughter from Ace and Sabo. That I am qualified to be your friend now, right? Luffy asked hopefully, looking at the three laughing together. Fool, you've been one all along. Ace and Sabo replied in unison. Ha! Their joyous laughter echoed throughout the uncertain destination. 3 fools. Let us head home. Litai crouched down to carry Luffy on his back, holding Sabo in one hand and Ace in the other. Humph, who are you calling fools? The 3 little ones pouted in discontent. Up we go. Litai laughed, controlling the flying sword as they soared towards the Dayton family. Chapter 12. Sabo's departure. After the incident with Burgemi, Sabo eventually settled in with the Dayton family following some tumultuous events, and the 4 of them formed a brotherly bond. I am the Pirate King. Litai observed the bickering trio, shaking his head in amusement at the scene before him. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, sending shivers across his body. Danger! His observation hockey frantically alerted him to the peril. Gulp! Gr. Gramps, Litai stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gazed up at the towering figure before him. What? Puffed. Both Luffy and Ace spat out their drinks in shock. Are you still spouting such nonsense? Don't you understand that you're meant to become powerful Marines? Garp scolded, his fists clenched as he addressed the trembling trio. Thud, thud, thud. Each received a hefty blow on their heads. Ouch. Why does Grandpa's punch still hurt as much as before? Luffy pouted. Damn it. Ace glared at Garp, his expression darkening. Why? I've clearly grown stronger, yet I still can't evade it. Litai fumed in frustration. Dayton, Garp called out sternly. Here, Mr. Garp. Dayton appeared beside Garp. Thud. Why do you hit me too? Dayton asked, rubbing her swollen head. Litai seems you haven't properly educated these brats. Garp's voice was cold as he glared at her. Garp, is that guy really the grandfather of Litai, Luffy, and Ace? Sabo asked, his forehead glistening with sweat. Brat, didn't you just mention something about setting sail? Garp turned to the sweating Sabo and asked casually, He's not a brat. He's Sabo. We've sworn brotherhood and vowed to become pirates. Luffy rushed to protect Sabo, angrily facing Garp. Alas, silly little brother, it seems Sabo is destined to receive a punch, Litai muttered, covering his face after witnessing Luffy's antics. But he understood that without such behavior, he wouldn't be Luffy. That you're rambling again, Ace said exasperatedly, kneeling on the ground. Garp cracked his knuckles. So you wish to increase the number of fools I have to discipline to 4. Do you? Garp grinned, his smile filled with mischief. Sabo, without any forewarning, received a punch. Upon witnessing the dismal turn of events, Lita hastily seized Ace by the arm, and they both dashed for the exit, closely followed by Luffy and Sabo. Don't even think about escaping, Garp exclaimed, pursuing the fleeing quartet with fervor. Bang! With a single punch, Garp sent several towering trees flying as if they were mere twigs. The situation was no better for Luffy and Sabo. Stones the size of rooms were reduced to mere fragments. Damn it! This old man is a monster, Sabo uttered in terror. You vile old man, you're committing extortion and endangering lives. Be wary, for I shall report your child abuse to the Navy. Lita shouted angrily at Garp as they sped ahead. Go ahead and report me. Let us see who dares interfere in my family affairs, Garp retorted with a confident grin. Lita cursed inwardly, realizing that this formidable old man was indeed a Navy hero. A vice admiral. Bang, bang, bang. That will be all for today. Tomorrow, I shall educate you more rigorously. Don't hang up. Garp clapped his hands and left without a backward glance. Meanwhile, the 4 of them lay unconscious on the ground. Oblivious to their fate, Luffy vs. Ace, the 1052nd match. Result: Luffy defeated. Sabo vs. Lita, the 1052nd match. Result: Sabo defeated. Humph, one day I will surpass you. Luffy gritted his teeth and declared to Ace, what a monster. Damn, Lita, can't you show my brother some respect? You scoundrel, Sabo exclaimed in frustration. Not a chance, Lita replied with narrowed eyes directed at Sabo. Under Garp's iron fist, Lita and the others had endured his inhumane trials, resulting in significant improvement in their abilities. However, none of Luffy, Ace, or Sabo could contend with Lita, and as the youngest, Luffy frequently bore the brunt of the punishment. Notably, Ace had even sought out Makino to learn how to care for a younger brother. Garp, having received a sudden mission, hurriedly departed. Release Sabo. He will never return with you, Luffy shouted at the man who was grasping Sabo by the throat. Humph, I am Sabo's father, Autoluck. How disgraceful it is for a noble to associate with the likes of you filthy creatures. Autoluck said with an angry scowl. Damn it, we are not trash. We are Sabo's brothers, Luffy shouted in indignation. Ha ha ha, brothers. From this day forth, you are not. In a few days, world nobles will arrive to inspect the Goa Kingdom. And the kingdom has decided to incinerate this garbage land. It does not deserve to exist above the Goa Kingdom. Autoluck sneered, and with that, he hurled the nearly asphyxiated Sabo towards Luffy and Ace. Burn this place, Sabo murmured, lowering his head. Indeed, once the garbage is cleared, the Goa Kingdom will be all the more perfect, Autoluck said, twisting his little mustache cruelly as his words echoed. Dense smoke began to rise from the uncertain end of things, which Autoluck watched with evident delight. Damn it, I'll send you flying, Luffy declared, furious. Send me flying? You pathetic trash dare to challenge me. Autoluck retorted coldly. Sabo, if you refuse to come with me, then you may as well die with these vermin. He turned away, taking his men with him. Damn it, I want to go with you, Sabo shouted angrily. Luffy, Ace, let us go save them, Sabo cried to Ace and Luffy, his voice laced with tears. All right, they replied, resolutely charging towards the billowing smoke. Meanwhile, Lita, who was practicing swordsmanship, noticed the smoke rising from the uncertain end of things and, without hesitation, flew towards it. He knew that the uncertain end of things would be destroyed with the arrival of the celestial dragons. But he did not know when. Concern for Luffy, Sabo, and Ace, who frequented that place to collect treasures, spurred him to quicken his pace. The city exuded a nauseating stench of decay, far more repugnant than that of the uncertain end. Freedom, if I remain here, I shall never attain it. Sabo, kneeling amidst the smoke, wept to a towering figure cloaked in black. Has this nation rotted to such an extent? Even a child speaks such words. It seems the march towards liberation must hasten, the figure murmured, gazing at the boy before him. Sabo, Lita landed beside Sabo, worry etched on his face. Who are you? Are you the revolutionary dragon? Lita inquired of the figure in black. Recognizing him instantly due to the conspicuous shoe print beside his eye. I know you. Please take Sabo with you and teach him well, that I implore you. Lita, observing Dragon's curious gaze, pondered for a moment. He was aware that in the future, Sabo would lose his memory due to a celestial dragon's cannon, and he did not wish for Sabo to forget them. Thus, he resolutely addressed Dragon. I can take him. But it must be with his consent, Dragon replied, astonished as he pointed at Sabo. Sabo, listen to me. This is Luffy's father, that if you follow him, you will undoubtedly learn much and gain true freedom. This brief separation is merely a prelude to our better reunion in the future. Lita stepped forward to embrace Sabo, who was crying in despair. True freedom? Luffy's father? Separation? A better reunion? I am willing. Sabo, feeling Lita's warm embrace, lifted his head and spoke with determination. Then I entrust Sabo to you. Dragon uncle, I must go find Luffy and Ace. Lita bowed to Dragon and said, Haha, an interesting little fellow. Very well. I shall lend you my assistance. It is not yet time for me to meet Luffy. So please take good care of him, Dragon replied, giving Lita a gentle push before lifting Sabo into his arms and departing. Thank you, Dragon uncle, that I will take good care of Luffy and the others. For they are my family, Lita expressed sincerely, feeling the sudden acceleration as he soared away. Chapter 13. Ace set sailed to the uncertain end of things, amidst the sea of flames. Do not touch Luffy, Ace declared, positioning himself protectively behind Luffy. Did Uncle and the others manage to escape? Luffy asked anxiously. Damn it, is this really the time to worry about others? You fool, Ace scolded, exasperated. Cough. I have no idea where this place is. Ace wiped his mouth. Who allowed you to escape? You little rascals. A figure emerged from the inferno. Brujum, Luffy, and Ace gasped in shock. Why is this arsonist here? Ace glared coldly at the suddenly appearing Brujum. Seething with anger, we were deceived by the nobles. Now we are in despair and cannot escape. Now tell us the location of your treasure, and if I am fortunate enough to survive, I will use it to exact revenge on the nobles. Brujum snarled. Ace divulged the treasure's location to Brujum. Damn it, didn't I just tell you the location? Let us go. Ace shouted angrily upon seeing Brujum's betrayal. Ha ha ha. How do we know you haven't deceived us? So, we kindly ask you to come with us. Brujum sneered. Damn you, scoundrels. Luffy struggled and bit the hand of the pirate holding him. Damn little brat. Die. The pirate raised his knife, ready to stab Luffy. No. Do not harm Luffy. Ace shouted, unleashing a surge of azure energy that rendered all the pirates unconscious. In that critical moment, Ace's conqueror's haki awakened. That Ace's aura. Lita, who had been tumbling through the flames, felt the energy resonate within him, igniting his own conqueror's haki and clearing a path directly to Ace and the others. Lita, save Luffy. Ace cried out to Lita, his voice thick with emotion. All right, I'm coming. Don't worry. Lita coldly regarded the now terrified Brujum, placing Luffy and the unconscious Ace on his back. All those who dare harm my family shall suffer. With that, her blade swept toward the unconscious pirates and Brujum's throats. They would not die from the flames, but rather from excessive blood loss. Humph. Consider yourselves fortunate. Lita unhesitatingly summoned the flying swords beneath his feet, soaring out of the inferno with Luffy and Ace. The Dayton family, now awake, sat in silence, eating their meal. We are still too weak. Ace, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Yes, if we were stronger, Sabo would not have left us. Luffy interjected. All right, let us focus on our training point. One day, we shall meet again upon the vast seas. Lita consoled the two before him. Indeed, this temporary separation is merely a prelude to a more glorious reunion in the future. Ace gritted his teeth. Luffy grinned widely. Lita observed this scene with a smile of satisfaction. He would not hinder the paths of his brothers. However, recalling the saga of One Piece and the tragic fate of Ace during the Marineford War, he clenched his fist that I end this life, as long as he was present. The tragedies of the past would not unfold again. Whoever dared to harm his family would face a fate of excruciating demise. Upon their return, both had assumed that Sabo had perished in the flames. But Lita had explained that Sabo had been taken by a mysterious figure to pursue his dreams. This revelation ignited a newfound determination within the previously lackadaisical duo. Time flowed ceaselessly, the sun and moon rotating as they propelled humanity forward. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, Ace, having just turned 17, hastily made his way to the ocean that he stood upon a single-masted vessel, waving farewell to the crowd gathered to see him off. "Ace, please be careful," Luffy called out, watching as Ace prepared to set sail. "Ace, do not die. Remember our promise. This temporary farewell is just for a better encounter in the future," Lita urged, though feeling a twinge of reluctance. Yet, how could he obstruct a man's pursuit of his dreams? "Yes, farewell, Luffy, Lita, everyone." Ace cheerfully waved goodbye. "When I set sail in 3 years, I will be stronger." Luffy wiped his eyes and smiled. "Humph, just don't end up getting beaten to a pulp by me then." Lita replied with a chuckle. "Rest assured, when we meet again, I will ensure you all taste defeat." Ace declared confidently that I will find my powerful companions and become the strongest upon these seas. I will become the Pirate King. Now go. I'll see you off one last time. Lita waved his hand, using his psychic powers to propel the small boat forward. "Thank you, Lita," Ace shouted, the sails fluttering in the wind as he ventured towards the sea. His voice fading into the distance. "Humph, that brat better not return only to be beaten into submission," Lita muttered. "Let us go, Luffy." Lita took Luffy's hand as they disappeared from the dock. Rubber, pistol. Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch. "Hey, Luffy, did you forget to eat? Your punches lack any strength." A boy, grinning widely, spoke to another boy who was pouting in irritation. Indeed, they were Luffy and Ace, with Ace having already spent a year at sea, concerned for Luffy as he prepared to set sail the following year. He resolved to train Luffy rigorously. "Lita, how are you so strong? It feels like your punches are almost as powerful as Grandpa's, but they don't hurt as much," Luffy asked curiously. "This is called armament hockey. And dodging your attacks involves observation hockey that I can't really teach you since this power awakened within me, but I believe you will awaken it in the future too. Keep it up, Luffy," Lita encouraged gently. Now at the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, Lita sensed that he was on the verge of breaking into the realm of a sword master. However, he had yet to make the leap. So he shifted his focus to the development of his devil fruit abilities and the practice of hockey. Now he could control objects with mere thought, his reflexes several times faster than they had been in previous years. His conqueror's hockey remained uncontrollable, yet his armament and observation hockey had expanded alongside his physical and mental strength, potentially covering the entire windmill village, with armament hockey enveloping his upper body. Chapter 14. Lita set sail in the blink of an eye. 2 years had passed, and Lita had turned 17 that today was the day he would embark on his journey. Without informing anyone, he quietly set sail on a small, pre-prepared sailboat. "What? That brat Lita left without telling us?" An angry voice erupted from the cramped room of the Dayton family. "What? Lita has set sail?" Luffy gasped in surprise. Such a slow reaction. Everyone looked at Luffy with exasperation. "Humph, that brat Lita, didn't he even say goodbye? How inconsiderate," Dayton fumed, crumpling the letter in her hand. "Indeed, but he must be far away by now," the others lamented. "Who cares about that brat's fate?" Dayton retorted, shooing everyone away. She then carefully smoothed out the crumpled letter and read its contents. "Dear Madam Dayton, Luffy and family, hallowed by the time you read this letter, I will have set sail. Please forgive my sudden departure. I simply could not bear the sorrow of saying goodbye. Also, pardon my lack of eloquence. I have left to pursue my dreams. Having promised Ace, Sabo, and Luffy that we would meet at the pinnacle, this temporary separation is merely a precursor to a better reunion, is it not? My beloved Madam Dayton, I entrust that foolish boy Luffy to you. Though he may be a bit dim-witted, he is a kind-hearted lad. Haha. In truth, I am a runaway slave, without a home, family, or parents. I have always been a solitary person that I do not know where I come from. But please convey my gratitude to my grandfather, Garp, for his years of care, and for saving my life. I am off to become a man of the sea, and to seek my own adventure. Wishing Madam Dayton, Grandpa Garp, and everyone good health. I love you all." How infuriating. That wretched boy. When he returns, I will skin him alive to teach him the consequences of leaving without a word. Dayton seethed. Tears streaming down her face. Be careful out there, Lita. Her tone shifted to one of concern as she carefully tucked the letter away in a treasure chest. Lita, Ace, Sabo, wait for me. I will grow strong and find you. Luffy dashed to the now-deserted port, panting and choking back tears, shouting to the sea, hoping it would carry his wishes to those he longed to see. Indeed, he had spent over a decade with Lita. And now faced with Lita's abrupt departure, confusion and sorrow filled his heart. Luffy, you big crybaby, you mustn't cry anymore. Even if one day I am not around, you must smile and be a cheerful man. Lita's gentle voice echoed in his mind. Lita, I will find the legendary One Piece and become the Pirate King. You all can't contest me for that title, Luffy exclaimed, adjusting his hat and bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, the protagonist Lita, filled with anticipation, was confronting a fierce storm. Damn it, what terrible luck. Just as I set out, I encounter a ferocious sea storm. God above, you do not wish for me to set sail. But I will, Lita cursed as he faced the towering waves. With a thought, he activated his powers, mind control, flight, mind control, speed. He swiftly lowered the sails and sent forth 2 bursts of psychic energy, causing the small vessel to soar upwards, slicing through the wind like a sword. After what felt like an eternity, Lita sensed the wind resistance dwindling, and the sea gradually calmed, prompting a sigh of relief. He knew that as a devil fruit user, falling into the sea without rescue would mean certain death. That I finally made it out. Thankfully, I possessed the mind fruit. Otherwise, I would have been torn to shreds today. Lita anchored the boat on the surface of the sea and turned back, gazing at the vast ocean behind him, a cold sweat forming as he felt a shiver of fear. Where is this? Where do I go now? Pulling out a map, Lita flipped through it, finding himself utterly lost, as he had no idea how to read maps. Forget it. Onward, he decided, rummaging through his backpack for food and devouring it ravenously to replenish his energy. Ysnt the boat moving. Sated and rubbing his belly, Lita soon realized a serious issue. His boat was not moving at all. With a sudden exclamation of surprise, Litai returned to his senses. Realizing he had just discarded the sail, he gazed at the small boat, now devoid of its sail, and smacked his forehead, cursing himself for his foolishness. Channeling his thoughts, he infused the boat with a notion of swift movement, and it surged forward across the ocean. The vast sea. Where are the islands? I am parched and famished, Litai lamented, drooping his head and extending his tongue, staring at his already empty backpack, lost in a moment of speechlessness. Someone, please come to my rescue. May the heavens bless me. Originally filled with yearning for the sea and dreams, Litai now felt as if the ocean had mercilessly devoured him, leaving only a torrent of complaints. This sea truly is a hard place to navigate. Litai sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a cannon shot shattered the tranquility of the sea. Goodness, someone is here. Food and drink at last. Upon hearing the cannon fire, Litai felt a surge of adrenaline. Truly, a timely arrival indeed. With thoughts of flight and swift movement, he directed the boat towards the source of the cannonade. Before long, he spotted a large ship adorned with a pirate flag pursuing a small sailboat, where a young lad was adeptly evading the incoming cannonballs. Bang! Cough cough! This is a robbery. Hand over your food and drink. Litai maneuvered his small boat onto the pirate ship, only to find himself so weak from hunger that he plummeted from the sky. A sudden hush fell over the scene as the onlookers beheld a peculiar youth, adorned with 3 swords at his sides, descending from the heavens. Even the boy who had been fleeing from the pirates seized this opportunity to leap onto the bow of the ship. Wow, who is this kid? Is he seeking death? Does he not realize he is in the presence of the scarred pirate crew with a bounty of 6 million? The pirates, regaining their composure, erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Brother, you are quite bold, the boy who had just jumped next to Litai remarked, his expression one of disbelief. Though, I am simply too hungry. Who is your captain? Have him come forth, for this ship now belongs to me, Litai declared with bravado, addressing the pirates wielding their weapons. You're asking for death? A booming, furious voice erupted as a towering man with a grotesque scar on his face brandished a spiked club and stepped forward. The captain has emerged. That kid is doomed. The pirates cheered, their spirits lifted. Ha! I shall use this boy's flesh as bait for fishing. Upon witnessing the brute, the pirates were electrified, shouting in excitement. Humph! Your death is of no consequence, Litai remarked casually, unfazed by their raucous cheers. Die, you wretched little brat. Experience the might of my spiked club. The giant charged at Litai, roaring with fury. Bang! The deck beneath Litai's feet buckled under the force of the scarred man's powerful strike. In a flash, Litai unsheathed his sword and swung it with precision, severing the scarred man's weapon in two. Rubbish, Litai scoffed. With a flourish, multiple swords soared from his person, mercilessly cutting down the recently boisterous pirates. Cursed brat, stop this at once. The scarred man, witnessing his comrades falling, bellowed in rage. Despite the loss of his crew, he could recruit more, yet he had invested considerable treasure in them too. You think you can dictate terms? That would be quite unbecoming for me. Litai shot a sidelong glance at the scarred man, his tone indifferent. Then, you shall meet your demise. The scarred man charged forward, clutching the remaining half of his spiked club. One sword style. Beheading, Litai effortlessly retracted all his swords, and before anyone knew it, he had appeared behind the scarred man with a casual flick of his bangs. He whispered, "Why bother? How is this possible? How could such a monster exist in the East Sea?" The scarred man gasped, but before he could finish his thought, he was cleaved in two. The ship was soon filled with a potent scent of blood. Sensing the presence of only himself and the boy who had been chased by the pirates, Litai turned to the astonished lad at the bow and asked, "Hey, I am Waldka Litai. What is your name?" "I am Clarion Kispin, a drifter of the seas that I was pursued here after offending the captain of the scarred pirate crew." Kispin replied, somewhat apprehensive. "Then you shall be my first crew member. But for now, let us clear this pirate ship and enjoy a hearty meal," Litai said with a smile, observing Kispin's trepidation. "Wait, how did I become your crew member?" Kispin exclaimed, bewildered, but upon reflecting, he could not help but roar in frustration. "Oh, you are unwilling." Litai raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with mischief as he questioned, "My esteemed captain, I shall promptly dispose of the trash aboard," Kispin stammered, suddenly standing at attention. "Let us begin then." With a flourish, Litai conjured a dagger, and together, they disposed of the pirates' bodies, sending them to the depths to feed the fish. They left behind only the head of the scarred pirate captain. As Kispin suggested, it could be exchanged for a bounty in the nearby town. After washing away the blood with the seawater, the once grimy pirate ship was now revitalized in the ship's kitchen. Litai and Kispin discovered an abundance of food and indulged in a splendid feast. "So, can you steer a ship?" Litai inquired excitedly, patting Kispin as they surveyed their rejuvenated vessel. "I can manage a bit. But with just the two of us, are you joking?" Kispin retorted incredulously, having realized after their meal that Litai was not a bad person, yet he still felt frustrated by his captain's reliability. "All right, you take the helm, and I'll raise the sails. Let us navigate to the nearby town and sell this large ship for a smaller one," Litai said, scratching his head with an awkward smile. In his perception, Kispin was indeed a good person. Otherwise, he would have long since sent him to feed the fish. Chapter 15. Sa-Am Moon Island. At the Navy Division on Sa-Am Moon Island. "Greetings, esteemed Navy officer. I am here to collect a bounty," Kispin announced, presenting the severed head of the scarred pirate to a bespectacled officer with a thin mustache. "Are you bounty hunters? Might I inquire whose head you have brought?" The officer glanced at Litai, leaning against the doorframe, and asked Kispin. "This is the head of the scarred pirate crew's captain, with a bounty of 8 million berries," Kispin replied to the officer. What? The scarred pirate crew? Are you certain?" The officer, once composed, suddenly sprang to his feet, astonished. It had been years since they had seen a bounty of such magnitude, and to think 2 youths had delivered the head of an 8 million berry pirate to them today. "Absolutely genuine." Kispin triumphantly unveiled the head of the scarred man, grinning at the officer. "Wait, hold on, let me confirm," the officer stammered, hastily retrieving a stack of bounty notices from a nearby cabinet. He flipped through them rapidly. "No mistake, the scarred pirate crew has been eradicated." After several comparisons, the officer's eyes welled with tears of gratitude. "Thank you for your support. However, this division currently has only 5 million berries. May I request that you wait a day for the remaining 3 million?" The officer, having calmed down, awkwardly inquired. "That is acceptable. We intend to stay here for a day to procure supplies and find a ship for our departure," Litai replied coolly as Kispin glanced at him. "My captain has agreed, so please provide us with the 5 million berries," Kispin added. "Please hold on. Thank you immensely." Moments later, the officer returned, carrying 5 million berries along with an IOU for the remaining 3 million. Esteemed sirs, here is the 5 million berries, and this is the IOU for the 3 million. Please be sure to return tomorrow. The little mustached man bowed to the two individuals and said, "Thank you very much." After a nod of satisfaction, Skibin grinned and expressed his gratitude. By the way, gentlemen, I overheard that you two are in need of a vessel. If it pleases you, I recommend visiting the shipyard at the port, where you will find the finest shipwrights on the entire island, the little mustached man informed them. "Thank you ever so much, Mr. Navy," exclaimed Litai. "Come on, Skibin," he called to the still grinning Skibin. "Understood, boss," Skibin replied, quickly scooping up some berry and hurrying after Litai. "Aside from this 5 million berry, do you have any additional funds for shipbuilding?" Skibin inquired, rubbing his hands as he walked briskly alongside Litai towards the shipyard. No. Litai stiffened for a moment before responding slowly. "What? No. Then how do you intend to build a ship?" Skibin shouted at Litai. "Enough chatter. Did we not just plunder a pirate ship? We can sell that ship and exchange it for a more manageable sailboat." Litai suggested after a brief moment of contemplation. "Oh, you have a buyer?" Skibin asked, his head drooping in disappointment. "No. There must be wealthy individuals on this island who can afford such a ship. Let us inquire further," Litai responded calmly. "All right, there's a bar up ahead. Let's ask around there." Skibin quickly urged Litai towards the tavern. At the bar's counter, they found an elderly man leisurely puffing on a pipe. Guests have arrived. What can I get for you two?" the old man inquired nonchalantly upon noticing Skibin and Litai's entrance. "A fresh orange juice with herbs, please," Litai replied. "That I'll have a rum with ice," Skibin said, somewhat surprised to learn that this seemingly reckless creature before him did not drink alcohol, which made him feel a sense of triumph as he provocatively glanced at Litai. "Ding, ding, ding." "How stingy," a voice chimed. "Ding, ding, ding. You'll regret it." Masai, noticing Litai's sword clashing against his waist and his increasingly dark expression, promptly conceded. "Humph," Litai scoffed. In truth, he had partaken in alcohol in his previous life. But after a significant incident following a few secretive drinks in this world, he vowed never to touch it again. "Here's your orange juice with herbs, and your rum. Please enjoy, gentlemen." The old man cheerfully presented their drinks. "Thank you, good sir. Do you know who the wealthiest person on this island is?" Skibin asked after taking a sip of rum. "The wealthy? That would undoubtedly be Miss Fonya Baijiali. She is the kindest soul on this little island, always helping the common folk, and she is also a formidable navigator. However, for reasons unknown, Miss Jelly has yet to set sail, as her father, Mr. Fonya Yongli, forbids it. After several failed attempts to sneak out, it seems she has given up and is now confined at home." The old man sighed regretfully. "Excellent, that's the place. Please provide us with her address. We shall visit her immediately," Litai exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the mention of a navigator, downing his orange juice in one gulp. "She resides in that manor over there." The old man pointed towards a distant estate atop a hill. "Let us go, Skibin. Let us welcome our navigator, and don't waste time. Finish your drink." He playfully patted Skibin's head. "All right," Skibin responded, raising his cup and gulping it down. "Refreshing," he exclaimed, smacking his lips in satisfaction. He cast a slightly provocative glance at Litai, as if to say, "What is the big deal about one drink? Are we going or not? If you're not going, then I won't either." Litai bit his lip in frustration. "We are going. If you don't move, would I dare to?" Skibin whimpered, eyeing Litai, who was gripping the hilt of his sword as if ready to draw it. "Lead the way." Litai kicked Skibin's rear end playfully. "Stop right there. Who are you?" "This is Fonya Manor, and no loiterers are allowed." Upon reaching the manor's entrance, Litai and Skibin were intercepted by several guards. "Please, good sirs, make an exception. It would be a great favor if you could inform the lord of the manor that we have a substantial business proposition to discuss. This small sum of berry is simply to treat you brothers to a drink." Skibin urged with a playful grin. "Oh, just a moment. But I cannot guarantee Mr. Fonya Yongli will see you," one guard replied, discreetly pocketing the money while maintaining a serious demeanor. Moments later, a steward emerged. "Greetings, gentlemen. I am Ali, the steward of Fonya Manor. Mr. Yongli is expecting you. Please follow me." The steward gestured courteously, leading them into the estate. The age-old truth that money can indeed move mountains, Litai mused internally as he observed the scene. Shortly thereafter, they arrived inside the manor, where a bespectacled middle-aged man awaited their arrival. "Greetings, my friends. I am Fonya Yongli," he said, performing a nobleman's greeting. I am Waldka Litai, Litai replied with a smile. And I am Clarion Kisbin. Good day to you, Skibin added, also smiling. Please, have a seat. I understand you wish to discuss a matter with me. What might it be? Yongli gestured towards the nearby sofa, inviting them to sit. I would like Miss Jelly to join us as our navigator. Litai declared enthusiastically. We wish to sell you a large ship, Skibin added, his face brimming with anticipation. The two spoke in unison, resulting in an awkward moment. There is no synergy whatsoever, Skibin muttered under his breath. My daughter has some special circumstances preventing her from going to sea. I regret to inform you that she cannot assist you. As for the large ship, we are indeed interested in acquiring it, as we frequently navigate the seas and could use a vessel for transporting goods, Yongli replied with a smile. Perfect. Then, Mr. Yongli, would you kindly send someone to inspect the ship? Wait. Miss Jelly, do not enter. Mr. Yongli is in discussion with guests. A voice interrupted Skibin. A girl of about 15 or 16 burst into the room. Father, let me go to sea. I want to be an exceptional navigator. It is my dream. You can never stop someone with such conviction. Jelly, I was trying to protect you. That band of pirates has their sights set on you. I apologize for not being able to safeguard you. Yongli wiped away a tear. Why must those despicable pirates target me? Jelly exclaimed in frustration. Excuse me, but is the captain of that pirate crew a man wielding a spiked club with a scar across his face? Skibin inquired. Indeed, that is them. Do you know them? Yongli asked, puzzled. Not just know them. We have their ship right here. Skibin struggled to contain his laughter. What? Is the ship you intend to sell? Yongli asked in astonishment. Indeed, it is just as you think. The scarred pirate crew has been vanquished by us, and we are preparing to sell their ship to acquire a smaller one. With a snap of his fingers, Sigibin chuckled and said, Here it is, the Navy's debt notice. He presented the document issued by the Navy. The bounty for the annihilation of the scarred pirate crew remains unpaid. 3 million berries. Please be sure to collect it from the Asamoon Island Navy branch. Clearly took the debt notice from Sigibin's hands and began to read it aloud, his fingers trembling with excitement. One must understand that a pirate crew boasting a bounty of 8 million berries in the so-called weakest East Sea was indeed considered a great pirate. Even a typical Navy branch would find themselves at a loss. Father, does this mean I can set sail? Jelly exclaimed, jumping with excitement, having risen from the depths of despair to newfound hope. Absolutely not, Clearly replied sternly. The crowd looked on in confusion. Because Litai and his companions do not yet possess a ship, that I plan to sponsor you a vessel. It's never too late to set off afterward. After the weight on his heart was lifted, Clearly couldn't he help but crack a joke. Oh yay, you're the best, father, Jelly exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Clearly's embrace. How could I possibly hinder someone filled with conviction? After all, I cannot stop you, can I? Clearly jested. Thank you, Mr. Clearly. Litai and Sigibin expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Clearly. Ailey, prepare a banquet. I wish to properly entertain Mr. Litai and Mr. Sigibin. Clearly joyfully summoned the butler. Certainly, Mr. Clearly, Ailey replied with a smile. Mr. Litai, Mr. Sigibin, do you have any specific requirements for the ship? I shall have them crafted for you. Rest assured, we have the largest shipyard in the entire East Sea and the finest craftsmen. Clearly smiled warmly. Oh, Litai hurriedly rummaged through his bag and produced a design he had already begun to draft. Think Mr. Litai has knowledge of shipbuilding. The crowd unfurled the blueprints, gazing at Litai in astonishment. Not at all, Litai chuckled awkwardly. This design was a culmination of his past life's knowledge and his research into the shipbuilding techniques of this world inspired by the Pirate King. After all, he had studied design in his previous life. Clearly then summoned someone to take the design to the shipyard, and the group enjoyed a sumptuous meal at Clearly's generous invitation. At Saemoon Island, the port was teeming with people bidding farewell. Upon learning that Litai and his companions had triumphed over the tyrannical pirate Scar, and that their esteemed Miss Jelly was to embark on an adventure, the residents of Saemoon Island gathered spontaneously to send them off. Farewell, everyone. Sigibin and Jelly waved excitedly to the crowd, while Litai stood at the bow, admiring the ship he had designed. The vessel stood 20 meters tall and 40 meters long, featuring 3 tiers with 12 rooms, each marked with the symbols of the 12 zodiac signs. The ship was equipped with a kitchen, restroom, workout room, and all necessary amenities. At the bow, a scale symbolizing peace and equality was prominently displayed. Hoist the sails, set sail, Litai declared at the helm as the residents of Saemoon Island watched, Litai and his companions gradually disappeared from view. On board the ship, Litai addressed the two others. Now we can finalize our roles and responsibilities. I'll go first. My position will be navigator, Exquisitely said, brimming with enthusiasm. I can double as a combatant and lookout. Sigibin raised his hand. Then I shall be the captain, Litai exclaimed joyfully. Now we must determine the name of our pirate crew and the emblem that symbolizes our resolve, Litai said with a smile. He had previously informed Exquisitely of their pirate affiliation while at her home, allowing her to choose. After a moment of contemplation, she finally agreed to join them on their voyage. From henceforth, we shall be known as the Libra Pirate Crew, guardians of the weak, advocates of freedom, Litai proclaimed, raising his hand alongside his companions in oath to the newly designed Libra skull and crossbones flag. Our next destination is Frost Moon Village. This was a goal Litai had firmly set, for it concealed a peerless master, Frost Moon Jingsalang, and he felt that his opportunity to transcend to the realm of the Sword Master lay there. Oh, Sigibin and Exquisitely echoed in agreement. Chapter 17. The breakthrough to Sword Master. The voyage across the vast sea was undeniably tedious. Litai diligently practiced his swordsmanship on the deck, while Sigibin fished idly. And Exquisitely engrossed herself in a book. How much longer until we reach our destination? Sigibin rested his head on his hands, turning to Exquisitely with a question. Soon, we should arrive in a few hours. Exquisitely replied. By the way, why are we heading to Frost Moon Village? Sigibin asked, glancing at Litai, who was diligently training. Because there is a hidden swordsman there, and I believe I can break through to the Swordmaster realm. Litai replied nonchalantly. Nanny, Swordmaster. Exquisitely and Sigibin looked at Litai in astonishment. The Swordmaster was a legendary realm in the East Sea. I will seek his guidance, and then we shall officially embark on the Grand Line. Litai stated slowly. The stronger our captain, the easier our lives will be. Oh yay, Exquisitely cheered. Accelerate, accelerate, set course for Frost Moon Village. After a swift voyage, Litai and his companions finally arrived ahead of schedule at Frost Moon Village. Master, Master, pirates have entered the village. A group of small children exclaimed to the refined Frost Moon Jingsalang in his dojo. Pirates, you say? Jingsalang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured. Before long, Litai and his companions reached their destination, where a middle-aged man donned in glasses with an affable demeanor awaited them, having already prepared tea for their arrival. Upon sensing the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Litai, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Greetings, Mr. Jingsalang. I am Waldka Litai, captain of the Libra pirate crew. I have come today to seek your guidance. Litai bowed respectfully to Jingsalang. Welcome, distant guests. Please, take a seat. Jingsalang replied calmly. Boss, are you sure this is the hidden master you were looking for? Sigibin questioned, eyeing Jingsalang, who resembled an ordinary neighbor. Indeed, is he not just an ordinary uncle? Exquisitely added skeptically. Certainly, it is him. Litai replied with a serious expression. Upon entering the dojo, he had already been enveloped by a profound sword intent that made it difficult for him to advance, compelling him to pause and deeply comprehend this aura. However, this sword intent had no effect on Sigibin and Exquisitely, who did not practice swordsmanship. Boss, why are you standing still? Sigibin asked curiously after taking a few steps forward and noticing Litai's closed eyes and unmoving stance. Esteemed guests, it would be best if you did not disturb that young friend. He is experiencing his own opportunity. Instead, why not enjoy a taste of my tea artistry? Jingsalang smiled as he addressed Sigibin and Exquisitely. Very well, thank you, sir. Sigibin and Exquisitely politely thanked as they took their seats before Jingsalang. Not at all. Jingsalang replied. As moments ticked by, the sword intent surrounding Litai grew ever stronger. Crack! A sharp sound pierced the air. And at that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Litai. Feeling his body, he exhaled deeply. He had finally mastered the rootless sword technique, and his swordsmanship had transcended to the sword master realm. Thank you for your guidance. Sir, I am immensely grateful. Litai bowed in appreciation as the surrounding sword intent dissipated. Not at all, young sir. It is your extraordinary talent that has brought you here. Your potential far exceeds that of my wandering disciple. Jingsalang responded with a smile. Disciple? Exquisitely asked, puzzled. Indeed, his name is Roranoa Zorode. He set sail long ago. I wonder how he is faring now. That little rascal, Jingsalang remarked, feeling both pride and exasperation when mentioning Zoro. Ha ha. If you ever cross paths with my disciple, it would be delightful if you could teach him a lesson. Exquisitely chuckled. Zoro is my brother's designated crew member. Finding him will not be difficult. Litai mused inwardly. If I encounter Zoro, I shall certainly convey your message, sir, Litai assured, sitting before Exquisitely. Sir, first and foremost, thank you for your guidance. However, I would still like to spar with you, to ascertain how far I am from the pinnacle of mastery. Gazing at the seemingly harmless Exquisitely, Litai was now utterly convinced that he was a top-tier swordsman, yet he still wished to test his limits. Very well. Follow me. A battle within the village could be catastrophic. Frostmoon Gengsi beheld the resolute gaze of Litai, casually seizing a sword from the nearby rack as he stood and smiled, making his way outside. Litai hurriedly followed suit. What shall we do now that the captain has left? Bai Jelly and Sijibin exchanged glances, contemplating whether to follow, yet their own insufficient strength rendered them hesitant, especially after feeling the overwhelming aura that had emanated from Litai moments before. Let us remain here. After all, it is merely a sparring match. Our captain is not in any peril, Sijibin suggested after a brief moment of reflection that in truth, his prowess was not insignificant in the East China Sea. For he had managed to navigate through battles against the scarred pirate crew with relative ease. However, Litai's combat capabilities had transcended the boundaries of the East China Sea, making Sijibin's own strength appear rather meager in comparison. Indeed, I concur that waiting here is prudent, Bai Jelly nodded in agreement. Although she had studied some self-defense techniques, they were merely superficial, lacking in substance. The thought of participating in the battle filled her with trepidation. Her petite frame would hardly withstand any significant danger. Boom! Shortly thereafter, two formidable oars erupted from the rear mountains of Frostmoon Village. A devil fruit user, wielding the six-sword style, I presume, Gengsi mused, his eyes lighting up as he observed the four swords levitating beside Litai. Indeed, a user of the Niannian Fruit, a six-sword style swordsman, Litai stood poised, addressing Gengsi with unwavering focus. Truly, the younger waves of the Yangtze River surmount the older ones, Gengsi remarked, feeling the weight of Litai's formidable resolve. Then, young Litai, you may make the first move, Gengsi proposed. The six-sword dance was unleashed by Litai, who dared not underestimate his opponent, striking towards Gengsi with determination. Young man. The most powerful swords are often the simplest. It is frequently the most unadorned techniques that wield the greatest might, Gengsi imparted sagely. Thank you for your guidance, Litai replied. Bowing respectfully, he gazed at the shattered remnants of his six swords, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. The blades he wielded were merely ordinary swords, now rendered useless, fragmented into pieces. It seems I must procure new swords. Yet, it is not without merit. My recently attained realm has indeed stabilized, Litai murmured, after the contest. They took a moment to recuperate and, following a procurement of supplies in Frostmoon Village, resumed their journey towards the Grand Line. Chapter 18. Recruiting crew members. Captain, we have arrived at Rogue Town, Bai Jelly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she surveyed the quaint town before them. Is this truly the place where the Pirate King met his fate? Sijibin pondered aloud. Let us go. I too wish to witness the legendary Rogue Town, Litai responded with enthusiasm. They docked their ship at the harbor and hastened towards Rogue Town. Report, Commander Smoker, a pirate ship has arrived at the port. It has not yet surrendered. A soldier informed the commander seated in his office. Another group of foolish pirates seeking to tread the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. Let us ensure their dreams are buried beneath my might. Smoker remarked coolly, puffing on two cigars. Rally the soldiers and encircle their vessel, Smoker commanded. Yes, Commander, the soldier replied. Woo, delicious. This food is exquisite. My palate has grown weary at sea. I must find a chef. A young boy lamented through tears as he feasted in a restaurant at Grolo Town, lamenting the lack of culinary skill among his three crewmates, one a wandering drifter and the other a pampered heiress. Boss, 10 more bowls of rice, Litai declared, clutching his belly. The patrons gawked at the boy in astonishment. Dear heavens, this is outrageous, the owner exclaimed. This item, that item, and the captain's as well. Yes, package them all, Bai Jelly chimed in. For she was the affluent member of their pirate crew, having received a considerable sum of berries from her father as spending money. When Sijibin and Litai heard the amount, they were taken aback, as they had never encountered such wealth. Isn't that the so-called poison chef? Get out. You are not welcome here. Yes, get out. You are not welcome here. Ah, a culinary competition? Just as Kraly was indulging in his meal, Sijabin was drawn to a commotion nearby. A chef? Oh, a chef? I can no longer tolerate the coarse fare prepared by the captain. I must find a top-tier chef. Sijabin's eyes sparkled at the mention of the cooking contest. Excellent. The competition is about to commence, with these esteemed judges presiding. The rules are simple. The chef with the highest total score shall be declared the winner. Let the competition begin, as the host's words echoed. Chefs began to showcase their culinary prowess. Remarkable. Is this truly cooking? This is nothing short of an art form, Sijabin exclaimed with delight. Indeed, I concur. This is far superior to the captain's rough fare. Absolutely. Ah, Miss Bijeli. Captain Litai, Sijabin exclaimed, startled to see the two familiar figures beside him. Indeed, those two were the coincidental acquaintances, Bijeli and Litai. Returning to half an hour prior, young man, there is a culinary competition today. Given your impressive appetite, why not savor the creations of the finest chefs in the East China Sea? Our little establishment has run out of ingredients, all consumed by you, the restaurant owner lamented. Oh, a culinary competition. Thank you, kind sir, Litai replied, realizing that he had devoured all the food at the small eatery. The prospect of a culinary competition piqued his interest, for he had long intended to recruit a chef. Though he occasionally took on the role of cook aboard his ship, it was only in the capacity of a voracious eater. He had grown weary of his crew's teasing and decided to take a chance. Perhaps he would find a chef after all? Oh, Captain. Ah, Bijeli. Your timing is impeccable. Could you help me settle the bill? Litai said, his face lighting up upon seeing her approach. How much is it? Bijeli inquired. 800,000 berries. The owner calculated with fingers. What? 800,000 for a single meal. Are you robbing me? Bijeli exclaimed in outrage. This young man consumed everything we had. The owner waved dismissively. You gluttonous captain, are you a bottomless pit? Bijeli scolded Litai. Not at all. I merely ate until I was moderately full, Litai replied innocently. Humph, then I shall leave these expenses to you. Bijeli pointed to the large bag behind her. With pleasure, leave it to me. Litai responded awkwardly, eyeing the hefty burden. Using his powers, Litai activated his devil fruit ability, levitating the large bag and trailing behind his companions that I shall attend the culinary competition. Let us find a chef to join our crew, Litai declared with excitement. A chef? Hooray, Bijeli cheered. How convenient it is to procure goods this way. After walking a short distance, Sijabin remarked enviously at Litai's ability. Ha ha, I shall find you a devil fruit in the future, Litai laughed heartily. Thank you, Captain, Bijeli teased, sticking out her tongue. Thus unfolded the scene moments ago. The finals of the culinary competition are about to commence. On the elevated stage, a statuesque female chef and a middle-aged chef faced each other, brimming with tension. Isn't that the so-called flame maiden, Carmen? Litai mused, recalling the tall woman adorned with a large rose at her waist. Remembering how she had lost to Sanji in a previous contest, it appears she arrived here early to await Sanji. Congratulations to our Miss Carmen for achieving the highest score and claiming the title of champion chef. The judge announced resoundingly. Rather than allowing her to fade into obscurity, it may be better to render her unconscious and bring her aboard my ship. I hope she makes a wise choice. Litai mused, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Master, you have worked hard. Master, please have some water. After the competition, Carmen was surrounded by her two apprentices, Leo and Jose. Litai, accompanied by Sijabin and Bijeli, approached them. Who are you? Leo and Jose regarded the trio warily. We are the Libra pirate crew. I am Captain Waldka Litai. Litai introduced himself with confidence. I am Fonia Bijeli. Accompanied by Claire and Kisben, the three of us introduced ourselves. Pirates, exclaimed Leo and Jose in astonishment. Oh, pirates, what do you want from me? Carmen stepped forward, her curiosity piqued. Ahem, our captain wishes to invite you to join our ship as our chef. Kisben coughed slightly as he spoke. Interesting. Why would I want to be your chef? Carmen rolled her eyes, though she found the three before her quite attractive. Could good looks grant them any privilege? Why not explore the world in this minuscule place? How many ingredients can you possibly find to create gourmet dishes? Don't think that your words will compel us to set sail with you. Leo and Jose shouted in unison. I in this tiny realm. To create better cuisine. Carmen murmured to herself. Indeed, Lytle chuckled. Very well, I shall join you on your ship. But you must also take my 2 apprentices along, for I require assistance while I cook, Carmen stated to Lytle. After all, it seemed to her that there were no competitors in this area. Then welcome to the Libra pirate crew. Lytle laughed heartily. Oh yeah, we have a chef now. No more of the captain's cooking. Baijiali and Kisben joyfully leaped into the air. Bang. Humph, is my cooking that bad? Yet you still ate it. Lytle grumbled through clenched teeth. Hee, this ship doesn't seem too bad, Carmen chuckled, covering her mouth as she observed the 2 with bumps on their heads. Kisben and Baijiali. Chapter 19. Ghost Spider. I still need to buy a few knives and explore the town. Lytle suddenly smacked his forehead. You fool. What have you been doing in town for so long? Kisben exclaimed, clutching his head. I went to eat. Of course. Lytle replied nonchalantly. Damn it. You've started being unreliable again. Kisben shouted in frustration. Miss Carmen, you must be familiar with this place. Could you show us around? This is our first visit. Baijiali added eagerly as he still needed to write his nautical diary. No problem at all. Carmen responded with delight. Under Carmen's guidance, Lytle successfully purchased 6 finely crafted iron knives. He also spotted Zoro's Sandai Kitetsu. Yet he refrained from touching it, for that blade was destined to protect Luffy in the future. After touring the Rogers departure platform, the group felt somewhat disinterested, and after Carmen bought some essential supplies, they headed back to the Libra. It seems a group of uninvited friends has surrounded our companions. As Lytle walked, his observation hockey activated, revealing a swarm of Navy soldiers encircling the Libra. What? Kisben and the others asked in confusion. You all should set sail on the Libra first. I will deal with the enemies and come find you, Lytle instructed. With a thought, he initiated the ability to fly, soaring towards the direction of the ship. They can fly. Devil fruit users. This is troublesome, Smoker remarked, puffing on 2 cigars. A bunch of foolish pirates. Luckily, I'm here on a mission today. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to handle this group of dim-witted pirates. Pirates deserve to die, a fierce-looking Navy officer with 3 arms on his back added. Then let us see what you can do. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Smoker, though somewhat displeased with the individual before him, acknowledged the rank of the man standing in front of him. This Ghost Spider Vice Admiral had been pursuing a group of pirates through the Grand Line and unexpectedly encountered this situation. Stay here. I sense a formidable presence nearby. I will catch up after I send everyone to the ship, Lytle commanded. Understood, Captain. Kisben and the others hastily raised the sails. White Fist, barrier. Bang. Lytle, already prepared, activated his fruit ability to create a barrier. The 2 forces colliding fiercely. Captain Lytle. The crew heard the call and saw Lytle enveloped in thick smoke, prompting their worried shouts that I'm fine. You all go ahead. Is this a natural type fruit? The smoke fruit. As the smoke dissipated, Lytle observed Smoker, who was sporting a pair of cigars and wearing hockey-infused seastone gloves, resembling a delinquent. Indeed, I am the Smoke Man, Smoker, who has consumed the smoke fruit, Smoker stated, his expression grave as he regarded Lytle. I am Valdecart Lytle, who has consumed the thought fruit. If that is all the strength you possess, you cannot stop me. Lytle laughed heartily at Smoker. Humph, whether you can be stopped, we shall see, Smoker retorted. White Serpent, bang. Do you think you can stop me? Your strength is insufficient, Lytle scoffed at Smoker, who was sent flying. Armament hockey, why does a strong figure like you appear in the East Blue, the weakest sea? Smoker, still airborne, questioned, bewildered. I have heard that hockey counters natural type fruits. Today, I shall satisfy my curiosity. You are too weak, Navy officer. If you have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. My companions have already gone far. Lytle replied with a nonchalant smile, trying to leave. Do you think you can escape today? A tall figure, smoking a cigar, approached, wielding 6 swords at a formidable opponent. Lytle's observation hockey went into overdrive, causing him to become serious. His sword trembling violently in his hand. Another swordsman. But all pirates deserve to die and be imprisoned and impelled down, Ghost Spider said disdainfully. Navy Vice Admiral, 8-sword flow Ghost Spider, captain of the Libra pirate crew. 6-sword flow Valdecart Lytle. Lytle drew his swords, preparing for battle. Whirlwind sword dance. Ghost Spider unleashed a powerful slash, creating a whirlwind that surged toward Lytle, who countered with his own sword dance. Vice Admiral, if that is all the strength you possess, you cannot stop me, Lytle taunted. Foolish pirate, die. Ghost Spider charged at Lytle, who met him head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The intense clash between the 2 stirred the ocean into a frenzy, Sword Union, Lytle shouted, his sword transforming into a massive blade aimed at Ghost Spider. Whirlwind, feeling the overwhelming aura of the sword, Ghost Spider sensed death looming and exerted all his strength to defend himself. Boom! After a fierce exchange, Ghost Spider found himself at a disadvantage, sent flying and crashing into a nearby building. Thought flight. Navy, you are strong, but to capture me now, you are still lacking, Lytle declared, stepping on his sword and addressing Ghost Spider before soaring toward the direction of the Libra. Damn it, cursed pirate. Ghost Spider spat blood. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, are you all right? Smoker approached, inquiring. I'm fine. Report this incident to headquarters. A powerful new force has emerged in the Grand Line. Ghost Spider, propping himself up with his sword, glared at the now calm sea in anger. Yes, Smoker replied, retrieving a din mushy from his pocket. Moshi, this is Rogue Town. Please connect me to headquarters. We have just encountered an attack from pirates. Smoker spoke into the device. What? A shocked voice came through the din mushy. Yes, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is here, but we were unable to intercept them, and he has been injured, Smoker replied. Understood. I will transfer you to Admiral Sengoku. The voice on the other end responded. Moshi, is Ghost Spider there? Please provide me with a report. Sengoku's voice came through the din mushy. All right, I require a complete report, after receiving a brief overview of the events. Admiral Sengoku spoke sternly into the din mushy. Yes, look, it's Captain Lytle, Jose exclaimed to the group. Captain, we're here. Leo waved excitedly. Ha, everyone, let us celebrate. Welcome our new companion. Lytle stood at the bow of the ship, calling out. Under Carmen's direction, a bountiful spread of food and drink soon adorned the table before everyone. Ahem, Miss Carmen, could you make me a glass of fresh orange juice? Lytle asked, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. Huh. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and of course, apart from the already well-informed Siggy, who knew that Litai would not consume alcohol, he too erupted into laughter. At your service, my esteemed Captain Carmen, he said with a smile directed at Litai. Thank you, Litai expressed his gratitude, and shortly thereafter, Carmen presented him with a large glass of orange juice. To freedom, my friends, Litai joyfully proclaimed, raising his orange juice high. To our dreams, the others echoed, lifting their glasses filled with wine and excitement. To the Grand Line, they cheered as laughter and merriment enveloped the group, gradually weaving them into a cohesive team. Chapter 20. Finally arriving at the Grand Line, before them loomed the upside-down mountain on the Red Line. The very entranced to the Grand Line. Captain, at that moment, the crew gathered in the meeting room, where Baijiali spoke with a grave expression. Is this the Red Line? The barrier that has thwarted countless pirates in their pursuit of dreams and claimed many lives at sea. Carmen murmured, her beautiful face reflecting a serious concern. Will we perish? Leo and Jose exclaimed, clutching each other in terror. Fools, do you not believe in Miss Jelly's navigational skills? Siggy yelled at the two who were sowing discord among the crew. Gritting his teeth in anger, Sile and Jose, bearing the weight of their anxiety, looked on with tearful eyes. I have faith in our navigator. She will surely lead us safely to the Grand Line. Litai said, his demeanor calm, setting an example amidst the chaos. Now then, my comrades, entrust your safety to me. Everything must proceed according to my command. Can you all do that? Baijiali raised her hand, affirming her support. Yes, the crew responded in unison, and they began to move toward the deck. Litai ascended the lookout tower, while Leo and Jose took the helm, adjusting the sails to catch the wind, and Baijiali stood at the bow, ready for action. Carmen and Siggy remained vigilant, observing the surroundings for any unforeseen dangers. As they progressed, the weather began to turn increasingly severe. The currents have shifted. Crew, Captain, lower the sails and navigate with the current. Baijiali instructed. Understood, Litai replied, retracting all the sails as the scales, sped swiftly along the current. Wow, Carmen's lovely face displayed a mixture of shock and Is this truly the fabled Red Line? Siggy remarked, unable to conceal his astonishment at the towering landmass. Goodness, how naive I was. I've only seen this in animations before. Witnessing it in reality is simply monstrous. It's thrilling beyond measure, Litai exclaimed in amazement. Hard to port, Baijiali shouted as the entrance drew closer. Received, Miss Jelly. Leo and Jose strained to pull the helm to the left. Crew, sail straight ahead. They safely navigated along the current, propelled upwards as the waters surged. The crew cried out in exhilaration. Flying, Litai quickly employed his fruit abilities, enveloping the scales in a vast psychic force. However, due to inertia, the impact on his mental capacity was severe. After a period of struggle, the ship gradually began to float in the air, its speed slowly diminishing. Long live the captain! The crew cheered as the scales descended gently to sea level. Captain, are you all right? The crew asked anxiously as they witnessed Litai tumble from the mast. I'm fine. The power of nature is indeed terrifying. Litai gasped, his face pale as he gazed at the disappearing upside-down mountain, overwhelmed with trepidation. Indeed, the crew nodded in agreement, realizing they had narrowly escaped a perilous encounter. No wonder they say the Grand Line is a graveyard for pirates. The entrance is fraught with such challenges, Litai mused, glancing back at the receding mountain. What a pity we didn't encounter Labon. I would have loved to pay him a visit, but we shall meet again next time. He thought to himself, reflecting on how his use of his fruit abilities allowed them to bypass Twin Cape, missing the legendary ship's doctor and the colossal island whale Labon. All right, crew, to celebrate our successful arrival at the Grand Line, let us hold a feast, Litai exclaimed with a broad smile. Hooray! The crew cheered. Suddenly, Baijiali gasped. What's the matter, Jelly? The crew asked, sensing the abrupt shift in atmosphere. The log pose has malfunctioned. She pointed in horror at the wildly spinning compass. They understood that without a functioning log pose at sea, they would be akin to headless flies, potentially starving aboard the ship without any islands to resupply, its likely due to the Grand Line's magnetic field being stronger than that of the East Blue. Carmen pondered aloud. Carmen is right. We must rely on luck for our navigation now. If we encounter a small island, we can purchase a new log pose for the Grand Line, Litai said cheerfully. So, let us continue our feast. Our fate is in the hands of the scales. He laughed heartily. Boom! Who is so disrespectful? A thunderous roar echoed as a massive tsunami surged toward them. Brothers, set sail and accelerate. Litai commanded, seeing the approaching wave, and the scales appeared as a mere ant in its path. Full speed ahead. No one can hinder my path, not even the heavens. Charge, Litai urged, activating his fruit abilities to navigate against the wind. Charge, the crew echoed. Yay, we made it. The crew sighed in relief as the tumultuous sea gradually calmed. Thank goodness we didn't encounter the same predicament as Luffy when they set sail, without a log pose. We surely would have perished. Litai lay on his designated recliner, his pallor indicating the strain of their ordeal. Captain, there's a small island ahead. Siggy, observing from the lookout, shouted joyfully. What? An island? Litai sprang to life, quickly grabbing his binoculars. Ha! Brothers, fate has spared us. Let us head toward that island, he declared excitedly. All right, it was an uninhabited island, suitable only for rest. It seems our plans to procure a log pose have been dashed, Baijiali said with some disappointment. No worries, Jelly, that I believe we will encounter an inhabited island next time. Carmen comforted her, embracing her shoulder. Indeed, let us rejoice and continue our unfinished feast, Litai chimed in with enthusiasm. Let the feast begin. Leo and Jose hurriedly transported the kitchen tools and ingredients from the ship to the island. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the once desolate island began to resonate with laughter. Is someone daring enough to disrupt the scales? Litai, sipping his juice, sensed a disturbance through his observation hockey. He spotted two shadowy figures aboard the scales. A smirk forming on his lips. Activate. Send a wave of mental energy towards them. The two figures froze, their expressions becoming vacant and dazed. Little thieves, do you think you can disrupt my feast repeatedly? Litai said coldly. What are you doing, Captain? Siggy asked, perplexed by Litai's murmurs. Drinking. To our successful entry into the Grand Line. Cheers. I want to create a complete nautical chart for my father, ensuring he won't face dangers when he ventures into the sea for trade. I aspire to be a powerful adventurer, sailing freely across these waters. I shall find the legendary All Blue and become the greatest chef in the world. Following Master Carmen is our greatest goal, to possess formidable strength and protect those dear to me. That is my ultimate dream. Listening to his inebriated companions muttering to themselves, Litai whispered softly. He then proceeded to carry all his comrades aboard the ship, gently placing them in their respective quarters and quietly closing the doors. Aren't these the two notorious thieves from Clockwork Island? He mused. Who would have thought we would be washed ashore here? It seems our next destination has revealed itself. Approaching the two intruders, he observed their contrasting figures, a large and a small one, his brow slightly furrowing as their silhouettes gradually overlapped. It appears my newfound abilities are finally ready for experimentation, but I distinctly recall that Clockwork Island is home to 2 users of devil fruit powers, Litai remarked with a cold smile. He lit a cigarette. Opting not to release the thieves from his control, fearing that their awakening might disturb his crew, it would be prudent to wait until his comrades were awake before addressing the 2 before him. An extraordinary life, a world of freedom. Here I come, he exclaimed as he quickly finished his cigarette, extinguishing the ember before calling out to the sea. Chapter 21. Clockwork Island, eh? Who are those guys? Boss, why are they on our ship? Asked CK, along with his curious companions, gazing at the bound thieves and turning to Litai for answers. And what is the situation with them? I feel as if they're under some sort of control. Jelly remarked, tapping the head of the little brat beside her. Heh, they attempted to steal our ship last night and fell victim to my powers, Litai explained with a smile. The captain's abilities are truly formidable. CK gulped. Odd. Indeed. Moreover, our captain is already a swordsman, and combined with this extraordinary devil fruit power, he is simply monstrous. Jelly nodded in agreement. What, the legendary swordsman? Exclaimed Carmen and his companions, who had recently joined the crew. They had witnessed Litai's extraordinary powers, but were unaware of his status as a swordsman. It seems our captain is quite formidable, Carmen said, covering his mouth with a grin. Heh, that is certainly the case. Henceforth, I shall assign you all training tasks. Being weak is not an option. But first, let us deal with these 2, Litai replied with a subtle smile. Understood, the group responded in unison, with a flick of his hand. Litai released his control over the devil fruit powers, and soon, the elder Bolid slowly opened his eyes. Being older, his mental fortitude surpassed that of Aki's, allowing him to awaken first. Where are we? Aki's, what happened? Release us, Bolid shouted in anger, struggling as he saw the unconscious Aki's and Litai's group. Did he realize they had encountered a formidable opponent, and their plan had backfired? Bolid shook his head, recalling only that they had intended to steal the ship, but had unexpectedly lost consciousness. Bolid, my head hurts so much. Aki's groaned as he gradually opened his eyes. What is going on? He asked Bolid, who was also bound. Now, you can tell us who you are and why you are on our ship. He's unapproached, inquiring. If you don't speak, you might meet your demise, Litai warned ominously. Gulp. So powerful, even stronger than King Xiong. Aki swallowed hard. Please, don't harm Aki's. I will talk. He is just a child. Let him go. Bolid pleaded, out of breath. No problem. Leo, Jose, untie them, Litai instructed. Thank you. Bolid expressed his gratitude. We are the Sea Thief Brothers. I am Bolid. And this is my younger brother Aki's. We had our sights set on the legendary diamond clock on Clockwork Island. But that island is currently under the control of a formidable pirate crew known as the Poker Pirates. We intended to lure you here to create a diversion for our heist. Bolid explained awkwardly. The legendary diamond clock, CK exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Bolid affirmed. Boss, let us head to Clockwork Island. We can pick up a log post there, Jelly added with enthusiasm. We're running low on provisions. I need to stock up on food. Some people eat too much, Carmen reproached, casting a glance at certain individuals. Ahem, decided then. Please, lead the way, Litai said, scratching his nose awkwardly while raising his hand. All right. After a period of sailing, under Bolid's guidance, the group finally arrived safely at Clockwork Island. This really Clockwork Island. The Grand Line is truly remarkable. Can such architecture genuinely exist? Litai mused in they docked the ship. The towering Clockwork Island left everyone astonished. This is indeed Clockwork Island. These stone steps were constructed to prevent enemy invasions, equipped with numerous traps, and at the center, there will be an elevator we can sneak up once the dark door opens at dusk. Bolid explained. Captain, we're counting on you. CK smiled at Lita. No problem. Litai replied with a grin. Hey, are you all even listening to me? Bolid exclaimed in frustration. We are, but we don't have time to wait for dusk. Litai said with a sly smile, narrowing his eyes. Flight. Litai bestowed upon each member 2 layers of his devil fruit powers, and they soared into the sky, ascending to the highest point. We're flying? Bolid exclaimed. We're actually flying. Aki's cheered, dancing with excitement. Incredible. This pirate crew is astonishing. Finally, Clockwork Island can rid itself of King Xiong's tyranny. Bolid whispered joyfully. Soon, they reached the summit, where a gentle breeze caressed them, leaving everyone feeling invigorated. Look, that is Clockwork Town, and over there is Poker Castle. The clock hanging at the top is the world's first clock made entirely of diamonds. Bolid exclaimed happily. You all go procure supplies. I will seize the clock atop that castle, Litai instructed. Be careful, Captain. Boss, please take care, Carmen urged as he, Leo, and Jose made their way towards the town, while Gizbun and By Jelly eagerly followed suit. All right, you may go now. I'll find you once I settle this matter, Litai said, narrowing his eyes. Do you not need me to brief you on the situation? Bolid asked, a hint of worry in his voice. No need. Litai replied cheerfully. Flight. Litai drew all his swords, channeling his thoughts into them before soaring towards Poker Castle. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the grand Poker Castle was cleaved in two. The commotion drew everyone's attention. Truly, our captain is powerful, a veritable monster. Carmen and the others marveled. What just happened? Why has Poker Castle been split in half? Is King Xiang planning to destroy Clockwork Island? The inhabitants of Clockwork Island emerged from their homes. Watching the unfolding chaos and terror, we actually attempted to steal from such a powerhouse. Akis, from now on, let us leave this life behind and search for your parents. Perhaps they are waiting for you somewhere. Bolid said bitterly to Akis beside him that I will heed Brother Bolid's words. Akis replied, his body rigid. Chapter 22. Submission. Who dares to attack me? The king, a figure resembling a bear, roared as he charged forward. It is I, Litai responded, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the charging King Xiong. You? Who are you? The king asked, perplexed. Boss, that's the captain of the Libra pirate crew. Waldka Litai, with a bounty of 55 million berries, a figure carrying a gas can, adorned with the letter A, pointed at a wanted poster. Damn it, how did the Libra pirates end up on Clockwork Island? A beautiful woman seethed, gritting her teeth. Oh, you're all here, that saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Litai smiled at the 5 individuals before him. Humph, we have not wronged you. Why do you seek to attack us? The King of Bears roared with a menacing atmosphere. Alas, I have received a tip-off from a benevolent soul, stating that you are enslaving the island's inhabitants to construct a perilous weapon. My heart is kind, and I simply cannot tolerate your reckless antics. Litai responded with a smile. How despicable! What of the bounty of 55 million berries? Brothers, charge. The members of the Poker Pirate crew surged forward. Following the 5 in front, boom, a dark crimson aura erupted from Litai's being. Indeed, he had now mastered the ability to unleash his conqueror's haki autonomously, though he could not control its range. The 5 at the forefront were most severely affected. Yet their strength allowed them to remain standing. However, the other pirates, lacking their fortitude, were left unconscious. What is this power? The King of Bears asked, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Heh, would you like to learn? Disband your pirate crew, and you 5 can join mine. I shall teach you, Litai said, approaching those immobilized by his haki with a smile. The pirate flag is our faith. We can never abandon it. Even if we perish here, the King of Bears declared fiercely. Indeed, even if we die here, we shall never forsake our beliefs, echoed the other 4 in unison. The King of Bears, with a bounty of 11 million berries. Stinky Weasel, a paramecia-type user of the steel fruit with a bounty of 6 million berries. Clown, a paramecia-type user of the gas fruit with a bounty of 9.9 million berries. Pig Jack, a paramecia-type user of the needle fruit with a bounty of 3.2 million berries. And Sweetheart Queen, a paramecia-type user of the sticky fruit with a bounty of 7.8 million berries. These were their credentials, and I have not erred in my assertions, have I? Litai said with narrowed eyes and a smile. So what if you have? The King of Bears gritted his teeth. Heh, you all possess devil fruit abilities, yet you are content to languish in this small place, pursuing an unrealistic dream of becoming the Pirate King. You are akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the vastness of the sky, Litai scoffed. Brat, what did you say? The group shouted angrily at Litai. Is it not true? At the forefront of the Grand Line lies the New World, where the strong gather, masters abound, and the 4 emperors reign. Even the Navy dares not intrude too deeply. What makes you think you can sit upon the throne of the Pirate King from this insignificant island? Litai questioned, perplexed. Could it be that we truly are just frogs at the bottom of a well? The 5, subdued by Litai's fervent words and the pressure of his haki, murmured, I can promise you this. When your strength earns my recognition one day, I shall allow you to establish your own crew, and the Poker Pirate crew can become a subsidiary of the Zodiac Pirate crew, Litai continued. Really? You would truly allow the Poker Pirate crew's flag to fly once more? The King of Bears exclaimed, filled with excitement. I disdain deceit. Had you not been so reckless with lives, I would have already slain you all. Litai said with a devilish smirk. I am willing to disband the poker pirate crew and join the Zodiac pirate crew. The King of Bears slowly proclaimed, bowing to the ground. And you? Litai's sharp gaze turned to the other four. I too wish to submit. If I remain here, my strength will surely stagnate. I long to contend with the formidable opponents you spoke of. Clown also knelt down. Heh, then I shall require the esteemed captain's care from now on. Sweetheart Queen winked, then gracefully knelt. And what of you two? Pig Jack, Stinky Weasel? Litai inquired, directing his gaze at the two. We too wish to submit. They both knelt in unison. Ha! In that case, everyone rise, attend to the aftermath, then come find me. We shall meet the other comrades, Litai declared cheerfully as the oppressive aura around him dissipated. Yes, Captain, the five exhaled in relief, bowing respectfully. Oh, and if your brothers are willing, discuss with the town's mayor to provide them a legitimate livelihood. Understood. Litai seemed to recall something, turning back as he was about to leave. Captain, is that truly possible? The King of Bears and the others exchanged glances, inquiring. Of course, Litai replied with a slight smile. Thank you, Captain, the five said tearfully, having initially thought that disbanding their crew would leave their comrades adrift at sea. Now they found solace in the prospect of a new path. I shall take my leave now. Once you have settled matters, come find me at the Clock Town. I shall await you there. Litai gently ascended towards Clock Town, leaving the group in a state of astonishment. Since we cannot become the Pirate King, let us support Captain Litai in his quest to claim that title. It does not seem so bad. The King of Bears smiled at the others. Ha ha ha. Witnessing the castle cleaved in two and the fallen foes before us, we find ourselves filled with hope for the future. For in this world, it remains a realm where the strong reign supreme. The captain's strength is indeed terrifying. Oh, you think the dangerous weapon we are secretly researching could harm him? Sweetheart Queen licked her lips and inquired. No, in truth, we have merely confined ourselves to a narrow perspective. Clown shook his head. Heh, we couldn't even move. How could we pose a threat? Even before the battle began, our men were already incapacitated. How could we fight? Stinky Weasel sneered at the unconscious figures. Oh dear, it seems we have allied ourselves with a formidable captain. Pig Jack chuckled as well. Enough, let us swiftly conclude our current matters and seek out the captain. The King of Bears waved his hand, grinning. Indeed, Chapter 23. The Locator Captain. We are here. By Jelly waved her hand. How did it go? Were we able to procure what we needed? Litai descended from the sky. Smiling at By Jelly and the others. Yes, I have purchased a log pose and a navigational chart of the Grand Line. Our next destination should be Kaya Island. By Jelly replied cheerfully. Kaya Island. You say? Sounds promising. Let us set sail for Kaya Island. Oh, and Zyaligia, please also acquire a permanent pointer to the Alabasta Kingdom. Thank you for your hard work. Litai patted By Jelly's head. Certainly, Captain. By Jelly smiled brightly. I'm starving. I need to find something to eat. After that fight, I feel utterly drained. Litai returned to his usual demeanor, slumping as he headed towards a restaurant. After a hearty meal, he made his way to the small shop owned by the mayor and his wife. Ding ding ding. Is anyone home? Litai politely knocked on the door. Who are you? A young woman with glasses emerged, eyeing the unfamiliar visitor enticingly. Hello? You must be the mayor's wife of Clocktown. I am Waldka Litai. I have come to request your assistance. In return, I shall locate your son and take the poker pirate crew away. How does that sound? Litai smiled warmly. My son. Where is he? Upon hearing news of her son, the young woman couldn't help but cover her face in tears. He is with my companions. Is the mayor present? Litai inquired, puzzled. He was called away by the King of Bears. The young woman replied with concern. Very well. I shall pay you half the reward in advance. Litai activated his observation hockey and swiftly located Aki's and borrowed. Flying? Huh. What is happening? Why are we soaring again? Aki's exclaimed in terror. Quiet. Fool, this is Captain Litai's devil fruit ability. Borrowed explained helplessly. Soon, the two were controlled and brought to Litai's side. Captain Litai, did you need us for something? Borrowed, fearing a reckoning, shielded Aki's behind him and cautiously asked, I have received an intriguing piece of information. This young lad behind you is the long-lost son of the mayor's wife. And the proof of his identity lies within a box he has carried since childhood, Litai stated, glancing at Borrowed. What, mother? Upon hearing this news, the two individuals were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Well, the rest is up to you. Borodokli nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, As Borod detailed the events, Akis retrieved the music box he had carried since childhood. "Child, may I have a hug?" he implored. "It is your father and mother who have wronged you." Her previously indifferent demeanor towards Litai and the others had now crumbled, and she spoke through tears, her lips trembling. Litai exchanged a glance with Borod, then quietly stepped outside, leaving the space for the mother and child. "Few I have defeated the poker pirates, and Akis has returned to his parents. What are your plans moving forward? Would you be interested in joining my ship as a pirate?" Litai inquired, lighting a cigarette as he leaned against the railing. Enjoying the gentle breeze and the sight of the verdant, flower-strewn Dial Island. "Well, I am grateful for the captain's kindness, but becoming a pirate is not my dream. My aspiration is to be the world's greatest thief. Therefore, I cannot set sail with you," Borod replied after a moment of contemplation. "Haha, what kind of thief can you be here? If you have the skill, join me in plundering the treasures of the world's nobility. That is what being the greatest thief truly means, that if you join my crew, I guarantee you will become the world's #1 thief," Litai said with a smile. "Stealing from the world's nobility? That sounds rather intriguing. I am grateful for the captain's kindness. I eagerly await the day when I can become the world's greatest thief." Borod's eyes sparkled as he burst into hearty laughter. "The Libra pirates welcome you. Congratulations on becoming our companion," Litai exclaimed, raising his hand to shake Borod's. "I am equally honored to receive your recognition, Captain," Borod responded with a smile. "Now, let us discuss serious matters. You should spend some time with Akis. Once I have what I need crafted, we will depart," Litai stated, observing the approach of the 5 members of the Bear King's crew, along with a middle-aged man who resembled a scientist. "Thank you, Captain," Borod expressed with gratitude, casting a glance at Litai. "Captain, we have negotiated with the mayor. The former members of the poker pirates will now be unified under the mayor's arrangement as part of this island." Bear King informed Litai. "You must be the mayor of Dial Island. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Waldka Litai, and I will leave those former crew members in your capable hands." Litai said to the mayor, "Dear Captain, there is no need for formality. This is my duty, and with so many newcomers, I believe Dial Island will flourish," the mayor replied. Bear King and the others exchanged awkward coughs, as they had previously contributed little to the development of Dial Island, instead acting like pests, oppressing the residents. However, such behavior was typical for pirates, and they were relatively benevolent compared to others who might resort to murder or starvation. "What nonsense! A mistake is a mistake. Have you expressed your gratitude to the mayor?" Litai shot a stern glance at the slightly aggrieved crew members. No need. No need. They have already apologized to me." The mayor quickly waved off. "That's good. Mayor, I would like to request your assistance in crafting an item. I have heard that you are the finest craftsman in town, and if even you cannot produce it, I fear no one here can," Litai said, retrieving the plans he had meticulously designed. "Who designed this? What an exquisite blueprint. What is this?" the mayor exclaimed in astonishment as he took the plans from Litai. Bear King and the others leaned in curiously, but found the schematics incomprehensible, ultimately retreating in mild disappointment. "Can you craft this, Mayor?" Litai asked, casting a sidelong glance at Bear King before addressing the mayor. "Indeed, it is my honor. Please return in 3 days, and I assure you, you will be satisfied," the mayor responded enthusiastically. "Phew, excellent. Thank you, Mayor. You have worked hard." Litai sighed in relief upon hearing that the item could be crafted. This device was an extractor for devil fruit powers, a concept he had envisioned, as only his mind fruit ability could accomplish this. By placing a devil fruit user within this machine and utilizing his ability, he could extract the powers into another storage unit. The success rate was remarkably high. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Upon learning of the dissolution of the poker pirates, the native inhabitants of Dial Island joyfully organized a grand feast to celebrate the new beginning of their home. "This is the item you requested, Captain," the mayor, weary from 3 days and nights of toil, gestured towards the machine before collapsing into slumber. He had worked tirelessly to fulfill Litai's request for the creation of the devil fruit extractor. "Thank you." Litai gently laid the sleeping mayor on a sofa, gazing at the machine with heartfelt gratitude. "This is the ability input port, and this is the ability conversion port. Once we acquire Sea Prism Stone from Wano, it will be foolproof," Litai murmured with satisfaction. He then transported the devil fruit extractor aboard the Libra and carefully placed it in the empty laboratory he had previously reserved. The next day, "Borod, you must remember to visit me," Akis implored with reluctance. "Captain, please be cautious while at sea. The former ordinary crew members of the poker pirates tearfully bid farewell. Amidst the residents' heartfelt goodbyes, the group set sail once more towards Gaia Island. Chapter 24. The Valpo Pirates' Brothers. Gather round, Litai called out after they had sailed for a while beyond Dial Island's territory that it is time to allocate the ship's quarters, assign crew responsibilities, and establish a training schedule. The crew gathered. Litai spoke with satisfaction. Ski will serve as our steward, Baijiali will be our navigator, Cayman will be our chef, Leo and Jose will assist Cayman. Your positions remain unchanged, Litai declared. Yes, Captain, the five responded in unison. You five will begin with basic physical training. Once we encounter suitable devil fruits, I will provide them to you, Litai continued. Now, let me introduce our new companions. Bear King, you will reside in the Leo room. Sweetheart Queen, you will take the Gemini room. Stink, you will occupy the Virgo room. Clown, you will stay in the Aquarius room. Borod, you will be in the Cancer room. I am Scorpio. Ski is Capricorn. Baijiali is Taurus. Cayman is Aries. Leo and Jose are Pisces. As for the Libra room, no one is permitted to enter without my explicit permission. Understood? Litai said with a serious tone. Understood, Captain, the crew joyfully replied. Then let us welcome our new companions with a feast. Litai proclaimed. Hooray! They cheered in delight. With more members aboard, the atmosphere became lively, and it finally felt somewhat like a pirate crew. Litai grinned widely at the bow of the ship, raising a glass of Cayman specially made juice. Murmuring to the sea, indeed, our strength has significantly improved. Cayman approached, also raising a glass of juice and smiling. Haha, indeed, our strength has grown, Litai exclaimed. A brighter future. Cheers, he toasted, lifting his juice towards the crew. Cheers, I finally understand why pirates enjoy holding feasts. Sailing the vast ocean can be exceedingly dull. I must find something to occupy my time. Litai mused, gazing at the endless sea. Sailing can be exhilarating at times, but utterly tedious at others. Brothers, gather round, Litai called to the disheartened crew. What is it, Captain? They queried, drawn to his attention. Strengthen your abilities. I am instituting a training regimen starting today, and everyone must participate, including myself, Litai said with a mischievous grin. What is it? The crew inquired, intrigued. From today onward, devil fruit users must submerge themselves in the sea to adapt to the ocean's suppression of their powers, followed by 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups, and 10,000 squats, without utilizing their devil fruit abilities to cheat. Not only must those who do not possess the powers of the devil fruit venture into the sea to hone their physical prowess, but they are also tasked with performing 5,000 push-ups, 5,000 sit-ups, and 5,000 squats each day. This is to lay a solid foundation for their future awakening of hockey. I shall impart the techniques for awakening hockey to you shortly, Lita declared to the crowd. I object, Captain, came a voice. Objection is futile, Lita laughed heartily in response. After 2 weeks of grueling training under Lita's relentless regimen, the crew noticed significant improvements in their abilities. Among them, the Bear King successfully awakened his armament hockey, while the Sweetheart Queen awakened her observation hockey. Even Lita's own strength had surged considerably, with his Conqueror's hockey continuing to grow, his armament hockey enveloping his entire body, and his observation hockey expanding in range. While his swordsmanship reached the pinnacle of mid-level swordsmanship. As for the others, although their physiques had strengthened, none had awakened hockey yet. Suddenly, a cannonball exploded beside the Libra, sending a spray of seawater into the air, prompting the training crew to instantly enter battle mode. This is a warning. Skib, his face darkened, glared at the pirate crew behind them, which was twice the size of the Libra. A malevolent aura, yet another group of despicable individuals. Lita remarked, his expression equally grim. Waha. You on the pirate ship ahead. You were surrounded. Hand over all the treasures aboard your vessel. A harsh voice rang out, reaching Lita and the others. What insolence. Which pirate crew dares to be so arrogant? The Bear King gritted his teeth in anger. Golly, bring the ship closer. You shall test the fruits of your training over the past half-month. I will not intervene. Even if you perish, I shall only annihilate the opposing pirate crew in revenge. They wish to seize our treasures, so let us take their spoils instead. Lita coolly instructed the eager crew to by the way, leave the devil fruit users alive for me. Thank you. Lita seemed to recall something and continued. Understood, Captain, the crew responded in unison as the Libra edged closer to the massive pirate ship. Wah! Those who recognize the situation are wise. Do you see? This is the might of this lord. These little pirates have no choice but to obey me. Indeed, with the captain present, what waves can those little pirates possibly stir? The unpleasant voice echoed once more, accompanied by a chorus of sycophantic remarks. All right, we are close enough. You may proceed. I shall see you off. Lita said with a wicked grin as he gauged the distance to the enormous pirate ship. Fly, go forth, my comrades, seize all their treasures, and show them a taste of our might. With a thought, Lita propelled the crew toward the massive pirate vessel. Help me, save me, what manner of monsters are you? The pirates on the opposing ship screamed as Skib and his companions mercilessly slaughtered them. Hee hee, how amusing, Lita mused, resting his chin on his hand, a glass of orange juice in the other, as he watched the sea turn crimson with blood and the anguished cries of the pirates echoed in his ears. Oh, look at all those fish in the sea. A fierce glint flashed in Lita's eyes as he spoke with a chilling tone. Sword dance. As Lita leapt into the water, the pirates felt as though they had entered a hellish realm. Limbs and bodies littered the ocean, and flying swords harvested lives, while blood-curdling screams filled the air. Half an hour later. Hey, hey, hey. You are far too slow. It has taken you a whole half hour, Lita remarked, glancing at the diamond clock hanging nearby with dissatisfaction. Captain, there were too many of them. We have killed until our hands are sore, the sweetheart queen whined, shaking her hands. This is the captain of the opposing crew. According to him, he was once a king. The people we have slain are his guards, and he is a devil fruit user, though I am unsure of the exact fruit. It is rather peculiar. The Bear King said as he tossed a lecherous man before Lita. Sk, who are you again? I feel like I have seen you before, Lita remarked, feigning thoughtfulness as he looked at the man before him. I am Walbo, the king of the Magnet Drum Kingdom, a member of the world government. Release me at once, or the Marines will not spare you. Walbo, realizing Lita recognized him, regained some of his bravado and spoke arrogantly. So it's you, scoundrel. Well, that alleviates my guilt. Rest assured, no one will ever know what transpires here, Lita exclaimed as if suddenly enlightened. Sword dance. With the activation of his observation hockey, Lita commanded the swords around him to continue harvesting lives from Walbo's pirate crew. Even the birds flying overhead fell victim to his blades. Done, Lita declared proudly. Observing Lita's triumphant demeanor, even Skib and the others felt a chill run down their spines, for Lita was merciless, having silenced everyone. Fortunately, we did not provoke the captain. Otherwise, we would not even have the right to feed the fish, the Bear King said, patting his chest. Indeed, it seems the captain showed us mercy at that time. The clown chimed in. All right, keep a close watch on this Walbo pirate ship. I have an experiment to conduct. No one is to enter without my permission. Understood? Understood. The crew, sensing Lita's grave expression, nodded earnestly. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone, Lita expressed his gratitude. Chapter 25. The extraction inside the laboratory. The devil fruit extractor was submerged in a transparent glass tank filled with seawater. Why you cannot harm me. The world government will not let you go. Walbo exclaimed in terror as he gazed at Lita. Hee hee, come now, calm your mind. Otherwise, it might affect the results of the experiment, and I shall be gentle. Lita smiled as he spoke. Bang! Lita disregarded Walbo's protests and kicked him into one of the extractor's chambers. Then, using the powers of his telekinesis fruit, he effortlessly inserted a needle covered with armament hockey into Walbo's body, using a small sword inside to easily slice open Walbo's neck, injecting his blood into a prepared fruit in another chamber. With blood as a medium, energy extraction commenced. As time ticked away, Walbo's life force gradually waned, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The power of the devil fruit emerged upon an apple, once Walbo's life had fully extinguished. The gulp devil fruit successfully attached itself to the apple. It worked. It truly worked. Lita trembled with excitement as he gazed at the devil fruit within the extractor. He gently pressed a button beside him, and the previously crimson seawater along with Walbo's body was washed away, leaving no trace behind. He controlled the mechanical hand, which then presented the gulp fruit to him. Ha ha ha. All my crew members will become devil fruit users. With this machine, it is no longer a dream. Lita laughed maniacally as he reveled in the sight of the devil fruit before him. After stowing away the gulp fruit, he straightened his collar and calmly walked out of the laboratory. On the deck, Captain, this is the treasure we have acquired. We did not open anything without your permission, Skib said to Lita as he emerged from the laboratory. Let us take a look at the spoils. Lita replied nonchalantly. Captain, we have a total of 300 million berries, as well as an unknown devil fruit. Skib excitedly presented a white devil fruit to Lita. The berries will be entrusted to Gali for safekeeping. You may approach her whenever you require funds. Hand over the devil fruit. I wish to examine it. Also, gather anything useful from that ship. And Stinky, use gas to blow it up. Gas combined with fire is immensely powerful. Lita instructed Stinky, the user of the gas fruit, mysteriously. Understood, Captain. Golly responded cheerfully. Yes, Captain. Stinky replied. Gas combined with fire, immensely powerful. What does that mean? Be on lookout, Stinky asked. Confusion etched on his face as he looked at BLO. Why not just try it and see? BLO said, watching Lita head back toward the laboratory with keen interest. Exactly. Why not try it? The crew encouraged. Soon, with everyone's assistance, they retrieved all useful items, while Stinky unleashed gas aboard Walbo's pirate ship. Only to fly back to the Libra and retch. How disgusting. The crew complained. Even Lita, who was preparing for his experiment in the laboratory, emerged with a dark expression. Oh, something fun is about to happen. Litai's eyes gleamed as he gazed upon the gas-laden Valpo pirate ship. Callie, set sail, he exclaimed joyfully, directing his enthusiasm towards her. The others looked on, bewildered. Yet they dared not delay and swiftly maneuvered the Libra towards the open sea. With a burst of speed, Litai commanded the ship to accelerate, and in an instant, the Libra was racing across the waves. Carmen, ignited, Litai called out after they had covered some distance. Carmen promptly tossed the fire to him, and with a powerful throw, he sent it soaring onto the Valpo pirate ship. Boom, moments later, a scorching wave surged forth, and the Valpo pirate ship was obliterated, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Nanny, is this the gas ignited by the captain? Such power, if unleashed upon a naval base. I doubt any could withstand it. The crew exchanged glances with Skunk, suddenly feeling an imbalance in their own abilities. Ha ha ha. So I'm this formidable? Skunk chuckled heartily as he beheld the remnants of the Valpo pirate ship. Indeed, the gas fruit could potentially be developed into an explosive force, for its might surpasses that of ordinary cannonballs by tenfold. Moreover, with Kuma's steel fruit, once you transform this plank into pure iron, your fruit's capabilities will undoubtedly manifest even more intriguing powers, sweetheart. Your ability is the glue fruit. You might try softening this steel or merging it into glue. Pig Jack, with your hedgehog fruit, see if you can further be astified to enhance your physique. Litai addressed the crew, assuring them, and do not fret. I shall find fruits that suit each of you. Yes, thank you, Captain. The crew expressed their heartfelt admiration towards Litai. All right, I shall delve into my research now. Carmen, remember to call me for dinner, Litai playfully remarked to Carmen. Certainly, my esteemed captain, Carmen replied with an adorable roll of her eyes. With that, Litai turned and made his way to the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, 2 finely crafted blades lay before him, accompanied by 2 devil fruits. Success hinges on this endeavor, Litai murmured. He focused his mental energy, enveloping the fruit he had seized from the Valpo ship, meticulously replicating its patterns and powers. After an hour, a phantom devil fruit materialized before him. Identical in appearance to the white devil fruit on the table, though devoid of its mysterious powers, Litai intently observed the fine blade, noting how the once ethereal devil fruit gradually etched itself onto the sword's blade. Phew, the second step is complete. Only the final step remains. He sighed with relief, yet his mind remained alert that a mysterious force began to clash with his mental energy. Humph, come to me, Litai huffed, and soon the white devil fruit's abilities began to manifest as a totem on the sword. Gazing at the blade now imbued with the devil fruit's powers and the original fruit still intact, Litai realized he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. This was even more explosive than extracting the fruit's abilities. Goodness, not only did I successfully replicate the power, but I also retained the original fruit. Is this the natural type cloud fruit? Then I shall hand it to Skibin, he pondered, grasping the blade endowed with the cloud fruit's abilities. Without hesitation, he decided to replicate the swallow fruit as well. His eyes glinted with greed at the thought of using his blade to absorb others' abilities. It was simply invincible. After considerable effort, the second devil fruit sword was successfully created. Henceforth, you shall be named Tautai. And you shall be called Yuntin, he declared softly. Both swords trembled slightly, and a wave of joy surged within Litai. I hope I haven't created a monster, he gasped, then sheathed the swords at his waist and stored the 2 devil fruits away. Chapter 26. Belonging everyone. Gather around. I have successfully experimented with this fruit, Litai announced on the deck, his complexion somewhat pale as he held aloft the cloud fruit. Captain, are you all right? Skibin and the others inquired with concern. Noticing Litai's pallor. Ha ha ha. I'm fine. Just conducted a few minor experiments, and my mental energy is a bit depleted, he reassured them, brushing off their worries. This is the natural type cloud fruit. Who among you wishes to claim it? Natural type, the legendary top-tier devil fruit, sweetheart, and the others gasped in astonishment. They never anticipated that seizing a pirate ship would grant them a legendary natural type devil fruit. Well, you all discuss among yourselves. Oh, and there's also this swallow fruit. Now that we have 2 devil fruits, we need 2 individuals to step forward. For those who haven't yet partaken, do not worry. When the opportunity arises, I shall ensure you are considered. Litai said with a smile. Observing the eager expressions of those who had yet to consume a fruit, the crew exchanged glances, aware that the previous owner of the swallow fruit had only recently been defeated. They surmised the implications of its power but refrained from voicing their thoughts. All right, you all deliberate on who shall consume these 2 devil fruits. Once decided, come find me in the Scorpio room. Litai instructed before retreating to his quarters, utterly exhausted from the immense mental strain of creating the devil's sword Taotai and Yuntin. Yes, Captain, they replied in unison. How about we decide by vote on who will consume the devil fruit? Skibin suggested, observing his comrades in a state of indecision. Sounds good. Carmen and the others agreed immediately. I am already a devil fruit user, so I shall refrain from participating, Kuma declared, raising his hand at US2. Sweetheart and her companions, having already consumed devil fruits, similarly opted out of the voting process. Thank you. Skibin and the others expressed their gratitude. They were ordinary individuals, lacking the formidable potential of Zaro and the others. And thus the prospect of gaining immense power through the devil fruits was profoundly appealing to them. What are you saying? Aren't we all comrades? Kuma chuckled heartily, his past as a captain shining through. First up is the cloud fruit. The atmosphere on the ship grew tense, the air thick with suspicion and uncertainty. Yet Litai had faith in his crew, for they had faced life and death adventures together. Journeying from the East Blue to the Grand Line. Though Borod had boarded later, Litai trusted his judgment as the crew revealed their choices. 6 slips of paper were placed before Kuma. The first slip. Skibin, Sweetheart and Queen's expressions tightened as they awaited the outcome. The second slip, Skibin, the clown read aloud. The third slip, Skibin, Skunk followed suit. The fourth slip, Skibin, the clown announced again. The fifth slip, Skibin, I assume we need not open the last one. Kuma remarked, grinning broadly. Thank you, everyone, Skibin said, tears brimming in his eyes, touched by their support. Come now, we simply wish for you to grow stronger to protect us. Jelly gently tapped Skibin's head with a smile. Indeed, brother, your strength will safeguard us. I do not wish to encounter someone as formidable as the captain during a theft and end up defeated. Borod chimed in with a grin, patting Skibin's shoulder. Yes, Skibin, do ensure you gather ample ingredients for me. You know I have a penchant for only the finest, Carmen added, covering her mouth in amusement. Master's words are our words. Leo and Jose struck a pose they deemed cool. Laughter erupted among the crew, even Kuma joining in. With great power comes great responsibility. Do your best, Skibin. Jelly encouraged. I understand. I shall not disappoint you all, as we are all comrades, akin to family. What you have expressed is precisely what I ought to undertake. Skib, with tears welling in his eyes, bellowed. Perhaps joining this team is indeed a splendid decision. The few members of the bear exchanged glances, silently acknowledging this thought. Even Litai, who was resting in the room, couldn't help but reveal a genuine smile. Well then, there remains the gomu fruit. Who among you shall partake? Coughing, I, Cayman, declared my withdrawal that I too shall abstain. I have no desire to become a grotesque creature. Jelly waved her hand dismissively, having witnessed the appearance of Walbo after consuming the gomu fruit, and resolutely rejecting the idea. Thus, only Leo, Jose, and Bolid remain. Coughing again, Bolid asserted, I aspire to be the king of thieves. Hence this fruit is ill-suited for me. I shall also withdraw. That leaves only Leo and Jose. I in unison. They declared, I abstain. You must select someone to eat it. Cayman smiled as he spoke. Let Leo partake. He entered the fray before me and is older. Jose earnestly gazed at Leo. Foolish lad, how could you concede? Realizing he could no longer refuse Jose's gaze, Leo, touched, retorted with mock annoyance. I did not. Jose loudly countered. Ha! The others erupted in laughter at the scene between Leo and Jose. Skib received the nature-type Niannian Fruit, while Leo acquired the gomu fruit. The results were in, Yet no one dared to disturb Litai, who was roused only by the alluring aroma of Cayman's cooking. With great power comes great responsibility. Henceforth, protecting our comrades shall be our foremost duty. Litai solemnly tossed the 2 fruits to the eager Skib and his companion. Indeed, Captain, the pair affirmed resolutely. Now, indulge yourselves. Gulp, both of them bit into the devil fruit simultaneously, only to erupt in retching spitting. Consume it all, otherwise it will have no effect. Litai grinned mischievously at the heaving duo. As for the bear and his companions, they merely stifled their laughter, observing the two in their moment of embarrassment. Captain, I have never tasted anything so horrendous. I can scarcely fathom what could be more vile. Leo spoke through tears. Gulp, I too. Skib managed to reply amidst his retching. Ha! Witnessing the two consume the entirety of the devil fruit, the others could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter. You 2 fools. The captain was merely jesting. One bite of the devil fruit suffices. Sweetheart giggled, covering her mouth. Captain, I shall take vengeance upon you. Skib and Leo glared at Litai with the intensity of one who believes they have lost their family. Oh dear, do not blame me. I have heard that the more one consumes, the greater the power of the devil fruit. Litai defended himself cunningly. I believe you not. Amidst their playful bickering, the atmosphere aboard the Libra grew increasingly jovial. Chapter 27. Waldka Island Windmill Village, the Dayton family. Rubber pistol. Luffy, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Dayton roared at Luffy, who was training himself to the point of exhaustion. Oh, Dayton, I must grow stronger. Then seek the legendary One Piece and become the Pirate King. I feel I am still too weak. You see, Litai and Ace are incredibly formidable. Their dreams also involve becoming the Pirate King. Luffy replied nonchalantly. Fool, who cares about your life? Dayton's tough exterior belied her softer heart. I know. Luffy adjusted his hat, a smile gracing his lips. I wonder how Litai and that rascal Ace are faring. There has been no news from them. All I've seen is a bounty notice, and then nothing. Dayton murmured after hearing Luffy's words. This all traces back to the last battle in Lowtown against the Ghost Spider. After hearing the detailed report from Ghost Spider, Sengoku and the others issued the highest bounty in the East Blue, 55 million berries. Following that, they lost track of Litai and the others. In truth, it is not entirely the fault of the Navy, as Litai and his companions were too elusive. Anyone who clashed with them was eliminated without a trace, while those who did not wish to attract trouble opted to remain silent, rendering Litai's whereabouts a mystery on the deck of the Libra. Huff Luffy. Ace, Sabo, how are you? I have now arrived in the Grand Line. The time for our reunion draws ever closer. Just how powerful will you all become? The Marineford War? Blackbeard, the Whitebeard pirates, Litai mused, drawing on a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the horizon. In a small town. A Chu who is calling my name. Luffy, Sabo, or that perverted brother of mine, Litai, a young man, adorned with the Whitebeard pirate flag and donning a cowboy hat, sneezed while seated in a restaurant. I truly miss them. Now that Litai has set sail, our reunion will not be far off. Once I capture that traitor Blackbeard Teach, my brothers and I shall meet. This is Ace, who has ventured out to hunt down Blackbeard Teach. I wonder if Luffy and the others are thinking of me. A faint smile graced Ace's lips as he whispered. Burp late again. Teach has escaped. It's time to go. Ace belched, and, amid the astonished gazes of those around him, slowly made his way outside the establishment. Hey, boss, that kid didn't pay. A waiter reminded the owner, who was staring at the mountain of dishes before him. What? The owner exclaimed. Eating without paying. Grab your weapons and chase after him. The owner, now alert, shouted angrily. Trouble is brewing. I must flee. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Ace's forehead as he ignited into flames, disappearing from the entrance. Where did he go? That kid ran off so quickly. The owner gazed at the empty doorway where Ace had vanished, feeling as though his heart was bleeding, as he bellowed at the group of waiters. Captain, ahead lies Waldka Island, By Jelly exclaimed from the ship's bow. Addressing Litai. At last, I can indulge in a feast. I want to buy some clothes. The crew members, still in training, cheered exuberantly, having sailed the seas for over half a month with little but training to occupy them. Growing exceedingly weary of monotony, all hands, hoist the sails, accelerate, and head for Waldka Island. Litai beamed at his cheerfully enthusiastic crew. Before long, they navigated the Libra into the harbor, eagerly disembarking. Halt. Who are you? the newly disembarked crew found themselves encircled by armed guards. The once excited crew fell silent. "We are the Libra pirates. Lower your weapons. We come in peace." Skib stepped forward, attempting to calm the situation. "Humph, regardless of who you are, entering the island requires a tax, and docking incurs a fee. You owe us 1,000,000 berries." A lead guard stepped forward, declaring. "What? 1,000,000? Why don't you go rob a bank instead?" By Jelly roared. However, the guards merely responded with glances that conveyed, "Are we not robbing you?" Huff the prism mist. "A distorted space, a suspended time. This place is intriguing," Litai remarked slowly. "Brothers, let us resolve this issue swiftly. I have someone to find." Litai addressed his crew, then turned and walked away. "Resolve? How do we resolve it?" the crew queried, puzzled, but Litai had already vanished from their sight. "The captain's strength continues to grow," the crew murmured, watching Litai's disappearing figure. "Just knock them out." Skib grinned wickedly. Cloud fist. With a swift motion, Skib unleashed a powerful strike, knocking all the guards to the ground. "Oh yeah. KO. Let us play." Without a second glance at the incapacitated guards, the crew dashed toward the island. "Hello, Dr. Henzo." Litai now stood before an eccentric old man, greeting him with a smile. "Who are you?" The old man looked at Litai, puzzled. "I am Waldka Litai. I have heard you are researching the prism mist. I wonder how your progress is faring." Litai inquired with a smile. "Are you after the treasures within?" Dr. Henzo coldly inquired. "No. I am merely curious about the legendary rainbow mist," replied Litai. "Humph, give up on that thought. I shall not divulge anything." After a dismissive snort, Henry ignored Lita. Do you not wish to rescue your companions? Do you not yearn to know if they are alive or dead?" Litai fixed a determined gaze upon Dr. Henzo. "How do you know this?" Dr. Henzo asked, his pupils constricting. Never mind how I know. Just tell me if there is a way to summon the rainbow mist," Litai said, squinting with a smile. "Alas, though I have never met you, I can sense the formidable aura that surrounds you, as well as your overwhelming allure. I am willing to try, though I cannot guarantee success. If we succeed, please take me along." Dr. Henzo replied. "No problem. I am at your service." "Then let us proceed. I will go fetch my companions," Litai exclaimed joyfully. "Very well. Then please follow me to gather the experimental apparatus," Dr. Henzo declared. Under his guidance, they arrived at his laboratory, where he began to gather various instruments. "All right," Litai nodded in agreement. As they took flight, both Dr. Henzo and the experimental equipment floated into the air under Litai's control, heading towards the Libra ship. Upon arriving, Litai activated his observation hockey, observing his joyful companions aboard the ship, and shook his head in dismay. "Whoosh, trouble. The captain is in danger. That location is the Libra ship." Without a moment's hesitation, everyone rushed towards Litai, spotting the red words Libra appearing in the sky. Litai nodded in approval, secretly admiring the impressive display. This was a device created by that eccentric Dr. Skunk, the principles of which were not entirely clear, but later on, it was appropriated by Litai to serve as a signaling device. As the saying goes, a single arrow pierces the clouds, and 1,000 troops gather to meet it. For someone with certain peculiarities like Litai, he quite enjoyed this little gadget in his possession. Chapter 28. The Rainbow Mist Captain? Boss. Huh. Who is this little old man? The crew gathered at the ship's edge, gazing in astonishment. "This is Dr. Henzo. That I need his assistance to reach the rainbow mist. Some obstacles will appear soon, and no one is allowed to approach. Those who do shall be met with lethal force." Litai smiled as he spoke. By the way, try not to harm any civilians if the Navy arrives. Evade them if possible. If not, eliminate them." Litai seemed to recall something and continued. "Understood." The crew licked their lips in excitement, oblivious to the fact that since joining Litai, their murderous intent had grown increasingly palpable, and their style had begun to align more closely with his. "Well then, I leave the outside to you all. Rest assured, I will return," Litai said with a smile. "Boss, don't we get to go in with you?" Skib questioned Litai with a puzzled expression. "No, it would be too dangerous for you to enter now. I fear I might struggle to protect you," Litai responded calmly. "Then we shall wait for you outside. We will not allow anyone to approach." Big Bear and the others reluctantly tucked their heads in, fully aware of Litai's formidable strength. That ridiculous bounty could hardly gauge his true power. "All right then, Doctor, you may begin," Litai said with a smile, nodding to Dr. Henzo. "Okay." Dr. Henswa produced a machine and poured an unknown liquid into it. The device began to tremble vigorously, and suddenly, a swirling vortex of colorful mist appeared on the distant sea. Now, quickly, this is what I lured out through the experiment. But the machinery is unstable, Dr. Henswa exclaimed anxiously. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This experiment's success was purely a stroke of luck, and if they miss this chance, he might never enter again. The outside is in your hands. Understood. After a brief exchange, Litai took Dr. Henswa and hurried towards the rainbow mist. Boss, he vanished. The crew exchanged glances, watching as Litai and Dr. Henswa disappeared beneath the horizon along with the colorful mist. It's fine. Trust the captain. We just need to guard this place, Big Bear said with a faint smile. That moment, an old man clad in peculiar mechanical gear approached with a group of followers. We are, Dr. Henswa. Is this truly the legendary Eternal Kingdom? Litai gazed at the dimly lit space, standing on a relatively intact ship, inhaling the surrounding stench of decay, and frowned as he inquired, in truth, all of that is merely exaggerated rumor. 50 years ago, I caught a fleeting glimpse of this place, which is essentially a graveyard for ships, Dr. Henswa replied nonchalantly. Regardless of whether it is a paradise, there are indeed treasures aplenty here. Litai activated his observation hockey, and a chest of treasures flew before him. Although constrained by some mysterious force, he could see that the ships were laden with wealth. Dr. Henswa chuckled, crossing his arms and smiling. Clang, 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 those who disturb the spirits of the deceased. Unload your cargo and leave immediately. Otherwise, you shall incur the curse of the dead. A mystical chime echoed, accompanied by an ethereal voice. What is that? Dr. Henswa asked nervously. Just a few little brats playing tricks. Litai scoffed derisively. Sword dance. Litai pointed at a large ship and cleaved it, instantly reducing it to splinters. The figures hiding in the shadows were startled and fell to the ground. A few small silhouettes appeared before them. Who are you? How can there be children in this place? Litai stroked his chin, surveying the group with curiosity. We are the pumpkin pirates of Exquisitely. A boy with a large nose trembled as he spoke. That's right. Who are you? Are you also despicable thieves after our treasures? A slightly older figure inquired. Well done, Litai smiled at the group. If you wish to destroy Exquisitely, you must first step over our corpses. The small children, though frightened, bravely declared. Well said. However, I have no interest in battling you little ones. You should speak to your old friend instead, Litai said with an appreciative smile towards the group of prepared children. Doctor, please explain things to these little ones. Litai turned to Dr. Henswa, who was visibly excited. Old friend? The children looked at the excited Dr. Henswa. Puzzled, I am Henswa, he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at his unchanged youthful companions. Rabani? A girl asked, confused. Do not attempt to deceive us. Our comrade Henswa perished in the flames long ago. Do not think you can deceive us by using his name. Rabani said sternly, It is I. Henswa, Rabani, you have been inside here for 50 years. I have searched for you for 50 years, Dr. Henswa cried. What? 50 years? How is that possible? The children looked on in astonishment, as they had only felt they had been there for a few days. Gradually, through Dr. Henswa's explanation, they began to accept this reality. Rabani, do you know of any peculiar places here? Litai inquired curiously after the children had reminisced at a peculiar place. There is only one mysterious mist tunnel. For whenever we enter, we always return to the same spot, no matter which direction we take. Rabani pondered for a moment before responding. Then please guide me. Litai smiled. Of course. We must thank you for helping us understand the truth. Rabani replied earnestly, no problem. Following Rabani's guidance, Litai and the others soon arrived at a mysterious passage where a strange power and alluring colors radiated from within. Dr. Henswa, our transaction has concluded. I wish to enter, Litai said, furrowing his brow as he faced the passage, and without hesitation, stepped inside. Is that all right? Dr. Henswa asked with concern. It's fine. After all, we will return here regardless, Rabani assured. However, after waiting a considerable time, Litai still did not reappear, prompting the group to abandon their thoughts of waiting and instead take Dr. Henswa back to their ship to commence a reunion feast. Time, the power of space. As Litai traversed the corridor, he felt the distortion of space and the weight of time enveloping him. He murmured to himself that he walked on and on within the passage, as if it had no end. What a wretched place this is. Am I to be trapped here for eternity, as the seemingly interminable corridor stretched before him? An unsettling agitation began to brew within Litai. No, I must calm my mind. There must be a way out. After all, didn't T. Luffy and the others manage to escape in the end? Litai muttered. Then closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged. Gradually, aside from the sound of his own breathing, silence enveloped him. Clang, clang, clang. After an indeterminate amount of time spent in meditation within the corridor, Litai's mental energy intensified, resonating with a mystical chime of psychic bells. As the sound of these bells grew increasingly harmonious, Litai, with his eyes still tightly shut, felt as if he were being guided by an unseen force, leading him to a radiant crystal pulsating with enigmatic hues. Where is this? How did I end up here? What is this? Litai's previously sealed eyes flew open, and he curiously surveyed his surroundings. What is this? With intrigue, he reached out to touch the mysterious crystal. Swish! The moment his fingers made contact with the crystal, it surged toward his heart. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Litai, and an overwhelming wave of knowledge surged into his mind. Chapter 29. Little Earth Gasp. The controlling crystal of Exquisitely, it can manipulate time. Upon receiving this vast influx of knowledge, Litai inhaled sharply. Although he was aware of the myriad wonders within the world of One Piece, he never anticipated such a miraculous phenomenon. So, this is the control crystal of Exquisitely. I never imagined that the devil fruit was anchored in my heart. This was his first moment of introspection, that he saw the system-rewarded devil fruit, the Niannian Fruit. Deeply rooted within his heart, radiating a mysterious power that fiercely repelled the space crystal, preventing it from advancing any further and forcing it to orbit around his heart. This simply won't do. Litai chuckled lightly at this scene that he then commanded his mental energy to create a small opening for the Niannian Fruit, allowing the previously orbiting space crystal to tremble and squeeze its way inside. As if liberated from a shroud. This Exquisitely, once the space crystal nestled beside the Niannian Fruit, Litai felt his kinbunshika haki, observation haki, soar like a rocket, revealing the once mysterious Exquisitely in its entirety. Waha! This must be the legendary Heart Network, since it now belongs to me. I shall rename it Little Earth. After experiencing this newfound power, he smiled contentedly, envisioning thousands of square kilometers of space. The reason for the name, Little Earth, was merely a precaution. He feared forgetting his homeland. For time is a curious thing. It has the power to make one forget many aspects of life, and he dreaded the day he might lose remembrance of his origins. It is time to leave, Litai murmured as he stretched. Captain Litai, you've returned? Seeing Litai suddenly appear beside Henzo, Rabani and the others exclaimed joyfully. Yes, how long have I been gone? Litai, noticing the others enjoying their food, unceremoniously sat down and grabbed a giant meat stick, inquiring out of curiosity, you've only been away for about an hour. Henzo calculated the time in his mind before responding slowly, an hour? That's hardly any time at all. Litai grabbed another meat stick and mumbled. Hey, leave some for us. This is our reunion after 50 years with Henzo, Rabani shouted. Burp, I was simply too hungry. As for the reunion, let us celebrate outside. Litai contentedly belched, for he felt as if he had been trapped in that warped corridor for decades. Celebrate outside? Rabani and the others questioned in confusion. Yes, it is time to go. Oh, by the way, Rabani, if you encounter a crew called the Straw Hat Pirates led by someone named Luffy, please assist them on my behalf. Thank you. Also, I am the captain of the Libra Pirates. So please don't attack us, Litai said with a smile. All right, Rabani replied, slightly bewildered. Let us go. Suddenly, a mysterious vortex appeared behind Henzo and the others, pulling them inside. Litai nodded in satisfaction, then devoured the remaining food. Wasting is a disgraceful act. Litai clapped his hands and proclaimed, this will be my home from now on. It must be transformed. Observing the decaying space, Litai furrowed his brow and joyfully declared, let there be light. With a mere thought, a miniature sun gradually appeared in the sky above. Let there be land. The water in the space mysteriously dissipated, revealing a vast expanse of land, causing the ships that had been entombed here to be stranded upon it. Let there be trees. Litai gasped, for he felt as if he were a god within this realm, yet he had failed. Could it be due to my insufficient mastery of the fruit? Does that mean I cannot create life? Litai speculated. Indeed, he had just employed the powers of the fruit in conjunction with the space crystal to achieve the legendary effect of words manifesting reality. This was possible because, after absorbing the immense knowledge imparted by the space crystal, his fruit abilities had instantaneously reached an advanced level. Now, with a mere thought, he could weave powers akin to laws, especially in this space that belonged solely to him, amplifying his abilities to divine proportions. Never mind, I should be able to create life after awakening. This will suffice. If not, I can always capture some rare beasts from the outside world to raise within. They could also serve as a food reserve. Litai smugly declared, I command the collection of all treasures within this space. Countless treasures soared from the ship, hovering around Litai. I command banishment. A colossal vortex arose, drawing in the decaying ships. It is time to leave. Or else Sisbin and the others will begin to worry again. Satisfied with the transformed space, Litai nodded and waved his hand, causing a vortex to materialize before him. He stepped slowly inside. Look, it's the captain. He back? The crew joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Litai suddenly appear on the sea. Captain? Yes. How long have I been gone? Litai inquired, nodding at the jubilant faces around him. Boss, you've been gone for over a week. Just as you predicted, a mayor named Wydun brought a group to trouble us, but after we dealt with them, a few Navy soldiers showed up and took them away, upon learning we were the crew of the Libra pirates. They didn't cause us any trouble? Oh, by the way, Dr. Henzo came out 3 days before you. He also left with the Navy, claiming they were his friends. Sisbin said. A week. Huh? You all did well. Huh? Litai chuckled. It seems I need to adjust the time within Little Earth, allowing them to train and achieve twice the results with half the effort. Litai thought to himself. Yes, boss, Sisbin replied. Captain, we have gathered all the supplies we need. Shall we set sail for the next island? After Litai returned safely, Baijiali joyfully said, Jelly, make sure to stock up on enough supplies for 2 years. Here is the money. Feel free to buy what you need. You all go. I'll watch over the ship, Litai said with a smile as he produced boxes of gold and treasures. Wow, we've hit the jackpot. Oh, long live the captain, the crew exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the boxes of gold. Before long, the crew was adorned with various supplies. Gasp, you didn't clear out the entire island's supplies, did you? Litai exclaimed in trepidation. Ha, as if we could buy it all. We wouldn't be able to carry it anyway. The crew laughed. After a flurry of activity, everyone finally boarded the ship. Then, brothers, hoist the sails. Let us set forth to the next island, Litai proclaimed, looking at the transformed Libra, now resembling a cargo ship. The crew cheered. At that moment, countless residents appeared along the shore, expressing their gratitude. Thank you. You must take care to ensure your safety. Do come to Lalugia Island when you have the time. You are always welcome here. The residents, who spontaneously came to send off Litai and the others, shed tears as they bid farewell to the Libra. This feeling is truly delightful. De Xiong and the others grinned as they spoke. Unfortunately, I have no sense of experience, Litai remarked with a hint of boredom. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Now then, brothers, let us feast in celebration of our successful adventure on Lalugia Island, Litai exclaimed joyfully. Largely because he had spent too long in that space. Although he had devoured all the food that Henzhua and the others had, nothing compares to the meals prepared by Carmen. Indeed, Carmen smiled. Yet she proceeded toward the kitchen with Leo and Hesse. Before long, an array of delectable dishes was presented before them. Gulu, Carmen's orange juice is the best, Litai remarked, savoring a sip of the special orange juice Carmen had concocted. While observing the revelers, indeed, Carmen proudly responded. Humph, what's the big deal about not being able to drink? So many excuses, Siggy muttered. However, the crew was composed of experts, and his murmurs did not escape their notice. You rascal, Siggy, do you wish to die? Litai shouted angrily, delivering a punch to Siggy's head. Ha ha, Siggy's thick skull is quite something. The crowd marveled at the scene. You scoundrel. Even though I've elementalized, why does it still hurt so much? Once I awaken my conqueror's haki, I will return the favor, Siggy complained, nursing his swollen head. Go. Then I shall await your comeback. But for now, you cannot defeat me. Litai grinned, and then unleashed another round of his return my beautiful fist. For Siggy's future ability to avenge himself. Cheers, Litai said, looking at Siggy, who was already unrecognizable. Cheers, Siggy, upon hearing this, quickly raised his drink and shouted. Ha! Chapter 30. Tenfold acceleration. Attention. Gather for a meeting, Litai called out, observing the crew who had been inebriated the previous night. Bang, 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 one after another. The doors to their quarters swung open. They had grown accustomed to this, as it was always their captain who returned them to their rooms after a night of feasting and drinking, which made them feel at ease with Litai around. "What is it, Captain?" "I still wish to sleep a little longer." Sweetheart yawned and stretched. "Yes, Captain Litai, I would like to indulge in some beauty sleep as well. Yesterday was exhausting." Carmen also leaned against the railing, lamenting. The crew exchanged odd glances between Litai and Carmen. "What are you thinking? I cooked so many dishes last night. Isn't it normal to feel tired?" Carmen roared at the crew, who were giving her strange looks. Oh, the crew understood. This woman was only gentle and obedient in front of Litai, but her temper was fierce with others. All right, enough of the commotion." Litai gently addressed the raucous crew. They promptly quieted down, turning their attention to him. "This time, I obtained a space called Little Earth within the rainbow mist, where the time ratio is 10:1. This means that while 10 days pass there, only 1 day passes outside. Therefore, I have decided not to sail to the next island just yet. We shall first enhance our strength," Litai explained with a smile. In truth, the 10:1 time ratio was currently his limit, as after returning last night, he had tried to alter the flow of time, only to discover that the space had reached a near-perfect state. This meant that the ratio of 10 days inside to 1 day outside could no longer be changed. Consequently, he created various training facilities within that space, such as a gravity chamber and experimental grounds for fruit development. But the vast space appeared somewhat desolate. After much contemplation, he ultimately left only a patch of land, transforming the rest into ocean water. Tenfold, training for 10 days, and only 1 day passes outside? Boss, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Sigh. I'm so grateful I got on the captain's ship. Indeed. Now, I feel like anything happening to the captain is no longer surprising. So, what shall we decide? Training or continuing our voyage? Litai smiled as he looked at the crew engaged in animated discussion. We must grow stronger. Yes, the crew unanimously chose to train, their curiosity piqued by Litai's description of the space, eager to experience it. All right, brace yourselves, Litai said with a smile, with a gentle wave of his hand. A colossal whirlpool engulfed the Librad. Is this the space the boss spoke of? It certainly feels different from the outside, though I can't quite put my finger on how, Siggy remarked as he sensed the atmosphere. Indeed, De Xiong and the others nodded in agreement. All right, I shall take you to our training grounds. After a violent jolt, the crew found themselves at the edge of the island that Litai had established. From now on, this shall be our base, our home. If we can't win, we shall retreat here, and no one shall find us. Litai smiled at the crew. What a brilliant idea, as expected of the boss. Siggy clapped his hands. On board, there are no fools. Anyone with a bit of thought can recognize the strategic significance of this space. White fist, ironization flows silver. Go, Siggy, go De Xiong. The spectators cheered for the two combatants engaged in fierce battle, the space rippling with their movements. Boss, the mysterious flowing gold that you had me and De Xiong develop has yielded results, Leo exclaimed excitedly. Success? Litai, who had been watching, withdrew his gaze, astonished. This was the very direction Litai had assigned to De Xiong and Leo. De Xiong could now ironize anything, while Leo could consume anything and create anything in return. Through their collaboration, they had indeed produced a high-purity mysterious fine iron. We placed it in the laboratory. Leo nodded. Then let us not delay. Let us go take a look, Litai said cheerfully. The two arrived at the laboratory, gazing at the mysterious fine iron that flowed like water. Clang! Litai drew a high-quality large knife and struck the fine iron, the blade breaking with ease, a testament to its sharpness. Impressive, Litai exclaimed in shock. Well done. Later, we can upgrade the brothers' weapons. Litai rejoiced. Thank you for the praise, boss. This is also due to the high concentration of iron that De Xiong transformed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. Leo scratched his head bashfully. Ha! Excellent work all around. Now let us gather everyone for a feast, Litai said with glee. A few minutes later, the crew gathered before Litai. Boss, my observation hockey and armament hockey have both awakened, Hesse announced joyfully, knowing that while others had awakened their hockey long ago, he had taken nearly a year, a testament to the varying talents among them. Well done, Litai applauded with delight. Little Hesse, congratulations. The crew all rushed forward to congratulate him. During this year, they had all awakened their hockey, while Hesse, whose talent was not as notable, had struggled, creating immense pressure that drove him to train relentlessly, even inspiring everyone aboard the Libra. What a day of double happiness. The fine iron researched by De Xiong and Leo has been successfully developed, Litai exclaimed, raising his hand as if holding the mysterious iron. Boss, I tested it, and even the high-quality large knife shattered upon impact. It remains unscathed, Leo said with some pride. From now on, let us call it flowing silver, Litai declared with joy. Oh, the crew cheered. Fantastic. I want a pair of iron fists, Siggy exclaimed with excitement. That I only need a spoon. After all, I am the chef and am accustomed to using a spoon. Carmen also chimed in happily. There will be enough for everyone. Today is a day of double happiness, so let's feast and celebrate to our heart's content. Litai expressed his joy, stating, 3 days later, everyone will have their desired weapons. Now, I shall test your strengths, serving as a summary of this year's training. He spoke to the crowd with a serious demeanor. All right, the assembled group responded gravely. In the first match, the leader faced off against the formidable Siggy. Leo, observing the two poised opponents in the arena, called out, Cloud Fist, Misty Veil. Instantly, layers of clouds enveloped the surroundings. And a multitude of cloud warriors, each wielding boxing gloves, surged forth to attack Litai. Litai assessed Siggy's strength and compared it mentally to that of the formidable Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, with whom he had previously battled. Satisfied, he nodded, concluding that he could contend with 5 Ghost Spiders now. Not bad, Litai praised. Of course. This time, I'll leave you searching for your teeth, Siggy retorted proudly. 6 blades dance. Litai smirked. However, my strength is not static. As he unleashed a flurry of sword shadows toward the cloud warriors, they disintegrated into nothingness, and Litai had only exerted 60% of his power. Indeed, through a year of rigorous training, he had ascended to the realm of a grand swordsman, and he refrained from using the devil's sword against his comrades. What do you think? Litai inquired with a smile. Observing the disheveled Siggy, monster, Siggy gritted his teeth in response. Thank you for the compliment, Litai replied with a grin. After engaging in bouts with others, it was evident that even the weakest among them, Hesse, had acquired strength comparable to that of a vice admiral of the Navy, Ghost Spider. The strongest were Kisbun and Big Bear, while Borod's hockey talent, combined with his deepening mastery of the martial arts Litai had imparted, secured him the 3rd position. The clown's swordsmanship had reached the mid-level of a sword master, placing him 4th, and Carmen and Sweetheart Queen were evenly matched in strength. Pig Jack had sought knowledge from the clown, and after fully transforming, he could unleash formidable spines. Leo had devoted the year to studying flowing silver, which diminished his offensive capability, but his support skills were unparalleled, as he could enhance the strength of his comrades after assimilating them. By Jelly and Hesse's strengths were closely aligned, as she had spent most of her time studying books and nautical charts, often stating that as long as her companions grew stronger, she would be content. Brothers, a year of training has passed, and we have all made significant progress. Let us venture into the Grand Line and stir the tides. Let the world witness the might of the Libra pirates, Litai proclaimed with exhilaration. The crew cheered at the prospect of returning to sea. Board the ship, hoist the sails, and set sail, Litai shouted. The crew hurried aboard, and a white cloud appeared under the ship, lifting the entire Libra into the air. The crew was unfazed, as this was Siggy's ability, and with a little boost from Litai, the Libra could have flown like an aircraft. A massive whirlpool emerged. The Libra vanished from the small planet, reappearing on the Grand Line, precisely at their previous location, while the automated diamond clock hanging from the ship began to spin rapidly counterclockwise before eventually coming to a halt. 1 month and 6 days, Litai murmured, noting that over a month, their strengths had surged to an unprecedented level. Jelly, set course for Gaia Island, Litai called out. Under Litai's command, the crew resumed their journey on the Grand Line. Luffy, in half a year, you will set sail. Brother will carve out a territory for you, so be prepared. Litai stood on the deck, letting the sea breeze tousle his hair as he spoke softly. Chapter 31. The monkey pirate crew facing the long-anticipated ocean. The crew's emotions were undoubtedly exuberant, yet after prolonged sailing, their excitement gradually waned. Hence, they sought Litai to train on the small planet. Fully aware of the perils of sailing the seas, without sufficient strength, they risked falling prey to the depths. In response to the crew's requests, Litai established rules. A maximum of 6 individuals could train at a time, rotating every other day, which meant a 10-day cycle on the small planet to avoid disrupting the Libra's voyage. The crew accepted these terms with enthusiasm. "Captain, here is the orange juice with vanilla you requested," Carmen said, presenting a glass to Litai, who stood at the bow, smoking. "Thank you, Carmen. I appreciate your efforts," Litai replied politely. "Hee, Captain, you're too kind. I have a new dish to experiment with, so I won't disturb you," Carmen said to him. Litai nodded lightly. Litai found solace in standing at the bow, as it alleviated the monotony of ocean travel, gazing at the boundless sea and listening to the waves crashing against the Libra. He felt a profound tranquility within. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as the once warm sunlight was obscured by dark clouds, and the bright sky was swallowed by shadows. Truly worthy of the Grand Line. "The weather can change in an instant," Litai remarked, gazing up at the darkened heavens, speechless. "Captain, it's bad news. Our log pointer is broken." Baijiali rushed over, her face filled with urgency. "Broken? What happened?" Litai inquired. "Puzzled. I don't know. But look." Baijiali held out the pointer in her hands. "The log pointer is pointing to the sky." Carmen and Borat approached, furrowing their brows at the sight of the pointer aiming upward. Since the others were training on the small planet, only the 4 of them remained on board. "I think I might have an inkling of what is happening. But let us call everyone out first." Litai smiled and said, with a wave of his hand, a ghostly blue whirlpool appeared above the Libra, and Siggy and the others emerged. "Boss, what's wrong? Is something amiss?" Upon seeing Litai, the crew looked on with confusion. "Our log pointer is pointing to the sky. I suspect there might be an island above us. Legends speak of sky islands, and I wish to verify this." Litai beamed at the crew. "Really? Finally, something interesting," Siggy exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, I feel as though if I continue training, I might transform." Sweetheart chimed in, her face alight with excitement. "Prepare to salvage, prepare to salvage." A rhythmic chant interrupted Litai's words, drawing the crew's attention toward a ship brimming with monkeys approaching them. "All stand at attention. At your command, King." As the ship neared the Libra, Siggy and the others prepared for action. "Hold on. Let us observe first." "Do not engage." Litai waved his hand, intrigued. "Boss, are you calling for me?" A large, monkey-like figure stepped forward, brimming with excitement. "Prepare for salvage operations. All shipwrecks belong to the monkey pirate crew, specifically to me, the Monkey King," the large figure declared animatedly. Ours. Ours." As the Monkey King's words fell, his lackeys chimed in, banging drums and celebrating. "Ha! How amusing," Litai mused, resting his chin on his hand, leaning against the ship's bow with interest. "Captain, I don't think anyone is cuter than me," Big Bear chimed in, leaning in close. Indeed, Litai reached out to pat Big Bear on the head, squinting with a smile. Hey, hey, who are you? Are you trying to salvage these wrecks?" The Monkey King asked comically, waving his hands. "Leo, tell them we're not interested in their so-called wrecks, but we are quite intrigued by him," Litai instructed Leo. "What are you whispering about? Are you planning to salvage the wrecks?" The Monkey King shouted. "That monkey needs to quiet down. Our captain is quite interested in you, while he is not at all interested in your so-called wrecks," Leo replied to the Monkey King. Hey, who are you calling a monkey?" The Monkey King retorted angrily. Captain, you do resemble a monkey," one of his lackeys chimed in. "Exactly. I am, after all, a monkey-like being," the Monkey King stated proudly. "Oh, boss, I find them quite entertaining." Siggy laughed. "As long as they're not interested in our wrecks, that's fine." The Monkey King shrugged nonchalantly. "All right, everyone, prepare to begin the salvage. Do not be anxious. Simply regard the person opposite you as a pumpkin or a watermelon," declared the King of the Apes. "Indeed, Captain, Chief," exclaimed several monkey-like figures as they leaped from the ship, bound by ropes. Fish them out! Fish them out!" echoed a cacophony of gongs and orderly trumpet sounds from aboard the vessel. "How delightful!" exclaimed Baijiali with excitement. "Indeed, it is quite fascinating." The others nodded in agreement. For those who spent their days either training or sailing, this spectacle provided a certain solace to their lonely hearts. After all, a single day outside equated to 10 days within the small planet. "Leo, could you inquire if that ape wishes to visit our ship?" Lita asked with keen interest. "Ape, would you care to come aboard our ship? Our captain wishes to extend an invitation to you," Leo relayed. "A visit? Certainly." The King of the Apes joyfully leaped forward. However, upon landing on the ship, he felt he had acted hastily, as an overwhelming aura pressed down upon him, making him feel as feeble and helpless as a small monkey, at the mercy of others. Ahem. Lita coughed lightly, and the pressure enveloping the king of the apes vanished instantly. Greetings, esteemed individuals. May I inquire what brings you here? He stammered, trembling, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. My companions are quite fond of you, which is why they couldn't restrain their aura at my apologies. Lita replied with a warm smile that it was indeed not entirely their fault. Although they usually appeared harmless, their disposition had turned lethal since associating with Lita, each of them capable of taking a life without a second thought. Living together, they had not felt this way. But the presence of an outsider ignited their instincts as oxygen meets flame. Yes, yes, little monkey, you are absolutely adorable, Baijiali exclaimed while affectionately stroking the fur of the king of the apes. Indeed. I find you quite amusing as well, Da Xiong added, patting the king of the apes on the head. Ahem, I am deeply grateful for your appreciation, esteemed ones. Is there anything else you require? If not, I must be on my way, the king of the apes said, smiling through tears. No, not at all. I find you quite agreeable, and I wonder if you would join us on our ship for an adventure? Lita inquired with a smile that I have my own team. I cannot betray my principles. Despite his fear, the king of the apes resolutely declared that truly commendable. Lita praised and did not press further. Then allow me to pose one more question. Are the sunken ships here fallen from the sky? Lita continued. Yes, they have all plummeted from the heavens. It is said that there exists a place above known as Sky Island, where gods reside. The king of the apes responded. Thank you very much. Lita replied with a smile. May I take my leave now, esteemed ones? The king of the apes asked cautiously. Certainly. Allow me to escort you. Lita smiled. Escort me? Esteemed one, I am merely a salvager. Please do not harm me. The king of the apes responded in terror. Who intends to harm you? Should anything arise, just invoke the name of the Libra pirates, and we shall protect you, Lita declared with authority. With that, a mere flick of Lita's finger sent the king of the apes soaring back to his vessel. Now, we must take our leave. It is time for you to perform, Stib, Lita announced. Hooray! The crew cheered. Ha! Make way, for I shall fill my cup, Stib exclaimed joyously that a dark cloud enveloped the Libra's ship, lifting it gently skyward. Little monkey, farewell. Should you encounter a fellow named Luffy with a straw hat, tell him to cease his aimless wandering and come find me, Lita called down to the bewildered crew of the ape pirates. We are taking flight, Straw Hat, Luffy. The king of the apes firmly etched these names into his memory. Understood, esteemed ones. Wishing you a safe journey. He called out to Lita and the others. Everyone, play the music to bid farewell to our esteemed guests. He instructed his subordinates. Safe travels, esteemed ones. A chorus of drums and horns filled the air, reaching the ears of Lita and his crew. Ha! How amusing, they laughed. Farewell, little monkeys. With a thought, Lita commanded the ship to soar rapidly into the sky, ultimately breaking through the cloud sea to arrive at a vast expanse of white ocean. This Sky Island. The crew wondered, adjusting to the high-altitude environment while gazing at the endless white sea. Chapter 32. Gonfuer and Weepa. What? Is this truly Sky Island? The crew marveled at the seemingly infinite cloud ocean, feeling a tinge of disappointment. No, I suspect we are merely atop the GD clouds. The true Sky Island lies further above. Baijiali, holding the log pose, approached with certainty. Further up? The crew questioned. Indeed, the log pose continues to point upwards. Thus, we must be certain this is not Sky Island, Baijiali affirmed. No need to ponder. I sense a battle occurring ahead. Let us inquire, Stib exclaimed with enthusiasm. A battle? Indeed. Over there, a peculiar figure in a mask and an oddly dressed knightly elder are engaged in combat. Stib pointed in a direction. Let us proceed toward the direction Stib indicated. Lita resolved, and the crew followed Stib's lead. Not bad. Has your observation hockey reached such a level? Even I could not detect it. Yet you did? Lita complimented, aware that his own range of perception was considerable. Not seeing it implied that the duelist had surpassed his senses. Not quite, Captain. Here, I feel remarkably at ease, and I could see through the clouds. Stib shook his head. Stib consumed the cloud fruit, meaning he is akin to the clouds. This is indeed his domain. The crew slapped their foreheads in sudden realization. Brothers, are you ready? I shall accelerate. Lita smiled at the crew. Always ready. They cheered joyfully. In an instant, The Libra ship surged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Boom! Shortly after, the crew aboard the Libra ship felt a powerful wave of aura wash over them, illuminating their senses, as they discerned that the two individuals ahead matched their strength. Captain, Stib, and the others exclaimed with excitement. Very well. If you wish to fight, then do so, but remember not to harm them. I want them alive, Litai said, observing the eager crew with a slight smile that he harbored no desire to engage, for in his perception, those two were not his match. Understood. Truly, they have outpaced us. Stib and Dashiong charged ahead. The others smiled and shook their heads at the sight. Cloud Fist, Misty Horizon, Iron War Chariot. Stib transformed into a colossal white cloud warrior, launching a punch at the knightly elder in the sky, while Dashiong morphed into a black iron ball, hurtling toward the masked individual in an instant. Stib and Dashiong gained the upper hand. Who are you? The combatants paused, staring angrily at the two who had disrupted their duel. I am Stib of the Libra Pirates, and this is Dashiong. And you? Stib introduced himself succinctly. Blue Sea Dwellers. How could you possess such formidable combat prowess at an altitude of 7,000 meters? They exclaimed in astonishment. Is that so difficult? Stib queried, somewhat perplexed. Greetings, I am Gonfuer. This is Weepa. Gonfuer regained his composure and smiled. Humph, Weepa grunted, clenching his aching fist, remaining silent. Our captain is over there. Might I kindly request you both to join us on our ship? Dashiong gestured invitingly at a ship. Captain? The two were even more astonished, realizing that the combat prowess of these two was akin to crushing vegetables, yet they were not the captain. How formidable must their captain be? Very well, I would be pleased to attend, Gonfuer replied with a knightly bow. And you? Stib inquired, glancing at the defiant Weepa. If you wish to go, then I shall go, regardless of the futility of escape or confrontation. All that remained was to speak defiantly. Weepa asserted that he was not cowardly, but rather steadfast, casting a fleeting glance at Gonfuer, who was swifter in spirit than he. Captain of the Libra. We have returned, exclaimed Sijabin and Dashiong, bursting onto the ship alongside Gonfuer and Weepa with uncontainable excitement. You are truly slow, Bai Jelly remarked with a disdainful curl of her lips. Indeed, had I gone, I would have dispatched them with just 2 spoonfuls, Carmen added with a fiery expression. This provoked a darkening of faces among the two trailing behind Sijabin. They felt utterly disregarded. All right, it's good enough that you've returned. A youthful voice interjected, smiling as he interrupted their quarrel. I am the captain of the Libra Pirates. These are my crew members. Who are you? What brings you to this battle? Litai inquired, seated leisurely on a chair upon the deck. I am Gonfuer from Sky Island, and this is Weepa, Gonfuer replied, regarding the seemingly harmless youth before him. In his perception, the boy appeared devoid of strength. However, he was not foolish enough to truly believe that. Did he not see the two who had just bested them standing respectfully behind this youth? Gonfuer, Weepa, Sky Islanders? A vague memory began to surface in Litai's mind. So, this is where I am. The Thunder God? Enel? How intriguing. A familiar yet strange recollection washed over him, and he recalled that this was the homeland of Enel, the one his odious brother had sent flying with a single punch. And what about that land abundant in gold? The Golden Country. The Thunder God, is it? It shall belong to me. What a pitiful fool, to have been sent flying by my brother. But now aboard the ship, he is indeed a formidable combatant, Litai mused inwardly. Though he had once been an avid viewer of One Piece, he had spent over a decade in this world. Much of the plot had faded from his memory, and his days were filled with rigorous training and delightful pursuits. There was little space for retention. Thus, he had only forced himself to remember pivotal events that shaped the world, such as the Marineford War. Ahem, Sijabin softly coughed, noticing Litai lost in thought. Oh. So, do you know how to reach Sky Island? It seems we have lost our way. Coming back to reality, Litai stood, stretched lazily, and squinted as he inquired. It's just ahead. This is White Sea. If you proceed forward, you will see the gate of heaven. Beyond it lies Sky Island, Gonfuer replied, somewhat speechless, not expecting that after their scuffle, they would merely be asking for directions. However, he still pointed ahead with understanding. Then, brothers, let us explore Sky Island. I seem to recall there is a place called the Golden Country. Let us go and see, Litai declared, raising his fist in exuberance. Oh, the Golden Country? Hey, Blue Sea people, there's a god living up there named Enel. To be careful, Weepa warned after a moment's contemplation. Thank you for the reminder. Our adventure is about to commence, and you're welcome to visit us again. Lita smiled graciously, though. By the way, Lita suddenly halted, recalling something as he turned to Gonfouer and the others. What is it? Gonfouer asked. Puzzled to eye in the future, there will be a boy wearing a straw hat named Luffy. He is my brother, so do not bully him. Otherwise, I might just destroy Sky Island myself, Lita said with a smile as he gently drew his weapon. Tong Yun, unleashing a tremendous force as he swung it backward. The White Sea was cleaved in two, with massive creatures within meeting a calamitous fate, reduced to mere powder, while the fortunate survivors roared and fled from the scene of chaos. Gulp. The onlookers swallowed hard at the sight of the severed seed, and no problem. Gonfouer and Weepa stammered, trembling, not out of fear, but as a natural response of living beings to overwhelming power. Even Sijabin and the others quaked. Unable to meet Lita's gaze, now, let us depart. With a mere thought, the Libra set sail forward, while Gonfouer and Weepa vanished from the ship. Weepa, have you ever encountered such a powerful being? Gonfouer inquired, observing Lita's departing figure. Never, before him. I feel that so-called God is merely a joke. Weepa exhaled deeply. Indeed, I am the former God, and you are the God of war. Yet, in his presence, we do not even dare to lift our heads. Is it not merely a farce? Gonfouer replied. You seek death. Let us continue our earlier battle. Weepa glared fiercely at Gonfouer. That will not do. I must leave. The skies of Sky Island are about to change. And I must take charge. Farewell. With that, Gonfouer vanished from view at a change in the skies. Watching the direction in which Lita and the others disappeared, Gonfouer did not hinder their departure, but murmured with a grave expression. Chapter 33. The Land of the Gods. Wow. Is that a waterfall falling from the sky? How magnificent. After some time of sailing, Lita and his companions arrived beneath a waterfall, where sunlight illuminated the cascading waters, creating ripples and vibrant rainbows that shimmered gloriously, an indescribable beauty. As the sun shines upon the incense burner, purple smoke rises. From afar, the waterfall hangs before the river, cascading straight down 3,000 feet. As if the Milky Way has fallen from the heavens. This must be the place, Lita murmured. Wow. Captain, your literary talent is impressive, the crew marveled. Ahem, this was written by a poet from my hometown. I merely borrowed it. Lita coughed lightly, offering an explanation. But Captain, isn't your home in the East Blue? I've never heard of this person, Jelly inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Captain, I have traversed the south and north these years, and have not heard of him either. Sijabin added, equally intrigued. All right, enough of that. Let us ascend. I suspect this is the true entrance to Sky Island. Lita rolled his eyes and interrupted the conversation. The Libra began to rise into the sky, following the waterfall upward, and soon, an opulent gate of heaven appeared before them, adorned with the 4 grand characters. Heaven's Gate. Surely. Angels reside here, Sweetheart Queen asked with keen interest. Ha, perhaps, Lita chuckled. Shall we enter and find out? Sijabin suggested. Yes, let us enter and discover, Lita declared, raising his arms high in enthusiasm. Look, there's an old lady with wings. As the Libra slowly approached the gate, an elderly woman appeared before them, seemingly taking their picture with a contraption resembling a camera. Excuse me, old lady, what are you doing? Leo called out from the front. I am not an old lady. I am Amazon, the inspector of Heaven's Gate. May I inquire, esteemed guest from afar, are you here to battle or to sightsee? The angelic old woman replied leisurely, We are here for adventure, Leo proclaimed. And what does battling entail? Jose, standing beside him, asked in confusion. Regardless of your intentions, should you wish to ascend to the upper Sky Island, each of you must pay a fee of 1 billion EQ. With 11 of you, that totals 11 billion EQ. It is the law, the old woman continued without addressing Jose's question. EQ, what is that? The group asked, bewildered. If we refuse to pay, can we still enter? Carmen inquired. Of course, you may. After all, I am merely the inspector, not the guard. The old woman shrugged indifferently. Then let us depart. After all, it's free money. Jelly exclaimed joyfully. May I ask how we reach Sky Island? Suddenly, 2 large pincers emerged from beneath the ship, grasping the Libra. These are the unique express shrimp of Sky Island. They will transport you upwards. The group was about to protest when the old woman explained, prompting them to relent. I wish you all a pleasant journey. As her words fell, the express shrimp began to soar away with Lita and the others in tow. Report to the Almighty God and the priests. I am Amazon, the inspector of Heaven's Gate. There are 11 intruders illegally entering our domain. Please mete out divine punishment upon them, unbeknownst to Lita and his companions. Their images and information had been duly reported to the so-called God. The scenery of Sky Island was truly breathtaking. As they rode upon the express shrimp, the group marveled at the passing beauty. Indeed, in a fervent desire to behold the picturesque scenery before them, the crowd wished fervently for a pair of additional eyes. As for the express shrimp, please, in comparison to the swiftness of the vessel controlled by Litai and Kisben, the speed of that creature was akin to that of a sluggish turtle. Before long, the crowd was catapulted into the air by the express shrimp, only to land gracefully upon the surface of the sea. The land of the gods, Litai murmured as he gazed at the multitude of houses dotting the landscape, with walkways ascending skyward, supported by the clouds. Halt. Do not move. A voice abruptly interrupted the excitement of the crowd. They turned towards the source of the sound, only to find a leader flanked by a cadre of soldiers coolly encircling them. We are the police, the White Beret Brigade, and I am Captain McKinley. Oh, the crowd responded, casting puzzled glances at McKinley. Hey, what is this reaction? You have committed the crime of unlawful entry into our domain, and thus, you are under arrest, McKinley said, his voice laced with indignation. Ha. Arrest us? You think you can? Dashiong scoffed. Indeed, just us. Now, please surrender quietly, or you shall face divine retribution. McKinley, sensing the pressure emanating from Dashiong, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, but gritted his teeth nonetheless. Humph, Dashiong waved dismissively. And the self-proclaimed police officers transformed into iron statues. Not bad. They make for quite charming ornaments, Litai remarked with a smile as he stroked his chin. They are far too weak. Dashiong chuckled, grinning broadly. Release that captain. Let him take us to see what this so-called deity looks like, Litai commanded. With a wave of his hand, Captain McKinley was restored to his former self. You have released us. You will incur the wrath of the heavens, McKinley exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground in terror. Control, Litai waved his hand, and as if in a trance, McKinley's gaze grew vacant, and he pointed in a specific direction. Excellent. A human compass has been completed, Litai grinned. Let us proceed. We must meet the legendary deity and see what they look like. Litai exclaimed joyfully. The crowd regarded the transformed McKinley with little change in their expressions. For they had witnessed Litai's lethal prowess. He was merely a human compass, was he not? Chapter 34. Inal submission. Ahahaha. Truly, we have some audacious individuals here, daring to challenge the majesty of the divine. A languid figure reclined atop a throne, taking a bite of an apple and chuckling. Boss, this is the place, Baijiali said, observing McKinley with his hands lowered, then gazing at the mysterious island before them with excitement. Have we arrived? Then let us ascend and take a look. Litai rose, smiling. Boss, there seems to be some remarkably powerful individuals here. Sweetheart Queen frowned, voicing her concerns. Indeed, I sense it too. These beings are quite peculiar. Borrowed added. No matter, it will merely serve as a warm-up for everyone, Litai said, noticing the frowns on their faces. Exactly. With the boss around, if we cannot win, he will dispatch them with ease, Dashiong remarked nonchalantly, seemingly influenced by his prolonged association with Sibin. All right, enough chatter. Let us go and see what this legendary deity is like, Litai declared, leaping from the ship, beckoning the others to follow. Here we go. The crowd followed Litai, making their way toward the mountain summit. What are these bubbles? Not long after their journey commenced, the group found their path obstructed by a series of white bubbles. Leo curiously touched one, resulting in an explosive burst that left him charred. Did you dare to offend the divine? How foolish. A spherical figure perched atop a white orb laughed at the crowd. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Leo roared. I am the priest Shadeli, master of the trial of the sphere. Do you wish to pass? You wretched fiend. I shall not forgive you. Leo bellowed. Dare you bully Leo? Prepare to meet your end, Jose exclaimed, covering his hand with armament hockey as he charged forward, intercepting Shadeli, who sought to obstruct Litai and the others. How amusing. Litai mused silently. The group continued forward, unperturbed by the departing Leo and Jose, pressing onward with Litai. Ha. That fool Shadeli couldn't stop you. Then let me introduce you to the might of the trial of the swamp. Controlled by me, Gaidatsi. As they advanced, they were halted by a vast expanse of swamp, where a man resembling a spider, suspended above the mire, cackled maniacally. A swamp. Then allow me to test your mettle, sweetheart, Queen charged forth. with Pig Jack transforming alongside her, both plunging into the fray. Litai, accompanied by Sibin, the clown, Daxiong, and Borrowed, continued onward as if unbothered. Carmen, Baijiali, and Stinky remained aboard the ship. Carmen and Baijiali were too lethargic to move, while Stinky, having witnessed Litai's explosive demonstration previously, had buried himself in research within the laboratory, so Litai and the others left him to guard the ship. Boss, those individuals earlier didn't seem to possess devil fruit abilities. How did they wield such immense power? Sibin and the others inquired curiously. Bang. Boss, why did you hit me? Sibin protested, rubbing his head. I don't know. Litai exclaimed in frustration, feeling the weight of his position as captain of the Libra pirates. Oh, what does hitting me have to do with you? Sibin continued, despite having awakened armament hockey and grown stronger. Litai's strike still stung. Do I not care for my dignity? Litai rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha. Daxiong and the others erupted in laughter at Litai's embarrassment. Just then, a blade-like flame surged towards them. Welcome to the trial of the rope, where survival is at 0. I am the priest here. You may call me Azura or the Celestial Knight, though I prefer the former. A figure riding an enormous bird-like creature addressed Litai and his companions. Fire? Rope? Heh. Let us see whose rope is stronger and whose blade is sharper. The clown charged forward, unleashing a flurry of fine blades from his body. Hey, wait for me, Sibin shouted, following the clown in a fervor, captivated by the large bird. This guy never takes battle seriously. Borrowed sighed, covering his face. That Tio make him serious. Only the boss can manage that, Daxiong remarked, glancing at Sibin and then at Litai, nodding in agreement. The foes ahead are growing increasingly formidable. Exercise caution, Borrowed advised, retracting his gaze. Hee. Litai raised his head, his eyes gleaming with depth as he smiled. Let us proceed. That intriguing fellow is drawing nearer, and I truly anticipate the encounter, Litai said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I am the priest of the trial of iron. This path is blocked. Please return the way you came. A figure clad in sunglasses, wielding a machete, obstructed their path. Nearby, a large dog barked furiously. Roar, another iron wielder like myself. Let me test you. Daxiong bellowed as he charged forward. How ridiculous. You expect me to fight a dog? Borrowed grumbled, colliding with the large canine. Sigh, it has been ages since I've had a proper fight. You would do well to recognize the situation. Inel. Litai ignored his departing companions and continued onward. Finally, he arrived before a resplendent palace. A temple of pure gold. What an extravagant display. This dog has quite the taste, Litai remarked, unimpressed by the opulence before him. Yaha. I've been waiting for you, little mouse. 30 million volts. Thunderbird, scatter, Litai said softly, channeling his thoughts towards Enel's attack, causing it to dissipate into the void. Really now? The guest hasn't even entered, and you treat them this way? Quite impolite, wouldn't you say, little Enel? As he pushed open the door, he was immediately met with a show of force from Enel. Seated imperiously on his throne, Litai, visibly displeased, inquired, what was that all about? Enel, perplexed, turned to Litai for clarification. Defeat me, and I shall reveal it to you. Litai replied, narrowing his eyes. As you wish. I shall make you comprehend the consequences of belittling a god. Enel, who had previously lounged lazily, now rose to his feet and declared, 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Quite impressive. This dragon exudes a certain grandeur, Litai remarked, his eyes lighting up as he critiqued Enel's attack. Dissipate, Litai uttered softly, and the Thunder Dragon vanished into nothingness. Little Enel, this attack simply won't suffice. Why not join me on my ship? I can teach you the ways of thunder, Litai suggested with a smile. Impossible, Enel exclaimed, his pupils constricting in disbelief. There is no such thing as impossibility. The confines of your current surroundings stifle your growth. Come aboard my ship, and I shall introduce you to the heroes of the world. Litai continued with a grin. If you can withstand my strongest blow, I shall relinquish my divine status and accompany you. However, if you fail, prepare to face the wrath of a god, Enel bellowed, glaring at Litai, who had effortlessly blocked his attack. Come forth, Litai taunted, beckoning with a finger point. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Wow, that's truly spectacular. Is this a performance of Digga's transformation? Litai marveled at Enel, who was enveloped in lightning. With a thunderous clash, Enel charged towards Litai, colliding fiercely, causing numerous fissures to appear beneath Litai's feet. Yet he stood unwavering. This is impossible, Enel roared. Myriad thunder, with booming sounds. Powerful bolts of lightning surged towards Litai. With a resounding punch, Litai struck Enel, sending him flying. Oh dear, little AI, you've landed quite a few hits on me. Surely, I can afford to strike you once. Now, will you join my ship? Litai inquired, gripping Enel by the throat. His gaze menacing. No, it cannot be. There are only gods who die, not those who submit. Enel replied, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and his complexion pale, feeling utterly drained, as if he were facing defenseless mortals. Then I shall teach you, and once you defeat me, you may leave. Litai chuckled. Are you certain? Enel scrutinized Litai in disbelief. Indeed, you may employ every means at your disposal to conquer me, Litai affirmed. Then, please release me. Captain, Enel pondered for a moment before responding that I refuse to believe that if I learn all your powers, I will not be able to defeat you. Enel thought to himself. Then welcome aboard, God Enel. Litai released his grip, smiling. Enel gazed at Litai's expression, feeling a surge of exasperation. By the way, what about your Ark of the Covenant? I haven't seen it, Litai queried, puzzled. In the land of gold, Enel replied. Then let us set sail. Litai beamed. Chapter 35. The cleric's submission. In the misty forest, the 4 trial clerics lay subdued on the ground, captured by Sigbin and his companions, who appeared somewhat battered and disheveled. Enel trailed behind Litai. Gazing in disbelief at his subdued subordinates, he had never anticipated Litai's strength, nor that of his own followers. God, release the deity. What have you done to the god? Several clerics yelled in anger, eyeing Enel. Hold still, Sigbin shouted at the bound trial clerics. Boss, these fellows are truly troublesome. Their attack patterns are quite bizarre, Sigbin expressed, slightly shaken, recalling how close they had come to defeat. Thank you for your efforts, Litai remarked, observing the disheveled group, reflecting on the necessity of not underestimating the world's inhabitants. He was well aware of his comrades' abilities, yet was surprised to see them struggle even 2 against 1. Not at all a bother, the group replied in unison. Is this the legendary god? Sigbin inquired, curiously eyeing Enel. Humph. Enel realized that his mental network was utterly ineffective against Litai, as if this person did not exist in the world. However, he noticed that several individuals before him possessed strength comparable to his own. This god was nothing extraordinary. Aside from being somewhat handsome and arrogant, he was rather unremarkable. Upon hearing this, Enel's expression darkened as he glared at the sweetheart queen. Who had spoken? Handsome, do you not find me appealing? But alas, you are not my type. The sweetheart queen continued to provoke, her tone flirtatious. Impudent, do not show disrespect to the god. The 4 clerics shouted in unison. All right, from now on, he shall be our ally. Release his subordinates. Litai smiled at the excited Enel and the clerics. What? Allies? The group exclaimed in astonishment. Little AI, you explain it to them. Also, these clerics possess considerable strength. They should join my ship as well. I will await you on board. Do a good job of convincing them, Litai instructed Enel. All right, Enel nodded in response. Sigbin and the others then released the subdued individuals and followed Litai towards the Libra. As for fearing they might flee, that would be to underestimate their boss. God, have you truly been defeated? The Iron Trial cleric, approached Enel. Accurately speaking, I exerted all my strength, yet could not inflict even a scratch on him. Enel replied bitterly, gazing at the astonished clerics. How can this be possible? And the others gasped. They believed Enel would feel somewhat vindicated if he had battled Litai for 300 rounds and lost. But to discover that even their full-scale assault barely grazed him was simply unacceptable. They had no doubt about Enel's strength, as they were acutely aware of the power and abilities of the god before them. Sighing, Enel felt his understanding shattered by the sudden appearance of these challengers. Once invincible in the sky, he now felt a twinge of despondency. God, perhaps we should flee, suggested. Woof, 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 the large dog beside echoed. Flee? Where to? The beings we fought are nothing short of monsters. Had it not been for our ambush, we might not even have been able to scratch their surface. Shura, the rope trial cleric, lamented, having sustained the most severe injuries among the clerics. I have already joined their ship. That monster said he would teach me their combat methods. I intend to grow stronger and defeat him. Do you not find our sky island too confining? I wish to venture forth and witness the prowess of the Qinghai warriors, Enel declared with determination. Come with me. Let us explore the wonders of this world together. This place is too small, and our perspectives too limited. Enel urged the gathered crowd. The clerics exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their inner turmoil. God, if we leave, who will guard this trial ground? and the others exchanged concerned looks. Yaha! This place will not lack for gods. Should we depart, new gods will surely arise. Is that not the natural order? Enel laughed heartily. Speaking cruelly, he was not foolish. He knew that if this world lost its gods, it would undoubtedly plunge into chaos and war for dominance. Furthermore, that monster had stated he had his eye on them. If they refused to join him, he would undoubtedly annihilate them. Following the strong was the very law of the jungle. Enel continued to speak to the still-torn crowd. We are willing to follow the god. After a moment of struggle, several clerics gradually affirmed their resolve. Yaha! From this day forth, there shall be no gods, nor clerics. We are simply allies. Enel laughed joyously at the sight of the determined few before him. On the Libra. Boss, do you think those clerics will truly join our ship? Sigbin inquired with curiosity. Indeed, boss, those fellows are quite impressive. While their individual strength may be lacking, their peculiar attacks rival the power of devil fruits. Moreover, I have noticed their observation haki is on par with ours. If they learn to wield armament haki, they will not fall short of us. Borod added seriously. If they refuse to submit, then we shall eliminate them. Litai remarked lightly, observing the somber expressions of his companions. Regarding his reasoning, he merely wished to prevent any potential troubles when his obnoxious brother, Luffy, eventually arrived. How cruel it is. Yet, that leader is undeniably cool. The sweetheart queen exclaimed with a love-struck expression that I find it quite impressive as well. Big Bear chimed in. Ha! The crowd erupted in laughter. In truth, Lita was uncertain about the extent of his own strength. His six-sword flow had already ascended to the mid-stage of the Grand Swordsman realm, and all three colors of haki had reached an advanced level. The development of the Niannian Fruit had also reached a high tier, and when combined with the spatial crystal of the small earth, it could nearly attain a pinnacle state, just enough to achieve a semblance of the ability to make words manifest as reality. However, he understood that the power within this world extended far beyond that, as fragments of memories within the spatial crystal hinted at formidable beings capable of annihilating worlds with a single strike, or even altering the very fabric of existence with a mere thought. Such feats were still well beyond his reach. At that moment, a flash of lightning enveloped four individuals, appearing on the ship and interrupting Lita's contemplation. Welcome back. You have made an exceptionally wise choice, Lita said with a smile. Friends, let us commence the feast and welcome our new companions aboard, Lita declared with enthusiasm, raising his arm in a cheer. Oh, Skibin and others responded joyfully. A feast? Enel and his companions inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, let us revel in joy, Skibin said, pulling Enel's shoulder with camaraderie. Enel replied, feeling somewhat stiff under Skibin's embrace. Chapter 36. The Land of Gold. Cosmic Pirates, Infinite Lands, Advanced Technology, Scarce Resources, The Downfall of a Mighty Kingdom. How intriguing. Gazing at the mural before him, depicting four winged figures conversing with four colossal silhouettes. After a day of revelry, Lita and his companions arrived at the legendary Land of Gold. Indeed, Captain, it seems this mural speaks of a colossal kingdom that, due to advanced technology and resource scarcity, ignited a cataclysmic war. Enel shared his speculation with Lita. Haha, so your construction of the Ark prophecy was aimed at reaching this so-called infinite land, was it? Lita chuckled. Ahem, indeed. Before encountering you, my lord, I did harbor such thoughts. For a god should reside in the highest realm, Enel replied, scratching his head awkwardly. The four priests who followed them looked at Enel's demeanor, as if they had discovered a new continent, for in their eyes, Enel had always been exceedingly ruthless. Ahem, Enel shot them a glance, clearing his throat to signal them to be quiet. All right, enough of this. Let us venture to this infinite land after we settle matters in the East Blue. Lita interrupted their banter, then curiously gazed at the largest stone tablet before him, recognizing it as the historical text of legend. In the name of the gods, the ancient weapon Poseidon resides here. We are the authors of history, resonating with the chimes of the great clock tower. I have arrived here to guide this text to its ultimate destination, Pirate Gold. Roger. Lita softly read the inscription, and upon reaching the final words left by Roger, he shook his head and smiled. Lita recognized these characters due to the inheritance he received from the small earth. These ancient texts were inherently understood without the need for study. My lord, you can actually comprehend the text above? The others gazed at Lita in astonishment, inwardly cursing the unfairness of fate, as not only was he immensely powerful, but also possessed such profound knowledge. Yes, I am merely fortunate to know such characters, Lita nodded with a smile. While he held little interest in the so-called Sea King Poseidon, this journey was not without its rewards. Luffy, when you read this passage, it signifies that you have set sail, does it not? Are you not surprised by the extent of your brother's capabilities? However, by the time you read this, you should have your own companions, right? Cherish your friends. I miss you. This is historical text. Make good use of it. Oh, and I shall borrow a bit of the gold here, lest your companions struggle to support you. Consider it my gift for your living expenses. Pirate Waldka Litai, upon seeing Gold. Roger's mischievous note, gleefully drew his gluttonous sword and, enveloping it in haki, inscribed the following words in ancient text upon the historical document. Ha ha ha. I eagerly anticipate Luffy's expression when he sees this passage. Litai thought mischievously. My lord, what are you doing? Perhaps inscribing something of great significance. The others speculated as they observed Litai's whimsical expression. Ahem. All right, brothers, go gather the gold. Our escapades in the Sky Island have reached a conclusion. Litai said with a smile. However, my lord, are we truly only taking a little? Why not store the land of gold within the small earth? Skibin and the others questioned, perplexed at no need for that. This place should remain for those destined to find it. We must not be overly greedy. Sufficient is enough. Besides, carrying so much gold would render it impractical to exchange. It would ultimately be little more than scrap metal, Litai explained, as his subordinates were unaware of the concept of inflation. Very well, the others gazed at the golden city before them with a tinge of reluctance. Yet they had always followed Litai's words as for Enel and the new arrivals. They expressed confusion over the seemingly mundane treasures scattered about. Then off you go. I shall collaborate with Enel on how to integrate his arc prophecy with the Libra. Litai addressed the group before leading Enel and the others to the ship for further study. Wow, I never imagined the Libra could be modified in such a manner. Skibin and the others exclaimed in astonishment upon returning to see the transformed Libra. Enel's arc prophecy was integrated alongside the Libra, with the power source relocated to the middle of both vessels. The bow of the arc was removed and melted down to form the emblem of the Libra, while the previous sails were taken down, as their new power source could be charged with electricity or biogas, enabling propulsion. This meant that while the length of the Libra remained unchanged, its width had doubled. Let us head to Water 7 to further enhance the Libra, Litai remarked, shaking his head at the current unappealing state of the ship. Upon hearing this, the crew took a final glance at the beautiful land of gold, reluctant to depart. Haha, sensing the sentiments of the crew, Litai smiled slightly. With a mere thought, he summoned a towering golden edifice into the small earth. Long live the captain. The elders rejoiced passionately upon witnessing Litai's feat spatial extraction. Where has that grand structure vanished? Enel and the newcomers gaped in disbelief. This is the captain's ability. He possesses a realm where the training speed is tenfold. In other words, 10 days of training there equates to merely 1 day passing outside. This is the greatest secret of our Libra pirate crew, Skibin said proudly, patting the shoulders of the bewildered Enel and the others. How could such a wondrous place exist in the world? Ohm murmured. With the captain, anything is possible. The crowd erupted in laughter. Even Litai couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how Enel and his companions had initially regarded them with condescension when they first arrived at the land of gold. This was Skibin's playful revenge. All right, enough of the antics. Before we set sail, I have a significant matter to discuss with you all, Litai stated after their playful banter, seemingly recalling something important. My lord, the crew looked at Litai with curiosity. As the Libra pirate crew continues to grow and new comrades join us, we shall no longer use our names. Henceforth, we shall refer to one another by code names. This is my proposal. Next, I will assign tasks and responsibilities aboard the ship, Litai proclaimed with seriousness. Enel, Skibin, Big Bear King, Bolid, Litai called out. My lord, Enel's code name will be symbols Qinglong, Skibin's will be symbols Baihu, Bolid's will be symbols Zhk, and Big Bear King's will be symbols Xuanwu. You four will form the primary combat team. Understood, my lord. The 4 individuals responded gravely, acknowledging that while they did not comprehend the significance of the codenames assigned to them, they were acutely aware that they represented the visage of the Libra pirate crew. This arrangement was entirely within reason and came as no surprise, considering the prowess of these 4 individuals was evident to all. The focus of the gathered crowd, however, lingered on the peculiar codenames, which they mulled over repeatedly. The jester bore the codename Mood Joy. The Azura was designated Mood Anger. Alm was labeled Mood Sorrow. Sadilai was known as Mood Happiness. The Sweetheart Queen was Mood Love. Pig Jack held the codename Mood Surprise, and Gata Z was referred to as Mood Fear. You are the second combat unit, they affirmed solemnly. Yes, Captain, responded the seven with equally serious expressions. Bigiali was designated assist rabbit. Carmen was assist snake, Leo was assist bull, Jose was assist monkey, and Skunk was assist rat. You are our logistics unit. The future support for our brothers rests upon your shoulders. Understood. The four replied in unison. Everyone must remember their code names. In the days to come, we shall face relentless battles. Are you prepared? Litai stated earnestly to the assembly. Always ready, was the resounding reply. What a remarkable captain we have. What, I wonder, is his true ambition? Though the group may not fully grasp the meanings behind the code names, they held an unwavering faith in their formidable captain. Now, brothers, let us return to the Blue Sea and commence our next adventure. Litai proclaimed. Assist Rat injected the pre-prepared gas into the power source, while Enel and Siggy utilized their devil fruit abilities to elevate the Libra ship, which instantly surged forth towards the Grand Line. How splendid! Chapter 37. The 8th Division. The Grand Line. Ah, so this is the Grand Line. How dreadfully dull, Enel remarked, idly holding a fishing rod and conversing with Siggy. Sometimes sailing can be quite entertaining. But at other times, it is exceedingly monotonous. I merely hope we reach the next island soon. Siggy replied, resting his chin upon one hand. If you find it so dull, why not join Shaudicho and mood for some training? Forget it. I've already awakened my armament hockey, and apart from developing my devil fruit abilities, there is little else to enhance my skills. I have no desire to enter that tedious space, even if it could help me grow stronger rapidly. Enel shook his head. Inherently lazy, he found the thought of such training a form of torment. Suit yourself. I'm not going either. Siggy yawned. What are you two discussing? Litai inquired as he jumped beside them. Captain, are you here to fish today as well? Enel asked excitedly. Yes, it's simply too boring. Besides, the Libra ship is fully operational and has a navigation compass that will guide us to the next island. Litai stated nonchalantly, casting his line with expert precision. But by the way, Captain, how did you manage to invent the navigation compass for the Grand Line? Your strength is already monstrous, and your intellect is equally extraordinary. Do you intend to render our ordinary lives obsolete? Siggy commented. Indeed, I am truly impressed. By the way, would you like an apple? Enel offered, taking a bite from one. Ugh. You can keep it. Litai and Siggy both shook their heads in disdain. Yaha! Unappreciative. Enel chuckled mischievously. Bang! Speak properly. Don't laugh so obnoxiously. You're scaring away my fish, Litai exclaimed, punching Enel on the head. Captain, why is it that despite my mastery of armament hockey and observation hockey, I still cannot evade your strikes, and they still hurt so much? Enel complained, looking quite aggrieved. That's called the iron fist of love, Litai quipped, noticing the sizable bump on Enel's head. Recalling an elderly figure, he clenched his fist and raised it, finally understanding the old man's joy. Serves you right. Siggy stifled a laugh. White tiger, are you seeking death? Enel retorted at Siggy's gleefulness. Doe, little green dragon. You're getting anxious. That mindset won't do. Your lightning will merely be absorbed by my white clouds, augmenting their power. Siggy wagged his finger. Stupid white tiger, don't call me little green dragon. Your white clouds only enhance my lightning powers. What are you so cocky about? Enel exclaimed in frustration. Honestly, what are you two always arguing about? Kuma sauntered over, leaning against the ship's railing, observing the bickering duo. Out of boredom, Enel and Siggy replied in unison. Humph. The two exchanged glances before snorting dismissively. Well, you two carry on, Kuma said, scratching his head innocently. By the way, Xuanwu, why have you come here? Who is steering the ship? Siggy inquired. Oh, it's no trouble. I've set it to autopilot. I came out to watch you bicker because I was bored too. Kuma replied. Autopilot? Litai and the others exclaimed in bewilderment. Does our ship have that capability? Litai questioned, puzzled. I don't think so, Enel added. Hey. What is going on? Borat on the lookout shouted, perplexed. Indeed, at present, only the 5 of them were aboard the Libra, as the others had been sent by Litai to train on Shaudicho, including Carmen and the rest. Due to Litai's assessment of their insufficient strength, Borat, it must be said, was a genius of hockey, forcefully advancing into the elite ranks. Captain, there appears to be an island ahead. An island resembling a naval warship, Borat exclaimed with enthusiasm. An island. An island. Splendid. Finally, a place with human habitation. I shall feast heartily, Siggy declared excitedly. Ever since descending from Skypea, they had been sailing without sight of civilization, as though the islands were deliberately evading them. An island resembling a warship. I feel like I recall something. Litai mused, rubbing his head as a series of vague images surfaced in his mind. Forget it. Let us go ashore and relax for a bit, he decided, shaking his head. Captain, what's wrong? Litai waved his hand, causing a whirlpool to manifest on the ship, and figures began to appear before them, as the entire assist team assembled. As for why the others did not emerge, because that group was comprised of research-obsessed lunatics. Even Baijiali was engrossed in upgrading the maritime navigation compass. A small island has appeared ahead. We should go ashore for a supply replenishment. Litai smiled gently at the gathered crew. Huh? The Navy? At that moment, the group turned their gaze towards the calm sea beside them in confusion. Indeed, every individual present possessed observation hockey, especially the new crew members who had boarded during their time on Skypea, whose innate talent for observation hockey was extraordinary. The Navy? Then let us pause and wait. If we proceed directly to the island, engaging in battle could harm innocent civilians, Litai stated calmly. Understood, Captain. The crew eagerly prepared for what lay ahead. Report. A pirate ship has appeared ahead. A soldier on a naval vessel reported to his superior. Pirates? Which pirate crew? The officer inquired to ITS the crew flying the Libra pirate flag. The soldier answered. Libra? That sounds familiar. Move closer. I need to speak with Admiral Nelson. The officer turned and headed into the ship. Admiral Nelson, a pirate ship displaying the Libra insignia has blocked our path. The naval sergeant reported to the rotund figure seated, a massive meat stick in each hand. Huh, pirates. Are they also here searching for the 1,000-year dragon? A bespectacled individual with squinty eyes questioned. What's the matter? Elric, they're just pirates. We can eliminate them easily. Our 8th Division boasts over 50 strong ships. This time we've brought along over 1,000 brothers. What can a mere small pirate crew do against us? Admiral Nelson replied nonchalantly. Exactly. Get me lifted up. Lieutenant, notify all ships to assemble and test my newly devised formation. Nelson seemed to recall something. Stating, yes, a lieutenant rose to his feet. All personnel, emergency assembly, prepare for battle, and execute the Admiral's new formation. The lieutenant announced into a transponder snailed as his words fell. The warships rapidly connected with iron nets. Splendid. Carried out of the council chamber by 4 individuals, Nelson exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, the formation of the Admiral is formidable. Upon witnessing this scene, Eric's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain as he remarked. The Libra has arrived. Gazing at the enormous warships appearing side by side on the horizon, Siggy and his companions expressed their delight. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of cannon fire erupted around the Libra. Yet all incoming projectiles were intercepted by the group. They took the initiative. Then we shall not hold back, for they are merely a bunch of naval scum. Litai observed the approaching naval vessels, and vague memories surged in his mind. Brothers, wait until they encircle us before we strike. Remember, if we, the Libra, do not engage, we shall leave no survivors once we do. And yes, those with capabilities must be spared. Do you understand? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Litai's eyes as he spoke calmly. Yahaha, just as I prefer. Let them experience the terror of the Thunder God. Enel laughed heartily. But that won't do. If you finish them off, what will we do for fun? The boss won't engage, and we have 11 people against 55 naval ships. 5 per person. Let's see who kills first, Siggy replied to the exuberant Enel. Indeed, Qinglong, we've grown stagnant on this little planet. It's time for us to move and stretch our limbs. They all echoed. All right. I shall heed your wishes. Enel waved his hand, somewhat regretfully. Why am I not engaging? Litai asked, puzzled. Boss, let us deal with those weaklings, Enel urged anxiously. Exactly. If the boss intervenes, it would be too embarrassing for us. Siggy and the others shook their heads, signaling that it was unnecessary. Very well. Litai shrugged, conceding, for indeed, in his perception, the opposing forces were far too weak to warrant his involvement, and they seemed likely to cause considerable trouble for Luffy and his crew in the future. Thus, amidst the cheering of a few, the fate of Nelson and the naval forces was decided. Chapter 38, the 8th Division, Annihilation. What a headache. Why do I remember that the battleship island was supposed to be in the East Sea? Why is it appearing in the Grand Line? Litai pondered, listening to the sounds of cannon fire and the increasingly close naval vessels. He walked to the bow, lit a cigarette, ignoring the Navy, and gazed toward the direction of Battleship Island. Frowning in thought, could it be that we returned to the East Sea? How did we come back? He mused secretly, observing his eager subordinates. Boss, this time you won't participate. Just act as the judge. Siggy said excitedly. No problem. Siggy's cheerful voice broke Litai's contemplation, and he nodded in agreement, instantly appearing on the lookout tower. Oh, he. The other side is just a group of cowards, brothers. Let us close in and annihilate them. A bunch of rabble. Eliminate them in the name of justice. The Navy, seeing that the crew aboard the Libra was merely passively taking hits without retaliating, mistakenly believed that Litai and his companions were incapable of counterattack. And they rejoiced, hearing the raucous laughter from the opposing side. The crew on the Libra paid no heed, instead secretly gathering their strength, awaiting the command from the lookout tower. 100 nautical miles. 90 nautical miles, 50 nautical miles, 20 nautical miles. Brothers, advance. Litai commanded from the lookout tower. He then lit another cigarette, crouching down to observe the rushing figures. Are they monsters? How can they move so swiftly? Look, in the sky. Some are flying. Quick, counterattack, increase the firepower. Faced with the retaliatory crew from the Libra, the Navy was momentarily stunned but quickly snapped back to reality, opening fire at Siggy and his companions who were charging forward. However, the distance was too short. How could they possibly hit Siggy and his comrades? Quickly, they're boarding the ship. Ah, save me. Am I going to die? Woo-woo, I don't want to die yet. Upon boarding the naval ships, Siggy and his companions unleashed a one-sided massacre. The Navy had almost no means to fight back, and the air was filled with cries of pain and despair, the stench of blood rising to the heavens, staining the sky crimson. Ha ha ha, Inel, you weakling, you're no match. Siggy taunted Inel as he continued to slay their foes, yet in an instant, another naval soldier fell. Damn it. Inel furiously unleashed a bolt of lightning, watching as 5 naval ships were instantly reduced to ashes upon the sea. Ha! Congratulations. The others laughed as they witnessed Inel's moment of misfortune, and then their own attacks erupted, transforming the ships before them into mere refuse. Drifting across the ocean. Boom, retreat. Quickly retreat. You useless lot. Speed it up. Those monsters are approaching. Nelson trembled, his corpulent body shaking. Are these people all devil fruit users? What kind of pirate crew is this? Why are they so powerful? Why have we not heard of them before at sea? AI-like, the scythe fruit user, shouted in terror, drenched in cold sweat. Just then, a massive warship suddenly sprang to life, attempting to flee. These little mice actually think they can escape? Enel said coldly. The others immediately sneered, surrounding the ship. Hey, you pig, are you the highest-ranking officer of this Navy? Siggy asked, frowning. I'm asking you. Didn't you hear? Enel impatiently struck a bolt of lightning beside the trembling Nelson, demanding an answer. Gentlemen, I am Admiral Nelson of the Navy. I possess many treasures. If you spare me, I will gladly offer you all my riches, Nelson stammered. Heh, is this the so-called righteous Navy? The others regarded the terrified Nelson with disdain, their expressions reflecting their contempt. For those who had just descended from Sky Island, Nelson's so-called treasures seemed nothing more than a joke. Hey, what about you? You lack a ship and Navy uniform. You must be a devil fruit user too, right? Enel inquired. Why yes, I am a bounty hunter, hired by Nelson. AI-like stuttered, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The oppressive aura emanating from the group made him feel like an ant, utterly helpless. A bounty hunter? Then you can stay. As for the others, they can perish. With that, Bear stepped forward, seizing AI-like and turning toward the Libra. Enel, Siggy, and Borod glanced at the frightened Nelson, losing interest and following Bear back to the Libra. I relish the taste of your fear. Mood grinned widely. Demons, demons. You are all demons. Overwhelmed by terror, Nelson completely broke down, descending into madness. Then I shall grant you a swift end, Mood said sorrowfully, as if he had lost a beloved toy. And with a swift motion, he severed Nelson's head, tossing it high into the air, where it was promptly devoured by his pet dog. Ho, Mood, your pet really has no discrimination, even eating this kind of waste. Mood quipped angrily. Sigh, my little dog is a bit unruly. There's nothing I can do I just hope he doesn't have an upset stomach. Otherwise, it could be troublesome. Mood lamented, gently stroking his obedient dog sitting beside him. All cleaned up? Litai gazed at the returning crowd, a smile gracing his lips. Boss, are the people of Qinghai truly this weak? They are hardly a challenge. Enel scoffed. This group of Navy personnel is not the main force. So their weakness is to be expected, Litai replied with a chuckle. Boss, this fellow is a devil fruit user. We have brought him along, Bear announced as he hoisted Eric forward. Pray tell, what is the purpose of your visit? And what kind of devil fruit do you possess? Perhaps, if I am pleased, I may spare your life, Litai said, gazing down at the kneeling Eric. The Navy's 8th Division was annihilated by you. We followed the legend of the Millennium Dragon here. Eric hurriedly explained, looking at the group of lunatics before him. The legend of the Millennium Dragon. You say? How intriguing. Litai's lips curled into a slight grin. Indeed, the legend states that the bones of the Millennium Dragon grant immortality. Who would have thought you would meet your demise here? Eric replied, Do you possess any leads? The group inquired curiously, their gazes fixed on Eric. Well, according to our reliable information, there is a living Millennium Dragon on the island ahead. And I am a bounty hunter, a user of the scythe fruit, hired by Nelson to assist him in seizing the Millennium Dragon, Eric declared. Hee. Litai smiled faintly, and with a mere thought, Eric collapsed and vanished from sight. TSK, it seems we shall have a rather remarkable fruit among our companions, the group exclaimed excitedly, all aware that Litai had the ability to extract devil fruits. This fellow is too cowardly. He is unfit to join our crew. Let us extract the devil fruit for the benefit of our brothers, Litai said cruelly. Well, with matters here resolved, let us venture to the island ahead and see what powers this legendary Millennium Dragon possesses. Litai proclaimed Do. The group responded enthusiastically. Why has the island appeared in the Grand Line? Could it be my presence that has caused such a distortion in information? Litai mused as he gazed at the increasingly nearer island. Chapter 39. ABI's Island Alarm. Alarm. Pirates have landed. A voice shattered the tranquility of the small village. What? Pirates? Why would they come here? The villagers gazed nervously at Litai and his crew disembarking. Greetings, I am Litai, the captain of the ship. We require supplies, as our provisions have run low, Litai said with a smile, addressing the anxious villagers. Is that so? I am Borden, the head of this village. You may come to my home for a brief respite. I only hope you will not harm the villagers. I will ensure they prepare the supplies, Borden said, leading a small girl by the hand. Thank you very much, Litai replied graciously. No need for thanks. Borden smiled, and as Litai activated his observation hotkey, he sensed the presence of an ancient Millennium Dragon. The back mountain, you say? Litai whispered, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, just as Litai turned to look towards the back mountain. The little girl held by Borden stiffened momentarily. Little sister, what is your name, and how old are you? Litai asked gently, picking up the still dazed ABIs. Sensing Litai's kindness, no one intervened. I am ABIs, and I am 7 years old. ABIs finally responded, coming to her senses. Such a good girl, Litai said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Indeed, do not be fooled by Abis's age. She is quite perceptive and capable, Borden said with pride. Silly Grandpa Borden, why must you say such things? ABIs thought to herself. Is that so? Greetings, elder brothers and sisters. ABIs beamed at the group. My youthful heart. This little sister is simply adorable, the others exclaimed in delight at the charming ABI's sigh. I must have a daughter someday. Inola declared. Then I shall have a son to pursue your daughter. Siggy bantered mischievously. You foul white tiger, are you courting death? Inola retorted, his expression darkening. TSK, Siggy provocatively clicked his tongue. Ha ha ha. The others chuckled, amused. This was a mere interlude. As Borden began recounting the story of the island, alas, Grandpa Borden is at it again. Noticing the drowsy expressions of the others and Borden's incessant chatter, ABIs quietly slipped outside. Litai observed this and followed her. ABIs, he called gently. Lord Litai. What is it? She inquired with curiosity. You have consumed a devil fruit, have you not? Litai smiled as he stroked her head. What is a devil fruit? ABIs asked, intrigued. It is a fruit imbued with mysterious powers, granting extraordinary abilities to those who consume it, though they shall be shunned by the sea and forever unable to swim, Litai elucidated. ABIs gasped. I believe I have eaten a devil fruit. It allows me to understand the words and thoughts of many animals. After her exclamation, ABIs added. I see. Then you must utilize the powers of this devil fruit to aid others. Litai smiled encouragingly. ABIs nodded, though she remained somewhat puzzled. Could you share information about the creature on the back mountain with me? Litai inquired with a smile. How do you know about Lord Dragon? ABIs exclaimed in surprise. I noticed it as soon as we landed. It seems quite weak, Litai explained. Yes, Lord Dragon said that if it can return to its homeland, it will be reborn, ABIs replied. I believe I can assist him. Would you guide me there, ABIs? Litai asked. Really? Lord Litai is willing to help Lord Dragon. ABIs asked excitedly. Indeed, Litai nodded. Wonderful. With your help, Lord Dragon will surely find his way home. I shall take you there at once. ABIs exclaimed joyfully. As she beamed with happiness, Litai's lips curled into a slight smile. This was a result of his mind fruit's development, now advanced enough to exude an aura of trustworthiness that put others at ease. At the island of the Millennium Dragon, Litai curiously inquired, "Is this truly the legendary Millennium Dragon?" Gazing at the frail and aged creature before him. Indeed, Lord Dragon has stated that if he can return to his homeland, he shall be reborn and soar through the skies once more. ABIs explained. Is that so? Then let us proceed. Lord Dragon, please do not resist, Litai instructed, nodding affirmatively. The ancient dragon complied with a nod, sensing the strength of the human before it. Instinctively, it understood that resistance would lead to its demise. As Litai concentrated, he lifted ABIs and the dragon, floating effortlessly into the air, heading towards the cave's exit. Roar. The dragon reveled in the long-awaited sunlight and the return to the sky, flapping its wings joyfully and letting out an exuberant roar. All right, Lord Dragon, relax. We shall seek your homeland. ABIs exclaimed, sharing in the dragon's joy. Whoosh. Litai, carrying ABIs and the dragon, materialized aboard the ship, the Tianchu. ABIs, we shall wait for my companions to procure supplies before we depart, Litai announced. MHM, ABIs nodded in agreement. By the way, does Lord Dragon know where his homeland lies? Litai queried, glancing at the dragon resting on the ship. The dragon's murky eyes flickered with confusion, and then a vision surfaced in its mind. Struggling to point in a specific direction with its wing, Lord Dragon indicates that his homeland lies that way, as he flew from there. ABIs explained. I see. Litai responded thoughtfully. Boss, we have returned. Could this creature truly be the Millennium Dragon Eric spoke of? The crew members speculated curiously as they observed the dragon resting on the Tianchu. Indeed, it is indeed the case that we are now embarking on a quest to discover the homeland of the legendary Millennium Dragon. As Litai smiled gently and remarked, "Oh," the crowd exclaimed in unison, for they were aware that this man before them would not engage in frivolous endeavors. Chapter 40. The Navy Conference. As the crowd gathered, the ship Tianping set sail once more towards the homeland indicated by the Dragon Master. My homeland lies just ahead, a BC joyfully announced. Indeed, Litai nodded in agreement. Captain, it seems there is an aura here reminiscent of Little Earth, Sijabin remarked slowly, furrowing his brow. Precisely. Captain, there is indeed an essence akin to that of Little Earth, yet it feels somewhat different. Bolode and others expressed their astonishment. Shall we not go and see for ourselves? Litai replied, smiling without addressing their queries. Absolutely. Regardless of what it is, we shall uncover it. The crowd lavished praise upon Litai, acknowledging his incisive insight. Is this truly the homeland of the Dragon Master? It emanates a scent of decay, and there appears to be no Millennium Dragon here. Following the Dragon Master's guidance, they arrived at this forsaken isle, marked by signs of human presence, yet all were being eroded and consumed by nature, exuding a dense atmosphere of decay. Well, since we are here, let us explore, Litai proposed thoughtfully. Sounds delightful. The group dispersed joyfully, leaving only the Dragon Master and a BC behind. Dragon Master, since you have found this place, why not lead me around according to your memories? Litai encouraged with a smile. Roar. Upon arriving at this location, the Dragon Master seemed to regain a spark of vitality, excitedly roaring, and then lifted a BC onto his back, taking Litai on a leisurely tour. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Moses, this is the Navy's 8th Division. Please connect me to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There is a matter of great importance to report. Moses, this is Sengoku, Fleet Admiral Sengoku responded. His brow furrowed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the sergeant from the 8th Division reports that 55 of our warships have been destroyed. Over 1,000 sailors are all dead. Not a single survivor, the anxious remaining Navy personnel reported. What? Sengoku exclaimed in shock. What information do you have? Who did this? This is a provocation against the Navy. Sengoku roared, trembling with rage, for he had never lost his composure like this before. The lives of over 1,000 sailors had been extinguished just like that. We learned from the ship island that it was perpetrated by a group known as the Tianping Pirates. The sergeant stammered in fear. Understood. Send me all your information. Sengoku's face darkened as he hung up the phone, taking a deep breath. Gather all the commanders for a meeting. Sengoku forced himself to remain calm, speaking slowly. Yes, in the conference hall of the Marine Headquarters. The Tianping Pirates are truly fearsome, Kazara remarked with a grave expression as he examined the documents in his hands. Those vile pirates deserve to perish. Akainu clenched the documents in anger. Where is Garp? Why is he absent from such an important meeting? Sengoku glared at the commanders, demanding an answer. Report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Garp seems to be on leave visiting the East Blue to see his grandson. A commander stood and reported. How infuriating. That scoundrel. Forget about him. Now, who shall we send to handle this matter? Sengoku see the dot I shall go. Those who injured the Phantom Spider in Logtown were indeed them, right? Akainu declared. Standing with a grim countenance, cigar in mouth. Very well. Let Admiral Akainu lead the charge. Sengoku nodded after a moment of contemplation that if we can eliminate these pirates this time, then the matter shall end here. However, if Admiral Akainu fails to subdue them, we shall place a bounty upon them. Sengoku contemplated deeply before speaking slowly. Understood. The others regarded Akainu, whose face was darkened, for they could not believe there existed pirates who could survive the onslaught of this formidable individual. Then, let us adjourn. Admiral Akainu, we eagerly await your good news. Sengoku concluded, his expression still somber. Humph, no pirate shall escape my grasp, Akainu declared as he turned and strode out, rallying his troops. The gates of justice flung wide open. Heading towards the Navy's 8th Division on the Forsaken Isle, just as Akainu was charging towards Litai and the others, Litai was engrossed in studying the mural above and a nearby stone tablet. Feeling the pulsation of the spatial crystal within his heart, Litai suppressed this sensation and instead focused on the mural and the enormous stone tablet beside him. Is this the secret of the Millennium Dragon? Litai murmured, Dragon Master, I believe we have come to the wrong place. The true dragon's lair seems to be on the Warship Island. This place was originally inhabited by the ancestors of Abisi, who later relocated to the Warship Island due to certain events. Litai turned to the Dragon Master and Abisi, explaining. What? The Warship Island is the Dragon Master's homeland, Abisi queried, incredulous. Indeed, Abisi, based on the mural and the stone tablet. The Dragon Master's homeland lies beneath the Warship Island, submerged by the rising and falling tides of the sea. Litai elucidated slowly. That's wonderful, Dragon Master, did you hear that? Your homeland is right beneath our feet. Abisi exclaimed with excitement. So, Captain Litai, shall we return now? Abisi inquired. Very well, I shall escort you out first, then I will follow. Litai replied, and with a thought, Abisi and the Dragon Master gently rose into the air, making their way towards the Tianping. Now it is time for you to emerge. You have waited long enough. Litai sat cross-legged, and a crystal radiating with vibrant colors slowly floated out from his heart. The surrounding space warped, revealing a mysterious crystal, significantly smaller than the spatial crystal of Little Earth. Hovering before Litai, as the two crystals gradually collided, they began to devour and merge into one another, forming a larger crystal. This will also belong to me. Litai chuckled, feeling the familiar aura and environment. Indeed, the Forsaken Isle has now fused into the space of Little Earth, becoming part of it, expanding Little Earth's space by a full 13 times. The time can now be adjusted to 11:1, and this will be the sacred training ground for the Tianping pirates. The fruit's ability has also been developed to its initial peak. The development of this fruit, the later stages seemed far too challenging. Feeling his power surge, Litai couldn't help but grimace at the fruit that had only slightly improved. He recalled how, during his last absorption of the rainbow space, the fruit had ascended from the pinnacle of the intermediate level directly to the pinnacle of the advanced level. Oh well, there's no rush in developing the fruit. It's time to return to the Tianping. Litai sighed, and with a swift motion, he appeared back on the Tianping. Wow, Lord Litai, how did you return? Abisi exclaimed in surprise at Litai's sudden appearance beside her. I came back just like this. Litai replied with a smile. If you won't say, then I won't ask. Abisi pouted. You will find out soon enough, my dear. First, I shall summon my crew back. Litai chuckled. All right. Abisi replied joyfully. Come back. With a wave of his hand and a thought. Sijabin and the others returned to the ship. Boss. The crew exclaimed in unison as they appeared before Litai. Boss, is this place now part of Little Earth? They queried with delight, as they were all too familiar with the essence of Little Earth. Indeed, from now on, this shall be our base, Litai affirmed with a nod and a gentle smile. Boss is amazing. Long live the boss. Finally, we can train without facing barren lands. The crew cheered, for previously, Little Earth contained not a single blade of greenery, and Litai's conjured land could not sustain any external plants, which had frustrated him for quite some time. All right, we must now fulfill our promise. Let's take the Dragon Master home. Litai declared joyfully. The crowd cheered, especially Abisi, who leapt with joy. For although she could not understand what they were saying, she comprehended that the Dragon Master was finally going home. Chapter 41. Akainu's Assault Worship Island. Wow, Litai, we are out. Abyss exclaimed in astonishment. Let us escort Lord Long back. It is time to depart for our next destination. Lita gently patted Abyss's small head. Smiling as he spoke, report, ahead of us is the Navy's 8th Division. A soldier stepped forward to announce. Akainu replied with a stern expression. Bring, Moses, report to Admiral Akainu. The 8th Division has assembled. Please give your orders. Let them lead the way. We shall set off immediately. Akainu gazed at the dwindling number of warships in the 8th Division, a flicker of indifference crossing his eyes as he spoke slowly. Yes, before long, enormous warships sailed towards Battleship Island. Captain, we have arrived at Battleship Island. Is the Dragon's Den truly beneath it? Siggy inquired with curiosity. Indeed, according to the inscriptions and murals, the Dragon's Den is located directly beneath Battleship Island. Lita confirmed with a nod. Upon reaching the port of Battleship Island, the group gathered around Old Dragon, preparing to cast him into the depths below. Old Dragon, the Dragon's Den lies at the bottom of this sea. Whether you live or die depends on your fate. Ainalu remarked with a tone of lament. Indeed, Lord Dragon, do not come seeking us if you perish. Abyss gazed at the unreliable group and the trembling Old Dragon. Her eyes filled with skepticism. Captain, at that moment, all eyes turned serious, fixated upon the horizon. It appears a formidable group is approaching, Lita stated gravely. What is it, Lita? Abyss asked, perplexed. Abyss quickly informed the villagers to take cover. Enemies are on the way, but fear not, the brothers will handle it. Lita replied with a gentle smile. All right. Abyss nodded earnestly. Brothers, let us move. We cannot risk harming the civilians here. We shall confront this powerful foe at sea. Lita leaped aboard the scales, followed by the others as they sailed towards the incoming adversaries. They are coming for us. Truly a bold band of fools. Akainu slowly stood aboard the warship, his expression grave. Sensing the presence of a formidable force ahead, as his observation hockey continuously alerted him. Boom! A cannonball hurtled towards Lita and the others as they advanced. Admiral Sakazuki of the Navy headquarters, Lita declared. His face serious as he regarded the imposing figure aboard the warship. Captain, is that the Navy Admiral? Ainalu asked, his expression tense. How powerful he is. I can feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Siggy and the others echoed. Leave Sakazuki to me. You handle the rest of the Navy, Lita stated slowly. Pirates across the way, surrender at once, or you shall meet a grave fate. Sakazuki bellowed. The esteemed Admiral Sakazuki has come personally to apprehend me. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. Lita teased in response that it seems you refuse to yield. Then, Inferno Dog, without hesitation, Akainu unleashed a torrent of magma towards the scales. 6 sword-style dance. Lita drew Qiao and Tun Yun, along with 6 blades forged from special metals, launching his counterattack against a canoe that I shall confront him. You handle those Navy officers, Lita instructed before charging at a canoe. Understood. Lita surged forward. Symbols and Moods teams attacked the opposing warship. Clouds Dance, Thunder Phantom, Flowing Iron. Siggy and Ainalu conjured a multitude of cloud soldiers, their bodies crackling with electric power as they charged towards the soldiers aboard the warship. Once aboard, the clash between adversaries commenced. I have long admired the name of Admiral Akainu. Encountering you today is somewhat underwhelming, Lita remarked with a slight smile. Humph, all pirates deserve death. Sakazuki retorted angrily, finding himself at a disadvantage against Lita's relentless assault. Great Inferno! With a powerful strike, Akainu sent the surrounding sea into a frenzy. 6 sword-style slash. Lita's 6 blades merged into a colossal sword, cleaving the sea in two as he launched his attack. Inferno Dog! Akainu threw a punch, shattering the enormous sword shadow into fragments. Is this the strength of an admiral? Lita mused. Falling Star Volcano. 6 sword-style dance. Lita's sword transformed into thousands of sword shadows, colliding with Akainu's barrage of fiery fists, generating towering tsunamis. Inferno Dog and the 6 sword style, merging man and sword. This was an insight Lita had grasped while comprehending the rootless sword technique. Boom! A massive shockwave radiated outward, Emperor's color. Damn it, he possesses the Conqueror's haki. Akainu realized as Lita's haki enveloped his sword. Despite its apparent weakness, it signified that this detestable pirate had only recently acquired it. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Admiral Akainu. It has been ages since I have fought so exhilaratingly. You've even enabled me to grasp the Conqueror's haki I could not wield before. You are truly a generous person. Lita quipped, provoking the darkened expression of Akainu. Boom. The two clashed once more. While Akainu's fruit ability was formidable, his armament haki and observation haki seemed to falter, while Lita's haki and fruit powers melded seamlessly into his blades, rendering his attacks equally potent. 3 days later. Damn you, you mad dog. Lita cursed vehemently. Pirates have no place in this world. Long live absolute justice. Akainu charged forward again, prompting Lita to meet his advance that I merely killed a band of Navy scum. Is that truly so outrageous? Lita retorted incredulously. The battle upon the scales and Akainu's warship drew to a close. After a grueling fight, Siggy and the others finally vanquished the remaining Navy forces. Phew, that was terrifying. Is this the might of the Navy headquarters? Their offensive capabilities are bizarre. They possess no fruit abilities yet can soar through the air. It seems to be a form of technique. Will they become our foes in the future? Such powerful adversaries. Siggy and the others deliberated, their eyes gleaming with madness and excitement. This was exhilarating. Previously, they had faced little resistance. Each encounter with the Navy felt trivial. However, having witnessed just a glimpse of the world's true strength, they felt not fear, but an even stronger resolve to grow. If only they knew they were up against one of the most formidable factions within the Navy. Their thoughts might have shifted dramatically. Hey, Mad Dog, next time we fight, I'm taking my leave now. If you don't relent, your Navy troops will meet their end, Lita shouted at the approaching Akainu. Humph, they die for justice. It is an honor, Sakazuki replied coldly. Damn it, I'm done fighting you. Six-sword style slash, rapid, Lita cleaved Akainu away with a single strike, then swiftly evaded to stand atop the scales. Brothers, the winds are fierce. Let us make our escape. Lita called out to Siggy and the others, who were still boasting on the warship. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, take the scales aloft. As soon as he spoke, the scales began to ascend. Mad Dog, today I shall not engage you. We shall settle this another time, Lita shouted at the approaching Akainu. Damn it, Falling Star Volcano. Akainu, filled with rage, launched an attack at the airborne scales, sending waves of overwhelming pressure towards Lita and his crew. Damn it, fast. The scales sped away towards the horizon. Cursed be it. Watching Lita and his crew escape, Akainu roared in fury. Captain, I felt as though I was on the brink of death. That man is no weaker than you. On board the scales, everyone wore grave expressions, trained diligently. We shall seek that mad dog again to reclaim our honor. Lita gritted his teeth, acknowledging his near defeat, aware that Akainu's stamina surpassed his own. Continuing the battle would surely lead to his downfall. Chapter 42. The Bounty. As Lita and his crew wandered across the vast ocean, the naval headquarters was in a state of upheaval. Brew Moshi Moshi, this is the office of Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, answered the transponder snail. This is Sakazuki. I have failed, and we have suffered significant losses. A grim voice resonated from the other end. What? You couldn't even capture them? Admiral Sengoku inquired in disbelief. Indeed, Sakazuki gritted his teeth in response. All right, return to the naval headquarters at once. Sengoku hung up the phone with a serious expression, subsequently grabbing another transponder snail. Moshi Moshi, summon all personnel on leave to return immediately. Yes, including the slackers Kazan and Garp. Sengoku concluded the call. On board the Libra, one crew member exclaimed, Captain, is this really the Navy's main force? Indeed, they are formidable. We nearly met our end. Another replied, especially, many of their soldiers are capable of wielding a form of haki. Their techniques, when combined with haki, rival our devil fruit abilities. The individual who fought our captain nearly suffocated me with his presence. In an unknown maritime region, the crew exchanged grave looks as they turned to Lita. Yaha, isn't this all the more interesting? The more strong adversaries there are, the more splendid this world becomes. Enel laughed heartily at the downcast crew. Indeed, let us stir this world into chaos, Skibin added, unwilling to be outdone. Exactly, my comrades. Now that we have glimpsed the pinnacle, let us strive to ascend to it, Lita boisterously proclaimed. Yes, the crew affirmed resolutely. Then, to celebrate our recent victory, Let us hold a banquet, Lita joyously suggested. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Mariawa, as Lita and his crew prepared to feast, a group of high-ranking officers sat solemnly in a conference room. Anyone who witnessed this assembly would surely be astonished, for all present were at least vice admirals. Their expressions grave as they scrutinized two reports. The 8th Division, Nelson's Libra pirate crew. Crack. A sound shattered the solemn atmosphere as an elderly man, without even glancing at the documents, continued to munch on the rice crackers in his hand. Damn Garp, can you not eat those blasted rice crackers? An irate voice boomed. Sengoku, would you like some? Huh? Garp grinned, offering Sengoku a cracker. Sigh. Sengoku sighed softly, choosing to ignore Garp and fixating instead on the serious-faced naval officers. Who would have thought such a traitor could exist within our navy? Wantonly slaughtering civilians and fellow Marines, seizing the property of innocents, colluding with pirates for an imagined immortality. Is this still the navy? Sengoku exclaimed, raising Nelson's dossier in anger. Admiral Sengoku's fury is truly terrifying, Kazuru remarked, appearing somewhat intimidated. Regardless of Nelson's guilt, the lives taken by the Libra pirate crew are an unforgivable crime, Akainu stated coldly. Indeed, that band of pirates is immensely powerful and poses a threat to the world. Based on the intelligence provided by Admiral Akainu, we have established these bounties. If deemed necessary, we will proceed with these amounts. Sengoku declared, lifting the bounty notice in his hand. Captain Waldka Litai of the Libra pirate crew. Bounty of 810 million berries, dead or alive. The Libra pirate crew's nature type, thunderfruit user. Symbols, Azure Dragon. Bounty of 250 million berries, dead or alive. The Libra pirate crew's nature type, cloud fruit user. Symbols, White Tiger. Bounty of 250 million berries, dead or alive. The Libra pirate crew's paramecia type, steel fruit user. Symbols, Black Tortoise. Bounty of 219 million berries, dead or alive. The Libra pirate crew's symbols, Vermilion Bird. Bounty of 112 million berries, dead or alive. The Libra pirate crew's mood, Joy, paramecia type needle fruit user. Bounty of 40 million berries, dead or alive. The Libra pirate crew's mood, Anger. Bounty of 20 million berries, dead or alive. The Libra pirate crew's mood, Sorrow. Bounty of 25 million berries, dead or alive. The Libra pirate crew's mood, Happiness. Bounty of 19 million berries, dead or alive. The Libra pirate crew's mood, Love, paramecia type sticky fruit user. Bounty of 50 million berries, dead or alive. The Libra pirate crew's mood, Surprise, Zoan type hedgehog fruit user. Bounty of 32 million berries, dead or alive. The Libra pirate crew's mood, Fear. Bounty of 15 million berries, dead or alive. What a frightening group has arrived, Kizuru murmured, puffed. Upon seeing Lita's visage, Garp accidentally spat rice crackers all over Sengoku. Opening his mouth in shock but saying nothing. Garp, what are you doing? Sengoku bellowed. In nothing, Garp chuckled sheepishly. What a terrifying bunch of youngsters. I never imagined they would grow to this extent, murmured the spider demon. Seated next to Sakazuki, after their battle in Logtown, Lita's bounty had only been 55 million berries, yet now he could contend with Admiral Akainu without suffering defeat. Let us proceed with this announcement without dissent, Sengoku decisively stated. Yes, and thus, the information regarding the Libra pirate crew was disseminated in the New World, in an unknown maritime region. What a fearsome group of youngsters. They've achieved such strength without even venturing into the New World. Indeed, Luffy's brother is truly a monster. Ha ha ha. Speaking of Luffy, he seems ready to set sail as well, Shanks remarked. Hey, move over a bit, Shanks, Beckman shouted. Oh, don't be so stingy. Shanks laughed. To celebrate Lita's second bounty, let's hold a banquet. Shanks joyfully declared to go. In a small, unknown town, a youth adorned in a cowboy vest, bearing the emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates, held a newspaper, exclaiming, Lita's twisted brother has news once more. However, I must ensure that old man becomes the pirate king. Ha! He then collapsed onto the table, falling into a deep slumber. Can one even fall asleep while reading a newspaper? The patrons of the small shop marveled that in the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship. Old man, it seems a remarkable crew of pirates has appeared over on the Grand Line. A pineapple-haired crew member sprinted to an elderly man with a crescent moon mustache. Gurara, what news do we have now? Whitebeard inquired, taking the newspaper. Old man, weren't you advised against drinking due to your poor health? He complained, noticing the bottle beside Whitebeard. Garara, Marco, it's fine, but this kid is one of Ace's brothers. S&T? They truly are a formidable bunch. Even Akainu was defeated, Whitebeard remarked. Meanwhile, Lita and his crew, sailing the ocean, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Chapter 43. The mysterious island Libra. Jelly, you have finally emerged. We were beginning to think we had no navigator. The crew joyfully exclaimed. Jelly, you should really navigate for us on the Libra. Without you, we could drift at sea for weeks without sighting land. Skippin lamented, clinging to Jelly's leg. Cough, cough, I got a bit carried away with my research. I didn't realize our log pose was broken, Jelly sheepishly admitted. Wah, do you know what we endured to get here? We were chased and nearly killed. Skippin cried, tears streaming down his face. All right, calm down. I will ensure everyone's safe navigation from now on. I have developed a new type of log pose, Jelly exclaimed, holding up the device with glee. This time, it will work without fail, right? Lito approached, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Captain, this time, there absolutely won't be any problems. Jelly assured him resolutely. Fine. Litai spoke with a hint of skepticism to AT that moment. The instrument in by Jelly's hand began to fluctuate. Captain, the recording pointer indicates that there is a small island ahead. By Jelly exclaimed with delight. Excellent. Let us proceed immediately to replenish our supplies. Litai replied joyfully. A week having passed since their battle with the Kaiju, swiftly, the ship, the Libra, veered towards the direction pointed out by Jelly. And soon a small island cloaked in dense, dark mist came into view. The island appeared desolate, and a foul stench of decay wafted towards them, prompting the crew to furrow their brows in dismay. Captain, could there be anyone living in this place? The crew queried, filled with uncertainty. Just then, a chilling howl echoed in their ears, sending everyone into a state of alert. Let us investigate, Litai urged, his face betraying a curious excitement as he led the crew towards the source of the howl. Captain, I wish to return to the Little Earth. The atmosphere here is too eerie, by Jelly said nervously. After a moment's contemplation, Litai nodded, and in an instant, by Jelly vanished from their sight, re-entering the realm of the Little Earth. As the remaining crew approached the origin of the howling, they exchanged worried glances, for there were no wolves to be found. Only a thick, metallic scent of blood, the deeper they ventured into the island. The more their observation hockey seemed to falter, rendering them blind to their surroundings. What in the world is this place? Sigo asked, scanning the ghostly trees around them. What a coward. Ainulus scoffed. Stop calling me a coward and don't stand so close. Sigu retorted, cursing under his breath. Do you think I want to be this close? Ainulu replied, his usual confidence shaken as his mental compass faltered in this strange land, when faced with the unknown. Fear often takes hold. Enough of this bickering. Stay alert. It seems something is approaching, Litai declared with seriousness. Ding ding ding. What is that sound? Such an odd noise. A shao sound. In the world of One Piece. Why would there be a shao sound? Litai muttered, his expression peculiar as he listened intently. Captain, have you heard this sound before? The crew inquired, noticing Litai's strange demeanor, if I am not mistaken. This sound is indeed that of a shao. As for why it is present here, I cannot say, Litai explained. A shao sound. The crew exchanged glances, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Whatever, there's no need for lengthy explanations. Let us go find out, Litai said with a smile, shaking his head. Howl. As they advanced, a figure charged towards them. Thunder flash, cloud dance. Ainulu and another crew member instantly unleashed their attacks, striking the figure down. The figure struggled to rise but was swiftly subdued once more. What on earth is this creature? Sigu questioned, bewildered. Could it be a member of the werewolf clan? Litai speculated, observing the grotesque, wolf-headed creature with long fangs, as if it were a predator ready to pounce. The crew looked at Litai with surprise. This is also part of my inherited memories. The werewolf clan is a fierce and violent race. But according to my knowledge, they were cursed, causing them to lose control and become bloodthirsty. However, weren't they thought to be extinct? Why do we find one here? Litai explained, gathering his thoughts. Let us capture it and continue our exploration. Litai commanded. Understood. Ainulu conjured a lightning chain to bind the struggling creature, while Sigu summoned dark clouds to carry it behind them. As they pressed on. As they moved further, A myriad of glowing green eyes appeared in the underbrush, accompanied by a wave of putrid odor. What the hell? So many. Sigu exclaimed, realizing they were surrounded. The shout sound came from that direction. We must break through. Litai pointed decisively. Blade dance. Litai took the lead. And one by one, the figures fell as the crew launched their assault, filling the island with a cacophony of thunder and lightning, illuminating the darkness. After a vigorous battle, they finally carved a path through. Acknowledging the formidable resilience of these creatures, stronger than the armed marines they encountered aboard Akanu's ship, at last, they reached their destination, where a mysterious fruit and a emitting sound lay upon an altar. What is this? A devil fruit. The crew marveled at the sight. Thunder fruit was also discovered on an altar, Inalu remarked. Observing the scene, Litai summoned Cayman and the others from the Little Earth. Captain, what is happening? They asked, puzzled. Those who have not consumed a devil fruit, step forward. Whoever retrieves it will claim it, Litai announced, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the altar. Despite the oppressive aura, the few who had not eaten a devil fruit hesitated, furrowing their brows, yet they steeled themselves and advanced. Suddenly, a shockwave erupted, sending them sprawling outside the altar's boundary. Are you injured? Litai asked, concern etched on his face. That we are fine, Captain. It was just that mysterious pressure that overwhelmed us. Bai Jelly replied sheepishly. Curse it. I refuse to believe this. Inalu, enraged at his companion's plight, transformed into lightning and charged towards the altar. However, just as he reached it, a tremendous force knocked him back, returning the altar to tranquility. What on earth is this? Inalu coughed, feeling as though he had been shattered. Litai snorted, stepping forward towards the altar. The others watched anxiously as he reached out to touch the Shao, and a mysterious force surged toward his spirit. My physical body pales in comparison to my spiritual strength. Do you really think you can affect me? Litai scoffed, grasping the Shao firmly. As expected of the captain, he has succeeded. The crew cheered with joy. Ding ding ding. Just then, a powerful force erupted, radiating outward, causing Sigu and the others to faint. Litai, startled, since they were merely unconscious, and sighed in relief, turning his attention back to the Shao. At that moment, he felt a tremor in his chest as the spatial crystal from the Little Earth shot forth, aiming for the devil fruit on the altar. In a flash, it consumed and dissolved the fruit, returning the crystal to Litai's body. The clone fruit, a Shao created by the clone fruit. Knowledge flooded into Litai's mind as the crystal merged with him. Does this mean I am now a dual devil fruit user? Litai exclaimed in astonishment. Never mind. I will study this further once we escape this accursed island. He activated the ability of the clone fruit and effortlessly transported the unconscious crew members back to the Little Earth. Then hastened towards the Libra. After retrieving the devil fruit, he noticed that all signs of life on the island had vanished, causing it to wither away instantly. This means the creatures on this island were all creations of the clone fruit combined with the Shao. Litai gasped, a new realization dawning upon him. As he focused, the unconscious crew awakened. What just happened? Why did we faint? They groaned, rubbing their aching heads. Now, I have set up a spatial door resembling the Little Earth in the training room aboard the Libra. Only 2 people may enter each day, and not repeatedly, as I need to conduct an experiment without interruptions. Continue sailing the Libra, and should any danger arise, awaken me. Litai instructed the crew. Understood. Although the crowd was somewhat perplexed, they nodded in agreement. Then, Litai opened a small space resembling Earth and cast everyone aboard the Libra. Subsequently, all the supplies were transferred onto the ship. Litai, attuned to the inner workings of the small Earth, sat cross-legged and began to explore his newfound abilities. What is the boss up to? The onlookers exchanged glances on the deck of the Libra, unable to fathom the reasoning behind Litai's actions. Since we can't figure it out, let's not dwell on it. It seems the boss is preparing for an extended period of cultivation. Now, let us continue our voyage. As the last words faded, the Libra glided serenely across the ocean. Chapter 44. 12 Small Earth. Why does it still fail? Litai pondered, surveying the countless remnants of human forms around him. He murmured in confusion. Suddenly, he drew a drop of blood, and under the control of spatial crystals, a diminutive figure rapidly morphed into a human shape. Just as success seemed imminent, it was abruptly reduced to a mist of blood. Damn it. Another failure. Litai gritted his teeth, frustration evident in his voice. Where is the problem? He paused, resting his head in contemplation. Mind fruit space fruit clone fruit, he mused, as a silent idea spiraled in his mind. Drop of blood. Create. Sketch. Infuse life. He divided a fragment of his spiritual essence, and with deliberate movements, infused his mental energy into the blood shadow. Before his eyes, the blood shadow began to reshape, as mouth, eyes, and nose gradually emerged. Wah! A baby's cry resonated within the space, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that the infant bore a striking resemblance to him. I am a genius. Success. Gazing at the blinking child before him, Litai quickly shed his garments to wrap the newborn, then waved his hand, causing all remnants to dissipate into nothingness, as if nothing had ever transpired. Little one, henceforth you shall be known as Scorpio. After teasing the small Scorpio in his arms, a whirlpool materialized before him, leading him into the training chamber. Upon hearing the commotion, Sigibin and the others rushed to the training room. Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the child in Litai's hands. Holy cow! Boss, you had a baby. How did you manage that? Is the boss not human? I've heard of a creature that can be hermaphroditic, which means the boss expelled us from the small earth because he didn't want us to witness the birth. Indeed, due to the division of a fragment of his spiritual energy, though only a minor portion, which could be replenished through cultivation, Litai appeared pale and utterly drained, resembling someone who had just given birth. As the crowd chattered, Litai's face darkened, his lips twitching in irritation. You bunch! Enough! He roared in fury. Whoa, the boss is really angry. It must be true, Sigibin exclaimed, pointing at Litai. Bang! Litai kicked out, sending Sigibin sprawling. My apologies, boss. Sigibin picked himself up, brushing off his trousers, and approached with a sheepish grin. In that case, this child shall be entrusted to you. Train him in the ways of hockey. Litai nodded, satisfaction evident in his voice. Of course, boss, Sigibin replied nonchalantly. Nanny? Boss, can I retract my earlier statement? I absolutely loathe babysitting. Coming back to his senses, Sigibin looked at the smiling Scorpio in his arms, lamenting his fate. Not a chance. His name is Scorpio. You shall raise him to be a formidable young man, Litai said, narrowing his eyes and patting Sigibin's shoulder with a smile. Boss, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. I'll take care of it. All right, Sigibin replied, on the verge of tears. Very good, Litai responded with satisfaction. Now, let us discuss business. Summon me when you reach Water 7. Of course, if you encounter any attacks or formidable opponents along the way, do not hesitate to call for me. I will isolate a small space within the small earth for my research. You may also cultivate there without disrupting our voyage, Litai instructed the group. Understood, boss. They chorused in unison. Now, please provide me with a small amount of your blood for my research, Litai requested with a gentle smile. All right. Although the crowd was uncertain of Litai's research intentions, they obediently drew their blood and handed it to him. Thank you all. I will rely on you from here on. Litai smiled softly and turned to re-enter the small earth space, with Sigibin and the support team following suit. Small earth, the lost island. Boss, how should we care for Scorpio? Sigibin inquired. Care for him as you wish, just don't let him perish, Litai replied with a slight smile. The crowd exchanged perplexed glances as Litai turned away, leaving them to ponder how to nurture a child. Surely, it shouldn't be more complicated than what Garp did for Luffy. Just ensure he survives. Right? Well then, you all figure it out. I must begin my new research, Litai declared before vanishing from their sight. Sigibin, gazing at the now-grown Scorpio and the vanished Litai, felt a tear escape silently. The immediate need was to restore his spiritual energy and continue creating life. Observing the fresh blood from the crowd, Litai utilized his spatial abilities to freeze the blood, preserving its vitality, and diligently practiced the rootless sword technique. He discovered that by mastering this technique, he could enhance and repair his spiritual and soul abilities while simultaneously refining his swordsmanship. Why blood Sigibin's blood. He initiated the 50-second experiment. Within the space, a figure continuously sketched another form, which gradually became distinct. No problem. Nearing perfection, Litai exclaimed joyfully after inspecting the newly formed vessel, which inherited the finest genes from both him and Sigibin. Though he had succeeded in the previous 51 attempts, none were flawless due to numerous inherent flaws and undesirable genes. Infusing life, Litai resolved without hesitation. With a mere thought, he infused a surge of spiritual energy into the vessel before him. Wah, little one, Be quiet. You mustn't disturb your brother while he conducts experiments. Litai wrapped him in a cloth and placed him in an incubator designed for children, surrounded by 10 other childlike figures, making for a total of 12, including Scorpio. The incubator bore labels with their names: Water Bottle, Taurus, Aries, Capricorn, Cancer, Sagittarius, Libra, Leo, Gemini, Virgo, Pisces. That do not disappoint me with how I have nurtured you, Litai murmured while gazing at the slumbering children. These youngsters were the most perfect and resilient beings Litai had created after countless experiments, each exhibiting near-perfect foundational abilities. Furthermore, they each possessed independent identities and personalities, akin to human infants born after a full term. Except that they were born of Litai's spiritual energy and were sworn to serve him. This was the culmination of Litai's 6 months of research within the small Earth. While merely 16 days had elapsed in the outside world. Chapter 45. Choosing Offspring Boss has locked himself away in the small Earth for over 10 days. According to its time, it's nearly been half a year. Sigibin remarked, observing Scorpio, who now appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, that I never imagined Scorpio would grow so rapidly. Just half a year on the small Earth, and he has already matured so much. I wonder how the boss managed to create this anomaly, Bolid commented, smirking. Sigh. Mastering dual-color hockey at merely 6 months is indeed monstrous, Inala added from the sidelines. What are you guys talking about? Scorpio innocently inquired. Oh, nothing. We were just praising how exceptional our Scorpio is, Bear said, gently ruffling Scorpio's hair. Hey, Assist Mao Rabbit called out from the bow of the ship, drawing the crowd's attention towards Baijiali. Assist Mao Rabbit. What's the matter? Mood AI asked. It seems there is an island ahead. Should we approach and take a moment to rest? Assist inquired. An island? Supplies. Food. Apples. We must go up. I'm nearly going mad, the crowd exclaimed joyfully. Oh, what is it that brings you such delight? Lingtai's voice emerged amid the jubilant throng, filled with curiosity. Boss, you finally emerged, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha ha, is this not for research? Why are you all in such high spirits? Lingtai asked. Boss, there is an island ahead. We wish to approach it to replenish our supplies, rest for a while, and then proceed to the next island. Our record pointer's magnetic force is insufficient. We need to replenish it, or we won't reach the next island. Is that so? Then let us rest on the island ahead before heading to the city of 7 waters. Lingai smiled as he spoke. Oh, the crowd responded enthusiastically. And these little ones, please take care of them too. With a wave of his hand, 11 children, roughly the size of Scorpios, appeared aboard the Libra. Hello everyone. The 11 children, somewhat frightened, hid behind Lingtai, timidly greeting the crowd. What on earth? Why are these children so large? Where did they come from? The crowd murmured in confusion. These are the new humans I have created. Like Scorpios, they possess boundless potential for growth as long as they are provided with energy and food. They will rapidly mature into adulthood, capable of standing on their own. You may consider them my strongest 12 children, Lingtai declared with satisfaction. How cool, the crowd marveled, yet an undercurrent of urgency stirred within them. For they had witnessed Scorpio's terrifying talent, an astounding capacity for growth that bordered on the monstrous. Once they mature, they shall be our most formidable guardians. You must each select one to be your apprentice and impart your skills to them. I believe they will adapt and grow swiftly. Lingtai encouraged the crowd with a smile. That I already have Scorpio, so I shall abstain, the basic remarked, pulling Scorpio aside. Hey, you little one, come with me. Ainalu pointed at a child who bore a resemblance to him. Hello, my name is Gemini. That is the name my father gave me, the child replied, somewhat irritated. Huh? Join me. I find you quite endearing. Ainalu laughed heartily at this little one. All right. I also find you quite affable. Gemini walked over to Ainalu's side. Witnessing this exchange, Lingtai's eyes flickered with an odd light, and he shook his head. Then you shall accompany me. Chubby one. Daxiong stepped forward, lifting a plump child who bore some resemblance to him. Grinning broadly. All right, let me go. My name is Lion. This is also a name my father bestowed upon me. Lion protested, struggling a bit in irritation, especially in front of his younger siblings. Then you shall come with me. I am Borrowed. Borrowed also stepped forward to lead a little one. Okay. My name is Capricorn, the child replied after a glance at Borrowed, agreeing without hesitation. Not bad. You share some of my traits, Borrowed praised. Sister, I wish to train with you. My name is Cancer, the child beside Lingtai said, reaching for Mood AI's hand. Oh dear, my heart is melting. Darling, You shall come with me from now on, Mood AI exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with affection. Just then, her partner, Mood Jing, was about to speak up to choose someone. Bang! What do you think you're doing? You need to nurture little Cancer properly, Mood AI scolded, giving Mood Jing a playful slap. Oh, I shall abstain, Mood Jing replied, shrinking back in fear. Ha ha ha. The crowd observed this scene with a knowing glint in their eyes. Humph, Mood AI huffed, offering no explanation as she pulled Mood Jing along while leading little Cancer away. I want to be with that big sister, Gemini exclaimed, addressing Assist C.O. Little one, do you wish to learn to be a chef? That is quite a skill. Assist C smiled. No way. I absolutely must learn. Let the older siblings handle the fighting, Gemini pouted. Ha! Then come here. Assist C beckoned, and Gemini scampered over to Carmen. Hello, little junior. I am your elder brother Chonyo. I am your second elder brother Shinho. I shall be very strict with you. 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared beside Gemini, smiling. Greetings, elder brothers. I look forward to your guidance. Gemini bowed politely. Hee, such a small yet formidable spirit. Lingai chuckled softly. Blood Gemini stuck her tongue out at Lingtai. Now, these 4 little ones with wings will be entrusted to us. Mood Kong stepped forward, pointing at the winged children. Hello, I am Aries, I am Sagittarius, I am Virgo, I am Aquarius. That we look forward to your guidance. The 4 little ones bowed to Mood Kong, Nu, AI, and Lu. Ha, splendid. The 4 laughed heartily. I am Taurus. Who shall I accompany? A little one raised his hand to ask. Then, little one, you shall come with me, the clown said to the hand-raising Taurus. All right, Taurus replied, noticing Mood Lu carrying a sword. Little Libra, what about you? Lingtai asked with a gentle smile. I wish to learn navigation and painting. This way, my older siblings won't get lost at sea, Libra declared resolutely. Mood Yu, this little one is entrusted to you, Lingtai said, smiling at the pleasantly surprised Mood Yu. Hee. I promise to fulfill this task, Mood Yu exclaimed, gazing at Libra's cherubic face. What about Zishu? Is he still engulfed in research? Lingtai surveyed the surroundings, but could not find Assist Z, frowning as he inquired. Boss, that fellow has locked himself in the research room, only emerging for necessary meals. No one knows what he is researching. Daxiong replied, somewhat worried, as that individual had become detached from them. Very well, let him be. Just keep an eye on his health, Lingtai nodded. Now that everyone has chosen their apprentices, it is time to teach them earnestly. Lingtai said with a slight smile, let us set sail for the island ahead. Once we arrive, we shall hold a banquet to celebrate, Lingtai declared cheerfully. With great speed, the Libra surged towards the next island. Chapter 46. The Vengeful Man. Little ones, disembark, Lingtai bellowed with excitement upon seeing the brightly lit, bustling city before them. After the people aboard Libra disembarked, Lingtai waved his hand, and the grand ship was retracted into the mini-earth, causing a stir among the locals. Paying them no mind, Lingtai and the others rushed into the city, appearing like country bumpkins in a bustling metropolis. Gazing about in a W.E.T. that moment, a tall woman appeared before them. And the abilities of the others instantly activated, subduing the woman who had blocked their path. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our way? Lingtai inquired, puzzled. Honored guests, greetings. Welcome to the carnival of the Eternal City. I am the secretary of Mr. Audi Dell, Lalai said, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Lingtai in fear, acutely aware that a single misstep could lead to her demise. Oh, Audi Dell. I believe I am not acquainted with the gentleman you mentioned, Lingtai replied. Litai said with a gentle smile. Mr. Li Litai, you have been specially mentioned by our mayor if you are here. It is imperative that you meet our Mr. Audi Del.as for the reason. I am but a minor character and do not know, replied Air, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. This group is truly terrifying. They live up to their reputation as the infamous evil pirate crew. Well, since we are here, it would not hurt to meet. Litai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He then exchanged a glance with Si Ben and the others, signaling them to retract their abilities, releasing the controlled Lyle. With a sigh of relief, Lal felt the pressure dissipate and expressed the joy of having survived the ordeal. Lead the way, Litai said nonchalantly. Yes, my lord, Lal responded, regaining his composure. Shortly thereafter, they arrived before an opulent castle. My lord, this is Mr. Dell's estate. I shall escort you inside, Lal announced as he guided Litai and the others deeper into the mansion. Is this an elevator? Li Tai inquired with curiosity. My lord. This is a pulley lift, specifically designed to transport individuals to higher floors, Lal explained. Truly remarkable. Si Ben and the others marveled. My lord. Mr. Del awaits you in his office. Please follow me, Lal said as he led them through a series of turns until they finally entered a lavish office. Haha. Is this the renowned Balance Pirate crew? I have long admired your reputation. Greetings. I am Audi Del. Upon entering, they were greeted by a portly gentleman dressed in splendid attire, sporting a pair of impressive mustaches. Dio, we know you. Why would we know you? What is your purpose in inviting us here? Li Tai gave Si Ben a knowing look, prompting Si Ben to step forward and inquire. Please, take a look. With that, Audi Del retrieved a stack of bounty notices from his drawer, the foremost being that of the smiling Li Tai. Waldka Litai, captain of the Balance Pirate crew, who led his crew to a resounding defeat of the Navy headquarters Admiral Akainu and his fleet, though this incident has been suppressed by the Navy and not reported in the papers. Your bounty notices have spread throughout the underworld. If even you are unaware of us, then I, the mayor of this carnival, might as well resign, Audi Del proclaimed, handing the bounty notice to Si Ben, who passed it to Li Tai. However, Li Tai did not examine the so-called bounty notice. Instead, he simply collected the bounty notices of everyone present. Please, take your seats. Audi Del gestured invitingly. Speak. What is your purpose? Li Tai calmly approached the sofa and sat down, inquiring with an air of indifference that I wish to collaborate with you. You possess formidable strength, while I have substantial financial resources. Audi Del clenched his teeth and spoke earnestly. Oh, Li Tai turned his gaze to Audi Del, intrigued and encouraging him to continue. That I have but one request. I implore you to aid me in avenging my loved ones. Audi Del's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hatred. Do tell, Li Tai asked with keen interest. My wife was attacked by a band of pirates while en route to the Sabati archipelago. These pirates are affiliated with Joker. Publicly, they are pirates. But in reality, they are part of Joker's slave-catching crew. By the time I learned of this, my wife and daughter had succumbed to the humiliation and were murdered. The slave-catching crew. Joker? Li Tai's gaze flickered, dark memories surfacing in his mind. Pray tell, who is Joker? What is his background? Is he powerful? Enel inquired curiously. The world government is the most powerful force in this world, unassailable, primarily due to two violent organizations, the Navy, well known to all, and the 7 warlords of the sea, who are sanctioned pirates with legal rights to plunder. Joker, also known as Don Quixote da Flamingo, is a brutal, greedy, bloodthirsty devil. Ostensibly, he is one of the 7 warlords under the world government. But privately, he runs an illegal human auction house and engages in arms dealing. With his influence spanning the globe, his slave-catching crew is one of his many enterprises. Oh, such a formidable enemy. Why do you believe we can assist you in dealing with him? Li Tai asked, perplexed. No, I have sought help from all passing pirates, not just you. I cannot even locate their corpses. Audi Del wept bitterly. Thus, I must avenge them, even if it means losing everything. Boss, let us help him. Several women, including Baijiali, were moved to tears by Audi Del's heartfelt plea. What a man of deep emotions, the others murmured, gazing at the weeping Audi delegate. Very well. We accept your request, but we do not seek your wealth nor your influence. Rather, we require a favor from you. This favor will be repaid when the time is right. Li Tai contemplated for a moment before slowly articulating. Really? You truly mean it? Audi Del's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed. If you wish for a reason, it is simply that I harbor a similar disdain for this organization, as they have gifted me with quite an unpleasant memory. Li Tai stood, smiling gently. Come, everyone, let us celebrate with a feast, he called as he turned towards the door, filled with excitement. The others echoed, equally thrilled, for it had been some time since their last celebration. With a resounding bang, Audi Del fell to his knees, bowing deeply as he cried out in gratitude. Watching Li Tai and the others disappear through the doorway, the departing group could not help but smile, a beautiful expression gracing their lips. Chapter 47. Enel's Past Side Story 1. In Carnival City. Within a tavern. A glass of orange juice with vanilla. Please, Li Tai requested of the barmaid. I would like a glass of apple juice as well. Enel chimed in, stepping forward. Upon hearing this, Li Tai suddenly gazed at Enel with profound emotion, as if he had found a kindred spirit. What is it, boss? Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that? Enel asked, feeling a shiver run down his spine under Li Tai's intense gaze. his lips trembling. Nothing is amiss. I always believed I would never encounter a kindred spirit in my life. Yet it seems my kindred spirit has been by my side all along, Litai expressed. Touched that in no. I merely dislike alcohol. I prefer apples, Enel stammered. What a coincidence. I too only enjoy orange juice and do not care for alcohol, Litai replied. Puffed. One who only drinks orange juice and another who only drinks apple juice. Two fellows who cannot even drink alcohol, yet they find solace in each other. Si Bin mockingly laughed, raising his cup and downing a hearty gulp, then biting into a giant meat stick, casting a smug glance at Litai and Enel. As if to say, see, a true man must drink heartily and eat robustly. Damn it. Have you become arrogant, or is it that I can no longer wield my sword? Care to mock me? Litai clenched his fist and delivered a playful punch to Si Bin's head. Cough, cough, cough. That was an accident. I was careless and did not dodge. Brothers, carry on, Si Bin remarked, nursing the lump on his head. Truly, you are insufferable. Litai rolled his eyes in exasperation, then raised his orange juice, joining the others in their spirited gathering. Meanwhile, Enel, seated at the tea bar, took a sip of his apple juice and gazed at his rambunctious companions, gradually recalling his own childhood experiences in the year 1494 of the Sea Circle. On Sky Island, I'm hungry. A small boy, approximately 5 or 6 years old, lay on the street, his stomach growling, while passers-by chose to ignore the plight of the boy. Filthy child, stinky child. At that moment, a group of well-dressed children approached, mocking him, and some even went so far as to urinate on his head. Indeed, this boy was none other than the young Enel. Please, spare me, Enel pleaded helplessly, unable to stop the torment. Finally, just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, the group of unruly children was led away by their parents, who scolded them while casting disdainful glances at Enel. Help, help me. Enel moaned as he watched them depart. Suddenly, an apple rolled to his feet. Having fallen from the cart of a passing merchant, an apple, Ainalu, uncertain of the source of his newfound strength, suddenly unleashed a surge of power, devouring the apple with the voracity of a ravenous dog. As he felt a flicker of vitality returning to him, he rose to his feet, surveying the indifferent faces of those around him, a glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes. If one day I possess strength, I shall obliterate this heartless and callous place. Ainalu vowed silently, then set off toward the forest beyond the city. He was an orphan, having grown up without parents, and the elderly guardian who had taken him in had passed away, leaving him homeless and forced to beg on the streets to survive. That he had no friends, no companions, for everyone looked down upon him. I must endure. I will annihilate this place. With this resolve, he resolutely walked toward the outskirts. For in this city, only death awaited him. The city allowed no filth to exist, and he was precisely that filth. In the forest, Ainalu survived by foraging for wild fruits, unexpectedly managing to stay alive against the odds. One day, while searching for fruits, a mysterious altar materialized before him, upon which rested a peculiar fruit resembling an apple. He hurriedly approached and plucked it from its perch, hesitating for a moment before taking a bite, knowing that if he did not eat, it would surely be his demise. Ugh, what a dreadful fruit! Ainalu exclaimed in disgust. After retching for half an hour, he paused, feeling a mysterious power coursing through his body. His once frail form began to grow stronger, and he could perceive the entirety of the forest. Ha ha ha! What immense power! Is this what divine strength feels like? Ainalu laughed maniacally in exhilaration. From that point on, he engaged in relentless battles with the beasts of the forest, his strength and physique continuously augmenting, while his mind network expanded, ultimately encompassing the entire realm of Bika. He witnessed the myriad ugliness of humanity, which compelled him toward malevolence. This is the blueprint for the Ark's proverb. Possessing it grants unparalleled power. It could even lead to the fabled infinite land, enabling one to become a true, omnipotent deity. One day, Ainalu activated his mind network and continued observing Bika City when a dialogue entered his ears that ha ha ha, the omnipotent God. If that is the case, I shall become that God. I will eradicate all evil. Ainalu laughed maniacally and transformed into a streak of lightning, racing toward the Ark's proverb. The Ark's proverb is within my grasp. Ainalu casually dispatched 2 individuals while muttering to himself that I will challenge the legendary God, bring him down, and claim divinity for myself. Ainalu gazed at the Ark's proverb in his hand, which filled him with immense confidence. before soaring into the sky toward the dwelling of the legendary god. This vile city is better off without me. Ainalu glanced back at Baika, and with a mighty bolt of thunder, he struck his homeland, obliterating it. Ha ha ha. Evil should not exist in this world. Ainalu coldly observed as the thunderous force rampaged through the city, tearing apart the struggling figures within, devoid of pity, only an insatiable pleasure. Farewell, Ainalu murmured as he watched Baika fade from view. And then he set forth toward the fabled Isle of the Gods, formally issuing his challenge to divinity to Niannian Carnival City, at a small tavern. Hey, Qinglong, why are you in a daze? Don't think that just because you're not drinking, we want to chat with you. I'll tell you, today I'll drink, you'll have apple juice, and I'll make you regurgitate, Sigibin exclaimed, pulling the dazed Ainalu close. Bastard, don't underestimate me, just watch as I drink you under the table. Gulping, Ainalu was suddenly ambushed by Sigibin, who poured a drink down his throat that ha ha ha. Sigibin laughed heartily at Ainalu. Damn it, you scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? Ainalu roared at Sigibin. Ha ha ha, Sigibin stuck out his tongue, acting as if Ainalu couldn't harm him, inciting Ainalu's fury as the crowd burst into laughter. Honestly, this rogue has no fear of being beaten to a pulp one day, Litai scolded, observing the scene. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement that I am a pirate. As the old saying goes, good people don't live long, while evildoers last 1,000 years. That I believe I am an evildoer. Ha ha ha, Sigibin laughed shamelessly. Bastard, Ainalu charged at him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Ha ha, you had that coming. The crowd smirked at the bruised and battered Sigibin. Chapter 48, 287 Children after 3 days and nights of revelry in Carnival City. The group stocked up on supplies and exchanged billions of berries for gold, finally preparing to embark on a new journey. Farewell, Del. By the next time we meet, I trust we'll have dealt with that 7 warlords. Doflamingo, Litai said with a smile. Wishing you smooth sailing. I believe in you. Just be sure to stay safe. Audi Del said, touched, my lord. Here is the permanent pointer to Water 7. Please take it. Audi Del exchanged a knowing glance with Lael, then reverently offered a permanent record pointer. Thank you for your kind words. Litai accepted the permanent record pointer, smiling as he waved goodbye before turning toward the ship. Libra. Brothers, let us depart. Litai handed the permanent pointer to Mudo, standing at the bow, proclaiming loudly Do. The crowd responded with cheer, though they felt a tinge of reluctance to leave Carnival City. The call of new adventures and journeys beckoned them onward. After leaving Carnival City, the group returned to their routine of training while sailing. Litai also delved back into his research space, resuming his quest to create life. As he crafted clone infants one after another, he discovered he could only clone 12 individuals with extraordinary potential, like Scorpion and the others. Any attempt to forcibly clone beings of that caliber would cause his spatial crystal to collapse and inflict irreversible damage to his spirit and soul. This led him to seek alternatives, using diluted blood and souls to create clones. Thus, he produced 4 tiers of clones. A, B, C, and D. The D-tier clones resembled ordinary humans. He could create them with minimal soul energy, causing little harm, yet their lifespans were tragically short, and their physiques were frail, making them prone to premature death. Consequently, Litai resolved to cease the creation of D-tier clones and enacted humane termination measures for them. He could only create 12 A-tier clones. Any increase would burden him. Well, having these 12 is sufficient. One must not be too greedy. The B-tier clones numbered up to 89, and exceeding that would also impose a burden. As for the C-tier, he could make 198, but again, more would add to his mental strain. The A-tier clones possessed qualities akin to his own, while the B-tier clones were comparable to that ghostly spider of the Navy. And the C-tier clones seemed to match the caliber of those officers. With this bunch of little fellows, the future world promises to be truly extraordinary. Litai cast his gaze upon the now empty A-tier, alongside the B and C tiers, all with their eyes tightly shut, then glanced at the thick stack of documents in his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his pale face. Little ones, grow strong. Aside from me, no one will know you are clones. You are all children of our Libra pirate crew. Beyond this threshold lies your new life, Litai murmured. Sigh, I shall no longer create life. It feels as though I am nearing emptiness. Litai closed his eyes, sensing the power within him. The once vast spiritual and soul energy had dwindled to a small mass, even the devil fruit and spatial crystal in his heart felt significantly diminished. The rootless sword technique. Litai closed his eyes, diligently practicing the rootless sword technique, witnessing the continuous amplification of his spiritual and soul energy as his depleted stamina gradually returned. Even he, having already reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of the great sword master, felt his sword realm had made notable progress. Little Earth, half a month later finally, I have restored my depleted soul and physical energy. Litai sighed with relief, murmuring to himself. Crack. Bang, feeling the power within him. Litai couldn't help but feel an itch to test his cloning abilities once more. However, as soon as he began, he felt a tremor in his spiritual energy, forcing him to halt his actions. I nearly suffered a soul collapse. This limitation is far too harsh. Litai cast a lingering glance toward the direction that had transformed into a mist of blood, feeling an unsettling force of order that had intruded upon his creative endeavors. It seemed that should he persist in his creations, death would be the only outcome awaiting him. Damn it. One day, I shall overturn you and put an end to your intimidation, Litai muttered discontentedly as he gazed into the void. Ding ding ding. Wah wah wah. With that, Litai produced a flute and gently blew into it, causing the previously serene infants, who had their eyes tightly shut, to burst into a cacophony of cries. What a headache, Litai remarked helplessly at the sight of the wailing children. Gathering all the children, Litai waved his hand, erasing every trace of their presence in the surroundings. Libra, my comrades, come lend me a hand. Litai's voice resonated through a small vortex above the Libra ship and within the little Earth space. Huh. Master Baihu, it seems our father is calling us. Scorpio, who was in training, said to his mentor. Steez. Yes, cease your training, Steez replied, observing Scorpio, who had matured into a boy of around 15 or 16 years, with his advanced haki retracted, his eyelids twitching slightly as he spoke, that it has been a long time since we last saw father. It has been nearly half a year in the little Earth space, while outside it has only been about 15 days, Scorpio murmured. This scene unfolded in various locations, with the earliest arrivals, including Scorpio and Capricorn among the 12. Having almost all grown into young adolescents of 15 or 16 years, each possessing varying degrees of haki mastery, whether it be observation haki or armament haki. The most gifted, Scorpio, had even begun to manifest the early signs of observation haki. On the verge of awakening a dual-colored haki, boss, father, the group reverently called out as Litai appeared before them. Huh, have these little rascals been consuming hormones? They have grown so quickly, Litai exclaimed in astonishment at the 12 young figures before him. They do eat quite a lot, and their strength has increased even more drastically, Steez remarked, rolling his eyes. What is hormones? Scorpio and the others exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. Cough, cough, cough. Never mind that. Just focus on your training. Litai quickly diverted the topic that I have been in Little Earth for half a year. Has anything happened outside? Boss, it seems we are getting closer to Water 7. Along the way, the number of pirates has gradually increased. But we have wiped out all those who attempted to raid our ship, Steez reported earnestly. Well done, Litai praised its merely because they are too weak. Enel chimed in. Not to worry, once we finish modifying the ship, we shall venture into the new world, where true power resides, Litai said with a slight smile. Furthermore, the reason I gathered you all here today is that I have a request for you. I have a grand gift for you. Litai's tone shifted to one of seriousness. What is it? A grand gift? I have a bad feeling about this, King Bear remarked, sensing an ominous premonition from Litai's expression. Ding ding ding. Wah wah wah. This is the gift I present to you. With a wave of his hand, numerous infant figures appeared before them. What the hell? 287 of them. I protest. We came here to be pirates. And now we have to become full-time caregivers. The group, upon using their observation haki, received a flood of information regarding the infants, collectively voicing their protest with tingling scalp that I oppose this. Protests are futile. Litai grinned broadly. Spare us, they lamented, almost in tears. Rest assured, they will grow rapidly. Like Scorpio and the others, they will only cease their accelerated growth once they reach their 20s, requiring only care for their daily needs. Moreover, these little ones are all children of our pirate crew, Litai explained. Father, are they all our younger siblings? Scorpio and the others inquired joyfully at the sight of the 287 infants. Indeed, from now on, you shall be responsible for their care. You must diligently hone your skills and teach them. Understood? Litai smiled. We will take good care of our younger siblings, the 12 young ones exclaimed happily. Thus, aside from your training hours, you shall devote your time to caring for this group. Once they grow a bit more, you will begin training them, Litai declared with delight. Yes, father, the 12 responded, bowing respectfully. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, it is said that with greater power comes greater responsibility. When they reach the age of 5 or 6, you shall take turns guiding these little ones in their training. I shall prepare a manual on military training for you, Litai said with a gentle smile. Understood, boss. The 4 bowed. Shi, you must ensure these little ones are well fed. Litai added with a slight smile. Of course, I will make sure these little ones are well taken care of. She responded, a maternal glow shining in her eyes as she looked at the group of infants. Now, let us celebrate the new lives of these little ones with a banquet. Oh, the others cheered. Though Steez and the other 4 initially appeared reluctant, their excitement grew upon seeing the infants and recalling Scorpio and the others, realizing that these little ones were indeed extraordinary prodigies. They were born with remarkable potential. And unbeknownst to them, these infants carried a mix of Litai's blood in theirs, inheriting the legacy of Haki. The little ones, born from the seeds of Haki, were destined to become formidable beings, leaving even Litai in awe of what these creations would eventually become. Chapter 49. Arrival at Water 7. Near the shores of Water 7, ships gradually approached the port. Boss, ahead lies Water 7. Miao Tu exclaimed, hopping in front of Litai with delight as they beheld the imminent sight of Water 7. That the group gazed up, witnessing a city encircled by the sea, a magnificent maritime metropolis with buildings intricately intertwined above countless docks and piers. Cascading waterfalls poured from the highest structures, seagulls soared above, and ships slowly approached the port and docks, all in harmonious coexistence. At last, we have reached Water 7, Enel jubilantly exclaimed. Such prosperity. Is this truly the ultimate realm of shipwrights, as the legends say? The group was awestruck by the splendid city before them. Indeed, Libra, it is time for a transformation. Here lies the finest shipwrights in the world, Litai declared excitedly as they steered the Libra ship toward Dock 1 under his guidance. Dock 1. As the Libra ship entered, curious expressions flickered among the onlookers, for the ship appeared to be an amalgamation of 2 vessels, exuding an inexplicable peculiarity. That the Libra pirate flag? Wow, that's the ship of the Libra pirates, the most powerful pirate crew in the first half of the Grand Line. As they observed the approaching ship and the prominently displayed Libra pirate flag, a wave of awe and fear rippled through the crowd. For this was a notorious pirate crew with a bounty totaling 1.84 billion berries. Greetings. Litai descended from the ship along with his comrades, smiling at the frightened shipwrights. Hello there. How may we assist you? One older shipwright, summoning his courage, stepped forward to address Litai. I have a business proposition for you, but you cannot decide on your own. I wish to speak with your mayor, Litai replied with a smile. And no problem. They dared not voice any objections. Such a formidable client was better left to their esteemed Mayor Iceberg to handle. I am Kaku, the chief of Dock 1, and I will escort you to meet the mayor. At that moment, a long-nosed shipwright approached, bowing before Litai and his crew. It's Kaku. Kaku is here. Upon seeing Kaku, the tension in the crowd eased, and they spoke with excitement. Kaku? Steez looked curiously at the young man before him. Indeed, Kaku is the finest shipwright we have at Dock 1. The previously anxious shipwrights now proudly proclaimed to Litai and the others. It's just the flattering words of my colleagues. I am truly humbled. Kaku replied with a smile. Boss. Inalu called out softly, sensing a powerful aura emanating from the individual before him. Then, I kindly ask you to lead the way. Lita interrupted Inalu's conversation. Smiling as he spoke. It is my honor, Kaku replied, leading Lita and the others towards the mayor's office. Knock, knock, knock. Mayor of Ice City, are you there? We have guests, Kaku announced, rapping on the door. It's Kaku. A tall, bespectacled beauty opened the door, glancing at Lita and the others behind Kaku with a flicker of surprise before exclaiming, It's Kafali. Is the mayor present? The mayor is resting. I'll go wake him right away, Kafali replied. Thank you. Kaku expressed his gratitude. Please stop staring at me. Be careful, or I might accuse you of harassment, Kafali warned the curious onlookers, before turning to walk towards the sleeping Ice Mountain, mayor of Ice City. Wake up, we have guests, she called out to his ear. Who is it? The awakened Ice Mountain rubbed his eyes, bewildered. A group of pirates. They say they have a significant business proposition for you. Kefali informed him. Pirates? What kind of pirates? Ice Mountain asked, puzzled, as he thought such visitors typically did not warrant his attention. The Libra pirates, Waldka Litai, Litai announced as he approached Ice Mountain. Ah, indeed, a remarkable group has arrived, Ice Mountain remarked, his gaze shifting to the newcomers. Haha, such flattery from others is unwarranted. We do not deserve it, Litai humbly responded. What business do you wish to discuss with me, Mayor? Ice Mountain inquired, his eyes glinting behind his glasses. Litai glanced at Kaku and Kefali, hesitating to speak. Please, feel free to say what you have in mind. They are trustworthy individuals, and their presence here is of no concern, Ice Mountain encouraged Litai, noticing his reluctance. However, I do not trust them. This matter is of a confidential nature, and I would prefer no outsiders present. Litai smiled as he replied, You? Kaku and Kefali shot furious glances at Litai, but instantly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, rendering them immobile. Very well, White Tiger, kindly escort them out and close the mayor's door, allowing no one to enter, Litai instructed with a gentle smile. You? Are you threatening me? Ice Mountain asked, his expression grave and helpless. Mayor, you exaggerate. If we wish to eliminate you, or even obliterate this city, it would be a trivial endeavor for us. There is no need for such drastic measures. Litai reassured the worried Ice Mountain. Well then, what business or confidential matter could possibly be so secretive? Ice Mountain pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. That I request that you construct a vessel of this design, Litai stated, conjuring a stack of ship design blueprints that combined the features of a cruiser and a submarine, creating a multifunctional vessel capable of navigating land, sea, and air. How is this possible? A ship without sails cannot possibly sail, Ice Mountain exclaimed in disbelief as he took the blueprints from Litai. Haha, as long as you construct it according to my specifications, the payment will not be an issue. Litai smiled at the astonished Ice Mountain. Very well, I shall craft this ship to your specifications. I just wonder who designed this blueprint. May I know? Ice Mountain asked eagerly. Truth be told, I am the designer of this blueprint, Litai revealed. You? Ice Mountain gasped in disbelief. Indeed. Now, please provide me with an estimated cost and timeline for delivery. The payment is not a concern. Litai grinned. All right, I would like to exchange some insights when the opportunity arises. The estimated cost for this vessel would be around 2 billion berries. However, many of the materials may be somewhat difficult to procure. For instance, I am unsure if the materials for this component meet the required standards. Ice Mountain pointed at the booster design. Do not worry. Simply do your best in the construction. As for the materials, ordinary ones will suffice. This will be a down payment of 1 billion berries, and the remainder can be settled when I return for the ship in a month, Litai stated, knowing that he would later use the abilities of the Munch Fruit and Steel Fruit to completely fortify the ship with steel, rendering it impervious to damage from cannon fire. Chapter 50, Water 7 City. Bruno Clack? Boss, you're out? Is everything settled? The group approached Litai as he emerged. Not a problem. We will return in a month to collect the ship, Litai replied with a smile. A month? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, during this month, let us all take the opportunity to relax in this Water 7 City, Litai chuckled. Long live the boss, the crowd cheered. You are Kaku, are you not? Litai approached Kaku amidst the celebration, gently inquiring. Do you have any instructions for me, sir? Kaku asked, his eyes betraying a hint of nervousness, feeling as though he was being laid bare before Litai's penetrating gaze. Nothing of great importance. I merely wish to inquire if you could recommend a fine bar. I am in the mood for some leisure, Litai smiled. Places for dining and entertainment are abundant in Water 7. Kaku sighed in relief, responding slowly. Thank you. Litai expressed his gratitude, turning to leave. In Water 7, after much searching, Litai finally arrived at his intended destination and stepped into a tavern. Looking up, he saw a burly man with horns standing at the bar, surrounded by the raucous laughter of pirates enjoying their drinks. Hello, may I have a glass of orange juice with ice? Litai approached the man, speaking up. Ha ha ha. Where did this little brat come from, Bruno? Do you really serve kids who can't even drink alcohol? A bearded pirate mocked, eliciting laughter from the tavern's patrons. Everyone is welcome as a guest, Bruno replied in his deep voice, smiling. Thank you. Your orange juice is excellent. Litai ignored the jeers and politely accepted the orange juice from Bruno. Taking a sip. Hey, little brat, are you looking down on me? The bearded pirate, annoyed by Litai's indifference, shouted. What does it matter to you? So what if I look down on you? Litai retorted disdainfully that you're really annoying. Shut up, Litai scolded. The large man fell silent, staring at Litai in terror. I remember now. He is Waldka Litai, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 810 million berries. One pirate exclaimed, collapsing in fear. What? The Libra pirates? The tavern emptied in an instant, pirates scattering in all directions. The bearded pirate knelt before Litai, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. Humph, next time, think twice before speaking so carelessly. In my past temperament, I would have turned you into a wooden puppet. Now leave. Litai waved his hand dismissively, watching as the bearded pirate fled in a cold sweat. Finally, peace returned. Litai murmured that I never imagined the legendary pirate Waldka Litai would be so young. Bruno remarked, somewhat awestruck. Just average. Litai replied nonchalantly. May I ask, Mr. Litai, what brings you here? Bruno inquired, discerning the underlying tension in Litai's presence. How should I address you? Litai set his cup down, narrowing his eyes. My name is Bruno, the man said. A bead of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. You seem quite nervous, Bruno. Litai teased. This is just a small tavern, frequented by petty thugs and unknown pirates. Encountering a legendary pirate like you for the first time would make anyone anxious. Bruno explained that. Is that so? Then do prepare me another glass of orange juice. Litai gulped down the remaining juice in his cup, speaking with squinted eyes. Boom. In an instant, Bruno lunged at Litai, but Litai effortlessly deflected his attack with a flying blade. How did you know my identity? Bruno, with a grim expression, inquired. What identity do you possess? Are you Bruno, or merely a pawn of the world government known as CP9? Litai, grinning, replied. Indeed, how did you come to know? We have been here for 4 years. I believe this is our first encounter, is it not? A palpable aura of menace emanated from Bruno as he spoke. Dampen your murderous intent. I have come to inquire if you would be interested in joining my pirate crew. Litai gestured dismissively. I could never betray my own sense of justice by allying with you pirates. Abandon such thoughts. Bruno retorted angrily, feeling that Litai had insulted his beliefs. Such a pity to waste a fine glass of orange juice. Litai lamented, then casually waved his hand, summoning 6 swords that simultaneously lunged towards Bruno. Iron Body. Bruno swiftly employed the Navy's 6 styles technique. Iron Body, struggling to withstand Litai's assault. Finger Pistol. After evading Litai's attack, Bruno charged back at him. Sword Slash. Litai waved his hand, sending a shadowy blade slicing toward Bruno. Observing Litai's childlike antics, Bruno felt a mix of despair and fury. Under Litai's vigilant guard, he found himself unable to unleash any attack strong enough to alert his comrades. Really now? This is your establishment, after all. Damaging things would be quite unfortunate, Litai chuckled. Open the door. Seeing he could not overpower Litai, Bruno attempted to flee. Now, that simply won't do, my friend. If you run away, what am I to play with? Litai remarked, swiftly darting forward to grasp Bruno's leg, which was already vanishing into another realm. Come back. Litai yanked, pulling Bruno back from the void. What do you intend to do? I can't fight you. I can't escape. And now interrupted by you, my stamina is spent. Bruno bellowed in rage at the calm Litai that I have already stated my intentions. If you cannot serve me, then relinquish your abilities, Litai declared with a fierce gaze. Having already sentenced the man before him to death, how can this be possible? Upon hearing Litai's words, Bruno felt a chill coursing through his body, his face paling. Nothing is impossible. At this moment, your fate is sealed. Litai reverted to a seemingly harmless demeanor. 6 sword style. Cage. Litai's blades soared into the air, ensnaring Bruno, as a vortex emerged, and both Litai and Bruno vanished from the scene. Father, a group of trained children rose to their feet in salute upon seeing Litai. Casting curious glances at the unconscious Bruno trapped within the sword cage, the 12 little ones, occupied with training their younger siblings, had not joined Skibin and the others in their revelries. Father, who is he? They inquired, puzzled. This fellow here possesses some utility. I have brought him back, trained diligently, my dears. Litai offered no further explanation and, after a few admonitions, materialized in the laboratory with Bruno. Chapter 51. Water 7, Navy's 6 styles. Inside the laboratory. Where is this? Bruno exclaimed, awakening to find himself in an unfamiliar environment. You woke up sooner than I anticipated. Litai turned to face the stirring Bruno, a smile gracing his lips. What do you intend to do? Release me. How can this be? My abilities are gone. Bruno shrieked, attempting to activate his devil fruit powers only to realize he had lost all control over them. Not even think about escaping. This is my domain. All your powers have been suppressed. Stop struggling, Litai said, producing a large syringe and injecting it into Bruno's body. Let me go. Let me go, Bruno cried, feeling his lifeblood drain from him. His veins bulging as he writhed in desperation. "Do not move," Lita barked, a forceful aura enveloping Bruno, rendering him immobile. "What have you done to me?" Bruno lamented in despair. "Memory retrieval." Lita ignored his question, instead retrieving paper and pen. Activating his powers, Bruno's eyes turned white as torrents of knowledge streamed into Lita's mind. His experiences, past, techniques, all laid bare. As time slipped by in the laboratory, Lita's reading of Bruno's memories neared completion. Bruno, chuckled foolishly. "Is he daft? My goodness, is this memory retrieval akin to soul-searching?" Lita mused, observing Bruno drooling and grinning vacantly. He felt the influx of memories solidifying in his mind, realizing he would soon master the Navy's 6 styles. Who would have thought the world government could be so ruthless, training individuals from childhood, cultivating them like puppets? Well then, I shall grant you liberation. Lita removed the 2 horns from Bruno's head, intending to keep them as trophies. Then infused his blood into a fruit, along with Bruno, into the devil fruit extractor. As time passed, Bruno's vitality waned. When the last drop of his blood mingled with the sea, his once imposing figure withered. And beside him, a mysterious new devil fruit began to take shape. "It is formed," Lita exclaimed, gazing joyfully at the newly manifested devil fruit. "To whom shall this devil fruit be bestowed?" he pondered, carefully placing the door fruit beside another devil fruit he had encountered during the downfall of Nelson. "The scythe fruit, owned by Eric. Scorpion, gather the younger ones. I am to impart new techniques." Lita exited the laboratory and proceeded to the Plaza of Lost Island, the usual training ground for Scorpion and the others. "Yes, Father," Scorpion replied. Observing the neatly arranged 12 teams, Lita felt a swell of satisfaction at the sight of the 12 young leaders, now 8 or 9 years old, standing before him. "I shall now demonstrate a highly suitable technique for you, the Navy's 6 styles. Your comprehension will depend on your aptitude. I will later share the methods with your captain. If you struggle to grasp it, do not fret. Simply seek guidance from your captain," Lita instructed. "Yes, Father." Finger pistol. Without further ado, Lita began his demonstration, tightening the muscles in his fingers, enveloping them in armed hockey, and shooting forth like a bullet, creating a massive chasm before the onlookers. Rankyaku. His feet unleashed a flurry of wind blades, obliterating structures as if they were mere tofu. Sara. A sonic boom echoed as he vanished, reappearing beside the twin fish in the blink of an eye. Paper drawing. Lita relaxed his muscles, disappearing from sight. Shave. Reappearing before the twin fish, he kicked the ground repeatedly, vanishing once more. Iron body. Lita tensed his muscles, drawing a blade and striking it against himself, producing a metallic clang. This is the Navy's 6 styles. Everyone can learn it. Mastering these formidable techniques may one day save your lives in battle, Lita proclaimed. Yes, the children's eyes ignited with fervent desire, including the 12 little ones, captivated by Lita's impressive display of the 6 styles. "Once you have mastered these techniques, I shall take you sailing upon the seas." Lita smiled at them. Their cheers reverberated throughout the space of Little Earth. Meanwhile, in a dim room within Water 7, several figures sat in heavy silence, only the sound of their breathing filling the air. "Bruno has vanished," one voice declared. "How can that be? How could a living person simply disappear?" came a female voice. "Incredulous, Khalifa, Bruno has truly vanished. He may have even perished," another voice chimed in. "Gabra, share all the information you possess. I trust you wouldn't just about such matters." Kaku was the first to break the silence in the conference room. "As far as I know, the captain of the Libra pirates, Waldka Litai, caused quite a ruckus at Bruno's bar before he mysteriously vanished from there," Gabra interjected. "Then our breakthrough lies with this Waldka Litai. Do you have any information about him?" At this moment, the figure seated at the head of the table, Lucci, spoke up. "Damn it, the Navy has sealed off all information regarding the Libra pirates. We are utterly in the dark. Unless we seek assistance from the Navy, our long-standing covert plan will inevitably fail." Kaku exclaimed in frustration. "Is that so? Then we must leave Bruno's fate to chance. If the opportunity arises, we shall avenge him." Lucci stated coldly. "The CP cannot afford any emotions, not even if we perish in the end. We must not reveal any sentiment." Khalifa murmured tearfully. "Let us disperse. Our plan is on the verge of success. And we cannot afford any unforeseen circumstances." Lucci was the first to rise and exit the room. "Sai, keep an eye on the Libra pirates' movements. I have matters to attend to at the dock." "I shall take my leave," Kaku said as he also departed. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, their hearts silently praying that Bruno would remain unharmed. Chapter 52, Water 7. The energy reader after Lita abducted Bruno. He did not reappear in Water 7, but secluded himself in the Little Earth, diligently training. This drove the CP9 members searching for Lita into a frenzy. In contrast, Lita spent nearly a month training his swordsmanship, honing his physical techniques and hockey within the confines of the Little Earth. The development of the Niannian Fruit had reached a bottleneck, while the cloned fruit, a crystallized manifestation of space, had yet to reveal any special abilities beyond cloning. During this time, he also crafted a small gadget based on Bruno's memories. At last, I have succeeded. The energy reader, Lita exclaimed joyfully as he gazed upon the towering device before him, realizing that he would now be able to gauge his strength at any moment. Boom. Energy value, 31,000. Fruit, 1,000. Hockey, 7,000. Stamina, 10,000. Physical techniques, including swordsmanship, 13,000. Is this truly my strength? Hockey is indeed difficult to cultivate. I wonder to what extent that old man has mastered his hockey. Lita mused, contemplating his own stats, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the old man. East Blue Archio, an elderly figure, pinched his nose. Which little rascal dares to insult me? It must be that brat Luffy. It seems I shall have to give him a taste of the iron fist of love upon my return. Carp surveyed his surroundings as he spoke. Water 7, meanwhile, on vacation, Sabayati and the others were summoned back to the Little Earth by Lita. Boss, what do you need us for? Enel inquired. Exactly. I was in the midst of bonding with my lady. Sabayati protested. The others shared puzzled expressions, for Lita typically only summoned them for significant matters. You'll find out soon enough. Lita merely teased with a smile, which only heightened their curiosity, with a wave of his hand. Lita brought everyone to the plaza on Lost Island. Father, Masters, Scorpion, and the others bowed to Lita and his companions. Observing the now-adult Scorpion and the others, Sabayati and his group had grown accustomed to this unprecedented growth rate. Step aside. I am about to unveil a great treasure, Lita declared. The crowd quickly cleared a substantial space. Boom! As the crowd parted, Lita waved his hand, and the energy reader materialized in the plaza, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Boss, what is this? Sabayati exclaimed, jumping in front of the energy reader, bewildered. This is the energy reader, a little gadget I created. From now on, you can test your strength on it and discover your current power level. Lita explained. Energy value? What is that? They asked. Energy value encompasses hockey, fruits, stamina, and physical techniques, including swordsmanship, providing us with a more tangible reference for our strength, Lita said with a hint of pride. This machine was crafted from a new alloy, a metal so resilient that even Lita couldn't break it with all his might, showcasing its remarkable hardness. The sensory function was inspired by assist research in the lab, where he noted that octopuses possess a sensitivity to power far beyond that of humans, leading to its invention. Initially, Lita thought it would be of little use. He never anticipated it would be employed in the energy reader, enhanced by the display capabilities of the snail phone purchased in Water 7. This was far more advanced than the CP9's method of gauging energy values through combat. He felt like a manufacturing genius. Wow, boss, that's incredible. Upon hearing Lita's explanation, the others found themselves at a loss for words to express their current emotions. They were not fools and understood the immense assistance this machine would provide them. White Tiger, unleash your full strength and strike the energy reader, Lita said with a smile, and everyone turned their curious gazes toward Sabayati. Eager to see the extent of this eccentric's abilities, gladly, Sabayati replied, then delivered a powerful punch to the energy reader. Energy value, 12,599, fruit, 4,000, hockey, 3,099, stamina, 3,000, physical techniques, including swordsmanship 2,500. The energy reader displayed the data. Boss, what's your energy value? Sabayati asked. Intrigued. 31,000, Lita replied. Yaha. White Tiger, you're so weak. Enel laughed upon hearing this. What are you laughing at? If you're so bold, give it a try. Sabayati retorted angrily. Yaha. I'll give it a shot. Enel dove forward, transforming into a streak of lightning as he attacked the energy reader. Energy value, 13,100, fruit, 6,000, hockey, 3,000, stamina, 3,100, physical techniques, 1,000. Yeah, see, I told you I'm stronger, Enel boasted, glancing at his data. surprised that he was only slightly stronger than Sabaody, yet still provocatively taunted him. Sabaody, observing Enel's provocation and the energy value, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Let me have a go. Suddenly, Bartholomew transformed, his body encased in iron, his armed hockey swirling around him as he launched a punch. Energy value: 15,000, fruit, 7,000, hockey, 2,000, stamina, 4,000, physical techniques, 2,000. Whoa, Xuanwu, have you been secretly training without us? The others exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Bartholomew's energy value. I haven't. It's probably because the boss often has me using my fruit abilities, which has made my fruit powers stronger. Bartholomew scratched his head sheepishly. Yes, that's so. The few with fruit abilities exchanged knowing glances, a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Now it's my turn. Bolid enveloped himself in armed hockey, then delivered a punch to the reader. Energy value: 13,600, fruit, 0, hockey, 6,000, stamina, 5,000, physical techniques, 2,600. Monster. Both Enel and Sabaody questioned their very existence, realizing they were the weakest among the first tier. I concede. I concede, Bolid chuckled, grinning widely. Thus, through a series of tests, Lita gained an initial understanding of everyone's strength. Among them, Lita's energy value was the highest at 31,000, while the symbols quartet ranged between 12,000 to 15,000, and the mood 7 hovered around 5,000 to 9,000. As for the 12 zodiac guards, their energy values fell between 2,000 to 4,000, with the rest varying from 500 to 1,000. I wonder how our strength measures up in the world. Lita pondered. No. We must disseminate the energy reader and implement a recording system to consolidate all data. At that point, we can conduct a thorough analysis. We just need a rudimentary version that can only test energy values. Lita contemplated, realizing that the world was not so simple. Even formidable figures like the Golden Lion had been imprisoned after a solo assault on the Navy, only escaping by crippling himself. What made the world government so powerful? Was it not due to their array of violent institutions? Thus, the creation of a formidable and unassailable power is beyond the comparison of a mere pirate crew. Only by possessing such power can one continuously attract diverse talents, forming a virtuous cycle. Chapter 53, Water 7, End. Lita clapped his hands, signaling the excited crowd to settle down. Considering the time, it is indeed time for us to retrieve our ship. We should commence the next leg of our voyage. Lita indicated to the group. Father, when can we set sail alongside you? Scorpion and the others inquired eagerly, gazing at Lita. Indeed, Captain, it is high time for these youngsters to experience the world, Skib remarked. Absolutely. Look at how these little ones have grown. Their strength is now sufficient to face various challenges at sea, Bear observed, noting the transformation of the once infant crew members into young adults in their 20s. Although these youngsters possess remarkable strength, their growth has inevitably been stunted in this confined space that a man who has never faced bloodshed cannot truly be called a man. The vast ocean is their true home. Bolid, who usually kept to himself, finally spoke up. In that case, once our ship is ready, we shall venture out to sea together. Lita contemplated for a moment before stating go. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Wait a moment. I have conditions. Lita doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Whatever the conditions, we shall comply. Scorpion and the others responded eagerly. Due to our large numbers, for the sake of future management, after careful consideration, I shall establish a central authority for our Libra pirate crew, Lita declared, his gaze sharp. Central authority? The crowd queried in confusion, as pirate crews typically do not require such a structure. Are you suggesting? Captain, the realization dawned upon them, their eyes lighting up. It seemed this man intended to initiate a power struggle. Indeed, this world is rife with corruption, and we need an opportunity, which is fast approaching. Thus, it is our chance. Lita spoke slowly. The others were unaware of what this opportunity entailed, but Lita knew that it was the imminent journey of Luffy, the man destined to become the pirate king. We shall follow you, Captain, even if it costs us our lives, Bear proclaimed. So shall we. They all echoed, laughter filling the air. Lita surveyed the massive assembly, laughing heartily. From this day forth, you shall call me Star Leader. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, you will serve as the celestial guardians of the Libra pirate crew. Should I be absent, the four of you may convene to manage the entire crew. Yes, Star Leader, they responded. Joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, love, surprise, and fear. You shall henceforth be the hidden guardians of the Libra pirate crew, our secret force. Executing assassinations, pursuits, and gathering intelligence on adversaries. The four guardians must provide unconditional support. If your ranks are insufficient, you may seek to recruit additional talents. Understood, Star Leader. Scorpion, Capricorn, Aquarius, Sagittarius, Libra, Taurus, Cancer, Aries, Leo, Pisces, Virgo, Gemini. You 12 shall form the star guardians of our Libra pirate crew. You may select members from among your younger siblings to create 12 distinct guardian teams, responsible for the protection of our crew. Is that agreeable? Lita succinctly assigned responsibilities. Although many questions lingered, the impending journey with Luffy instilled a sense of urgency within him. No objections, they shouted in unison. Then let us host the grandest feast to celebrate our forthcoming grand adventure upon the vast seas. Lita proclaimed loudly, though, at the #1 shipyard in Water 7. A colossal warship lay across the yard, with several shipwrights meticulously conducting final inspections. Well, Lita, your ship has been completed, Iceberg remarked, observing Lita's sudden appearance. Truly, this place is renowned for its exceptional shipwrights, Lita praised. This vessel, larger than any cruiser from my previous life, was entirely crafted from wood, resembling its predecessor almost identically. The reason for not using iron is that in the pirate world, iron is a rare metal, far too precious to squander on shipbuilding. Even the Navy employs wooden sailing ships. You flatter us. It is merely that we have never encountered such an unusual ship before, which is why it took us so long. Iceberg replied. Regardless, I am immensely grateful. May I board to inspect? Lita smiled. That is your rightful privilege. Iceberg replied coolly. In an instant, Lita dashed onto the deck of the Libra, which featured little more than an expansive observation tower and some deliberately left vacant spaces. Lita ventured inside the ship, finding rows of crew quarters, then descended further down to discover various living amenities, such as training rooms and kitchens. Continuing to descend, he finally arrived at the lowest level, where he was astonished to see an enormous power and energy generation system crafted entirely from wood. He could not help but marvel at the craftsmanship of the shipwrights in this world. Who has ever seen an energy apparatus made purely of wood? Lita nodded in satisfaction and made his way back outside to Iceberg. Haha, here is the remaining balance. If it falls short, consider this gold as collateral. I believe this piece of gold will suffice. Lita presented the remaining payment. I am now curious about how you intend to make your ship sail. I have examined your power apparatus. It can indeed propel the ship, but prolonged voyages will lead to the ship igniting and perishing at sea. I would hate for all this effort to result in merely a model, Iceberg stated coldly as he accepted the final payment. You noticed that too? However, how I managed to navigate the seas is none of your concern. That is a secret, Lita smiled, well aware that, as Iceberg pointed out, the wooden power mechanisms would generate excessive heat during extended travel, risking destruction at sea. But who could argue when he had the steel fruit and the abilities of the swallowing fruit at his disposal? What a difficult man to deal with, Iceberg remarked. Are we ready to set sail? Lita inquired. Any time. Iceberg summoned all the shipwrights, and Lita, along with Skib and others, boarded the ship. Qinglong, we need you to charge our new vessel, Lita instructed Enel, who was surveying the surroundings. No problem. Enel immediately transformed into an elemental form and took control of the power system, and the enormous ship gradually began to glide out of the #1 shipyard. So, relying on a devil fruit to propel the ship? But isn't it true that devil fruits cannot be used indefinitely? Truly a peculiar bunch, and a most unusual vessel, Iceberg mused as he watched Lita and his companions depart the shipyard as the Libra sailed out of Water 7. Lita stood on the deck, his gaze fixed on a vantage point in Water 7, where several figures stood, gritting their teeth as they watched Lita and his crew depart. Lucci, it seems he has spotted us, Kaku said slowly. What a formidable man, Califa remarked. Should we not inform the Navy to apprehend them? It is now certain that Bruno is dead, as his life paper has burned completely. Gabra inquired. We have not received any orders. However, we can report. Lucci replied that The others brightened at the prospect as Lucci produced a direct line to the Navy's admiral. Bring, Moshi. This is the Marine headquarters. I am Sengoku. who was enjoying some rice crackers at the Marine headquarters. Casually answered the phone. "This is Lucci. The Libra pirate crew has just departed from Water 7, and I request that you dispatch personnel to apprehend them and uphold justice," Lucci declared, crushing the phone and vanishing from the spot, with Kaku and the others swiftly following suit. "Moshi Moshi. What sort of people are these?" Sengoku grumbled into the phone, somewhat displeased, but he knew that the information relayed through this phone and its messenger must not be taken lightly. "Moshi Moshi. Is this Akainu?" Sengoku called, dialing Akainu's phone. "Yes. What orders do you have, Admiral Sengoku?" The cold voice of Akainu echoed from the transponder snail. "You are to travel to the Sabaody archipelago and await the arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates. I suspect their next destination will be the New World. I implore you to obstruct their passage in paradise. If they reach the New World, we shall find ourselves utterly powerless against them." Sengoku stated slowly. "Understood. I shall go." Akainu responded before abruptly hanging up the call. "Moshi Moshi. Is this Kazan?" Sengoku inquired, staring at the disconnected transponder snail with a furrowed brow. He then dialed another transponder snail. "Moshi Moshi. What troubles you, Sengoku?" A languid voice drifted from the device. "I need you to assist Akainu in capturing the Straw Hat Pirates at the Sabaody archipelago," Sengoku commanded. Certainly," Kazan replied before also ending the call. "The Sabaody archipelago? The Straw Hat Pirates?" A middle-aged man cycling through a certain sea murmured to himself. Nevertheless, he turned his bicycle's direction towards the Sabaody archipelago. Chapter 54, The Star Warrior's Trial. Naval battle. As the magnificent Water 7 gradually faded from view, the crew could hardly contain their exhilaration. Indeed, they were meant for the vast ocean. "Captain, shall we proceed according to the original plan?" Bartholomew Kuma asked as he approached Rayleigh. "Yes. Let us first bring the Thousand Sunny into the Little Earth. We shall fetch them." Rayleigh waved his hand, and a colossal whirlpool gateway materialized as the Thousand Sunny slowly vanished beneath the ocean's surface. "Captain, you have returned." The 12-star warriors stood in neat formation within the Little Earth. "Indeed. We shall resume our journey once Dr. Mouse installs his newly developed gas cannon, energy converter, and fully metallizes our Thousand Sunny," Rayleigh declared, observing the excited crew. "Understood." The crew busily commenced their tasks. Under Rayleigh's guidance, energy converters and cannons were systematically affixed to the deck of the Thousand Sunny. After a series of tests confirmed everything was functioning properly, Rayleigh nodded toward the eager Kuma and Assist, who had been diligently researching new metals. "Metallize." The Thousand Sunny instantly transformed into a colossal iron ship at an observable speed. "Captain, lend me your strength," Kuma bellowed, and with a wave of Rayleigh's hand, Kuma rapidly enlarged, swallowing the fully metallized Thousand Sunny whole. Moments later, he regurgitated the ship. Mission accomplished. Kuma's form quickly shrank back down as he uttered those words before collapsing. "Well done," Rayleigh remarked, looking at the fainted Kuma and gesturing for him to vanish from sight. "Now, let us conduct a functionality test," Rayleigh instructed. Once everyone had boarded, various tests were carried out. "Captain, all systems are functioning perfectly," the crew joyfully reported. "Then let us set sail, onward to the sea," with a wave of his hand. All but a few members of the logistics team appeared on the deck of the Thousand Sunny, and a whirlpool gateway opened, revealing the iron ship upon the ocean. Wind power, operational. Hydropower, operational. Solar power, operational. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted above the sea, sending waves crashing. Gas cannon, operational. Upon entering the ocean, as commands flowed into his hands, and everything appeared to be functioning without issue, Rayleigh finally exhibited a satisfied smile. This meant the Thousand Sunny was essentially a perpetual motion machine. Self-sufficient. "Now, hoist our pirate flag. Set sail." As Rayleigh's voice resonated, a grand pirate flag slowly ascended, billowing proudly above the Thousand Sunny. After days of sailing across the ocean, report, several unidentified pirate ships have appeared ahead. The Star Warriors stationed at the lookout immediately sounded the alarm. In an instant, figures swarmed the deck as Rayleigh emerged from the captain's quarters. "At last, we have sighted them," the crew exclaimed excitedly. "Captain, a peculiar ship has appeared ahead. It seems to belong to the Straw Hat Pirates," one pirate declared, peering through a telescope at W. "The Straw Hat Pirates? That notorious crew with a bounty exceeding 1.8 billion. Why are they here?" a bearded pirate exclaimed in terror. "What are you afraid of? We have a crew of 2,000. Do we fear just a handful of them? Charge." The ship's captain bellowed in fury. Yes, Captain, the crew replied, as their ship, accompanied by several smaller vessels, surged towards the Thousand Sunny. Fire a shot to halt them, Rayleigh commanded. Retrieving a transponder snail, boom, a colossal wave erupted beside the approaching pirate ship, instantly engulfing several smaller vessels. Return fire, return fire, the captain shouted as cannonballs were launched toward the Thousand Sunny. However, the crew aboard the Thousand Sunny merely exchanged mocking glances, for those cannonballs lacked even the merit to leave a mark upon their ship. Captain, shall we continue advancing? The pirates asked in fear, witnessing the spectacle before them. Charge, staying back is death. The captain gritted his teeth, feeling unfortunate that they had encountered Admiral Kazan while en route to the Sabeti archipelago, resulting in their relentless pursuit. Were it not for that man's indifference, they would already be lost to the depths of the ocean. Retreating meant death, while advancing offered a glimmer of hope. Foolish mortals. Capture the captain alive, but eliminate the rest. Remember to collect their treasures. Rayleigh smirked, leaning against the ship's railing. Captain, should we intervene? The Star Warriors inquired. No need. They are too weak. Allow the Star Warriors to hone their skills. Rayleigh declined their request. As soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, the Star Warriors, led by their captain, charged toward the enemy pirate ship. What manner of beast is this? Release me. I beg for mercy. As the Star Warriors leaped aboard the enemy ship, the sounds of brutal combat filled the air, while Rayleigh and his companions listened without a shred of compassion. For once one set foot upon a pirate ship, they must be prepared to meet their end in the ocean. And that included them. The cacophony of gunfire, cannon blasts, clashing swords, and anguished cries formed a peculiar symphony, as Rayleigh sipped on a glass of orange juice while his companions indulged in fine spirits, relishing the scene. What a pity, the stench of blood overwhelms the flavor of the orange juice, Rayleigh remarked. This flavor, when paired with strong liquor, enhances the drink's potency. Captain, would you care for a glass? Skypea inquired with a smile. Go away. I'm not interested. Rayleigh rolled his eyes. How dull. Skypea glanced at the ongoing battle, squinting before scoffing. Indeed, quite lacking in excitement. Enel concurred, standing beside him, disdain evident in his tone, though it was unclear whether they referred to the battle or the drinks. Captain, there are no survivors aboard that ship. This is their captain. Not long after, the Star Warriors emerged, dragging a half-conscious individual whose limbs had been severed. Who did this? Did I not instruct you to leave some alive? Rayleigh questioned, exasperated, as he gazed at the barely alive figure. Captain, he inflicted serious injuries on many of our brothers and sisters, so in a fit of rage, I dealt with him. You said to leave someone alive. He is still breathing. Scorpio stepped forward, a mix of indignation and guilt evident on his face. You fool. You should have followed orders, Rayleigh chastised, delivering a light slap to Scorpio's head. Ugh. If memory serves, Scorpio was entirely cloned from my blood. Correct. Is there something so monstrous in my genes? Rayleigh mused, glancing at the pirate captain, now a wretched heap, stroking his chin in contemplation. Quickly, clean up the battlefield. Gather all their treasures. This fellow is your responsibility. Handle him with care, Rayleigh instructed, shaking his head slowly. Yes, Captain. Scorpio responded eagerly. Rayleigh waved them off, and in an instant, knives flew from their sheaths, swiftly targeting the struggling pirates still in the water. With their observation hockey, even feigning death was futile, as Enel and the others began transferring the enemy ship's treasures aboard the Thousand Sunny. They launched a sudden assault, in the blink of an eye. The pirate vessels were reduced to mere wreckage floating upon the waves. As for their penchant for finishing off wounded foes, it was simply due to their captain's preference for such actions. Rayleigh feared the emergence of unnecessary adversaries. After all, in this world, even skeletons could be resurrected. A cautious approach ensured longevity. This was Rayleigh's life philosophy. Chapter 55. The World Nobles, Celestial Dragons. Following the recent naval battle, they sailed towards the archipelago of Chambord. On the lookout, the Star Commander reported. A ship has appeared ahead. What kind of ship? Lita inquired, puzzled that it appears to be a vessel belonging to the World Nobles, the Celestial Dragons. Bolid interjected, producing a telescope. World Nobles? Celestial Dragons? Lita's eyes flickered with interest. Indeed, Commander, it is likely due to our proximity to the Chambord Islands. I've heard that these World Nobles relish visiting the islands to make purchases. Bolid continued that I have also heard that these Celestial Dragons possess the authority to summon naval admirals at their beck and call. Embodying both wealth and power as parasitic entities, Skibin remarked. When I was in Water 7, I learned that the world government was established specifically for their benefit, Eniru added, a flicker of lightning dancing across his body. Is that so? Then let us steer clear of them that we must avoid unnecessary conflict for now. Lita pondered for a moment before stating decisively. Understood. On the celestial dragon's ship, a servant bowed and reported. Lord St. Druin, an unusual pirate ship has appeared ahead. An unusual ship? Splendid. More toys to play with. Chase it down. I am nearly bored to death sailing this wretched sea. St. Druin clapped his hands in delight. Yes. The servant stepped back and began issuing commands through a transponder snail. Boom, Commander. The ship opposite us has launched an attack. Should we retaliate? A barrage of cannonballs was suddenly directed at the Libra. Damn it. These vermin. We don't engage them, yet they attack us instead. Skibin cursed angrily. Let's go see what these scoundrels are up to. Lita frowned and spoke. Hey, why are you attacking our ship? On the deck. Skibin brandished a loudspeaker transponder snail towards St. Druin's vessel. Ha! How amusing! St. Druin's mocking voice echoed back. Amusing, is it? Lita observed as the ship, larger than the Libra, collided with its bow, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You all go and play with them, and leave that so-called celestial dragon to me. I have a game to play. As soon as his words fell, the Star Guards charged forward, followed closely by the Star Seers and Shadow Guards. Really, can't you all just live peacefully? Why provoke us? Lita murmured, watching the chaos unfold aboard St. Druin's grand ship. On board St. Druin's ship, he bellowed, Moses, Moses, is this the Navy headquarters? We are under attack by pirates. Send reinforcements immediately. He grabbed a red transponder snail, roaring with urgency. Moses, Moses, this is Sengoku, Sengoku answered, puzzled. Knowing full well who the transponder snail belonged to. We are positioned east of the Chambord Islands. Send naval forces here at once. St. Druin interrupted Sengoku, his voice laced with fury. Bang! A deafening crash resounded as his door was kicked open, and Eniru entered, a mocking grin on his face. So this is the legendary world noble? Don't you dare touch me. If you do, there will be no place for you in this world. The Navy is merely our dog, and the world government exists solely for our benefit. Enough of your drivel. Skibin interjected, swiftly stepping forward and shattering the glass dome atop St. Druin's head with a single blow, hitting him squarely in the face. You dare strike me? St. Druin looked at Skibin in disbelief. Howling in outrage. And what of it? Skibin retorted, grabbing St. Druin disdainfully. Moses, Moses, this is Sengoku. Do not harm the celestial dragon. Otherwise, the Navy will be relentless in seeking vengeance. Sengoku spoke anxiously into the transponder snail. Ah, the Admiral of the Navy. First of all, we did not provoke him. He attacked us first. As for relentless vengeance, isn't there a long-standing enmity between the Navy and pirates? Skibin taunted, crushing the transponder snail in his grip before teleporting to the Libra with St. Druin in tow. Upon hearing Skibin's words, Sengoku's expression turned grave as he dialed Akainu and Akiji, who were already stationed at the Chambord Islands, commanding them to provide support towards St. Druin's position. Meanwhile, aboard the Libra, Skibin declared, Captain, this is the celestial dragon who ordered the attack on us. I have already informed the Admiral. They are en route. You best release me. Otherwise, you will become my slaves. St. Druin shouted desperately upon seeing Lita. Stop. With a mere thought, Lita transformed St. Druin into a statue, rendering him utterly immobile. Commander, that fellow truly did contact the Admiral. We must hasten our actions. Skibin's face grew serious. Very well. Thank you for your efforts. You all go assist the Star Guards. Quickly clean the battlefield and gather their treasures, Lita instructed, disregarding St. Druin's protests, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Yes, confronting the world government this early indeed posed challenges for Lita and his crew. Yet these damned celestial dragons insisted on provoking them. With Skibin's reinforcements, the opposing side faced a one-sided massacre, as chests of treasures were swiftly transported aboard the Libra as the Star Guards retreated. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, shattering the grand ship into splinters. Starkeeper, the crew aboard the Libra cheered, gazing at the heaps of treasures, their wealth surpassing that of any pirates they had encountered previously. Well done, Lita remarked, opening a treasure chest with a smile. What is this? A devil fruit? The crew gasped in astonishment. Lita opened a small box to reveal a mysterious devil fruit nestled within. After opening 3 or 4 identical boxes, He found them all containing devil fruits, a bountiful harvest. Lita exclaimed joyfully, waving a hand to store all the items away. Congratulations, Commander. The crew jubilantly offered their accolades, having no qualms about Lita claiming the treasures. For his fortunes were their fortunes. Now, let us consider how to deal with that celestial dragon. He has delivered us this grand gift. We ought to return the favor, should we not? Lita extended his hand. Drawing St. Druin closer to him, he grasped St. Druin's throat. He spoke slowly. Release me. St. Druin's face flushed as he struggled to utter those words. We had no intention of provoking you. But why did you choose to provoke us? Lita's anger flared. Before St. Druin could utter another word, Lita snapped his neck, summoned a flying sword from the Star Guards, and sliced St. Druin into pieces, tossing the remnants into the sea to feed the fish. I loathe when adversaries chatter so much during battle. A swift demise brings a quicker rebirth. Had you not babbled so, I might have spared your life. Lita murmured, watching St. Druin's remains disappear beneath the waves. A formidable group has arrived. Inaira's gaze shifted toward the horizon as he spoke slowly. Prepare for a true battle. That was merely a warm-up. My brothers have yet to satiate their thirst for blood. Skibin clenched his fists, his expression serious. Let them come and fight. Lita declared as numerous warships appeared ahead of the Libra. Yes, the crew eagerly readied themselves, anticipating the arrival of their foes. Chapter 56. Mutual destruction aboard the naval warships. Akainu and Akiji gazed solemnly at the Libra. Oh, you see that? Akiji queried Akinu. What audacity these scoundrels possess. Akainu's body ignited with flames, his murderous intent palpable. Hey, long time no see. Admiral Akinu. Lita grinned broadly, addressing Akainu on the warship. Where is the celestial dragon? Hand him over. Akainu demanded, though he had already sensed through his observation hockey that St. Druin had been discarded into the sea by Lita. Nonetheless, some semblance of formality was required. Doe. You mean that piece of trash? Below lies the bounty. Go forth and retrieve it, but do so with haste, for if you tarry, you may find naught but bones, declared Litai, gesturing towards the sea beneath. What a bunch of lunatics, Kazan remarked, casting a glance at Litai, who had spoken. Those infernal pirates. If it weren't for your swift escape last time, I would have torn you to shreds. Akainu huffed disdainfully. Tch, let us see what you're truly made of. Litai retorted, unyielding. Kazan's eyes widened as the confrontation escalated, and before he could utter another word, the battle commenced. Fire. Almost simultaneously, both Akainu and Litai ordered their forces to open fire, resulting in the immediate sinking of several naval vessels. The naval cannonballs, however, merely glanced off the Libra ship, leaving no trace. Cursed. What manner of vessel is this? Akainu growled through clenched teeth. Admiral, the enemy ship is peculiar. I recommend a full frontal assault, reported a common rear admiral. Full assault, Akainu commanded, surveying the ships swallowed by the waves and those sunk by cannon fire. His aura surged as he elementalized and charged towards the Libra. The sea was instantly encased in ice. Onward, cried the Navy, leaping onto the icy surface, where Litai intercepted Akainu's onslaught, and they collided fiercely. Hey, your opponents are us. The four constellations confronted the advancing Kazan. Star Guardian joined the fray on the icy expanse, clashing with the Navy, transforming the surface into a veritable slaughterhouse. Despite the Navy's numerical superiority, their quality was uneven, and they failed to gain significant advantage. Damnable pirates. A furious rear admiral charged at Star Guardian, only for the hidden Star Guardian to retaliate instantly, thwarting the admiral's advance. Let the children handle their own battles. Your foes are us, Mood cheerfully proclaimed. You court death, the rear admiral snarled, witnessing his fallen comrades, his teeth grinding in fury. Akainu, your attack is lacking, Litai taunted, directing a challenging gaze at Akainu. Litai, do not grow too arrogant. I shall see you imprisoned and impelled down. Akainu retorted, seething with rage. Clang. Value of the Tao, 35320. A massive stone tablet materialized at Litai's behest, displaying a figure which he promptly concealed. Hiss. Truly, you are worthy of being an admiral. Such power is monstrous, Litai exclaimed, momentarily dazzled by the data on the tablet. What was that? Akainu inquired, bewildered by the stone that had blocked his attack. What it is matters not. I am under no obligation to enlighten you, Litai countered, bracing for Akainu's retaliation. Capture you, and I shall uncover your secrets. Akainu scoffed. 3 days later. From whence do these monsters emerge? Kazan mused, observing the fierce exchange between the four adversaries and the fallen navy, his expression grave. Enough of your prattle. Do you look down on us with that lazy demeanor? Enel seethed, his teeth clenched in anger. 200 million volts. Thunder god. Cloud dance. Ironization. Heavy fist. A barrage of attacks rained down upon Kazan, who struggled to fend off the four constellations. Hey. How about we negotiate and cease hostilities? Kazan proposed, blood trickling from his mouth, his aura in disarray, while the constellations were similarly fatigued. Unless the Star Commander issues a retreat order, we shall fight to the bitter end, Borod declared resolutely. Is that so? Kazan mused, eyeing Akainu. Engaged with Litai. Akainu, should you continue this, I shall perish here. Look at the slain navy, Kazan implored Akainu. For the sake of justice, their deaths are justified. Akainu gritted his teeth. Ha. We shall accompany you to the end, Litai proclaimed, his aura surging, as he enveloped his sword in Conqueror's Haki, striking towards a Conqueror's Haki. Haki rap? Akainu remarked. Thank you for the guidance. It has been long since I wielded my sword with such vigor. I never expected my Conqueror's Haki, which had seen no progress, would advance. This is truly formidable power. Litai chuckled. The Conqueror's sword dance. Crimson Lotus, Litai and Akainu clashed violently, the immense shockwave momentarily silencing the battlefield, even halting Kazan and the others mid-combat. A pained cry escaped Akainu as he slowly knelt, one arm severed at the shoulder. Puffed. Litai too coughed up blood, bracing himself against his sword as he threatened to collapse. Let us cease hostilities. Litai surveyed the surroundings and spoke slowly. This battle had resulted in mutual devastation, yielding no clear victor. Star Commander. The entire crew of the Libra pirate group swiftly encircled Litai, casting wary glances at the surrounding navy. Admiral Akainu. The navy immediately surrounded Akainu, keeping a vigilant watch on the Libra pirate group. This conflict has lost all purpose. Kazan observed the shifting tides and remarked, Then we shall fight again another day. Litai declared, instructing the four constellations to escort everyone back aboard the Libra. Accelerate. The Libra erupted with a powerful thrust, ascending into the sky and vanishing from the waters below. Return to the Navy headquarters and tend to Admiral Akainu. Kazan commanded. Understood. The Navy members assisted each other aboard their ship, a somber atmosphere enveloping the vessel. Sigh. It appears this world has encountered yet another formidable band of lunatics, Kazan mused, feeling the weight of this presence. Watching Litai and his crew depart. In truth, the situation aboard the Libra was no different. Everyone's stamina was at its limit. Litai, having expended his final reserves to empower the ship, succumbed to unconsciousness. Is the Star Commander still not awake? Siggy turned his gaze towards the child mouse inspecting the power station with a hint of concern. No, but the captain's aura is remarkably stable. He might awaken soon. The child mouse shook his head and then spoke. Qinglong, Baihu, you two take control of the Libra ship now. We shall pass directly through the Com Belt without stopping at Sabeti Archipelago. Lingering there would be exceedingly disadvantageous for us. The New World is our rightful domain. At this moment, Borod retrieved the nautical charts and addressed the other three, saying, I have no objections. In the first half, we would undoubtedly be besieged by the Navy. The losses would be far greater. Moreover, we cannot ascertain how long the captain will remain unconscious. Heading straight to the New World is indeed the wisest choice. At this juncture, King Bear also chimed in. We too have no objections. Both Enel and Siggy spoke in unison. Thus, the group, initially intending to linger at Sabeti Archipelago, hastened towards the New World at In Mariwa. The phone snail rang incessantly. Sengoku, observing the ringing creature, gestured for those around him to remain silent. Moshi. This is Sengoku from the Navy headquarters. He answered the phone snail, his expression grave. You imbeciles. How can you conduct operations like this? Each year, we allocate such substantial military funding. Yet you cannot even protect a single celestial dragon. Is there any need for your navy to persist? The voice of Morihara Masato from the Five Elders thundered through the phone snail. We will handle it. We will not allow any villainous pirate to escape justice, Sengoku replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Humph, you had better provide us with a satisfactory response. Otherwise, you can forget about being fleet admiral. The voice of Enbu Kiichi, another of the Five Elders, resounded ominously. Yes, I assure you, I will deliver a satisfactory answer, Sengoku affirmed, and the phone snail fell silent. TCH, one pig dies, and they cause such a ruckus? Our admiral is gravely injured, yet not a word of concern. Carp remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. You scoundrel! Carp, Sengoku shot back, his eyes narrowing. The five elders are truly terrifying. Yellow Ape commented, his expression darkening. Sigh, Kazan sighed softly. Enough! We must conceal the matter regarding Waldka Litai. Otherwise, it will incite unnecessary panic across the world. Sengoku stated slowly, it seems we can't conceal it any longer. I just received word that 2 admirals of the Navy have engaged in battle with the Libra pirates and suffered defeat. The entire world is now aware. Yellow Ape remarked, his expression grim. What? Sengoku gasped in shock that I just received news that Morgans has retreated to the New World and is already disseminating this news. Yellow Ape gestured, and a news bird flew to him, delivering a newspaper, which he read aloud, The New Emperor of the Seas. Carp's jaw dropped as he read the headline. That bastard Morgans, is he betraying our agreement? How dare he report this? Sengoku slammed his palm on the desk, roaring enraged in the New World, aboard Whitebeard's whale ship. Old man, big news. Marco rushed to Whitebeard's side, breathless with excitement. Gura, Marco, what has you in such a tizzy? Whitebeard chuckled, his beard shaking. This is today's news. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Gura, targeting the celestial dragons, defeating 2 admirals in a joint effort. The 5th Emperor of the Seas before even reaching the New World. Whitebeard gazed at the image of Litai severing Akainu's arm, his hand trembling involuntarily. This newcomer is formidable. If only I could take him as my son, Whitebeard murmured, staring at Litai's image. In Dressrosa. Are you all right? Doflamingo, Virgo inquired with concern. Fufufu, I'm fine, just overly excited. A wicked man, the 5th Emperor of the Seas before reaching the New World. Doflamingo clutched the newspaper tightly. Laughing maniacally. I need all the detailed information on them. Doflamingo commanded Virgo. Yes, master. Virgo bowed respectfully. Chapter 58. Litai awakens. Hiss, where am I? Am I dead again? Litai gasped, rubbing his head as he surveyed the ethereal space around him. Bewildered, suddenly, a torrent of explosive information surged into his mind. Is this the awakening of the mind fruit? A symbol of the fruit developed to its ultimate limit. As he absorbed the chaotic information within his consciousness, Litai pondered aloud, according to the knowledge flooding his mind. He had gained recognition from the mind fruit. The surrounding space was the mind space, where he held divine authority, not in the manner of a deity manipulating space through crystal, but as a true god. With a thought, all things come to be. As Litai's thoughts danced, the previously murky fog around him swirled and began to reveal various creatures, though none exhibited higher intelligence. It seemed they required gradual evolution to attain such. If so, let you grow as you will. I wonder how much time has passed in the outside world. After surveying his surroundings, Litai spoke slowly. Exit. As soon as Litai's words fell, a mist enveloped him, and he gradually vanished within it. The captain has awakened. The star sentinels aboard the Libra ship, who had been vigilantly observing Litai, exclaimed joyfully. What? The captain has finally awakened. Siggy and the others rushed into Litai's chamber, brimming with excitement. The past 2 weeks had been excruciating for them. The news of Litai's battle against the Navy and their subsequent defeat had stirred the entire world into a frenzy. They had only learned of this while passing through a small island to replenish supplies after crossing the calm belt, as Litai's slumber had also sealed the space of the small Earth. Fearing potential mishaps, the crew had continued to drift in the skies after ensuring they had sufficient provisions. Now that Litai had awakened, their steadfast anchor had returned, prompting them to collectively exhale in relief. Is everyone well? Litai opened his eyes to the concerned gazes surrounding him and spoke gently. Captain, we are all fine, the crew replied, their spirits somewhat deflated. What's wrong? The atmosphere feels off, Litai observed, sensing the change. Captain, it has been more than 2 weeks since our last encounter with the Navy. We have lost nearly 15 of our star sentinels, and the injured brothers have also awakened, Siggy informed him. Damn, such significant losses, Litai exclaimed, his anger flaring at the news. Moreover, Captain, following our clash with the Navy, the world's newspapers are filled with reports about us. Your bounty has reached 2.79 billion. They are even calling us the 5th Emperor of the Seas before reaching the New World. Siggy continued, his face solemn. We have also gathered intelligence on the current world dynamics. The New World is dominated by the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords are also entrenched there. The monsters here are beyond counting. If we wish to survive in the new world, we must contend with these beasts for resources and supplies. Furthermore, if we intrude upon the already established world order, we will undoubtedly be viewed as thorns in the side by countless pirates. All eager to step over us to ascend, the usually composed Borrowed began to analyze the situation. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Borrowed's insights. Is this a deliberate attempt to undermine us? Litai pondered aloud, his sharp mind quickly grasping the world government's insidious intentions. For every rise of a sea emperor is invariably accompanied by unending wars, territorial disputes, resource skirmishes, and more. As a group of sea emperors yet to reach the new world, they would undoubtedly become stepping stones for many pirates. Are they hoping to use the monsters of the new world to bury us at sea, or will I rise above them instead? How intriguing! Litai's previously grave expression suddenly lightened, and he spoke with a smile. Though the world government's scheme is treacherous and ruthless, it bears both risks and rewards. If they survive, they will firmly hold the title of Fifth Emperor, along with the immense prestige and benefits that come with it. After all, there is no gain without risk, is there? Litai grinned broadly. Indeed, we will steadfastly follow the captain. The crew's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. Their earlier anxiety stemmed from being ensnared in the situation, influenced by the circumstances. Otherwise, they would have surely considered this perspective. All right, now please tell me, where are we? Litai inquired, gazing at his crew. Captain, after your unconsciousness. We feared being cornered by the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line, so we crossed the Calm Belt directly to the New World. King Bear cautiously replied. Nanny, the New World? Litai exclaimed in astonishment, recalling how, during their journey through the first half of the Grand Line, they had struggled to find even a single island, and now they had directly arrived in the New World. Indeed, we have confirmed that this is the New World. We have not taken a wrong turn this time. Borrowed spoke up awkwardly. Well done. After a moment of silence, Litai began to speak slowly. Their previous battle with the Navy had already left them significantly weakened, and remaining in the first half of the Grand Line would have inevitably led to their annihilation at the hands of the Navy. Although the New World is fraught with danger, it at least offers some room for maneuver, as the Navy does not yet have a foothold here. Commander, we are currently facing a severe shortage of personnel. Our strength has also greatly diminished. Therefore, we must establish our own territory and influence in the New World to ensure a continuous influx of fresh blood. Bear spoke up. Then let us directly seek out Don Quixote da Flamingo. After all, a confrontation is inevitable. Litai mused for a moment before responding. Da Flamingo is currently in Dressrosa. If we wish to locate him, we will need to gather supplies at the next island and acquire a permanent record pointer. Otherwise, in this new world, where the weather is even harsher than in the first half of the Grand Line, we could easily lose our way. At this point, Sigibin interjected. During their days in the New World, they had finally witnessed the true power of nature, from cataclysmic tsunamis to gargantuan hailstones flying through the skies. They were occasionally struck by lightning. Had it not been for the Libra's lightning collection and dispersion devices, the ship would have been utterly destroyed. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, Litai replied. Understood. With Litai's awakening, the crew's spirits were lifted once more, gradually easing the trauma from their confrontation with the Navy. Chapter 59. The New World. The Libra sailed steadily across the ocean's surface. Commander, ahead is an unknown small island. Shall we approach to replenish our supplies? Reported a member of the crew. After a period of recuperation within the small planet, Litai had regained his composure. He also discovered that, due to the awakening of the Niannian Fruit, his strength had seen remarkable improvement. Although he had not reached the legendary state of bringing forth all things with a single thought in the outside world, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he had become more adept at utilizing the clone fruit through spatial crystals. It turned out that the sacrificed crew members had been resurrected in a unique manner by Litai. Why do I say unique? Because they were reborn in a physical sense, inheriting the experiences of their predecessors, meaning they were merely vessels of their former wills, with the awakening of the fruit's ability. It seemed my fruit's development had reached its pinnacle. Now, I must explore the application of haki and sword techniques. Litai turned back to the small planet, murmuring to himself, "Is my power value 35? 420. Litai gazed at the displayed power reading, his eyes flickering. Boom. Power value. 43,020. A blood-red haki coiled around his sword as he swung it, and his new value was reflected in the display. 43,020. Is this the power of conqueror's hockey? I seem to have grasped something remarkable, Litai mused, contemplating his power value in comparison to Akainu's. Based on his existing memories, Akainu, as the strongest admiral, had a power value of 35,420, which suggested that the power values of admirals ranged between 30,000 and 40,000. Could it be that his grandfather and Sengoku, who were stronger than the three admirals, had power values between 40,000 and 60,000? The man known as the pinnacle of combat power in this world, Whitebeard, must have exceeded 60,000 in his prime, right? Moreover, those powerful figures who flashed through the spatial crystal seem to have surpassed 60,000 as well. Litai analyzed the data and compared it with Akainu's. However, in this world, strength does not always equate to superiority, based on the previous situation where the four constellations could jointly restrain Kazan. It seemed that combat power could be balanced by numbers, provided their power values were not vastly different. In other words, while I could take on an admiral alone, I would still need to flee if two admirals joined forces. It appears that the strength of the constellations has also grown. As he established various analyses and formulas, Litai smiled, feeling elated. So, is the new world prepared to welcome my arrival? However, that Doflamingo seems to be quite a character. An aggressive approach might yield counterproductive results. Litai pondered the current situation. Doflamingo, as one of the 7 warlords, was currently also a king of a nation that an assault could lead to unnecessary repercussions. Perhaps it would be prudent to test the newly awakened abilities of the Niannian Fruit. I shall see whether your fruit's control ability is stronger or my fruit's capabilities are superior. After a moment of contemplation, Litai felt the Niannian Fruit and smiled slightly as of now. He was still unaware of the full extent of his fruit's power. Prior to its awakening, it seemed merely a support-type fruit. But now it appeared to possess the offensive capabilities of a soul-type fruit. Unnamed Island, is that the ship of the Libra pirates? Indeed, the legendary 5th Emperor seems to be steering a remarkably peculiar giant vessel. As Litai and his crew approached the nameless island, a cacophony of voices erupted as the island's residents began to chatter. I am Waldka Litai, captain of the Libra pirates. Greetings to you all. Litai addressed the gathered residents. He felt a sense of awe as he observed them. The ordinary people of the New World appeared far more formidable than the soldiers of the Grand Line. Captain of the Libra, we are in the territory of the Big Mom pirates. Although you are the 5th Emperor of the Seas, intruding upon the domain of the 4 Emperors will be considered an act of war. If you have no business here, we kindly ask you to leave. A serious-looking middle-aged man stepped forward, issuing a warning. He was unsure of Litai's intentions for coming here, so he deemed it prudent to disclose their background. In the New World, the 4 Emperors represent the highest authority. Even the Navy lacks a voice here, as this ocean is completely dominated by pirates. You dare threaten us? Sijabin raised his head and spoke slowly. Did they not realize that since our debut, we have never been threatened by anyone? Enel, crackling with electricity, echoed in anger. Tisish, what is 1/4 Emperor compared to us? We have even dared to strike down an admiral. What are we to fear from a mere 4 Emperor? The crew of the Libra pirates felt their tempers ignite. Double, what do you want? The middle-aged man stammered, his voice trembling that he did not anticipate that his words would not only fail to deter the Libra pirates, but would instead provoke their ire. However, in the New World, even if one is a Sea Emperor, when entering the territory of another Sea Emperor, one must adhere to that emperor's rules. Otherwise, it would be viewed as a slight against the 4 Emperors. Oh, the Big Mom pirates, you say? We do not wish to provoke the 4 Emperors. However, we do require certain supplies, so we kindly request that you hand over your provisions. We will compensate you for your trouble. Litai gestured for his crew to remain calm, his gaze shifting as he spoke slowly. Is that so? We will handle it immediately. The middle-aged man exhaled a sigh of relief after Litai's words. Then please, follow me. Litai indicated for them to come aboard the ship, directing them not to descend, but to bring the supplies over themselves. The diligent middle-aged man hurriedly called the island's inhabitants to assist in transporting the supplies. And soon, box after box of goods was brought aboard the Libra. By the way, do you have a permanent pointer to Dressrosa? Litai inquired, watching the supplies being loaded onto the Libra, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, we do. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch it. The middle-aged man promptly dashed home and soon returned, cradling a record pointer that he presented to Litai. Thank you. Litai accepted the pointer and tossed a handful of berries to the middle-aged man. And no, Thank you. The man stammered in astonishment, a shiver running down his spine. Is this truly the fifth emperor of the seas? He seem so fearsome after all, the middle-aged man murmured, watching Litai and his crew depart. Chapter 60. Dressrosa Cake Island. Well, who would have thought that the rising Libra pirates would venture into our territory? Boomed a colossal figure, indulging in cake. This figure was none other than one of the 4 emperors. Charlotte Linlin. No, now it is 5 emperors. Mother, it appears these individuals are merely supplementing their supplies and have not inflicted significant losses upon us, Charlotte Perispero remarked. However, I have heard that they seem to regard us with little esteem. What a pity. If only we could capture him, it would be splendid for him to marry my daughter, Charlotte Lingling lamented while swallowing a piece of cake. Upon hearing Lingling's words, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Perispero's eyes. Just as Lingling was expressing her regrets over not capturing Lita and his companions had already arrived on Doflamingo's territory. This Dressrosa, Lita murmured, taking in the bustling scene before him. Indeed, this is Dressrosa, the stronghold of Don Quixote Doflamingo, Borod stated as he stepped forward. I never anticipated that Doflamingo could manage a nation to thrive in such a manner, King Bear remarked, smacking his lips in astonishment. Thriving, perhaps, who knows? Lita replied non-committally. Captain, someone is approaching. Anilo interjected. Greetings. I am Virgo from the Don Quixote family. Captain Waldka Litai, our master has long since extended his congratulations to you. A figure approached Lita and spoke. Oh really? I was unaware of my fame, to have caught the attention of the illustrious warlord Doflamingo. Lita jested. Captain Lita, you jest. Our master has indeed congratulated you profusely, Virgo replied, his body stiffening slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. Coincidentally, I have matters of importance to discuss with your master. Please lead the way, Lita said, regarding Virgo thoughtfully before continuing. Then please, follow me. Virgo gestured for them to proceed. Come, let us see what the legendary pirate, the warlord Doflamingo, looks like. Lita beckoned, leading the 4 stars to follow Virgo towards Doflamingo, while the others remained with the Tianshengo, prepared to respond to any unforeseen events. Shortly thereafter, the 5, under Virgo's guidance, arrived at Doflamingo's domain. Fufufu, is this truly the 5th emperor of the sea? He seems rather youthful, a frenzied voice echoed in Lita's ears, followed by an overwhelming aura descending upon them. Humph, Lita scoffed, a blood-red Haushiku haki emanating from him, clashing with the powerful aura, creating a seismic disturbance that threatened to topple the very buildings around them. Fufufu, how fitting for one who dares to slay celestial dragons. Truly formidable. Doflamingo laughed madly upon sensing Lita's haki. He recognized that Doflamingo was attempting to assert his dominance, his expression darkening to this truly the hospitality of the esteemed warlord, the underworld King Doflamingo? Lita taunted. Fufufu, you indeed merit the title of the 5th emperor of the sea. Doflamingo responded with manic laughter. Whether I am an emperor of the sea is not for others to judge. Lita continued with a grim expression. Fufufu, how amusing, truly amusing. You are indeed a madman. You have not disappointed me, Doflamingo said, his tone laced with admiration. Infuriating. Anilu's temper flared at Doflamingo's lofty demeanor, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the cackling warlord. Lita observed as Anilu transformed into a bolt of lightning, making no attempt to intervene. For he had come to challenge Doflamingo's dominion. Having endured Doflamingo's incessant prattle, Lita could no longer restrain his desire to confront him. The 5 colored threads emerged from Doflamingo's fingertips, reaching out to ensnare Anilu. Thunder Beast. Anilu retaliated instantly, colliding with Doflamingo. As the confrontation unfolded, members of the Don Quixote family arrived at the scene. You better keep calm. Do not disturb your master's battle. The 3 behind Lita surged forward, swiftly subduing the core members of the Don Quixote family. Super Whip, 200 million volts. Thunder God. A thunderous sonic boom reverberated through the air as both Doflamingo and Anilu were sent crashing to the ground. Are you all right? Skiban rushed to support Anilu, his concern evident. After muttering that he was fine, Anilu promptly fainted. Doflamingo, his subordinates rushed forward to aid the fallen warlord. I am unscathed. Doflamingo slowly propped himself up. Fufufu, I never imagined that a mere passerby could match me so evenly, Doflamingo remarked, casting a glance at Lita. Doubt began to creep into his mind. If a random individual could best him thus, what chance would he have against Lita? Rest assured, we shall return. Do not disappoint us then, Lita warned, casting a lingering glance at Doflamingo. "Let us go." Litai strode away with his companions, once they had distanced themselves. Doflamingo could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master, are you all right? Get a doctor," his subordinates urged. Doflamingo waved dismissively, indicating he was fine. "Fufufu. I never imagined these fellows would be so powerful. I now firmly believe they possess the capability to contend with the Navy." Doflamingo laughed maniacally. Though the encounter seemed like a victory for him, it was merely due to his stubbornness in not fainting. As he had many relying on him, the master truly unharmed. The others exchanged glances, their faces filled with helplessness. "Someone, we must summon Kaido." Doflamingo felt an unprecedented sense of crisis and decisively called for Kaido's assistance, lest he find himself in peril. "Captain, why did we not eliminate Doflamingo just now?" Skibin inquired, having recognized the moment as an opportune time to strike. Killing him would have been easy, but the subsequent complications would be quite troublesome. Litai replied slowly, "What is the issue with eliminating a warlord? After all, he is merely a pawn of the world government." Skibin remarked indifferently. "It is not that simple," Borod interjected. "There are whispers that Doflamingo has a collaborative relationship with the Emperor Kaido. Should anything happen to Doflamingo, Kaido would undoubtedly intervene." Borod elaborated. Litai's expression grew serious at the mention of Kaido. Chapter 61. Controlling Doflamingo back aboard the Tianshengo. The group gathered together. "Captain, according to intelligence gathered by the Hidden Stars, Doflamingo's background appears to be exceedingly complex," Borod announced. "Oh, complex? How so?" Litai inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, how complex can it be? Isn't he just a warlord, a dog of the Navy?" Anila questioned, intrigued. "No. The intelligence suggests that Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon," Borod revealed. "His father, disillusioned with their ideals, renounced his noble status, only to suffer the wrath of the ignorant populace, leading to his mother's demise. When Doflamingo's father sought to return to the celestial dragons, he was rebuffed, which drove Doflamingo into madness, ultimately killing his father. Later, due to his brother being the adopted son of the current fleet admiral, he was sent to Doflamingo as an undercover agent, completely warping Doflamingo into the madman he is today. It seems he also possesses secrets of the world government," Borod recounted in one breath. "What? This is the intelligence gathered by our Hidden Stars. Have they truly become this formidable?" Litai exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. "Indeed, Captain. Is there a problem?" Borod replied, perplexed. "When they first arrived in the New World, all the Hidden Stars were dispatched to develop independently. And now their progress is unknown, as these matters are shrouded in secrecy." Cough, cough. "Please continue." Litai awkwardly gestured, feeling he had been an incompetent captain. "Thus, if we can control Doflamingo and have him assist us, we can swiftly establish our foothold in the New World." Bolode continued, "Are you suggesting that if we manipulate Doflamingo to work for us, he appears in the open while we exercise control from the shadows? This way, we can amass power discreetly?" Litai's eyes sparkled as he instantly grasped Bolode's intentions. "Indeed, this represents the most advantageous direction for our Libra pirates." Bolode nodded in affirmation. "By my word, truly, you are the brains of our Libra pirates." Ski exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Anairu, King Kuma, and Litai all nodded in agreement. You flatter me," Bolode said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze, scratching his head. "Now, the most crucial task is figuring out how to control Doflamingo and make him willingly serve us." Ski observed Litai thoughtfully. "Leave that to me," Litai replied with a smile, looking at the pensive Ski. I knew you would have a plan, Captain," Ski chuckled, patting his head. "Then this move is secured," Bolode declared, inside Doflamingo's chamber. "Fufufu, I never anticipated you would act so swiftly," Doflamingo remarked, gazing at Litai with a peculiar grin while adjusting his glasses. Is this not a show of respect towards you?" Litai replied as he settled onto a stool. "Fufufu, what do you intend to do? Kill me?" Doflamingo fixed his gaze on Litai, maintaining a facade of ease, yet feeling an undeniable tension within. "Kill you? Not at all. I wish for you to join our pirate crew. If you do, I can appoint you to lead the Hidden Star Guards." Litai's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. "Join you?" Doflamingo exclaimed, his expression one of sheer shock. "Indeed," Litai affirmed. "Fufufu, are you mad, or am I? I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and a Dark Emperor at that. Even Kaido, one of the current 4 emperors, is merely my partner, and you expect me to join you?" Doflamingo laughed maniacally, incredulous at the proposition. You are mistaken. Litai stood up, speaking deliberately. Fufufu, I never expected to be ambushed. Doflamingo gasped for breath, struggling. Hee. Just behave obediently. Litai retorted coldly, then activated his psychic powers to rewrite Doflamingo's memories, instilling in him the belief that Litai was now his master. As time passed, Litai felt a domineering aura emanating from within Doflamingo, blocking his progress. If he could break through this barrier, Doflamingo would be his to command. Boom! Litai's conqueror's haki, infused with his devil fruit abilities, shattered the final line of defense within Doflamingo. Ugh! Doflamingo cried out in pain before losing consciousness. Good heavens, this fellow won't turn into a fool, will he? Litai murmured, drenched in sweat as he observed the unconscious Doflamingo. Slap, slap, slap. Litai crouched beside him, gently slapping his face, and Doflamingo slowly opened his eyes. Huh, master, what are you doing here? Where is this? My head hurts. Doflamingo asked, bewildered, clutching his head and sweating profusely. Phew, it seems I have not failed. Litai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if this had gone awry, future endeavors would have been complicated. Are you feeling better? Litai inquired with concern as he regarded Doflamingo, who was still cradling his head. Master, I feel much improved. Weren't you off exploring the seas? Why have you returned? Doflamingo curiously asked. Ahem, I'm back now. You remain in the light while we operate from the shadows, facilitating our development. You understand? Litai gently coughed. Splendid. Master, you have finally come to your senses. From now on, whatever you need, feel free to command me, and I will cooperate fully, Doflamingo exclaimed joyfully. Yes, Litai acknowledged, then vanished from Doflamingo's sight. Master is as elusive as ever, Doflamingo muttered, shaking his head. Has the captain succeeded? Belode approached, a look of concern etched on his face. No problem, Doflamingo is now ours. Litai nodded, affirming his success. Wonderful. Ski and the others rejoiced. Hee, Litai smiled, a pleasing expression gracing his lips as he observed their delight, but in truth, he had merely augmented Doflamingo's memory, ensuring that his soul recognized Litai as his master. As for Doflamingo's past memories, Litai chose not to alter them, as that would have been excessively draining, especially given Doflamingo's own conqueror's haki. Overall, the plan to control Doflamingo had fortuitously succeeded. Chapter 62, Luffy sets sail. Captain, now that we have cut off the slave trade, we have incurred a loss of 20, Doflamingo lamented. For sustainable development, we must eliminate those sordid dealings. You must understand that water can both carry a boat and capsize it. Litai firmly patted Doflamingo's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Understood, Doflamingo replied, somewhat confused. Our primary focus now is to seek out devil fruits, recruit talent, and strengthen our power. Do you comprehend? Litai smiled. Yes. Watching Doflamingo move away, Litai's gaze flickered, then he vanished from sight. Considering the time, it seemed Luffy was about to set sail. Holding the sea chart in his hand, Litai murmured. This chart was the most comprehensive map of the Grand Line drawn by Doflamingo and his crew. Any top-notch navigator would surely covet it. It has been a while since I last saw Luffy, and I shall return to see him off. Litai smiled as he whispered, I will be away for a while. You all continue to develop in the shadows. With a swift motion, he appeared beside the 4 stars, instructing them. Yes, Captain. While they were puzzled about what Litai needed to accomplish, the Libra pirates were steadily advancing. So they simply needed to follow Litai's guidance gradually. Then I leave it to you. Litai took out the log pose, and with a thought, a flying sword appeared beneath him, instantly lifting him into the air. Racing towards the East Sea. Indeed, flying alone felt liberating. Litai reveled in the vastness of the sky and sea, exhilarated. Previously, he needed to carry the Libra ship while flying. Now, soaring solo made him feel weightless. East Sea, I have returned. Litai cried out joyfully. In Windmill Village, in just a month, I will set sail. A boy sat on a cliff overlooking the sea, joyfully declaring, Litai, Ace, Sabo, wait for me. This was the now-grown Luffy, who, if observed, would undoubtedly be criticized as an overly dramatic youth. I miss you all. I wonder how you are faring, Luffy said, his gaze tinged with melancholy. Achoo, how strange. Could I catch a cold with my current physical condition? Litai pondered as he sped towards the East Sea. Never mind. I must reach the East Sea quickly. Otherwise, I will miss sending Luffy off. Litai shook his head and glanced at the log posts. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Dayton and everyone. Although I have always despised mountain bandits, I truly cherish you all. as well as everyone in Windmill Village. Luffy stood on a small boat, waving goodbye to the crowd. Wah! Dayton's eyes brimmed with tears, speechless. Luffy, be careful, the onlookers called out, watching Luffy smile brightly as they waved their tearful farewells. I will definitely become the Pirate King, Luffy declared joyfully, raising his sail as he headed toward the sea. However, not long after, a storm struck, forcing him to seek refuge in a wooden barrel, hoping to escape unscathed. Is that reverse mountain up ahead? Once I pass through, I will reach the East Sea. Considering the timing, Luffy must have already set sail. Unfortunately, I missed the chance to see him off. Then I shall go to the floating restaurant and send them on their way. Litai gazed at the majestic reverse mountain, feeling a tinge of regret as he summoned his flying sword and soared towards the floating restaurant. Kobe, who was the most beautiful person on this sea? As Litai flew toward the floating restaurant, a scene unfolded aboard a pirate ship. Just after they had robbed a merchant vessel, the plump woman asked a somewhat reserved young boy. That must certainly be the ship's captain. Mr. Lita, Kobe replied, scratching his head in admiration. Ha ha ha. Well said. Before their eyes, Yalada erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, subsequently brandishing a spiked club and delivering a fierce blow to the ship, exclaiming with delight. Thank you, KB, Miss Yalata. This has indeed been a bountiful haul, rejoiced numerous underlings. Excellent. Let us transport their treasures here, Yalata declared with equal enthusiasm. Yes, the crew aboard the ship cheered in unison, rushing forth to gather every treasure from the merchant vessel onto their pirate ship. KB, what are you doing? Yalata glared at the timid KB, irritation evident in her voice. I'm not very adept at handling such situations, KB stammered, trembling with fear. You dare to retort? Yalata roared in fury. I'm going now. I am going now. KB hurriedly dashed towards the merchant ship, keenly aware of Yalada's seething rage. Satisfied, Yalada nodded as she watched him scurry away. Hello, is anyone here? There is no one. Upon reaching an unoccupied warehouse aboard the merchant ship, KB discovered it brimming with barrels of wine. What large barrels! If I take this back, it should suffice, he exclaimed joyfully, preparing to push one out. Hey, coward, are you trying to hide here and slack off? Three towering figures blocked the petite KB, expressing their displeasure. No, I merely wish to move this barrel. KB frantically waved his hands. Ha ha ha, let us help you lighten the load. I'm quite thirsty. One pirate greedily eyed the barrel, excitement evident in his tone. How can this be? If Miss Yalada finds out, we'll all be killed. KB thought in despair. Ha ha ha, drink up. I didn't see a thing. Despite his trepidation, KB quickly chimed in. Hee, such a sensible lad. One pirate complimented, patting KB on the shoulder. No. KB replied, forcing a smile. Truly heavy. The pirates ignored KB and began to lift the massive barrel, marveling at its weight. I can hardly wait. One pirate exclaimed, drooling in anticipation. Don't rush. I'll open it right away, and we'll have a splendid feast, the burly pirate declared, raising his fist. Suddenly, a startling twist occurred as the burly pirate's fist was about to strike the barrel. It shattered, and a boy wearing a straw hat leaped out. Some pirates recoiled in shock. Who are you? The boy in the straw hat queried, puzzled by the group before him. Who are you? The pirates retorted. Anger brewing. I'm so hungry. Do you have anything to eat? The straw hat boy turned to the terrified KB. How dare you ignore us? You shall perish. Two pirates behind him raised their blades, roaring in fury. This scene sent KB to his knees, covering his eyes, knowing the boy before him was about to meet a grim fate. Huh? KB curiously opened his eyes, astonished to see the two pirates sprawled on the ground. Who are you? The pirate stammered in fear. Me. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Luffy grinned, crossing his arms. Chapter 63. At the battleship island. Monkey D. Luffy. Have you heard of him? No. The pirates exchanged glances, each indicating they were unfamiliar with this name, before scattering in haste. However, KB was far from calm. Quickly, flee. If they find you, you will be killed, he urged Luffy, anxiety clear in his voice. By the way, I'm so hungry. Luffy, undeterred, cheerfully remarked to KB. Did you not hear my warning? When Yalada arrives, she will kill you, KB exclaimed, exasperated. Sniffing the air, Luffy seemed to catch a whiff of food and followed the scent. Don't go that way. ULL get lost, KB protested urgently. Food. So much food. I want to eat, Luffy exclaimed upon opening a door to reveal a treasure trove of provisions. We're doomed. If we're discovered, we're finished. KB lamented. Mr. Luffy, please eat quickly and leave, he advised, still filled with dread. KB squatted beside Luffy, sharing his own experiences. If only I had the courage to drift at sea atop a barrel like you, he said enviously after hearing Luffy's extraordinary tale. So, Mr. Luffy, what drives you to venture out at such peril? KB inquired curiously. I want to be the Pirate King, Luffy replied with a smile. The Pirate King? Are you serious? KB gasped in disbelief. Absolutely, Luffy affirmed resolutely. So, you are a pirate then? KB asked, astonished. Indeed, Luffy confirmed. And your companions? KB continued. None. I'm still searching, Luffy replied. The Pirate King possesses the greatest treasure in the world, One Piece, and holds dominion over the world. Do you aspire to achieve that as well, Mr. Luffy? KB asked, excitement bubbling within him. Yes, that is my goal, Luffy nodded. Impossible, KB exclaimed, overwhelmed. Why did you hit me? Mr. Luffy, forget it, I've grown accustomed to it, he said, cradling his head, feeling dejected. It's not a matter of possibility. Because I want to, I will. I am determined to become the Pirate King, even if I must fight to the death for it, Luffy declared, removing his hat and speaking earnestly. Would you truly sacrifice your life? KB whispered in awe. Cursed be those who dare steal my spoils. A furious roar accompanied the sound of splintering wood, echoing through the air. Luffy paused, puzzled by the commotion. KB, who is the most beautiful woman on this sea? Yalada bellowed upon spotting KB, her wrath palpable. Yes, it's Miss Yalada. I was wrong, KB stammered, trembling in fear. Who is this woman? Luffy asked curiously, glancing at Yalata, who wielded a spiked club. In an instant, every pirate dropped their weapons in shock, petrified by Luffy's words. Madam? Yalata gasped incredulously at Luffy, her anger boiling over as she swung her club towards him, roaring in fury. Gum Gum Rocket. What is that? The pirates gasped in terror, witnessing Luffy's arm stretch. Is that the fabled devil fruit? Yalada uttered in apprehension. Meanwhile, while Luffy and Yalada clashed, Litai had already traversed the barrier to the sea, reaching the red line. Is it this way? Litai examined the map, feeling perplexed. If I follow this direction, will I reach the floating restaurant? He pondered, scrutinizing the log pose with doubt. Let us see what happens. After much deliberation, Litai admitted he could not decipher the map, but resolved to follow the log pose's direction. What is this? Battleship Island. Isn't it on the Grand Line? Litai wiped the sweat from his brow, anxiety creeping in. I can't have flown back to the Grand Line again, can I? He mused, yet he continued toward Battleship Island. Hey, someone is flying in the sky, a child exclaimed joyfully. Impossible. How can a person fly? You must be imagining things. A nearby adult scoffed, glancing up at Litai, who noticed them as well. Ghost. The adult, startled, fell to the ground, beads of cold sweat trickling down as he stammered. Hello, I am not a ghost. I am Lida, a user of the devil fruit, who has descended after flying down. He chuckled, gently touching his head as he explained. Hello to you as well. The adult, witnessing the smiling youth before him, hurriedly shielded the child behind him, speaking in a flustered manner. I might have lost my way. May I inquire where this is? Is it Gucken Island? If it is indeed Gucken Island, do you happen to know a BC? Lida, gazing at the adult, voiced all his inquiries with politeness. This is indeed Gucken Island, but it seems that a BC is not here. She has been captured by a band of pirates. The adult, upon learning that the person before him knew a BC, felt a sense of relief and quickly responded. Is this truly Gucken Island? A BC has been captured. Lida expressed his disbelief. Yes, big brother, could you assist us in rescuing a BC? She is a very kind little girl. The small boy, who had been hidden behind the adult, peeked out and spoke up. Certainly. However, could you inform me whether this is the Grand Line or the East Blue? Which pirates have taken a BC? Lida continued his inquiries. This should be the East Blue, for I overheard it during the last supply run of a merchant ship, the boy replied. A BC was taken by a crew known as the F Family Pirates, whose captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 4.5 million berries, commanding dozens of subordinates. They are among the most formidable pirates in these waters and reside on this very island. After discerning that Lida harbored no ill intent, the adult produced a nautical map, pointing to a small island marked upon it. Is that so? Then I shall first go and rescue a BC, Lida declared with a smile. I entrust this to you. The adult bowed deeply to Lida. Hee. No need for such formality. A BC and I are friends. However, I would appreciate it if you could lend me your map and guide me in detail, as I am not very adept at reading nautical charts, Lida said, somewhat bashfully. The two adults exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Had they not seen Lida descend from the sky, they might have doubted his reliability. Clearing his throat, Lita gently reminded the dazed pair. Not a problem. With the adult's guidance, Lita finally comprehended the coordinates of the pirates who had taken a BC and soared off on his flying sword. Safe travels. The two called out loudly to Lita, who had already flown too far to hear their blessings. Chapter 64. Rescuing a BC. Could the power of this world's energy correction truly be so formidable? Lita pondered with furrowed brows as he flew towards the F family pirates, believing that once he eliminated a BC's nemesis, the Naval Admiral Nelson, she would be safe. However, it appeared that a BC's fate remained unchanged. Had Lita not come, she might still be awaiting rescue from Luffy and his companions. Enough of this overthinking. It's giving me a headache. Lita shook his head, dismissing such thoughts as he continued his journey toward the location of the F family pirates. Although it appeared close on the map, it took him over half an hour of flight to reach his destination. Look, someone is flying in the sky, one vigilant pirate exclaimed, lowering his telescope and pointing upwards. Have you been drinking again? How can a person fly in the air? Scoffed another pirate nearby. Just see for yourself. The pirate who had spotted Lita handed the telescope to his mocker. I want to see if people can indeed fly. Just as he raised the telescope to observe, Lita had already arrived before them. Hello, you two. Lita greeted with a smile. W, who are you? The sudden appearance of Lita startled the two pirates, causing them to fall to the ground. W, what are you doing here? Don't you know this is the F family pirates base? Once they regained their composure, they quickly stood up, brandishing their swords with trembling hands. My name is Waldka Litai, and I am here to find a little girl. Lita waved his hand, signaling that he was no threat, as he smiled. What little girl? There are no little girls here. One pirate replied. Is that so? But this little girl is named a BC. I have heard that you captured her. Lita feigned confusion. What? A BC? Isn't she the girl with the dragon bone information? She is the key to our captain's immortality. The pirate exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that is her. Do you know where she is? Lita eagerly nodded, his excitement palpable. She is, huh? Why should we tell you? Damn it, you bastard. Are you trying to trick us? One pirate, realizing Lita's intent, angrily retorted. Suddenly, blood trickled from the mouth of the pirate who had cursed Lita. As he had been swiftly decapitated before he could comprehend what had transpired, the severed head blinked in confusion, gazing at its own body, unable to grasp the situation even in death. Now, it's your turn. Can you tell me where BC is? If you fail to provide the information I seek, this shall be your fate. Lita threatened the terrified pirate, gesturing towards the decapitated body on the ground before wiping the blood from his blade with a cold smirk. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. I know where the captain has locked up a BC. I will take you there. The pirate, having been reminded by the sun, snapped out of his stupor, his legs trembling as he knelt before Lita, pleading fervently. What are you waiting for? Hurry and lead the way. Lita calmly ordered. Yes, I will take you there at once. The pirate scrambled to his feet and began leading Lita toward the location where a BC was imprisoned. Don't try any tricks. Otherwise, you will meet a grim fate. Lita warned the pirate, guiding him. Yes, I wouldn't dare, the pirate replied, smiling nervously as he flattered Lita. Good. Lita nodded in satisfaction. Before long, under the pirate's guidance, Lita arrived at the entrance of a dark cave, where several pirates stood guard. Sir, a BC is inside this cave, the pirate informed. Understood. Thank you for your guidance. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I think you should die. Once Lita activated his observation haki and confirmed that this was indeed the location where a BC was held, he smiled at the pirate beside him. In the blink of an eye, the pirate's expression changed to one of despair as he slowly closed his eyes. With the power of Conqueror's haki unleashed, a wave of force emanated from Lita, instantly knocking out all the guarding pirates. With a clang, Lita gently pushed open the cave door and proceeded deeper into the darkness. As he wielded his sword, it flew from his waist, swiftly claiming the lives of the unconscious pirates, while those still guarding the cave also lost their lives in their stupor, feeling the sword return to its sheath at his waist. Lita continued forward without a glance back. Activating his observation haki, he quickly located a BC, who was curled up in the corner of the last cell. Is this? Where are the guards? Why is this person here? The ordinary people confined within the cell murmured among themselves, filled with confusion. Young man, can you help us? We are ordinary people who have been captured by the F family pirates. Please, we beseech you to save us. Many ordinary individuals knelt on the ground, pleading with Lita. Of course, but you must wait until I find my friend. Lita replied with a smile to the kneeling crowd. Thank you, sir, the crowd exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they saw a glimmer of hope in Lita's presence. A BC. I have come. Lita called out as he approached the cell where she was held, his voice laced with concern. I can't believe I am seeing Lord Lita. Am I to die? Is this a hallucination? Abisi, hearing the familiar voice, gazed at him in disbelief. Listen, Abisi, you are not dead. I have returned, Lita reassured her, looking at Abisi, who was lost in self-doubt. Is it truly you, Lord Lita? How wonderful. You have finally come to rescue me. Once strong and resilient, Abis, upon witnessing the true form of Lita, wept and exclaimed, Lord Bays, should you not be traversing the Grand Line? What brings you to this place? With a puzzled expression, Lita replied, Haha. I too find it curious that you are not on the Grand Line. Why have you appeared in the East Sea, often regarded as the weakest of seas? My lord, we were brought here by the companions of Lord Long. After you departed, the waters around Battleship Island receded. And at Long's summons, countless ancient dragons emerged. Lord Long has been reborn as an egg in his homeland. Abis explained in one breath. Thank heavens. Otherwise, I would have thought I had returned to the Grand Line. Lita responded with a look of relief. This does not seem to be the appropriate venue for conversation. I shall release you now. With that, Lita squeezed the material of the cell and, in a single stroke, shattered the door into dust. He bent down, inviting Abis to climb onto his back. True to his word, Lita opened each cell, and as the freed captives expressed their profound gratitude, they hurriedly fled towards the exit. Chapter 65. Journey to the Sea Restaurant. We are free. We are free. Lita followed the throng, carrying Abis, and sighed inwardly as he observed the liberated individuals greedily inhaling the fresh air. Humph, a pack of paupers. Daring to flee. A voice scoffed from ahead. It is the captain of the F family pirate crew. We were mistaken. We shall not escape again. At the sound of this voice, the crowd fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. As they knelt, Lita, standing tall while carrying Abis, became conspicuously prominent. It is he. He is the one who released us. Yes, indeed, it was him. If you wish to kill someone, my lord, let it be them. The trembling captives pointed in terror at Lita and Abis. Boy, release the girl upon your back, and I may spare your life. The captain of the F family pirate crew growled, brandishing a large sword. Did you hear that, boy? Our captain demands you put down that girl. The pirate crew echoed menacingly. Quickly, release the girl that the captain desires. Even those liberated by Lita began to urge him. Alas, why must it come to this? I had no intention of shedding blood in front of children. Why do you compel me? Lita replied, unfazed yet somewhat resigned. Abis, close your eyes. Something inappropriate for children may transpire shortly, Lita instructed, turning to Abis on his back. All right, brother Lita. Abis obediently shut her eyes, seemingly aware of what was about to unfold. Enchanted sword dance. Sensing Abis had closed her eyes, Lita's sword was drawn from his waist. With determined steps, he ascended towards the heavens. As all his swords returned beneath his feet, he glanced back and soared towards Battleship Island with Abis. What just transpired? The captain of the F family pirate crew exclaimed, eyes wide with fury. The pirates, who had just begun to speak, were suddenly cleaved in two, and as if by a butterfly effect, all on the island met the same fate. The captain of the F family pirate crew spewed blood. Collapsing to the ground in despair, I have yet to attain immortality. His greedy gaze followed Lita and the others as his life force slowly ebbed away. Brother Lita, what just happened to those people? Abis's voice echoed in Lita's ear. Lita gestured for her to remain silent. Abis glanced back at the island, a thick stench of blood rising into the air. Thus, the notorious F family pirate crew was utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Abis, I neglected to ask you earlier, as Lord Long found his homeland, do you know why Battleship Island appeared in the East Sea? Lita inquired with a hint of anxiety pressing against Abis's back. Brother Lita, Lord Long has indeed found his homeland, resting beneath the sea surrounding Battleship Island. As for why Battleship Island is in the East Sea, it is because Lord Long had requested his kin to relocate it. Abi steadied her voice and explained. Is that so? Lita replied, astonished. Then, Abis, would you accompany me? It seems rather perilous for you to remain on the island. With me, you shall be protected, and we can return to see Lord Long later. Lita proposed. Lord Long has passed away. My grandfather, upon seeing the ancient dragon, fulfilled his wish and also departed this world. Abis's voice quivered with sorrow as she spoke. Then come with me. We shall first gather supplies at Battleship Island before setting sail. Lita said, feeling the dampness of his clothing from Abis's tears, unsure of how to console her. Abis nodded. Then, my little flower cat, do not cry. We must hasten. Lita smiled gently. Before long, Lita and Abis returned to Battleship Island. where the residents welcomed Abby's rescue and, upon learning she would accompany Lita to sea, expressed their reluctance. However, after Abby's explanations, the islanders prepared a farewell celebration and provisions for Lita and Abby's. "Brother Lita, where are we headed?" Abby's inquired curiously as Lita carried her above Battleship Island. "Ahem, Abby's, can you read nautical charts?" Lita's body stiffened momentarily, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Ha ha ha, Brother Lita is quite silly. I learned a little, even if we get lost. I can ask the little animals for directions. After all, I have eaten the whisper fruit." Abby's replied with a smile. "Ha, splendid. Abby's, retrieve the nautical chart and log pose from my waist. We shall explore the sea restaurant." Lita exclaimed joyfully. "Brother Lita, we should head in that direction." After studying the chart for a moment, Abby's held up the log pose and pointed. "Understood," Lita said, accelerating with Abby's in tow. "Abby's, are you certain we are on the right path?" Lita asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. "Should we perhaps ask for directions?" Abby's suggested shyly, gazing at the vast, boundless ocean. "All right," Lita agreed. As they stood upon the water's surface, Abby's reached into the sea and pulled up a creature. "I do not know." Abby's face flushed red as she spoke. "What about that thing flying in the sky?" Lita pointed to a seagull with a backpack. "Brother Lita, quickly, let us catch up to it. It must know the way." Abby's exclaimed excitedly. The seagull, startled by their sudden appearance, nearly dropped its pack. "What do you want?" Lita glared, causing the seagull to instinctively cover its beak with its wings. Whoosh! The seagull plummeted due to momentum. "Do not panic. Newsbird, we merely wish to ask for directions," Abby's hastily reassured. "Newsbird? Is that what this creature is?" Lita marveled. He had never encountered a newsbird in this world. Little did he know that the slaughter of the newsbirds by Enel and his crew had deprived him of such an experience. "Brother Lita, the newsbird says it knows the way," Abby's chimed in joyfully. "Very well, you are hereby conscripted. Lead us to the sea restaurant, and we shall grant you your freedom," Lita commanded. Gah, nonsense. Do you think I will let you do that?" Lita feigned a fierce demeanor. The newsbird quickly nodded in agreement, eager to guide them, and Lita relented. Chapter 66. Sea Restaurant. "All right. You may depart." Lita observed the massive ship on the sea, nodding with satisfaction as he dismissed the newsbird. Gah. The newsbird soared away, feeling as if it had escaped a dire fate. "Is this truly the legendary sea restaurant?" Abby's exclaimed with delight. "It should be. I have never been here myself. Let us descend and explore." Lita smiled, leading Abby's as they leaped onto the ship. "Wow. Who are they? Why did they fall from the sky?" The onlookers gasped, recognizing Lita and Abby's as devil fruit users. "Boss, do you have a private room?" "My sister and I require a quiet place." As Litai furrowed his brow, he inquired amidst the murmurs of the onlookers casting peculiar glances around him. "Dear guest, do you possess any wealth?" At that moment, a somewhat disheveled, burly man emerged. "I believe my sister and I shall stay here for a few days. This gold nugget shall serve as our remuneration," Litai declared to the man. With a decisive crunch, the burly man took a bite of the gold to ascertain its authenticity. "Sanji, come forth and escort our esteemed guests to a private room. Then arrange for 2 chambers for their accommodation." He called out joyously towards the kitchen. Moments later, Sanji sauntered out, a cigarette dangling from his lips, casting a fleeting glance at Litai before disregarding him entirely. "I leave it in your capable hands," Litai remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, as Litai prepared to settle in at the seaside restaurant, Luffy had already arrived at an island teeming with exotic beasts. "This island is quite eerie," Usopp exclaimed, hiding nervously behind Zoro. "Is that so?" Zoro replied with a stoic expression. "They say this island harbors astonishing treasures. Countless pirates have set foot on this land, yet all seem to flee as if cursed." Nami elucidated as she walked ahead. "Treasures? Fleeing out of sheer fright?" Luffy's eyes sparkled with an adventurous gleam. "Don't scare me," Usopp whimpered, sensing the ominous atmosphere surrounding them. "I'm hungry. You all can play while I take a nap." Zoro, feeling bored, found a spot to lie down and declared, "Can one simply sleep in such a bizarre place?" Usopp retorted, exasperated. "Indeed. I wish I could knock some sense into his head to see if any wires are crossed." Nami lamented. Suddenly, Usopp felt something fall upon him, and he shrieked in alarm. "What is it, you coward? Can you not frighten people like that?" Nami stiffened and angrily exclaimed. "Caw, caw, caw." Suddenly, a multitude of bizarre little creatures emerged from the thicket. "What in the world is this?" Nami gasped in terror. "Get out! Who dares speak?" Usopp trembled, his legs shaking in fear. "I am the guardian spirit of this island," a mysterious voice proclaimed. "The guardian spirit?" Luffy and the others queried with curiosity. "Indeed, You are pirates, are you not? We do not welcome any pirates upon this land. Why does the guardian spirit ask such a question? Nami inquired with intrigue. Ah, I found you. Ha ha ha. Luffy exclaimed as he parted the foliage to reveal a creature with a head resembling a box. Wow, are you a box person? Luffy asked in astonishment. Don't come any closer. The mysterious being quivered in fear. I am not a box person. My name is Cayman, and I was once a pirate. I have lived here for 20 years. Cayman explained. 20 years. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp gasped in astonishment. Indeed. After my crew and I landed on this island, I inadvertently slipped into this box and have been trapped ever since, Cayman said, his tone tinged with sadness. Is this the box person? At that moment, Zoro, with 3 swords slung over his back, stepped curiously behind Cayman. Ah. Who's there? Cayman asked, startled. Humph. And you dare call yourself a deity? Even Usopp has more courage than you. Nami scoffed. Hey, Nami. What do you mean? Are you implying that my courage is lacking? Usopp protested indignantly. Sir, why have you not left this island? Luffy, ignoring Nami and Usopp's bickering, asked with curiosity. I remain to guard the treasure. This is what we discovered upon our arrival, and I have protected it for 20 years, yet I can no longer claim it, Cayman said, a hint of despondency in his voice. Treasure? Nami and Usopp exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with amazement. Indeed, Cayman affirmed with a nod. Then allow us to retrieve it for you, Luffy declared enthusiastically. Under Cayman's guidance, they arrived at the base of a small hill. Is the treasure up there? Nami pointed towards the summit. Indeed, that is the treasure I discovered all those years ago, Cayman replied with excitement. Gum gum, Luffy exclaimed as his arm elongated, reaching the top in an instant, only to find the chest empty. He frowned, adjusting his hat, and called down to the others, I have no intention of sharing it. Hey, Luffy, how can you do this? That treasure was guarded by the old man for 20 years. Do you intend to hoard it all for yourself? A furious Nami shouted. Indeed, Usopp agreed fervently. Only Zoro, standing silently to the side, seemed to have an inkling of what was unfolding. I knew it. Thank you, Cayman said, a look of relief washing over him. Huh. Nami and Usopp glanced at Cayman in astonishment. The chests up there are all empty, aren't they? I can't believe I waited 20 years for treasures that turned out to be nothing. I should have realized this sooner, Cayman lamented. Exactly, at least you only waited 20 years. Right? Luffy remarked as he tossed the empty chests down, laughing. Yes, thank you for fulfilling my long-held wish, Cayman said, tears welling in his eyes, touched by their kindness. No worries, it was merely a small favor, Luffy said, patting his head with a grin. Then allow me to treat you to the island's delicacies as a token of gratitude, Cayman said joyously. Food, count me in, Luffy exclaimed with delight. As laughter and cheer filled the air. The day swiftly passed, and it was time to part ways. Cayman, won't you join us at sea? I aspire to become the king of the pirates, Luffy called to Cayman on the shore. No, I have already found my treasure. Good luck, Luffy. I believe you will undoubtedly become the king of the pirates, Cayman replied, gazing fondly at the creatures surrounding him. Take care, old man. We are off, Luffy waved as they departed. Luffy, you will surely become the king of the pirates, Cayman whispered, watching as Luffy and his companions faded from view. Chapter 67, Where Lies the Path, at the seaside restaurant, while Luffy and his crew made their way to the establishment. Litai and ABIs enjoyed a leisurely time with Sanji and the others. Hey, Sanji, prepare me a glass of apple juice, Litai called out, reclining under a sunshade, sunglasses perched on his nose, relishing the gentle sea breeze as he eyed the nearly empty fruit juice glass. All you do is eat and drink. Why must you be so demanding? Sanji replied, exasperated. Sanji, I would like a glass as well. Thank you. ABIs chimed in from beside him. Ah, my lovely Miss ABIs, it would be my pleasure to serve you, Sanji exclaimed, producing a rose from seemingly nowhere, utterly enchanted. Hee hee, thank you, Sanji. ABIs graciously accepted the rose. Not at all, Sanji said, swiftly darting to the kitchen, returning shortly with 2 glasses of fruit juice. Thank you, Litai acknowledged with a glance at Sanji. Boom, I missed, Luffy said, glancing at the cannon aboard the Going Merry, then awkwardly eyeing the distant rocks. Luffy, let me have a go. Usopp, feeling the urge to try, exclaimed. Here, Luffy handed the cannonball to Usopp. Allow Captain Usopp to demonstrate, Usopp proclaimed, beaming with excitement. Boom, perfect, right on target. Usopp cheered triumphantly. Impressive, Luffy echoed, equally delighted. Just then, a sobbing voice echoed from the Going Merry as someone appeared carrying a lifeless body aboard. Who is firing cannons recklessly? Joseph is dead. The figure exclaimed, "Oh no. We killed someone." Luffy and Usopp panicked. Fools. He succumbed to scurvy due to prolonged malnutrition. Nami emerged, delivering a few punches to Luffy and Usopp, explaining the situation. "Fetch 2 oranges." Nami commanded. Luffy and Usopp hurriedly retrieved several oranges and squeezed them into the man's mouth. "Where are we?" the revived person asked, bewildered. "Huh. Johnny. Joseph," Zoro said, recognizing the 2 who boarded their ship. "Oh, Captain." Joseph exclaimed joyfully. "No. Wait. This is a pirate ship. How did you end up on a pirate ship?" Johnny exclaimed with incredulity. "Who are you? How do you know Zoro?" Luffy inquired with curiosity. "I am Johnny, the notorious bounty hunter of the East Blue." Both he and Joseph struck a pose as they spoke. "Bounty hunter?" Luffy asked in astonishment. "Indeed," Johnny and Joseph replied in unison. Just then, with a thud, Johnny fainted once more. Johnny, are you all right? Please don't scare me," Joseph cried, his voice tinged with panic. "He'll be fine. Just feed him some oranges later. A little rest will do him good," Nami remarked, glancing at the unconscious Johnny. "Thank you, Nami," Joseph replied earnestly. "What a ridiculous title," Nami exclaimed, her frustration evident. "Luffy, we still need a cook on our ship. Having a chef who can creatively prepare food is a vital position that concerns the life and death of the crew while sailing the seas," Nami stated with gravity. "To cook? Yay! Let's hurry and find one," Luffy exclaimed joyfully. "I know where to find a chef. The floating restaurant Bartai is just ahead," Joseph declared with excitement. "Yes, that's so? Then let's go." Luffy responded with glee. The floating restaurant, Litai's younger companion, BZ, asked in confusion. "Litai, why are we just sitting here? I am waiting for my younger brother, who is a very important family member to me." Litai replied, a smile creeping to his lips as he thought of Luffy. "You have a brother, Litai?" BZ asked in surprise. "Not only do I have one brother, but I also have 2 older fools who insist I call them brother just because they are older." Litai reminisced fondly. "I wonder how those fools are doing," he mused. "Litai, haven't you gone to find them?" BZ asked, puzzled. "Hee, when you grow a bit older, you'll understand. They have their own paths to follow. And I have mine to traverse, don't you think?" Litai smiled. "I see. Just like Dragon and Grandpa. Dragon has transformed into a little dragon, which is his new beginning, and Grandpa has fulfilled his lifelong ambitions. They chose their own paths, right?" BZ reflected thoughtfully. "Hee, you're quite clever, BZ." Litai affectionately ruffled her hair. "So, what is your path, Litai?" BZ asked with curiosity. "Hee, if you had asked me that before, I would have proclaimed, I want to become the Pirate King, the pinnacle of that world. However, after learning many things, I've realized that being the Pirate King is merely the starting point of life. I'm unsure where my path lies, but for now, I just wish for the safety, happiness, and health of those I cherish." Litai gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Though BZ did not fully grasp Litai's words, she resolutely declared, "I want to be with you." Her small face was set with determination. "Little brat, we can talk about that when you grow up." Litai smiled. "I will surely learn the navigation charts well, so we won't get lost at sea." "I can help you, Litai," BZ beamed. "Then I shall entrust my little navigator to study diligently." "Being my navigator is quite a demanding task," Litai chuckled as he tousled BZ's hair. "Humph, I'm going right now." BZ puffed her cheeks and bounced away. "Hee, a journey, is it?" Litai murmured as he gazed at the sky and the boundless sea. Now that his thought fruit had awakened, it seemed he had reached the zenith of this world, though he wondered just how strong he had become. Am I to challenge the world's greatest swordsman? I too wish to test my mettle, Litai mused. This was also the reason he came to the floating restaurant. Remnants of his memory indicated that the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, would arrive here. His primary purpose was, of course, to see Luffy off, followed by the desire to duel the world's greatest swordsman, and lastly, to observe Luffy's companions. "Luffy, hurry up. I can hardly contain my excitement. I wonder where you are?" Litai whispered. Chapter 68. Meeting Luffy. Boom. What was that? Litai, lounging atop the floating restaurant, was suddenly jolted by an explosion, causing the entire vessel to tremble. A cacophony of voices erupted. "Boss, are you all right? Chef Zeph. Boss, are you unharmed?" Concerned voices filled the ship. "I'm fine," Zeph replied. "Are you truly all right?" The crew eyed the fallen Zeph with worry. "Didn't I just say I'm fine? Now get back to work," Zeph snapped, glaring at the damaged rooftop. "Hee, Luffy has arrived. What a troublemaker." Litai grinned as he deduced the commotion below. "Litai, is that ship your brother's?" BZ asked, leaning over the railing and pointing at the Going Merry on the water. "Indeed," It seems he has found a rather splendid group of companions, Litai observed as Luffy and the others disembarked. Should we go down and find them? Beezy asked. Not just yet. Luffy's clumsy demeanor amuses me. Litai smiled. But why? Aren't you waiting for your brother here? Beezy queried. Silly child. If you wish to play, then go ahead. Litai chuckled, tapping her forehead lightly. Really? Then I'm going down. Beezy exclaimed joyfully as she dashed downstairs. Hello. I'll compensate you. Beezy exclaimed upon reaching the deck, where she saw Luffy addressing Zeph. Money? If you have none, then you'll work off your debt. Zeph retorted with an eye roll. Chef Zeph, look at him. He might just wreck your kitchen. We'll cover any damages he causes. Beezy approached Zeph, smiling. Oh, how can I accept that? Luffy exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Beezy's words. There is no need for embarrassment. Just treat me to a grand meal. Beezy grinned. Is that acceptable, Chef Zeph? Beezy inquired, her eyes sparkling. Of course, that is perfectly fine. Zeph replied, snapping back to reality. Astonished, he had heard of Litai, the elusive captain of the Scales Pirates. Also known as one of the 5 emperors of the SEA. It was remarkable that this little one was associated with someone of Litai's caliber, and he was intrigued by Luffy's antics. Ha ha ha. Thank you. I'm thrilled, Luffy exclaimed at Beezy's response, though he still did not know her name. I'm Beezy. She introduced herself. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Thank you. Luffy replied cheerfully. No need for thanks. Let us head to the restaurant. Beezy led Luffy out of Zeph's quarters and towards the dining area. You lot are feasting without me, Luffy roared as he leaped beside Zoro, who was already eating. Here, this is for you, Luffy said, producing a cup of juice, mischievously adding a booger to it before offering it to Zoro. I'll just keep this. Zoro, having seen through Luffy's trick, pinched Luffy's face and poured the contents down his throat. Laughter erupted among the crew. I'm Beezy. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Once the ruckus subsided, Beezy stepped forward, curtsying elegantly as if of noble descent. Indeed, this is Beezy. She helped me compensate the boss. Luffy cheerfully introduced. Just then, a shadowy figure stumbled through the door, kneeling weakly and pleading. Can someone help me? Hey, who are you? Do you have any money? The burly chef growled, irritated by the sudden interruption. Wow, that's Alvida's crew member. Buggy, a voice exclaimed from within the restaurant. I don't have any money. The kneeling figure lamented. No money. And you dare to beg for food? The burly chef kicked out, only for a shadow to intercept the blow. Hey, you foul chef, what do you think you're doing? The robust chef glared at Sanji, who obstructed his assault, and exclaimed with fury, if you arrive here with an empty stomach, then you are my guest. Sanji lit a cigarette and spoke slowly before retreating to the kitchen, where he skillfully prepared a bowl of fried rice. Where are you? Not finding the famished Akin in the restaurant, he searched around until he discovered the weakened Akin on the deck. Here, this is for you. Sanji handed the rice to Akin, his voice firm. I have no money. Akin knelt on the ground, refusing to pick up the chopsticks. No matter, as long as you come here hungry. You are my guest. Eat quickly, or you shall perish, Sanji said, furrowing his brow. Wah. Upon hearing Sanji's words, the starved Akin hesitated no longer and hastily began to devour the rice. This is the best meal I have ever had. Akin cried as he ate. Hey, Sanji, be my cook. Luffy, who had just arrived, exclaimed with delight at the sight. A pirate? Huh. Sanji glanced at Luffy and asked nonchalantly. That's right. I am Monkey D. Luffy, and I will become the Pirate King. Luffy nodded with a grin. I have no interest in boarding anyone's ship. With that, Sanji turned to leave. Oh, by the way, there is a small boat over there. You can take that to leave. Sanji seemed to recall something and turned to Akin. I understand. Thank you. I will repay you. Akin bowed his head towards Sanji, who was walking away, resolutely stating, he. After Sanji departed, Luffy felt an even greater urgency to persuade him to join. Hey, you should leave now. Luffy called out and ran after the direction Sanji had taken. Sanji, that kid truly possesses remarkable culinary skills. On the rooftop, Zoro, basking in the sun, activated his observation haki, observing the events unfolding in the restaurant below. Seeing Luffy doggedly pursue Sanji, he smiled. The Click Pirate crew, is it? If you dare to come, be prepared for death. Zoro observed Akin as he wandered off, choosing not to intervene but allowing him to go. In Zoro's perception, Luffy currently seemed far from weak. Sanji, come aboard with me and set sail, Luffy urged as he chased after Sanji. You idiot. I have already said that I will not become a pirate. Sanji replied helplessly. Oh, straw hat kid. Do you want Sanji to sail with you? Zeph, noticing Luffy's relentless pursuit, interrupted with a smile. That's right, Uncle. I want Sanji to set sail with me, but he seems reluctant, Luffy replied. Is that so? That fellow suffered a trauma in his childhood, so you must strive to understand him, Zeph said with a chuckle. Understand? Luffy asked, puzzled. Indeed, go for it, Straw Hat Kid. I believe in you, Zeph encouraged. Chapter 69. The Click Pirate Crew. Hey, Sanji, Zoro called out to Sanji, who was smoking on the rooftop. What is it? Sanji asked, confused as he turned to Zoro. Did Luffy invite you to join his ship? Zoro inquired with a smile as he approached Sanji. Huh, that fool. How could I possibly set sail to become a pirate? Sanji frowned and took a puff of smoke. Then let's make a pact. If this fool you speak of truly proves to be a worthy captain, you will join his ship. What do you say? Zoro continued. Why should I wager? I will never become a pirate. Sanji steadfastly gazed at the sea restaurant. That so? Zoro scrutinized Sanji deeply, aiming to plant a seed of contemplation in his heart. Haha, I never expected you to care for someone else, Sanji remarked, somewhat astonished, looking at Zoro. Since arriving at Baratai, Zoro had either sunbathed or eaten, appearing indifferent to everything else. That so? Zoro smiled without further explanation. Wow, that's the Click Pirate Crew. What? The crew reputed to consist of 5,000 members, the Click Pirate Crew. Everyone, flee. At that moment, chaos erupted within the restaurant, interrupting Sanji and Zoro's conversation. Sanji glanced at the battered pirate ship and, without a moment to lose, dashed downstairs. Have they arrived? Yang looked at the tattered Click Pirate Crew, a smirk forming on his lips as he murmured. Inside the restaurant, please, give us some food. Click, the captain of the Click Pirate Crew, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Do you have any money? The robust chef stepped forward and questioned. No. Click replied. Hey, Uncle, what happened to you guys? Luffy asked curiously. Having overheard snippets in the restaurant about these individuals appearing here after venturing into the Grand Line, we encountered some unforeseen incidents after entering the Grand Line. Our crew is nearly starved to death, and we barely managed to return to the East Sea. Click lamented. The Grand Line, you say? Nami's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Now my brothers are on the verge of starving to death after several days and nights without food. I beg you for a bit of sustenance. Save my brothers, Click pleaded. Hey, here is food enough for 400 of you. Sanji, watching from the second floor, jumped down with several large bags of food. Thank you. Click quickly gathered the food and rushed back to the ship. What? Sanji, you actually gave food to a beggar, the robust chef roared in anger. As long as you come here hungry, you are all my guests. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, his resolve unwavering. You scoundrel, the other chefs, witnessing this, chose not to comment further. Aboard the Click pirate ship. Brothers, we have food. Everyone, eat. Once we regain our strength, we will strike, Click announced to his crew. What? Captain, didn't you promise me not to touch this restaurant? Akin asked, incredulous. If we don't seize this opportunity, how will we return to the Grand Line? For 100 portions of food, who else could eat it? Click's gaze hardened as he spoke. They are our saviors, Akin said weakly. Enough, Akin. Click interrupted him sharply. Everyone, eat up, and then we can work. Click continued addressing his crew as Akin fell silent. Oh, the crew members, seeing the bounty of food before them, lunged at it like ravenous wolves, devouring it hungrily. Listen up. Follow me to plunder the treasures from this ship and recruit more members. We will challenge the Grand Line. Click declared once his crew had feasted. Sanji, look at the mess you've caused. The robust chef fumed as he confronted the returning Click pirate crew, their eyes filled with malice. Hey, Sanji is your savior. How can you repay him like this? Luffy exclaimed angrily, witnessing the Click crew's return. Kid, who are you? What qualifications do you have? Click began, but he was abruptly silenced by the terrified gazes of his crew. Drawn to a figure behind him. Boom, a man stood atop a coffin, wielding a black sword. With a swift motion, he sliced through the Click pirate crew, leaving nothing but fragments. Because I was bored, the man said coldly. Turning to walk away, the warlord, the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Someone recognized him. The world's greatest swordsman, Luffy's companion, Zoro, his eyes flickering, leaped onto the debris and approached Mihawk. What do you want? Mihawk regarded Zoro, his tone indifferent. I want to test how far I am from the pinnacle. Zoro drew his sword and assumed his stance. Three-sword style. A swordsman? Mihawk glanced at Zoro with disdain, his demeanor unfazed. Indeed, I challenge you. Becoming the world's greatest swordsman is my dream. Zoro declared. A dream. You say? I accept your challenge. Mihawk replied, removing a small sword-shaped pendant from his neck. Who? Zoro, undaunted by the small sword, grew serious. Clash. After a flurry of rapid exchanges, Zoro was ultimately defeated. Is this the strength of the world's greatest swordsman? Zoro, feeling the wounds on his body, spoke with a heavy heart. He had left no mark on Mihawk, yet he himself was already battered and bruised. Why do you fight so desperately? Mihawk inquired, gazing at Zoro. Because this is the dream of my family and me. I must become the world's greatest swordsman, even if it costs me my life, Zoro declared with unwavering resolve. You would sacrifice your life without hesitation. In that case, you have my acknowledgement. Mihawk unsheathed his great black sword, stating, "Come on." Zoro raised his blade. Clang. As Mihawk launched his attack, Zoro's sword shattered in response, and feeling the broken blade in his hand, he faced death with composure. Why don't you evade? Mihawk asked in astonishment. The scars on my back are an affront to a swordsman. Zoro gritted his teeth, staring at the two broken swords. Since you have experienced the pinnacle, then set forth toward that goal. Mihawk nodded in satisfaction. After speaking, Mihawk sheathed his sword, and Zoro, unable to stand any longer, collapsed into the water. Zoro, Luffy called out anxiously. He is not dead, Mihawk declared as he sheathed his sword, then turned to leave. Suddenly, he glanced up at the top of Baratai, where Lytle was watching him with a smirk. He halted his departure and instantly leaped to Lytle's side. Huh. The onlookers were astonished as they witnessed Mihawk's leap to the top. You lot, come on. Seeing that Mihawk seemed to disregard them, Kurizumi gritted his teeth and said, for their ship had been destroyed, they could only seize Baratai to continue their voyage. After all, death was inevitable. So why not take a gamble? Chapter 70. Healing Zeph's leg, Your Excellency. You were the captain of the Tontata pirates, correct? Mihawk slowly addressed Lytle upon reaching the top. Haha, I never imagined that Lytle would be remembered by the renowned world's greatest swordsman. A glimmer of inexplicable light flashed in Lytle's eyes as he spoke with a smile. I truly did not expect a so-called emperor to appear in this weakest of seas, Mihawk remarked. Nor did I anticipate that the illustrious warlord of the sea, renowned as the world's greatest swordsman, would be present here. Lytle replied with a smile. I hear you are a swordsman. Let us engage in a duel. Mihawk's gaze was sharp as he spoke. Very well, but I need a moment. Xiangyang leaned over the top, peering down with a slight smile. Agreed. Mihawk, his eyes fixed on Lytle, slowly took a seat. Sanji, come aboard with me. After defeating the Kurizumi pirates through teamwork with Sanji, Luffy once again extended the invitation to Sanji. You little rascal, go on. This is not your path home. Your path lies upon the sea, Zeph interjected with a smile. Indeed, your culinary skills are the finest here at Baratai. Remaining here would stifle your talent. Various chefs chimed in. Old man, do you so eagerly wish to drive me away? Sanji remarked, feeling speechless. You little brat. What did you say? Zeph retorted angrily. I said Sanji still wants to say something. He was abruptly interrupted by Zeph. Hurry up and get out. Zeph shouted in fury. Old man. Sanji's eyes brimmed with tears as he called out in confusion. Sanji, do you remember your dream? Go pursue it upon the sea. Your dream is a tangible reality. Just as Zeph was about to say more, Lytle finally made his entrance, gently descending from above. Lytle. Upon seeing Lytle, Luffy joyfully rushed toward him and leaped onto his shoulders. Luffy, you've grown taller. Get off me. You're not a child anymore. Can't you be a bit more mature? Lytle chuckled, ruffling Luffy's hair. Lytle, what brings you here? Luffy exclaimed excitedly as he jumped off. I missed you. So I came to see you off. I originally intended to accompany you to Windmill Village, but I got delayed at sea and could only come here to take a chance. Lytle replied with a smile. Luffy, who is he? Usopp asked curiously. He is my brother, Luffy declared. As soon as Luffy's words fell, those aboard the ship who knew Lytle's identity were instantly petrified. Luffy, you say he is your brother? Sanji, taken aback, approached Luffy in disbelief. Yes, my brother. Is that a problem? Luffy looked at Sanji, puzzled. He is. Sanji wanted to say more but was suddenly interrupted by a fit of intense coughing. Ahem. I truly am Luffy's brother. Lytle coughed for a moment before speaking softly. This is unbelievable, Zeph exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Sanji, all bull indeed exists. But you must seek him out yourself and pursue his existence. I believe my foolish little brother is reliable enough to help you fulfill your dream, Lytle assured Sanji. But if I board the ship, what will happen to the old man? Sanji said, feeling troubled. You little brat, do you think I need your concern? Zeph, shedding his previous demeanor, chuckled and patted Sanji on the shoulder. Haha. Give me a few minutes, Lytle smiled. Zeph, Do not resist. I will take you to a place, Lytle said as he pulled Zeph, disappearing from everyone's sight. Where is this? Zeph exclaimed in surprise as he found himself in a strange environment. This is my laboratory. You won't be needing that prosthetic limb anymore. Consider it a gift for Sanji, my brother Luffy's ship, Xiangyang stated. What? Zeph stammered, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Haha, it's better this way. After all, it will still be quite painful, Lytle said, retrieving a leg from the incubation chamber and smiling as he spoke. This was a clone leg he had developed using Zeph's genetic material. It was part of his experiment to see if a cloned leg could restore mobility to a severed limb. Zeph, who had fainted, gasped as he saw Lytle raise a blade and swiftly severed Zeph's prosthetic limb, then meticulously cut away the deformed part of his leg. Once everything was neatly repaired, Xiangyang placed the cloned leg onto Zeph's residual limb. Healing. Xiangyang activated his thought fruit, and a surge of power flowed into Zeph's body, seamlessly merging the cloned leg with his severed limb, leaving no trace. All that remained was for Zeph to see if he could walk again. Awaken. Soon, Zeph slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lytle. All done. Now get up and walk. Lytle smiled. Huh? My leg has grown back. Zeph stared incredulously at his leg. Yes, this is the gift I prepared for Sanji. Lytle beamed. Thank you. Thank you. Zeph exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he knelt to the ground. Ever since the day his leg was severed, he had never imagined it would grow back. Yet here he was, astonished that it truly had no need for thanks. It was severed for Sanji, and now it has returned because of him. Isn't that rather amusing? Come, let us go outside. They will soon begin to worry. Lytle smiled. How amusing. Truly worthy of the fifth emperor of the sea. Zeph laughed heartily as the two exited the laboratory, reappearing on the deck of Baratai. Hey, Lytle, where did you go? And uncle, your leg has healed. Luffy exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lytle emerge. Old man, your leg has grown back. Sanji exclaimed excitedly. Yes, thanks to you, it has returned. Zeph smiled. Thank you, Lytle. Sanji bowed deeply to Lytle, knowing that whatever had happened to Zeph's leg was undoubtedly connected to Litai, and no need for formality. Aren't you going to be my brother's companion? We are all family. Lytle smiled as he helped Sanji to his feet. Yes, old man, now that I have no more worries. Thank you for your care all these years, Sanji said to Zeph. Go on. Go on. The sea is your true home. What are you doing here with an old man? Zeph chuckled. Yay, we finally have a chef, Luffy cheered. Huh, where's Nami? Just then, Usopp suddenly noticed something and asked hurriedly. Are you talking about that girl? She seems to have sailed away with your ship, Lytle reminded them. What? Luffy and the others exclaimed in shock. Quick, go chase after her, Luffy. I will be waiting for you in the new world, Lytle said before vanishing from sight, heading towards the direction he had agreed upon with Mihawk. Chapter 71. A sword duel with Mihawk. Honestly, every time you leave, it's always in such a rush. Luffy, with an expression of discontent, gazed at Litai, who was departing with eyes. Luffy, is that truly your brother? Sanji, observing Luffy's displeasure, inquired incredulously, drawing the curious gazes of those around them. Indeed. However, he is not my full-blooded brother. He was found by my grandfather and me in the forest. Luffy replied. Found him? Sanji and the others questioned in disbelief. Absolutely. When we discovered Litai, he was on the brink of death. Luffy recalled the moment from years past when Litai lay gasping for breath in the woods. What a fortunate lad. Zeph commented noncommittally. Do you know who he is? Sanji asked. No idea. Does he possess some other special identity? Luffy queried with curiosity. He, just as the chef beside Zeph was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Zeph's cough, prompting everyone to fall silent. What a peculiar bunch, Luffy remarked, bewildered. All right, boys, it's time for you to set sail, Zeph said slowly. Farewell, you old codger. Sanji replied to Zeph. Take care, Zeph said with a hint of reluctance. Alas, where is our Mary? Usopp's voice suddenly rang out. What, the Mary is missing? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Hey, Straw Hat, I just saw your companion, the little girl, sailing away with the ship. If you hurry, you might catch up. A voice chimed in. What? Nami took the Mary. Luffy promptly requested a small boat from Zeph, embarking with Sanji and Usopp in pursuit of Nami's direction on an unnamed island in the East Sea. Apologies for the wait, Litai said coolly, addressing Mihawk, who stood upon a small boat. I hope you will not disappoint me. I have awaited a worthy opponent for far too long, Mihawk replied indifferently. ABIs, you should wait on that small island for my return. He then sent ABIs off to the unnamed island. Litai brother, Please be careful, Abi's worried voice echoed from the island. Come forth, with that. 6 blades materialized beside Xiangyang, and a formidable aura enveloped Litai. At long last, with a mighty force erupting from Mihawk, the two auras clashed, causing the sea to split in two and the very sky to tremble under their immense pressure. Not bad. Mihawk remarked with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. You're impressive as well. Truly deserving of the title of the world's greatest swordsman, Litai responded, equally impressed. Let us see whose blade is superior. With that, Mihawk launched the first attack against Litai. A series of intense clashing sounds resonated through the air as the two engaged in a fierce battle, perhaps due to their mutual aversion to naming techniques. Each collision sent forth powerful waves of sword energy, annihilating countless marine creatures caught in their tumultuous clash. Sword dance. Litai's blade slashed forth like a tempest, aimed at Mihawk. Bang! Mihawk raised his black blade to block Litai's strike. Slash! He then countered, using the momentum to charge towards Xiangyang. Block. In an instant, Litai's sword formed a shield, desperately resisting Mihawk's onslaught. 1,000 blades. Litai's sword transformed into a myriad of blades hovering above Mihawk. Fire. As Mihawk witnessed the barrage of blades, he sliced through them with a single strike, reducing them to fragments that dissipated in the air. Boom. It had been ages since Mihawk experienced such exhilarating combat. Sensing the surge of strength, his haki enveloped his blade as he exclaimed with excitement. Ha! I feel the same. It has been far too long since I encountered such a formidable opponent. Your prowess rivals that of Akainu. That despicable dog. Litai acknowledged the immense pressure emanating from Mihawk, his own 3-colored haki awakening in response that he reluctantly admitted that he had underestimated the 7 warlords. What he had thought to be a mere assortment of misfits included the likes of Mihawk. You two were underestimated. Your strength far exceeds what the news reports suggested. Mihawk observed the haki surrounding Litai, sensing a profound threat and pressure. Finally, the intensity of both their auras peaked, and the two resumed their fierce combat. Mihawk's haki is astonishingly potent. It rivals my own 3-colored haki. After engaging in battle, Litai silently criticized himself. This brat is a monster, Mihawk thought, recognizing that Litai, at such a young age, possessed the strength to contend with him, a true anomaly. It is worth noting that at Litai's age, Mihawk was still unaware of where to chop wood. The two fully immersed themselves in their battle, the sound of their fierce clashes echoing across the heavens and the earth. Will Litai brother be all right? Abi's anxiously pondered while watching the intense combat from the unnamed island. Ga. A voice emerged beside Abi's door. It's you. I never expected to encounter you here. Upon hearing the voice, Abi's joyfully looked at the newsbird beside her. Ga. The newsbird squawked in indignation, explaining that it had intended to pass through to deliver newspapers, but was obstructed by the fierce battle between Mihawk and Litai, nearly being reduced to dust. Had it not been for its good fortune, it might have met a grim fate. Indeed, I can't tell if you're fortunate or unfortunate. Abi's chuckled, covering her mouth. Ga. The newsbird called out again. Are you saying you intend to report on Litai brothers' battle for the headquarters? Abi's inquired. Gagaga. The newsbird excitedly chirped, gesturing animatedly. Then I wish you good luck. Abi smiled after hearing the newsbird's explanation. Boom. The sounds of the fierce battle interrupted their conversation. That I wonder how much longer Litai brother and the others will fight. Abi's remarked, observing the prolonged struggle of the two. Ga. The newsbird called out. What? Are you saying that experts might battle for over a month? Abi's exclaimed in surprise. Ga. The newsbird nodded affirmatively. Chapter 72. Teaching the newsbird and Abi's. It has been a whole week. What do you think, little Xian? How much longer will this continue? Abi's asked the yawning newsbird while watching the two still locked in combat. Ga. The newsbird shook its head, indicating that it too was oblivious. In this realm of giants, who knows how long they will battle? Mihawk, it has been a week. How about we call it a day? Litai called out, observing Mihawk's tattered attire and his own ragged clothing. I concur, Mihawk replied. Boom, the two collided once more, releasing all their remaining strength before gradually sheathing their swords. Litai, you are indeed formidable, Mihawk stated, standing firmly after relinquishing his power. You are the one who is abnormal. If this continues, I would surely lose. I can't keep up with your stamina, Litai retorted. You are the one who is abnormal. When I was your age, I didn't even know where I was playing in the mud. Mihawk replied. Just luck, Litai responded with a hint of frustration. The new world is not as simple as you think. Be cautious and stay alive. We shall battle again next time. Mihawk concluded, turning to board his small boat and setting forth upon the waves. I shall invoke the tides of the sea. Gazing at the turbulent ocean, Litai shook his head as he channeled his thoughts. The once roiling sea was instantly calmed, returning to tranquility to Litai. What are you doing? Mihawk, walking upon the now tranquil waters, roared in fury upon witnessing the calm sea. What have I done? Litai replied, bewildered, looking at the irate Mihawk. Nothing. Mihawk gritted his teeth in response. Strange. Litai was inexplicably underestimated and then soared towards ABI's. Upon witnessing Litai's departure, the enigmatic Mihawk cast a mysterious glance around, subsequently drawing out the large sword from his back and slowly dipping it into the water. To his astonishment, his coffin-like boat began to sail across the vast ocean. Puff. Litai, having reached ABI's, erupted into laughter, for within his observation hockey, he beheld the side of Mihawk using his sword as an oar, propelling the vessel forward. Curiously, he pondered how Mihawk's sailless boat managed to glide across the sea. What's this? Brother ABI's. ABI's, noticing Litai's sudden laughter, inquired with curiosity. It's a secret. Ha ha ha. Litai replied, bursting into hearty laughter. Gah. Huh? Newsbird? What brings you here? You resemble the guide from our last encounter, Litai remarked. Addressing the newsbird. Gah. The newsbird squawked. Brother Litai, that's indeed the same newsbird that guided us. It must have been swept here by the aftermath of your battle, ABI's explained. I see. Then please lead us once more. We're headed to Rogue Town. Is that all right? Litai grinned widely. Gagaga. The newsbird, upon observing Litai's expression, shivered slightly and nodded in agreement. Then let us be off. We seek to meet someone there, Litai said with a smile, lifting ABI's onto his back and addressing the newsbird. Gah. The newsbird, taking to the wind, took flight. Seeing this, Litai hesitated no longer. His thoughts racing as he swiftly pursued the newsbird. Gah. Upon noticing Litai and ABI's catching up, the newsbird squawked and suddenly accelerated. Brother Litai, it seems to be challenging us. It says we should catch up, ABI's remarked, gazing at the newsbird. Is that so? Litai responded with a mischievous grin, then surged forward to overtake the newsbird. Little bird, can you go any faster? You seem a bit slow, Litai chuckled. Gagaga. The newsbird, seeing this, flapped its wings so rapidly that they became a blur, then surged ahead once more. Come on. Your speed is lacking, Litai teased, accelerating to match the newsbird's pace. Laughing as he spoke. Gah. Maintaining its high speed, the newsbird squawked before fainting. Oh no, Brother Litai. Little New has lost consciousness, ABI's exclaimed in alarm. Huh. I never realized this little fellow was so stubborn. Litai remarked, grabbing the unconscious newsbird with a bemused expression. In that case, why not grant you a fortuitous opportunity? After all, with Luffy and the other speed, they shouldn't arrive at Rogue Town too swiftly. Xiangyang mused, gazing into the distance. Little Earth commenced the transfer. With a thought, Litai, accompanied by ABI's and the newsbird, vanished into thin air, reappearing within Little Earth. Gah. The newsbird suddenly sat up, rubbing its eyes with its wings. Oh, you're awake, ABI's exclaimed joyfully, then hurried off to find Litai. Brother Litai, Little New is awake. ABI's happily informed Litai, who was engrossed in his research. Awake, are we? Litai said, swiftly appearing beside the newsbird. Gah. The newsbird looked around in confusion at its unfamiliar surroundings. This is Brother Litai's world. Don't worry, there is no danger here, ABI's reassured with a smile. I find you quite appealing. I am inclined to offer you a fortuitous opportunity. How does that sound? Litai said, gazing at the bewildered newsbird. Gah. The newsbird tilted its head, uncertain. Brother Litai, what does that mean? ABI's translated. The condition is that you must join our Libra pirates. Litai smiled warmly. Gagaga. The newsbird, upon hearing this, fervently shook its head in refusal. Brother Litai, it claims it is already a member of the World Economic News Agency and is unwilling to join another faction. ABI's explained. Is that so? Litai replied with a smile, subtly activating his devil fruit power, causing the newsbird to appear momentarily dazed. Gah. The newsbird gazed at Litai as if seeing its long-lost parents. Oh, Brother Litai, it says it's willing to join our pirate crew now. ABI's translated, perplexed. In that case, I shall not hold back any longer. I will teach you some life-saving techniques, and ABI's, you must join as well. Litai said with a smile. What are they? ABI's asked eagerly. I will teach you the 6 forms of the Navy, the most lethal combat techniques in the world, fundamental to the Navy's existence. Keep this confidential, Litai remarked cheerfully. We won't tell anyone. ABI's and the newsbird nodded in agreement. Thus, under Litai's tutelage, both the newsbird and ABIs swiftly grasped the techniques of the six forms. Although mastery would require time. Embedding a nail in the news agency. I wonder what effect that will have, Xiangyang mused, observing the training of ABIs and the newsbird. Chapter 73. Approaching Rogue Town. All right. It's time we venture out, Litai announced after ABIs and the newsbird had acclimated to the six forms for a few days. Brother Litai, are we really going out? ABIs asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice, as their training here and the time spent outside were vastly different, as Litai had informed them. Indeed, we are ready to go. Learning the six forms outside is just as effective. As long as you put in the effort, Litai said, ruffling Abis's hair. Fine then, ABIs replied. Transfer. With a thought, Litai transported them back to the ocean. Gah. The newsbird danced across the waves, joyfully flitting about. All right, it's time for us to head to Rogue Town. Stop showing off, Litai remarked to the newsbird. Gah. The newsbird nodded and took flight towards Rogue Town. Let us go, Litai reminded ABIs, who was still on his back, and followed the newsbird at a swift pace. After flying for a while, Rogue Town emerged before them. All right, you can go back now, Litai said to the newsbird. Gah. The newsbird nodded and flew away in the opposite direction. Let us go. With that, Litai stepped onto the bustling streets of Rogue Town, which he had previously hurried past, with a glance at ABIs beside him. Litai focused his thoughts, and the two of them instantly transformed into other personas. Wow, brother Litai, how did you become so old? ABIs exclaimed in surprise. It's not just me. You've changed too. My identity makes it unwise for me to roam freely here, Litai replied, nodding as he patted ABIs on the head. Oh. How amazing, ABIs said joyfully. Rogue Town, please prepare 2 rooms for us. Thank you, Litai said as he and ABIs entered the finest hotel in town. No problem, the proprietor, seeing the stack of belly, replied cheerfully. Also, please bring us a meal shortly, Xiangyang added. ABIs. In their room, Litai called out to ABIs. What is it, brother Litai? ABIs asked. Puzzled. If I were to invite you to join my silly younger brother Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates, would you want to go? Litai slowly inquired. This was a decision he had pondered for a long time, as navigating the seas was both unpredictable and perilous. He wished to place someone by Luffy's side to report on their circumstances and assist when necessary, while also needing to tend to his own affairs, feeling reassured having someone he trusted close to Luffy. Why? Does brother Litai not want me anymore? Abis's eyes welled with tears at his words. No. It's because I want you to grow alongside Luffy and the others. It would greatly enhance your strength. My enemies are far too formidable, and your involvement in such high-stakes battles would hinder your growth. Understand? Litai shook his head, explaining. But I still want to be with brother Litai, and I don't know if they would even accept me. ABIs protested. They will. I've known Luffy for over a decade. I trust him, Litai reassured her, recalling their long history. If they accept me, I shall set sail with them, and when I've gained sufficient strength, I will return for you. ABIs pouted. All right, when you wish to return, I'll personally come to fetch you. Be good, Litai smiled. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's father? I wonder if we might meet him here. And how is Sabo faring? Litai approached the window, gazing at the bustling town of Rogu, his eyes shimmering with profound brilliance as he softly murmured. What a mysterious organization indeed. Shaking his head, he withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself. In Orange Town. Luffy, his expression darkened, exclaimed furiously at Arlong, who had been sent crashing into a wall, leaving a sizable hole. You dare to lay a hand on our elder brother? As the fishmen regained their senses, they brandished their weapons and charged at Luffy. Get lost, you little minions. Honestly, all you know how to do is steal the spotlight, Sanji declared as he launched himself towards the incoming fishmen, effortlessly kicking the assailants away. Approaching Luffy, he lit a cigarette and surveyed the fallen minions, slowly stating, What's the big deal? I won't lose anyway. Luffy fixed his gaze on Arlong and replied, Bastard. When have I ever worried about you? I mean, don't hog all the prey for yourself. Grinding his teeth, Sanji admonished Luffy. Is that so? Luffy responded, I personally wouldn't mind. Even if you all took it for yourselves, it wouldn't be a problem, Usopp said, drenched in cold sweat as he spoke to Sanji. That you've got some guts. Zoro's voice emerged from behind Usopp, inciting a commotion. Roronoa Zoro, the bounty hunter who wields 3 swords. A pirate, the realization dawned on them. So that's the nature of your relationship. Were you two brawling over Nami from the very beginning? But what can 4 inferior races possibly achieve? Arlong, now sitting up from the ground, spoke ominously at that moment. The ground trembled, and a colossal wave erupted from the sea, revealing a figure emerging from the water. Sea King, Moo Moo. The onlookers gasped in terror. Oh, it's a companion of the fishman, Sanji remarked disdainfully as he observed the Sea King surfacing. Upon seeing Sanji and Luffy, Moo Moo recoiled in fear and began retreating towards the ocean. Moo Moo, what are you doing? But if you wish to flee, I won't stop you, Sanji said darkly as he watched Moo Moo turn away. Moo. The retreating Moo Moo suddenly stiffened, roaring and charging towards Luffy and the others. Everyone, follow Moo Moo. The pirates, invigorated by the sight of Moo Moo attacking Luffy, drew their swords and rushed forward, observing the advancing pirates and Moo Moo. The three of them, except Usopp, remained composed. Honestly, what a waste of time, Luffy exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his voice as he faced the oncoming pirates. Gum Gum. Luffy twisted his body several times before extending his arm, launching an attack towards Moo Moo. The arm is extending. The fishman gasped in horror. A devil fruit user. Arlong's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he spoke. Ignore him. Charge. Arlong commanded darkly. Gum Gum. Great windmill. Luffy seized Moo Moo, spinning him around, and sent the bewildered pirates flying away, rendering them unconscious. I'm not here to fight you lot, Luffy panted, addressing the collapsed pirates. I want to deal with you, he said, pointing angrily at Arlong. Isn't that just perfect? I too have a strong desire to kill you, Arlong replied menacingly. How dare you treat our kin this way? The eyes of Arlong's crew turned furious as they beheld their fallen comrades. It seems we should intervene, a burly crew member declared. They need to learn the meaning of the gap between races, a lanky crew member added, clenching his teeth. Enough chatter. If we're going to fight, let us fight, Luffy shouted at the threatening fishmen. Humph. As you wish. In an instant, the fishmen charged at Luffy, but Sanji and Zoro swiftly intercepted them. You haven't even earned the right to face our captain, Zoro declared, picking up two swords and holding one in his mouth, initiating his sword technique to block their path. You insufferable seaweed head, stealing my spotlight, Sanji grumbled, grinding his teeth in frustration. What did you say? You perverted chef, Zoro retorted, glaring at Sanji. I'm talking about you, seaweed head. Sanji shot back fearlessly. How infuriating. How utterly intolerable. You dare to disregard us. The anger of Arlong's crew surged as they faced the two. Sanji and Zoro exchanged knowing smiles before launching their assault on the enraged fishmen. Seaweed head. Let us see who can defeat their opponent first, Sanji said, cigarette in mouth. Sounds good to me, perverted chef. Zoro responded. How infuriating. Bang, bang, bang. Three-sword style, tornado, the octopus fishman, Jinbei, brandished six swords upon seeing Zoro's 3.6 sword style. Zoro commented, sensing the pressure emanating from Jinbei. Humph. This is our innate advantage as fishmen. How could you inferior beings possibly compare? Jinbei boasted. I'll show you that having more blades means nothing if you lack skill, Zoro replied coldly. Enough of this chatter. Bang. Following a brief clash, Jinbei was sent flying. That hurts, he cried out. Jinbei, a nearby fishman, engaged with Sanji, called out in concern. Humph, distracting me while we're fighting? Sanji retaliated instantly, kicking his opponent away. Cough, cough. The fishman who had been kicked struggled to breathe. Enough of this. You will pay for that. Arlong's furious voice echoed as he charged towards Sanji. Gum Gum. Luffy swiftly intercepted Arlong. Do not disturb my comrades' battle. Your opponent is me, because I intend to send you flying, Luffy declared, his expression darkening. Inferior race, I will show you the true meaning of the gap between our races. Arlong sneered at Luffy, who blocked his path. Then let us see, Luffy retorted, lunging at Arlong. Crack. Arlong, unfazed, opened his jaws and bit down on Luffy's arm, his sharp teeth piercing through flesh. That hurts, Luffy yelped, clutching his arm. See? Inferior race. This is the innate advantage of our shark fishmen, with teeth capable of piercing steel. Arlong scoffed at the pained Luffy. Then I'll shatter your teeth. Luffy halted his movements and swung at Arlong's mouth. Snap. The sound of shattering teeth echoed as Luffy looked at the remnants of Arlong's shattered fangs, slowly stating, Yaha! Truly an inferior race. Didn't you know my teeth can grow back infinitely? Arlong declared, his teeth regrowing instantly as he grinned menacingly at Luffy. How infuriating. Then I'll strike until they can't grow back, Luffy shouted, engaging in battle with Arlong, sending him crashing through numerous houses. Oh yeah, I sent you flying, Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Luffy, be careful. At that moment, the voices of the crowd rang out, and the fishman Arlong, who had been sent flying, soared back with a fierce punch that struck Luffy, sending him hurtling through the air in an instant. Luffy found himself in a position of passive defense. Gum Gum. Suddenly, Luffy spotted a stone pillar, his arm elongated and wrapped around it, narrowly evading Arlong's attack. Gum Gum pistol. After dodging, Luffy clenched his fist, unleashing a flurry of punches towards Arlong. The impact sent Arlong flying, and the two combatants ascended from the ground floor to the top level, where a studio appeared before Luffy's eyes. DOUC. This is Nami's studio. I had intended to use her talents to chart the entire sea, allowing me to dominate the East Blue, but your unwelcome presence has utterly thwarted my plans. You lowly creatures deserve to perish. Arlong seethed with fury. Then I shall destroy this place, Luffy declared, as he comprehended everything in an instant. Gum Gum battle axe. Luffy's leg elongated, cleaving the entire floor in two, revealing the devastation to the onlookers. Luffy, the crowd exclaimed in worry as they beheld the split floor. Heh, I'm fine. I've won. Luffy, battered but triumphant, stood amidst the ruins, joyfully proclaiming as he gazed upon the unconscious Arlong. Thank you, Luffy. Nami, witnessing the scene, knelt and wept tears of joy. Her nightmare had come to an end. No need for thanks. Aren't we comrades? Luffy replied with a smile. Observing this heartfelt moment, Sanji, Zoro, and the others exchanged knowing smiles. The novel can be downloaded through the open source Freestar String Downloader developed by Shinyud. If you acquire the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request a refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Authors QQ 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group 149050832. Official TG Group https t.me FQ Tool Chapter 75 Monkey D. Dragon set sail for the Grand Line. After a grand feast in Orange Town, Luffy and his companions excitedly embarked on their journey into the Grand Line. Low Town. Is that Buggy? As Litai strolled down the street, he noticed several shadowy figures searching for something. Buggy has arrived. It seems Luffy and the others are not far behind. Is Dragon also on his way? Litai mused to himself. During his time here, he had memorized the layout of Low Town. He walked through the streets and entered a secluded alley, where he found a dilapidated, little-known bar. Knock, knock, knock. Upon reaching the door, Litai gently knocked and then pushed it open to step inside. Who is it? An elderly voice inquired. Hello, old man. May I sit here for a while? And could you please make me a glass of juice? Thank you, Litai said as he entered the dim and shabby bar, finding a spot to rest. Though. Very well, the old man's voice responded, gradually making his way to the kitchen. Just then, a tall figure emerged, clad in a green robe that enveloped him entirely. Long time no see. Uncle Dragon, Litai greeted calmly upon seeing the newcomer. It has indeed been a while. That little brat has grown up so much. Now he has become one of the legendary Yonko. Quite remarkable, Dragon replied, taking a seat beside Litai. Another customer has arrived. The old man emerged from the kitchen, placing the juice beside Litai. A glass of rum, Dragon requested. Just a moment, the short old man said as he turned back toward the kitchen. Heh, what can one do? As for the so-called Yonko, that is merely a title. I do not place much value on it, Litai remarked, lifting the juice for a sip. Ha ha ha. It's hard to tell whether you're audacious or if it's a matter of the old man's upbringing. I suppose only you would dare to dismiss the so-called Emperor of the Seas. Dragon laughed heartily. Heh, I haven't seen Grandpa Garp in years, but he seems to be living quite comfortably now, Litai added. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed a few times and then slowly approached Litai. Your rum, he said, handing it over before returning to the kitchen. Litai cast a deep glance at the departing old man and then shifted his gaze back. Speak, little one. You must have known I would be here, Dragon said, taking a sip of his rum and smiling. Indeed, I have traced Luffy's every move and found no sign of you. As his father, you must accompany him as he sets sail, and for the beginning and end of this journey. I cannot think of a better place than Low Town, Litai replied with a smile. You certainly know a lot. Very well. Then, state your purpose, Dragon commended. Let us cooperate. Litai raised his head to look at Dragon with a serene expression. Oh, I never expected you to consider working with me, Dragon said, somewhat surprised. Heh, the title of Emperor of the Seas is mere vanity. I do not seek such a label. What I need is a means to protect and care for my family. Litai shook his head. Family, Dragon murmured. Precisely. Family. Sabo, Luffy, Ace, Grandpa Garp, they're all my family. The title of Emperor of the Seas cannot safeguard them. Rather, it brings numerous constraints, binding my hands and feet. Only by breaking conventions can we discover new paths. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Dragon? Litai lifted his juice and took a sip, posing the question. Breaking conventions to find new paths. Is that your ideal? Dragon inquired. Ideals? Perhaps, Litai replied with a grin. However, from what I gather, your thirst for blood seems rather excessive. As far as I know, there are hardly any survivors among those who cross paths with your Baroque works. I wonder why you harbor such a heavy hand. Dragon pondered for a moment before speaking. Haha. Navigating these seas requires caution. Eliminating them seals off our information. Although it will eventually be exposed, it grants us a longer growth period. Does it not? Litai reflected thoughtfully. Perhaps you are correct. However, joining the Revolutionary Army may bring various challenges and pressures. Are you certain you can handle it? Dragon asked with a chuckle. Huh? Uncle Dragon, I doubt anyone on this sea bears greater pressure than I do. Litai replied with a bright smile. Indeed, severing the arm of Admiral Akainu and taking countless elite Marines' lives certainly places you under immense pressure. Dragon remarked, coming to a realization. Exactly. This is why I wish to join the Revolutionary Army. The foundation of our Baroque works is too fragile. The Revolutionary Army has developed over the years, and with their support. Even bringing down the Yonko of the New World would be within my grasp. Litai nodded, understanding that he was not the protagonist. He needed to tread carefully to expand his influence and avoid perishing at sea. I see no reason to refuse. Luffy is my son, and Sabo is the chief strategist of the Revolutionary Army. You call me uncle, so we are indeed family. Wouldn't you agree? Dragon pondered for a long while before speaking slowly. Then let us toast to a pleasant collaboration. Litai raised his juice with a smile. To a fruitful partnership. Dragon raised his cup to clink against Litai's. What are your plans moving forward? Dragon inquired curiously. Observing this young man, when Litai had set sail and garnered the reputation of one of the Yonko, Dragon had studied him. However, Litai was unpredictable. One moment he would clash with the 7 warlords of the sea, and the next, he would cause havoc among the Marines. Dragon was genuinely intrigued by what this young man would do next. My next plan. Naturally, I shall go see Ace. Then I will return to the New World and reshape the landscape of the Yonko into that of the 4 emperors. There are simply too many of us. It seems the territory is insufficient. Litai's eyes gleamed as he spoke. What a reckless young man. I truly wonder if our collaboration will prove beneficial or detrimental. Dragon mused. Regardless of whether it is good or bad, as long as I am Luffy's brother and Garp's grandson, does it even matter? Litai replied. Indeed, you are quite the intriguing little rascal, Dragon murmured as he observed the departing figure of Litai. What a mysterious little imp. Indeed, there is no trace of any human will about him, as though he does not belong to this world. An old man from the tavern remarked slowly, watching Litai leave. Is that so? Perhaps he is the variable of this world. Dragon pondered softly. I truly wonder what burdens this enigmatic little soul carries on the streets of Rog Town. Xianyang looked at the telephone bug in his hand before tucking it away and making his way towards the inn where he was staying. ABIs, let us depart. To the next destination. I believe you will find a good friend there, he said to ABIs upon returning to the inn. Are we leaving again, Brother Litai? ABIs inquired. Indeed, the purpose of our stay has been fulfilled. It is time to move on. I wonder if we will encounter that person, Xianyang mused. Let us go. We shall set sail for the Grand Line, Xianyang announced. Very well, ABIs replied, pulling out a sea chart to glance at it. Before long, the duo arrived at Reverse Mountain. This truly the legendary Red Line, the only passage into the Grand Line. ABIs exclaimed in AWIT is indeed a sight that leaves one breathless. Xianyang smiled slightly and then, in an instant, soared upwards with ABIs. Soon, they came upon a massive creature blocking their path. What is that? ABIs asked in astonishment, as the colossal being drew nearer. An island whale. It is indeed enormous, Xianyang murmured. Hold on tight, ABIs, Litai declared, guiding ABIs toward the mouth of the whale. Brother Litai, what are you doing? ABIs cried in terror as they approached the maw of the creature. Fear not, Xianyang reassured her. Moments later, they found themselves within the belly of the whale, where an artificial island lay, with a wooden cabin standing atop it. If sensing their presence, the door of the cabin creaked open, revealing an elderly man who slowly emerged. Who are you? He asked curiously, adjusting his spectacles. I am ABIs. And you are? ABIs queried, gazing at the old man with intrigue. I am Coloccus, Litai replied nonchalantly. I am Coloccus. What brings you here? The old man inquired, seemingly oblivious to the lack of malice from Litai and the others, as he took a seat in a lounge chair with a newspaper in hand. I seek a recording pointer to Drum Island, Litai stated. Oh, a recording pointer, you say? Let me think. Coloccus pretended to ponder. Suddenly, a distant rumble shook the ground. Is it an earthquake? ABIs asked in fear. Silence. Litai commanded with a thought, dissipating the tremors as if they had never occurred. It has stopped, Coloccus exclaimed, astonished at the spectacle. Did you cause Laboon to cease? Indeed, though I understand you are a doctor, a rather skilled one at that. I surmise you cannot heal Laboon's injuries. If I were to offer my assistance in treating Laboon, would you grant me the recording pointer? Litai inquired with a smile. Really, if you can heal Laboon, I shall grant you anything you desire. Coloccus replied with joy. Very well, Litai nodded, then flew onto the island and sat cross-legged. Healing clone. Xiangyang activated his thought fruit, unleashing crystalline energy that visibly mended Laboon's wounds. A devil fruit user, a fruit capable of healing. I wonder what sort it is. But Laboon is saved, Coloccus murmured in delight. After a period of treatment, sweat beaded on Litai's forehead, but fortunately, Laboon's injuries were healed. Phew, the body of an island whale is indeed vast. I nearly faltered under its weight. Litai inhaled deeply. Thank you very much. Here is the direct recording pointer to Raftel, Coloccus exclaimed, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Ah, the treasure of the Pirate King? Litai mused, examining the recording pointer in his hand. Thank you. Litai bowed in gratitude. Aren't you curious about my identity, how I came to possess this recording pointer? Coloccus questioned, perplexed. Not particularly. My sole aim is to acquire a recording pointer that leads to Drum Island. Litai shook his head. What a peculiar young man. Coloccus murmured, realizing Litai truly lacked interest. Now, please escort us out. Esteemed Coloccus, Litai smiled. Of course, Coloccus replied, opening a door and leading Litai and ABIs outside, where they soon found themselves on the surface of the sea. Our time is limited. Perhaps we shall meet again. Litai addressed Coloccus. I look forward to our next encounter. Mysterious lad. Coloccus waved farewell. By the way, Coloccus, when you meet Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates, please extend my regards. I had to leave hastily last time and did not have the chance to bid him farewell. I await his arrival in the New World. Litai seemed to recall something and spoke slowly. The Straw Hat Pirates? Luffy, not a problem. I shall convey your message, Coloccus assured after repeating it to himself a few times. Thank you. ABIs, let us go. After ABIs pointed in a direction, Litai focused his thoughts, and the two soared toward Drum Island. What an interesting fellow. Where did he emerge from? Coloccus pondered, watching the departing figures of Litai and ABIs. Oh well, the world of youth belongs to the young. Let them venture forth, Coloccus sighed, stretching lazily. Laboon, come here. I shall examine your body, Coloccus said, looking at the now-healed Laboon with delight. Woo woo woo. Laboon wagged his tail, creating a massive wave as he slowly approached Coloccus. What a marvel. You are truly healed, Coloccus exclaimed after a thorough examination of Laboon's body. Chapter 77, A Chance Encounter with the Giants after parting ways with Coloccus. Litai and ABI sped toward Drum Island. Boom, as they passed a small island, a cacophony of fierce battle sounds drew their attention. What is that? ABIs asked in astonishment, gazing at the combatants on the island. Giants, a long-necked dragon. Litai observed the scene unfolding before him, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Brother Litai, let us go take a look. ABIs exclaimed excitedly. Very well. Litai adjusted his course and flew toward the island, hovering in the air as he awaited the conclusion of the giants' clash. Boom! After a prolonged struggle, the two giants ceased their battle, neither gaining the upper hand. Who are you? The giantess' voice boomed like thunder, directed at ABIs and Litai. That we are passing pirates who were captivated by your battle and came to observe. Litai responded with a smile. I am ABIs. This is Litai. ABIs cheerfully introduced herself. Oh ho ho ho. Pirates, you say? I am Dory, and this is Broggy. I can sense your great strength. Do you have any alcohol? Dory grinned, embedding his weapon into the ground. Ha ha ha. Indeed. It has been ages since I last indulged in drink. Broggy added. Then you provide the meat, and I shall provide the wine. Litai smiled at the two boisterous giants. Agreed. Dory and Broggy exclaimed joyfully, charging toward the long-necked dragon. Moments later, the two colossal giants returned, each carrying a massive long-necked dragon. With a swift motion of their axes, several enormous trees fell. Dory reached out, and the fallen trees were quickly assembled into a makeshift structure. Fire. With a thought, Xiangyang ignited the logs, and in an instant, Dory and Broggy tossed the long-necked dragon onto the flames, roasting it to perfection. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. "This is the wine." With a wave of his hand, Xiangyang retrieved several large barrels of liquor from within the small planet and addressed Dongli and Broggy, saying, "Thank you. I have yet to taste dinosaur meat. Today is indeed a feast." He waved his hand and smiled. "Wow, this meat is incredibly fragrant," ABIs exclaimed, drooling. "Let's toast." Broggy raised the barrel of liquor in his hand towards Xiangyang and ABIs. "Cheers," he proclaimed. "By the way, why are you two here on this small island?" ABIs inquired curiously. "Oh ho ho. This story goes back 100 years, Dongli replied with a smile, lost in reminiscence. According to Dongli, Lita understood their reason for battling there, which had continued for a century, leaving him both impressed and speechless. The tale unfolded as follows. Roughly 100 years ago, the two had each captured a sea king and, prompted by a little girl's question, began to argue over whose catch was larger. They then engaged in duels in a small garden, with the victor allowed to return home, agreeing to fight whenever the volcano in the island's center erupted. Their duels had remained inconclusive. Originally, they belonged to the giant soldier pirate crew, each with a bounty of 100 million, but their ongoing conflict led to the crew's decline and eventual disbandment, with the remaining crew members returning to Elbaf village, waiting for news. Over time, they forgot the original reason for their duel, remembering only their warrior's honor and believing that the gods of Elbaf would favor the victor. "That's amazing," ABI said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Did you know that your crew members seem to have been deceived by the Navy and are now serving as gatekeepers?" Lita asked, sipping his juice as he looked at the two giants. "We learned this from Doflamingo." Lita had been quite curious about these special races and had inquired further. "What?" Dongli and Broggy exclaimed, their faces instantly contorted with rage. "Indeed. According to the world government, you two have been declared deceased. Your companions believed the world government's words and joined the Navy, becoming formidable assets," Lita calmly stated, observing the furious giants. "How is that possible? They despise the world government." Broggy roared in anger. "This is an undeniable fact. Furthermore, from what I know, it seems that your homeland, Elbaf, is also facing dire straits. The Yonko Charlotte Linlin and the world government appear to have their sights set on your homeland and have begun preparations to infiltrate the giant kingdom, intending to subjugate the giant race and use them as pawns in their advance into the new world," Lita remarked, casting a glance at the two before speaking slowly. "Ahaha. Dongli, I may not be able to continue fighting with you," Broggy said sadly, looking in one direction. "Oh ho ho. Fool, what are you saying? That is also my homeland. If we must go, we shall go together. Once we have resolved our homeland's affairs, we can resume our battles." Dongli shook his head and stood up. "Oh ho ho. Thank you, Lita, for your information. Otherwise, we would have continued to fight here, oblivious to the fate of our homeland." The two giants expressed their gratitude. "It's nothing. I merely mentioned it casually." "You still have time to return," Xiangyang said, shaking his head with a smile. "Oh ho ho. Rest assured, you will always be our friend. We look forward to drinking with you." Dongli said seriously. "Ahaha, indeed. If you ever find yourself in Elbaf, be sure to greet us. We owe you a favor," Broggy added earnestly. "All right, enough of this. Sit down and have a drink. After all, you've been empty for 100 years. So there's no rush," Lita laughed, chiding them. "Exactly. Let this feast serve as our celebratory drink." Dongli and Broggy exchanged glances and sat cross-legged, laughing heartily. "Come, let us drink and wish you good fortune," Xiangyang smiled. "Thank you." Dongli and Broggy replied in unison. "Lita, is everything you said true?" ABIs asked after they had feasted. "Indeed, the situation in Elbaf seems even more dire than we imagined." Xiangyang nodded at ABIs, who looked at the now sleeping Dongli and Broggy. "So, does that mean Uncle Dongli and the others will confront the world government and the Yonko?" Abis's eyes widened. "That is highly likely," Lita replied, his gaze profound. "I understand now," ABIs slowly said, realization dawning upon her. Just knowing is enough? There's no need to voice it." Lita shook his head. Chapter 78. Winter Island. Drum Island. Watching ABIs, who had fallen asleep beside him, Lita leaped to the treetops, gazing at the moon in the sky, pondering that perhaps only the moon shared a connection with his homeland. Home? With my head raised to gaze at the moon and my eyes lowered in thoughts of home, I can truly feel the helplessness of the poet Li Bai. "Is this path truly feasible?" Xiangyang murmured bitterly. A night passed in silence. Uncle Dongli, Uncle Brokey, please stay safe. We shall meet again. ABIs waved farewell to the two giants, who were resting atop a structure made of giant trees. Don't worry. We will. Farewell. Dongli and Brokey waved back. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged behind them, revealing a massive golden fish, a near-sea king, surfacing with its mouth wide open, ready to bite at a food island monster. Brokey and Dongli exchanged glances. A hint of disdain flashing in their eyes of conqueror's hockey, the two combined their weapons, unleashing a tremendous aura that instantly cleaved the gigantic near-sea king in two. Incredible. ABIs gasped in astonishment. Quite impressive. Lita nodded in approval as he watched the departing giants. Lita, is it really all right for us to do this? ABIs asked, glancing at Lita as Dongli and the others disappeared into the distance. There is nothing wrong with it. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Have you forgotten your own experience of being captured? Lita replied, his expression unyielding. But what if Uncle Dongli and the others returned to confront the Yonko Charlotte Linlin? That would embroil the giant kingdom in war. ABIs said, her heart heavy. No. You are mistaken. ABIs, at present, if the giant kingdom does not wage war, they will become a kingdom of slaves. Moreover, if they battle Charlotte Linlin, we will be there to support them. Isn't it our goal to replace Charlotte Linlin? This is a win-win situation, Lita asserted. That I understand. A glimmer of confusion crossed Abiz's eyes. Hee. Xiangyang chuckled softly at Abiz's bewilderment. You are still too young. You do not need to bear these burdens. Lita gently patted Abiz's head, activating his mind fruit to seal away the memories of the events in the small garden until she was older or stronger. Huh. Lita, where is this place? What happened to you? ABIs awoke, looking curiously at Lita beside her. Hee. This is an unnamed island. You fainted suddenly and nearly scared me to death. Lita exaggerated with a laugh. Now that I'm awake, when shall we proceed to our next destination? ABIs asked, rubbing her head in confusion. No rush. Rest a while longer, and then we shall depart. Lita replied with a smile. That I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Lita, ABIs said, feeling a bit distressed. What nonsense, silly girl. Xiangyang laughed. Lita, I feel better now. Let's go. After a period of rest, ABIs stood up and called out to Lita, who was enjoying the scenery from the treetops. Then let us go. With a thought, Lita lifted ABIs into the air, and she naturally climbed onto Xiangyang's back. Which way should we go? Xiangyang asked ABIs. That direction. ABIs pointed towards a specific direction. Understood. With that, they shot off towards the indicated path. Huh. Lita, it's snowing. ABIs exclaimed, pointing at the falling snow ahead. What's wrong? Lita inquired. Drum Island is a winter island, which means we are getting closer to our destination. ABIs said with delight. Is that so? ABIs, you are wonderful. Lita praised with a smile. ABIs beamed with joy. Lita, look at that island. It must be Drum Island. ABIs pointed at the misty outline of the island. All right. Litai accelerated swiftly, arriving instantaneously at the dock of Drum Island. He refrained from flying too high, for the temperature at such altitudes was unbearable, even for him, let alone for Abisi. Who are you? At that moment, figures wielding weapons appeared on both sides of the shore, encircling the suddenly emerged Litai and Abisi. Demanding answers. Abisi began to speak, but Litai promptly covered her mouth. I am Waldka Litai, and this is my sister Abisi. We are merely passing through your territory to replenish our supplies, and we hope you can grant us some leniency, Litai declared. Is that so? Then come aboard. One of the figures stepped forward, surveying Litai and Abisi before speaking slowly. Dalton, the crowd was about to voice their concerns. It's fine. Did they pose any threat? Dalton shook his head. Indeed, the crowd reluctantly acknowledged. Follow me. Dalton instructed Litai and Abisi. All right. Litai responded, guiding Abisi to fly beside Dalton. Why do I sense such tension in the air? Litai inquired curiously as they walked, attuned to the atmosphere. It's our king's inaction that has led to the current predicament. Dalton clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. You're the king? Litai asked, intrigued. Indeed, our king is named Walbo. But over a year ago, he set sail to become a pirate. Now, his whereabouts are unknown, and the citizens here have endured hardship due to his absence, Dalton said through gritted teeth. Walbo, that name sounds familiar. Litai murmured. Have you seen him? He is the wielder of the Gura Nomi. When he departed, he took all the doctors with him, resulting in countless deaths here due to the lack of medical care. Dalton continued. Wielder of the Gura no Mi? Ah, I remember now, Litai exclaimed. What do you recall? Dalton inquired. Cough, cough, cough. While I was sailing the seas, I witnessed 2 pirate ships engaged in battle, and the crew seemed to be the Walbo pirates. However, I have forgotten the name of the other crew. In any case, the entire Walbo crew was annihilated. It was truly terrifying. Litai recounted, a look of dread on his face. What? Walbo is dead, Dalton exclaimed in shock. Yes, he was most certainly killed. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Litai affirmed. Thank you for this information. It is of great importance to us, Dalton said before rushing outside. Litai brother. Abisi looked at him with a puzzled expression. Walbo is indeed dead. When I first set sail, he foolishly attacked us, damaging our ship, the Libra, and was subsequently eradicated by Skypea and his crew. Litai nodded. Understood, Abisi replied. Chapter 79. Kureha and Chopper alright. Abisi, let us go and explore that castle. There are those we need to find, Litai said, shaking his head. I will follow your lead, Litai brother, Abisi replied. Hee, let us go. With that, they took flight towards the castle. As the sun began to set, the winds howled, and snow swirled around the deep mountains as they arrived at the castle. Standing atop a cliff, Litai gazed at the snowy landscape below. Expressing his Litai brother, what are you saying? Abisi asked, looking at her contemplative brother with confusion. It's nothing. Let us go, Abisi, Litai said, retracting his gaze with a smile. Knock, 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 after knocking for quite some time with no response. Abisi tilted her head at Litai. Perhaps we should wait. It's possible the owner has stepped out, Litai suggested with a smile. After a while, a reindeer appeared, pulling someone through the air. Who are you? The newcomer asked, eyeing Litai and Abisi warily. We have traveled from afar to pay a visit to Lady Kureha. Litai replied with a smile. Wow, what an adorable reindeer, Abisi exclaimed, gazing excitedly at Chopper beside Kureha. You little rascal, who are you calling adorable? Chopper retorted, shaking his behind. Litai observed this scene with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Oh, you have come specifically to visit me. Are you seeking the secret to my eternal youth? Kureha asked with a smile. Might you share it with me, esteemed Lady Kureha? Litai inquired with a grin. The answer is no, Kureha replied. That's of little concern. I came to inquire about someone. Litai's expression grew serious as he slowly asked. What a rude little brat. Who do you wish to know about? Kureha muttered before asking. These 2. Have you seen them? Litai produced the bounty posters of Blackbeard Teach and Estado. ISNT that the kid who sought my surgical expertise. The other one just came a few days ago, but seems to have left. Kureha nodded. Oh, you know what they were here for? Litai inquired with curiosity. That kid named Teach sought me for a heart installation surgery. Kureha began to elaborate. Heart installation surgery, Litai echoed in astonishment. Indeed, I must say, the D family is either mad or foolish. That kid's body is exceptionally peculiar. He can have 3 hearts installed directly. Kureha exclaimed excitedly. That's so? Do you know where they went afterward? Litai continued to question. I'm not certain. However, that kid named Teach is no ordinary fellow. Kureha shook her head. Thank you. This is my sister Abisi. I hope you can look after her for a while. Someone will come to collect her later. By the way, that is your apprentice Chopper, right? If possible, I hope he can accompany the group that Abisi is with, Litai said, his gaze flickering. Strange, what just happened to me? Kureha looked around, puzzled. It's nothing, Litai smiled. And you must be Chopper? You really are adorable. Litai approached and gently patted Chopper's head, smiling. I am Tony Chopper. How dare you call me cute? Chopper retorted, confused. I want to. Abisi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing this. I am Abisi, and this is Litai. We have come to visit you and wait for someone. Abisi patted Chopper's head, grinning. Oh, how strange. Why is it that you, Chopper, are no longer afraid of humans? Kureha asked curiously. Because I feel they aren't bad people. I really want to get close to them, Chopper said awkwardly, scratching his head. I seem to feel the same way. Kureha nodded, glancing at Litai and Abisi. It's because we truly are good people, Litai smiled. Regardless of whether you are good or bad, please follow me. Kureha said, leading Litai and the others into the castle. Litai cast a deep glance at Kureha before hurriedly following suit. In fact, from the moment he first laid eyes on Kureha and Chopper, his mind fruit had already begun to activate. It would cause people to unconsciously feel drawn to him, and with slight guidance, his mind fruit could even alter a person's thoughts. However, just then, Litai sensed a conflict and struggle within his mind fruit's power, which prompted him to withdraw its influence, leading to the earlier scene. "Please, have a seat." Kureha ushered Litai and the others into a room, smiling as she pointed to the seats. "Chopper, go fetch a glass of water for our guests to warm them up." Kureha instructed. "Yes, doctor," Chopper replied as he dashed out, "So obedient." Abisi remarked with envy. "Hee, aside from you two, I have never seen Chopper so close to anyone else." Kureha chuckled. That so? How fascinating." Abisi exclaimed, intrigued. "Indeed, Chopper is quite the unfortunate yet kind-hearted child." Kureha elaborated. "This story begins 50 years ago." Kureha began slowly. "Originally, Chopper was a reindeer, and his naturally blue nose caused his parents to despise him, leading to his abandonment. He faced discrimination from the reindeer herd, often walking alone at the back, even as a newborn fawn. Later, he accidentally consumed the Hito Nomi, attempting to take on a human form, yet ended up resembling neither human nor reindeer, facing rejection from humans as well. Eventually, he encountered Dr. Hiralik, and during his time with Hiralik, he grew very fond of him. Hiralik told the little reindeer, "You are a reindeer, endowed with strong antlers capable of felling trees." Thus, he was named Chopper. However, later on, due to Hiralik's terminal illness, which proved impossible to cure, Chopper, in a desperate attempt to save Hiralik, mistakenly administered poisonous mushrooms, believing them to be a remedy. Upon realizing it was poison, Hiralik, fully aware of his impending demise, chose to swallow the poison without hesitation, so as not to diminish Chopper's enthusiasm for pharmacological research. It was until that foolish doctor entrusted Chopper to me in his final moments that I devoted all my medical knowledge to him. Wow, Chopper is truly remarkable. Fortunately, he encountered Dr. Hiralik. Upon knowing that Hiralik would still perish, he must have been heartbroken. Abistan expressed her admiration and emotion simultaneously. Chapter 80. The King of Darkness. I have lingered long enough. It is time for me to depart. On Magnet Drum Island, Litai shook his head as he observed the reluctant Abistan and Chopper. "Brother Litai, we shall meet again in the new world," Abistan said tearfully. "If that person you mentioned truly is as you described, I will board his ship." Chopper waved goodbye. "Kid, you are indeed impressive, but this world is not as simple as you might think. Be cautious," Kureha said with a profound gaze. "Once we return to the new world, it will be time to prepare. This world is on the cusp of a grand transformation. Should we fail to accommodate the ships destined for the new world, we shall be overturned and buried deep beneath the sea. Having said that, I hope that when we meet again, it will be in a new era." Litai smiled. "Farewell, Brother Litai." Abistan's voice was carried on the wind to Litai's ears. "Goodbye, Abistan," Litai replied as he soared away, setting off along the Grand Line. "Dressrosa Captain, you have returned. Where have you been during this time? We have not been able to gather any news about you." The crew expressed their astonishment at Litai's sudden appearance. "Ha ha ha. Nothing significant occurred while I was away," Litai joyfully inquired, looking at the crew of the Libra after a long separation. "Captain, with the assistance of Doflamingo, we have established ourselves. Our strength is steadily developing, and as per your request, we are nearly prepared. We were just waiting for your return," Borat said. "Splendid. Where is Doflamingo?" "I have not seen him," Litai asked curiously. "He is on his way." During this time, we have been gathering information on various underground factions, and some matters have delayed him, Stussy explained. "Captain, I have arrived. I could hear you mentioning me from afar." Doflamingo approached with an air of indifference. "I heard that you have collected all the information on the major underground factions I tasked you with," Litai inquired, looking at Doflamingo. "This is the information we have gathered. Once we subdue them, we will be able to grasp the world's throat, and darkness will become our dominion." That a glimmer of madness flickered in Doflamingo's eyes as he handed over the documents. The new world encompasses not only overt transactions, but also various dealings in the shadows. Many transactions here are not seen in the light, yet where there is demand, there will be supply. Consequently, numerous individuals have amassed wealth in the dark world, giving rise to 6 sovereigns who dominate various realms of it. Morgans, Information Realm Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency, possesses the bird fruit. Albatross form, specializing in gathering news and publishing newspapers, thus controlling all information in the new world and relishing in creating sensational headlines. To control him is to control the world's eye. Stussy, Entertainment Realm Stussy, known as the Queen of Pleasure Street in the dark world, appears youthful, yet her actual age is quite advanced. She dominates the entertainment sector, with many red light districts under her influence. Reliable sources suggest that her true identity may be an intelligence agent of the world government's secret unit. CP0. Felder. Currency realm. The king of usury, Felder, primarily engages in lending at exorbitant interest rates, holding sway over the currency circulation in the dark world. Umit. Transportation realm. The king of sea transport. Umit governs the maritime transport industry in the New World, with his influence likely spanning the globe. Gibson. Commodity realm. The king of goods, Gibson, oversees the management of commodities in the dark world, controlling the supply of all goods therein. Piclo. Assassin realm. The king of assassins, Piclo, is reputed as one of the most notorious figures in the world, overseeing the entire realm of assassins in the dark world, gazing at the documents in his hands. A cruel smile crept upon Litai's lips. Have their locations been determined? Litai eagerly inquired. Gripping the documents, we have pinpointed the locations of Piclo, Gibson, Umit, Felder, and Stussy, but we have been unable to gather any information on Morgans. That fellow is too enigmatic, Doflamingo replied slowly. Is that so? Then let us begin with these individuals. Once we have them under our control, we will possess the power to dominate the entire world. Litai remarked nonchalantly. As for Morgans, does he not relish in sensational news? Then let us create a grand spectacle to draw him out. Xiangyang pointed at Morgans' information, squeezing his fist with a smile. Captain, what about Stussy? Rather than being one of the sovereigns of the dark world, Stussy is more like the world government's eyes embedded within it. If we act against Stussy, the world government will surely intervene. Doflamingo said, frowning. Then let us place Stussy and Morgans at the end of our agenda. We will first subdue the other four, and by that time, we will be able to encircle both of their factions, allowing us to confront the world government on equal footing, making it clear that they cannot act against us at will. Litai contemplated for a moment before smiling. Understood, Captain. The five individuals exchanged excited glances. Let us begin preparations. I await your good news. Bring the four of them before me to become our weapons, Litai said, waving his hand at the individuals before him. Is there any issue? Litai raised his eyes to inquire. No issues. We have long been eager to take action. It was merely that while you were away, we did not dare to act on our own. With our current strength, subduing them would be akin to a walk in the park. Inaru exclaimed, bursting forth with black lightning, delighted. Indeed, Captain, we have not engaged in a proper battle for quite some time. If we do not fight soon, I fear my muscles may begin to atrophy. Stussy clenched his fist. Equally excited. Then go forth. I await your triumphant return. Let us hold a grand feast upon your victory, Litai said with a smile. Yes, Captain, the crowd responded in unison before retreating. Watching the departing figures, Xiangyang's gaze flickered. He had considered joining Stussy and the others in their endeavors, but he had even more pressing matters to attend to. The man reputed to be the strongest in the world. I truly look forward to it. Litai murmured, clutching Whitebeard's bounty notice, before vanishing in a flash. Chapter 81. First encounter with Whitebeard. Old man, the one known as one of the five emperors, Waldka Litai, has arrived. Marco, sporting a pineapple hairstyle, hurriedly exclaimed, Garara. Marco, how old are you now? Just one of the five emperors. There's no need to be so anxious. Edward Newgate, his body adorned with intravenous tubes, chuckled at the flustered Marco, then turned his gaze outside to see an unremarkable young man approaching. It is an honor to meet the man hailed as the strongest in the world. I apologize for my uninvited visit. The newcomer smiled at the elderly man with two crescent-shaped mustaches, whose body was covered in intravenous tubes. You must be Litai, one of Ace's frequently mentioned brothers. Newgate squinted and smiled. I never expected Ace would mention me. I thought he loathed me, given that I used to beat him up quite often as a child. Litai said, squinting his eyes as he walked. Boys, quickly move aside. Marco knew what was about to transpire and dared not linger near Whitebeard. Boom, just as expected, a powerful wave of Conqueror's hockey erupted from Whitebeard, pressing down on Litai. Humph. Litai understood that this was an attempt to intimidate him, and thus he could not show any signs of weakness. Consequently, a formidable aura erupted from Xiangyang, colliding with his own, causing the very heavens to tremble. Gulp. Is this the newly ascended Emperor of the Seas? His power is astonishing. Are these Navy personnel merely idle? Why is such a dangerous individual only offered a bounty of over 2 billion berries? And what exactly is he here for? Is it merely to challenge my father? Observing the clash of two immense presences, The pirates still standing could not help but swallow nervously, beads of cold sweat forming as they murmured amongst themselves. Boom! Another wave of powerful energy collided, but tranquility soon returned to the world. Speak. What business do you have with me? Whitebeard gazed at Litai before him, sighing internally as he spoke slowly. Hee, this is a specialty wine from my hometown in the East Blue. A humble gift. Litai gradually sat down, producing a large gourd filled with wine, pouring some for himself before tossing it casually to Whitebeard, addressing him, Newgate, with a measured tone. Gururara, delicious. Why does this remind me of someone? Newgate inquired, receiving the gourd and regarding Litai with curiosity. Who? Litai squinted his eyes and smiled. Red-haired Shanks, you've heard of him, right? Whitebeard looked at the cunning young man before him. You mean Shanks? He is like a half-master to me. Litai replied with a smile. Gururara, then your reason for coming is related to him, right? Are you here because you think I'm getting too old to wield my sword? One by one, you come to seek me out. Whitebeard, Newgate, chuckled while squeezing the large sword beside him. No. I'm here to assist you. Litai shook his head. Gururara, assist me? Assist me with what? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Asking. Let us collaborate. Xiangyang shook his head and spoke slowly. Collaborate? Whitebeard asked with confusion, finding it difficult to grasp the young man's intentions. Indeed, collaborate. I believe my strength can complement yours without issue, right? Xiangyang nodded. Addressing Whitebeard earnestly. Gururara, bold lad. But why should I collaborate with you? You are merely a newly emerged emperor of the seas. In terms of foundation, how do you think you compare to the other 3 emperors? Whitebeard laughed, as if he had heard the greatest joke. I am younger than them. Ace is aboard your ship, and you are already aware of Ace's identity, aren't you? Ignoring Whitebeard's mockery, Litai took a sip of wine and replied slowly. Gururara, given my physical condition, I believe I can still live a few more years to witness Ace and Marco stand independently. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened as he spoke. Blackbeard Marshal teach strength is not as simple as you may think. If you refuse to summon Ace back, he will be in peril. It's not that I underestimate Ace, it's just that he truly cannot stand alone. Litai shook his head. Humph, you insolent brat. What are you saying? I trust my son will handle everything well. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's anger ignited, his aura exploding forth. Humph, silence, Litai declared, unleashing an aura even more powerful than Whitebeard's. Gururara, youngster. I admit you are indeed strong. But that is still insufficient, for my son is beyond reproach, Whitebeard said as he removed the 4 drips from his body, grasping his sword, Zhang Yunqi, standing up to face the diminutive Litai. Shall we engage in battle? I shall accompany you to the end, but I reiterate, Ace is not solely your son, he is also a part of my family. If he truly encounters misfortune, then your Whitebeard pirates will accompany him in his demise. For you are the one he respects the most, are you not? Litai unsheathed his 6 blades, releasing a tremendous aura that surged forth. What is happening? Why have the 2 who were just laughing now turned to combat? Marco and the others, witnessing this scene, rushed to assist. Marco, take them away. This battle is beyond your capacity to partake. Whitebeard addressed Marco and the others, his back turned to them. Newgate, you are aging, if it comes to blows. You truly cannot match me. You wouldn't want your flawless record to be shattered by me, would you? Litai remarked, eyeing the aging Whitebeard. Gururara, youngster, do not boast. Whether you can win or lose, only a battle will reveal the truth. Whitebeard replied, we shall fight? Let us do so elsewhere. We cannot afford to unleash our battle's aftermath here. I wouldn't want Ace to harbor resentment later, Litai said to Whitebeard. Humph, Whitebeard grunted. There is a small island ahead. It is uninhabited. If you wish to spar, that place would be suitable. Marco called out to Whitebeard. Very well, Litai nodded. Gururara, boys, follow me. Whitebeard laughed heartily, and soon, the Moby Dick sped towards the small island. It appears this battle will be quite extraordinary, Marco murmured as he observed the 2 formidable figures ahead, noting that as they approached the island, the intensity of their auras dramatically increased. Chapter 82. What if it ends in a draw? Gura, youngster, are you certain you wish to engage in battle? If you perish, do not blame me. The dignity of a ruler is not to be trifled with. Whitebeard regarded Litai, who stood resolute, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Newgate, you are aging. A new era has dawned. This age no longer carries your ship. The old era is irretrievably lost, and today I will demonstrate that the rulers of the new age are also formidable. Litai declared, facing Whitebeard. Gura, the new era versus the old. Let me experience it firsthand. Boom! Whitebeard exclaimed as he swung Zhang Yunqi toward Litai. The blades met, and Litai's weapon transformed into a colossal blade of light. Clashing with Whitebeard's Zongyunki, the energy from their collision sent shockwaves through the heavens, causing tsunamis to rise and crash. Too powerful. Is this Ace's brother? His combat prowess is on par with that of my father. The pirates aboard the Moby Dick gasped in disbelief, witnessing the tumultuous waves and the sky split asunder. Gururara, not bad, lad. If only you were my son, Whitebeard said, charging at Litai. Pa, you old scoundrel. You took that brat Ace as your son. And now my standing has been unjustly diminished, Litai retorted, blocking Whitebeard's blade, feeling the immense force reverberate through his arm. Gururara, did Ace suffer by being my son? Whitebeard laughed heartily. I will deal with Ace in due time. But you, stubborn old man, will not be swayed by kind words, Litai declared, striking again at the joy-filled Whitebeard. Gururara, stubborn, am I? I merely wish for my family and sons to grow up healthy and safe. Whitebeard countered, deflecting Litai's assault. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Litai hesitated. This old man, upon reflection, was indeed worthy of respect and admiration based on the information he had gathered. However, he was also excessively obstinate. Too strong and domineering. When Shanks visited Whitebeard, he was merely regarded as a strong figure from the old era, but the clash between Whitebeard and Litai represented a collision of two eras. Only by defeating him could Litai hope to persuade the man before him. Litai had considered using gentle persuasion, yet it seemed futile to convince Whitebeard. Ultimately, it was better to fight. For the victor would be evident. It would serve to enlighten this arrogant man that his era had concluded. Gururara, insolent brat, dares to be distracted while battling me. Whitebeard's mustache twitched as he swung his blade. You old man lack martial virtue. Litai narrowly dodged the strike, retorting angrily. Gururara, is this the combat prowess of your new era? It seems still insufficient. I acknowledge your strength, but it appears you are still lacking if you wish to defeat us old-timers. Whitebeard declared, his aura surging to new heights. That's so? Then, sword dance of the nine heavens. As he spoke, Litai's aura surged as well, and with a thought, countless blades imbued with haki manifested behind him, their crimson edges instantly staining the sky. Gulp. This lad is a monster. Is this a devil fruit? What kind of devil fruit is this? Why have I never heard of it? The crew of the Moby Dick was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of destruction. Expressing their disbelief. Gulalala, is that a devil fruit? But what kind of devil fruit could this be? Whitebeard exclaimed, deftly thrusting his polearm into the ground beside him. However, you are not the only one with a devil fruit. With a roar of fury, Whitebeard clenched his fists and struck out at the space beside him, causing countless fissures to erupt, as if reality itself were shattering. Humph. Litai felt the tearing force of the space around him, and let out a muffled grunt as he surged into the sky. The ground beneath them fractured into countless pieces, while the sea roared, launching an assault on the small island. All swords unite. Litai raised his weapon, and all the swords converged into one, a massive crimson blade filling the space. Before it descended upon Whitebeard with tremendous force. Boom, the sound of an explosion echoed, revealing that the spot where Whitebeard had stood moments ago had been reduced to nothingness. The sea itself split in two. Reaching the ocean floor, Old Man, Marco, and the others aboard the Moby Dick shouted in concern. Gulalala, truly the might of a new era. Remarkable. At that moment, Whitebeard's voice emerged from beneath the split sea, calling out, aren't you coming up? If you don't, you might just be swallowed by the ocean. Litai looked at Whitebeard, who was bracing against the ocean's counterattack with his polearm. Gulalala, Whitebeard laughed heartily, propelling himself onto the Moby Dick in a single leap. I declare, the mountains and seas can be made level. Litai gazed at the Moby Dick, resembling a leaf upon the waves, activating his mind fruit to restore calm to the surrounding waters slowly. Gulalala, indeed, the new era can no longer bear my ship. Kid, you have one, Whitebeard remarked, feeling the gentle breeze caress him, his figure somewhat melancholic. Old Man, Marco, and the others looked on with worry at Whitebeard. I am fine. This battle is. Whitebeard turned to address Litai, but Litai preempted him, saying, how about we call this battle a draw? Gulalala, are you pitying me, boy? Whitebeard retorted angrily. Not at all. Litai shook his head. Gulalala, defeat is defeat. Ace is already sailing the seas under my flag. Now, you must carry my name, Edward Newgate, and make it renowned across the oceans. I have grown old. Whitebeard, casting aside his earlier melancholy, laughed boldly that I do not need to bear anyone's flag or title. For my name, Waldka Litai, shall one day resound throughout these seas, Litai declared. What did you say, you brat? Marco and the others glared at him with indignation. Gulalala, boys, why are you so anxious? Have you forgotten he is Ace's brother? He is also half my son, Edward Newgate. Whitebeard gestured dismissively at the angered Marco and the others. Indeed, Ace calls him old man. And we call him old man, so that means Litai is actually our brother? The others began to chatter excitedly. You. Litai pointed at the raucous pirates, momentarily speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. He then stormed onto the Moby Dick and sat down angrily. Gulalala, ha ha ha. Observing Litai's flustered silence, the crew burst into laughter. The atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick turning jubilant. Old man, Litai fixed his gaze on Whitebeard, causing the entire ship to fall silent. Gulalala, what is it? Do you not acknowledge it? Are you preparing to fight me? Whitebeard smiled. Forget it. With your current state, you might fall apart if you engage in a fight. Litai retorted. Gulalala, is this brat truly Ace's brother? Why is his tongue so sharp? Whitebeard's expression darkened. Indeed, I know you cared for Ace very much. Thus, I shall recognize you as my elder. However, what I am about to say concerns Ace. Litai began. Gulalala, what could possibly concern Ace? Whitebeard inquired with curiosity. Blackbeard possesses the power to counter all devil fruits. Ace is no match for him. I hope you can bring him back, Litai implored Whitebeard. Gulalala, it is not that I cannot bring him back. It is that I have lost contact with Ace. I am searching for him as well. Whitebeard shook his head, grinding his teeth. What did you say? Litai sprang to his feet in agitation. We truly cannot reach Ace. Marco stepped forward, his face grim. Then I shall not delay any longer. Ace is in danger. I must return to gather my Libra pirates. Farewell, Litai declared, preparing to leave. What are you saying, kid? Whitebeard questioned, observing Litai's emotional turmoil. Ace must have been captured by Teach. He knows Ace's identity. Do you realize the consequences if he hands Ace over to the world government or the Navy? Litai roared in fury. Gulalala, Ace is my son. If he truly is in danger, how could we stand idly by? Whitebeard responded. Indeed, Ace is our brother. Marco and the others nodded in agreement. I hope you remember your words. Old man, I have not prepared any gifts for our meeting, so let this be your welcome gift. Litai said as he swiftly approached Whitebeard. What are you up to? Marco and the others inquired, watching Litai near Whitebeard. Gulalala, Marco, it's fine. Whitebeard waved his hand, stopping Marco and the others. This kid would have taken my life long ago if he wanted to. He wouldn't wait until now, especially since I am indeed getting old. Boom, Litai activated his mind fruit, a surge of power erupting from him and flowing into Whitebeard. This is my gift to you. I hope you like it. Litai wiped the sweat from his forehead, then vanished from the Moby Dick, flying towards the base of the Libra pirates. Old man, are you all right? Marco and the others looked at the departing Litai with concern. Gulalala, an interesting kid. Marco, I feel as though I have returned to my youth. This state is unprecedentedly invigorating. We owe a great debt to Waldka Litai. Whitebeard exclaimed, feeling the potent energy within him, laughing heartily. That's good, Marco said, having checked Whitebeard's condition, relieved. Boys, let us hold a feast. Whitebeard raised his hand. Cheers erupted from the crew aboard the Moby Dick. Chapter 83, Preparations for War. Ace, you must not come to harm. Damn timeline. Why can't I remember? Litai lamented as he soared over the sea. Since arriving in this world, all information regarding it had been gradually fading from his mind, whenever he strained to recall. Those memories seemed to drift further away, until now he only remembered being a traveler, and his unwavering obsession was to find a way home. Damn it! What is happening? Is something constraining my memory? Litai roared at the ocean, an immense aura surging from him. With the awakening of his mind fruit and the continuous breakthroughs in his rootless sword technique, he had reached the pinnacle of this world. Yet he felt an insatiable void within him, a silent rage consuming his heart. Taking a deep breath while surveying the scarred sea, Litai raced towards the Libra pirate stronghold. Captain, upon arriving at the base. The crew bowed to Litai. Have the star constellations returned? Litai asked slowly, nodding. Not yet. Inform me immediately upon their return. Also relay my orders. All forces and affiliated factions of the Libra pirates are to prepare for battle. Litai ascended to the main seat and sat down, speaking calmly. Captain, are we going to war with the four emperors? Many high-ranking members eagerly inquired. No. This time, we should pay a visit to the Navy headquarters. Litai replied thoughtfully. Is the hidden star guard present? Xiangyang looked at the assembly below. Captain, a figure cloaked in black emerged from behind the high-ranking members. For this period. Keep a close watch on all movements of the Blackbeard pirates and the Navy. Understood? Xiangyang glanced at the newcomer and stated. Yes. The person bowed respectfully. Xiangyang nodded slightly, then waved his hand to signal him to go prepare. You all will compile a complete list of everyone in the current Libra pirate crew, including their affiliations. Understood? He addressed the crowd below, before vanishing from their sight. What has happened to Xingqiu this time? Why do I sense a hint of impatience in him? Indeed, I feel that Xingqiu's strength has further increased. Never mind, let us hasten to prepare what Xingqiu requires. The group exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves about the already departed Litai. Knock, 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 come in. Litai stood by the window, lost in thought, until the sound of knocking interrupted his reverie, prompting him to slowly speak to the outside. Xingqiu's visitor is here, came the call from the other side. It's by Jiali and Cayman. Long time no see. Litai smiled as he regarded the newcomers. Indeed, our captain is quite the busy person. Cayman rolled her eyes, a hint of charm emanating from her. Huh? Is that so? By Jiali, it seems you have matured. Litai then turned to Bai Jiali, who had appeared somewhat naive during their initial voyage together. Smiling warmly, only just now noticing, Bai Jiali lifted her now developed figure, rolling her eyes in response. How come you both arrived together? Aren't you supposed to be conducting research? Litai inquired curiously, gazing at the duo who had come in unison. As soon as we heard our captain returned and issued a full military readiness command, we thought to bring you our data, Cayman replied, placing the documents before Litai with a smile. Captain, what is going on? Why issue a battle command upon your return? Bai Jiali asked, her curiosity piqued, aware that the Libra pirate crew was in a rapid growth phase. If they engaged in battle, a careless mistake could jeopardize an entire year of development. Indeed, Litai, given the current momentum of the Libra pirate crew, if we continue to develop for 2 more years, our strength could rival that of any Yonko crew, Cayman added, equally puzzled. Haha. Do you know what is most important to me? Litai asked, gazing out at the clouds on the horizon. What could that be? Surely not invincibility upon the seas. Bai Jiali and Cayman questioned, bewildered. What matters most to me is my family. And you all? Litai replied with a smile. Family? Us? What? You have family. Both Cayman and Bai Jiali exclaimed in astonishment. Their surprise was understandable, as Litai had previously taken them on countless adventures across various sea routes, disappearing mysteriously after arriving in the new world, allowing them to develop freely, without ever mentioning family. It matters not if you are unaware. My younger brother is named Luffy, and I have 2 older brothers, one named Ace, and the other Sabo, Litai said slowly, observing the curious expressions on their faces. Ace, Sabo, the 2 recalled the information about these names. Indeed, Ace set sail a year before me and later joined the Whitebeard pirates. As for Sabo, he joined the mysterious Revolutionary Army. Litai confirmed with a nod, witnessing a hint of helplessness cross their faces. How long has it been since you 2 left your laboratory? Litai asked, slightly exasperated. That I forgot. It seems we haven't stepped outside since we secured this base in the new world. Bai Jiali and Cayman admitted sheepishly. You 2 really ought to go out for a stroll. There are many fascinating individuals on the seas now, Xiangyang encouraged, gesturing for them to sit. Please continue discussing your brothers. Bai Jiali urged, eager to shift the topic. Since joining the Whitebeard pirates, Ace has become the captain of the 2nd Division. Now he has set sail in pursuit of a traitor named Marshal D. Teachin has gone missing. I fear for his safety, Litai said, taking a deep breath. How can you be so certain that Ace is in danger? The 2 asked, puzzled. From what I understand, Teach is no ordinary foe. His strength should match mine. Even if I battled Teach, I could easily be bested if I am not cautious. If Ace pursues Teach, it is akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den, likely a one-way trip. That is what concerns me. Litai explained. Is it truly possible for Teach to be that formidable? The 2 responded, their disbelief evident. Indeed. Additionally, Teach is a man who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. When we confront Teach, we must be doubly vigilant. Understood? Litai added with a smile. Understood. You may leave now. There is no need to worry about me. I am perfectly fine, Litai assured, smiling. Chapter 84. The return of the stars. Watching Cayman and Bai Jiali depart, Litai slowly retrieved a din mushi. Moshi moshi, this is Dragon, came the voice on the other end. Uncle Long, it is Litai. Litai responded as he recognized the voice. Oh, why are you calling me? Dragon's voice was filled with surprise. I am about to wage war against the Navy, Litai declared calmly. What did you just say? Dragon's incredulity echoed from the den mushy. What? Litai, you little rascal, are you truly going to war with the Navy? Came a voice that was both familiar and foreign to Litai. Sabo, why did you snatch my den mushy? Dragon's voice roared in the background. Did it, Sabo? It has been so long since I heard your voice. Litai exclaimed happily. Wait, why are you declaring war on the Navy? Do you realize how dangerous that idea is? Sabo retorted, his anger palpable. As Sabo's outburst subsided, the den mushy fell into silence, awaiting Litai's explanation. Ace is in trouble. I sought out Edward Newgate and fought him. He said he hasn't been able to contact Ace either, Litai said after a moment of silence. What, you went to fight Newgate? And you returned unscathed? Dragon exclaimed, taking the den mushy from Sabo, disbelief written all over his face. Indeed, I fought him and defeated him. I had intended to ask him to summon Ace back. However, I arrived too late. I fear Ace is in danger, Litai explained slowly. You defeated that old man. Although Newgate is aging, how could you have possibly won? What level of strength have you attained? Sabo questioned. Equally astonished. Isn't your focus misplaced? I am merely holding the den mushy, Litai replied with exasperation. Indeed, you defeated Whitebeard Newgate. Ace has been captured, and you intend to go to war with the Navy. What? Ace has been captured. Sabo's anxious voice broke through. Correct. Additionally, that rascal Luffy has also set sail. At his current speed, he may be swept into this conflict as well. The only silver lining is that the Navy is still unaware of our identities concerning Ace. Thus, he will not be executed in secret. Litai nodded, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, knowing that if the Navy discovered his connection to Ace, the latter would be in grave danger. Speak. What do you need us to do? Dragon, now agitated by the prospect of Luffy being involved, took the den mushy from Sabo and inquired calmly. Uncle Long, I understand the world government is no simple matter. I hope you can help us distract the people in Mariewa. You need not engage them in battle, merely create diversions. Litai gritted his teeth, urging them. Distract Mariewa? Do you know what the conditions are like there? Dragon asked, astonished. Mariewa is known as the playground of the celestial dragons, home to countless celestial dragons and shrouded in numerous secrets, with many powerful beings lurking within, Litai affirmed. Indeed, I hope you can help delay the reinforcements sent from Mariewa. He reiterated. Have you considered that if they send the Gorosei, you will find yourselves in grave danger? I cannot advise you to proceed. Dragon cautioned after a moment of contemplation, if anything happens to Luffy or Ace. I will never forgive myself, so I implore you, Uncle Long. At worst, once I return safely, I shall gift you a piece of Yonko territory, Litai expressed earnestly. You little rascal, who would want your Yonko territory? Dragon retorted, abruptly hanging up the den mushy. Chief, are we really going to ignore this? Sabo looked at Dragon, who had hung up, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. You little rascal, what are you thinking? How could we possibly ignore this? It is merely Mariewa, after all, just a delay, not a life or death battle. Dragon playfully slapped Sabo's head, chuckling. Thank you, Chief. Sabo beamed with gratitude. No need for thanks. Luffy is also my son. However, his participation in such a battle of this magnitude would indeed be perilous. A flicker of inexplicable light flashed in Longyan's eyes as he spoke slowly. At the base of the Libra pirates. Hee. I entrust the safety of the rear to you all. Lita remarked with a smile while gazing at the now disconnected transponder snail. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing the knock, Lita stowed the transponder snail away and spoke slowly. Captain Star, we have returned. The eager voices of Siggy and others echoed. Quite impressive. You were swift indeed. Lita smiled as he regarded Siggy and the others. They are simply too weak. Enel scoffed disdainfully. Bring them in. I wish to see what the legendary Dark Emperor looks like. Lita sat down on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand, and smiled as he spoke. 4 figures were brought in like marionettes. Withdraw. Lita directed Doflamingo. Yes, Captain Star. Doflamingo replied as he retracted his devil fruit ability. Who are you? Do you know who I am? The enraged captive shouted furiously at Doflamingo. Silence, with a thought. Lita activated his thought fruit ability, causing the 4 to realize in horror that their mouths could not open. Prepare yourselves. A grand battle is imminent. You will need to coordinate accordingly. Lita ignored the kneeling figures and turned his gaze to Siggy and the others as he spoke slowly. Captain Star, we received the news and hastily returned, fearful of missing our chance to participate in this battle. Fufufu, are we going to war with the Navy? How exhilarating. The others exclaimed with excitement. Quickly, prepare for battle. Leave those 4 to me. No problem. Lita smiled at them. Yes. Meanwhile, The kneeling figure's pupils constricted. What have they heard? These damned individuals are actually preparing to go to war with the Navy. Has the world changed? The most reckless individuals would not dare to declare war on the Navy. Dismissed. Lita observed Siggy and the others leaving. Then with a thought, he released the captives' mouths. You are the legendary Dark Emperors of various domains. Are you not? Lita smiled as he addressed them. What do you intend? Piccolo fixed his gaze on Lita and spoke slowly. Surrender and submit your powers and treasures, Lita stated coldly. Without further ado, you must be dreaming. The four exchanged glances, and in unison, they launched an attack on Lita. Freeze. You are no match for me, Lita remarked as he looked at the immobilized figures. Memory cleansing. Master. Chapter 85. The meeting. Rise. Lita said with a cold expression. I need you to gather all your strongest forces to covertly assist the Libra pirates. Remember, do not reveal any weaknesses. Do you understand? Lita gazed at the figures before him and spoke slowly. Yes, Master. They quickly nodded in agreement. From now on, do not call me Master. Refer to me as Captain Star. Lita's icy voice resonated in their ears. Yes, Captain Star. Do you have any information on Morgans? Lita inquired. His gaze fixed on the group. Capturing Morgans would mean capturing the world's attention. It would be easy for me to accomplish whatever I desire then. No. To capture Morgans, one must possess an extraordinary news story to draw him out. Aside from that, there is no way. That fellow has yet to be seen in person. The four shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. An extraordinary news story. Lita murmured. What constitutes such a news story? Someone. Lita pondered for a moment before calling out to the door. Captain Star, what is your command? A Star Guard pushed open Lita's office door and saluted. Have the Starseers wrap up their current tasks and join us in the conference room for a meeting. Lita spoke slowly. Yes, the Star Guard responded. Let us go. To the conference room. Lita addressed the four Dark Emperors. Tap, tap, tap. Inside the conference room, Lita sat at the head of the table, deep in thought, his fingers incessantly tapping on the desk, thereby intensifying the already heavy atmosphere. The four Dark Emperors dared not breathe in his presence. Captain Star, we have arrived. At that moment, 5 figures pushed open the conference door and entered the room. Take a seat. Now that everyone is here, let us commence the meeting. Lita nodded as he spoke. You all ponder how we can lure Morgans out from the shadows, Lita said slowly, upon hearing Lita's words. The conference room fell into contemplation. After all, while finding one of the 4 emperors is not overly difficult, locating Morgans, the director of the World Economic Journal, is a daunting task indeed. Captain Star, if we wish to capture Morgans, we must have a news story so significant that he cannot resist responding. Only then will he emerge from the shadows into the public eye. Feld spoke slowly. What kind of major news would compel him to act personally? Siggy asked curiously. The replacement of the 4 emperors, the downfall of the world government, and the collapse of the Dark Empire. Kibison spoke slowly, his eyes glinting coldly. Forget about the 4 emperors' replacement. Even the slightest disturbance would send shockwaves throughout the world, and the resulting losses would be incalculable. Lita immediately dismissed this proposal, although he had indeed fought against Whitebeard Edward Newgate this time and emerged victorious. Engaging the Whitebeard pirates head-on given the current foundation of the Libra pirates would be tantamount to seeking death. It could potentially provoke upheaval in the seas. Utterly unworthy. Fufufu. As for the downfall of the world government, that too is not feasible. The world government has existed for 800 years, and their depth is beyond our reach. Though I would love to see the world government destroyed, Lita cast a fleeting glance at Doflamingo with a smile. Then it must be the collapse of the Dark Empire. Currently, the 4 great emperors, Piccolo, Kibison, Umit, and Feld, are already under our banner. If we eliminate Stussy, the eyes the world government has planted in the dark world, only Morgans will remain at that point. Releasing the news will ensure Morgans takes the bait. However, doing so would put us in direct opposition to the world government, and it would not merely be a confrontation with the Navy. Orad spoke slowly. Then, that shall be our course of action. Let us locate Stussy, and then mobilize all our combat forces for a warm-up exercise. Lita, after a long period of contemplation, spoke slowly. If we are to act, we must do so thoroughly. Every force tied to Stussy must be eradicated and reshuffled. I believe I have a candidate who would be perfect for the role of this entertainment queen. Lita recalled a girl and spoke slowly. You all may go and prepare. I shall grant you 1 week to make arrangements. Once you are ready, we shall officially set forth. Lita commanded. Yes, Captain Star. The group rose and began departing, contacting their respective forces. Yuta, is it? It has been quite a while. I wonder if you will appreciate this grand gift. However, I currently have no news of her. I can only wait to inquire with Shanks when I see him. Lita murmured as he watched the departing figures that a battle is about to commence. Yet, I am uncertain against whom Captain Star intends to wage war. I have heard it is against the Navy, but we must await updates from my elder brothers and sisters. Captain Star is preparing to go to war against Stussy of the Dark Empire, aiming for a warm-up match, with the goal of utterly annihilating her entire force. Do you have confidence? Scorpio addressed the more than 200 individuals lined up below from the high platform. Yes, the crowd responded with enthusiasm. By the way, according to what the Star Seers have said, not only our Star Guards will participate in this battle, but other teams will also be involved, refining our collaborative abilities as the main force of the entire Libra Pirates. If we bring disgrace, we can expect punishment. Do you understand? Scorpio grinned as he spoke. Understood. Scorpio, are there many forces involved this time? The crowd inquired curiously. Many. Although Doflamingo has joined the Libra Pirates, he is also the leader of the Don Quixote family. And this time he will lead his forces into battle under the banner of the Don Quixote leader. I believe you are all aware of his strength, which rivals that of our 4-star seers. Do you still have confidence in surpassing them? Scorpio spoke slowly. Yes, yes, yes. The crowd answered in unison. Do not rejoice too soon. This time, it is not only the Don Quixote family that will participate in the battle. The 4 great dark empires will also join the fray. The king of usury, Field, the king of maritime trade, Yumite, the king of commodities, Kibo's son, and the king of assassins, Pai Kelu. These 4 forces will participate in this encirclement as well. Do you still have confidence in surpassing them? A wicked smile crept across Scorpio's lips as he spoke with excitement. Brother Scorpio, do not underestimate us. Our strength has been steadily growing. If we cannot surpass even them, what right do we have to call ourselves the main force of the Libra Star Guardians? The crowd below chimed in. Very well. Let our blades serve as the demons of our enemies. Kill. Scorpio's aura surged as he spoke coldly. Kill, kill, kill. The spirits of the crowd rose in unison, intertwining to form an even more formidable force, stirring even the contemplative Litai. It seems they have indeed become quite powerful. Litai observed the imposing Scorpio and his companions, retracting his gaze with a smile. Have those little ones truly reached such a level of strength? The members of the scabbard, who were handling matters, also exchanged glances and whispered. Chapter 86. The Roadblock of Shanks. A week later. Captain of the Stars, we are ready. The astrological team stood before Litai, speaking slowly. Let us go. Young led the group outside, gradually making their way to the ship, Libra. Indeed, on the Libra, there were only 5 massive pirate ships, and with the Libra pirate crew, there were merely 6 vessels, yet the ships were brimming with pirates, poised for action, sharpening their blades, ready to embark on a grand undertaking. Is that the Captain of the Stars? The members of the Libra pirate crew are so formidable. Indeed, they exude an aura akin to encountering sea kings. Feared. Is that really high Zay? I doubt even the military possesses such disciplined formations and steps. The pirates from the other ships discussed amongst themselves as they watched the neatly arranged Star Guardians board the vessel alongside Litai. Scorpio and the others, witnessing the murmurs of the pirates, felt a swell of pride. With a cold snort, they stood even straighter, set sail. Litai disregarded them, stepping onto the prow of the Libra, issuing a command. The Libra, accompanied by several ships, slowly exited the harbor, with the other vessels hastily following suit. Master, those fellows are quite strong. On Doflamingo's ship, several key family members gathered, their expressions grave as they gazed at the Libra. Fufufu, isn't stronger better? Doflamingo chuckled madly, observing the serious expressions of those around him. This scene also unfolded on other vessels, all marveling at the might of the Libra and its members. Captain of the Stars, there appears to be pirates blocking our path. At that moment, a figure rushed forward to report. Pirates, what is there to fear? One pirate crew can be wiped out. Can't they? Litai frowned. That pirate crew is the red-haired pirates. One of the Star Guardians spoke slowly. What? The red-haired pirates? Shanks and his crew? Yang asked in disbelief, wondering how they could possibly encounter Shanks. Let us go. Litai hurriedly made his way to the deck, calling a halt to the entire fleet, while Doflamingo and his officers also gathered on the Libra, gazing with solemn expressions at the pirate crew blocking their path. Long time no see. Litai. Shanks stood at the prow of the Dragonhead ship, cheerfully greeting him. Indeed, It has been quite a while. Shanks. Litai replied with a hint of resignation from the bow of the Libra. What? The captain of the stars seems quite familiar with Shanks. Is this truly one of the legendary four emperors? They seem so formidable. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the exchange between Litai and Shanks. I must say, Litai, I never expected that after years apart, you would have gained strength surpassing that of the four emperors and command such a powerful pirate crew. Impressive. Shanks leapt onto the Libra with a smile. Upon seeing this, the others hastily raised their weapons, warily eyeing Shanks. No worries. Shanks is my ally. He won't harm us. Litai waved his hand, addressing the vigilant crowd. Understood. The group then lowered their weapons. Truly remarkable. Shanks observed the scene with a serious expression, murmuring, Shanks, what brings you here, and why block our path? Litai gestured for 2 chairs to be brought over for Shanks to sit. Then inquired, Isn't it because of you, you rascal? I went to have a brawl with Newgate. After hearing the news, I've been trying to gather information about you all and was heading your way when I unexpectedly encountered you here. Shanks grinned widely. Is that so? Litai chuckled. Indeed. I've not seen you in over a decade. Are you not going to welcome us? How about throwing a banquet? Shanks shifted the topic with a smile. Shanks, you didn't travel all this way just to mooch a meal off me, did you? Litai looked at Shanks, speechless. Of course not. Am I here to pick a fight with you? Shanks rolled his eyes. Honestly, why hasn't your personality changed over the years? Litai pondered Shanks' intentions for being there, ultimately concluding that he might genuinely be seeking to share a meal. What can I say? You rascal. You remained unchanged as well, always stirring up major incidents, and so elusive. Shanks replied with a sigh, realizing that Litai was still as he had been in their youth, quietly accomplishing great deeds. Each of his actions consistently left others in awe. What can I do? I never intended to provoke anyone. It's just that these individuals constantly throw themselves onto my blade. What can be done? Litai spoke softly. And what about this time? What do you intend to do? You wouldn't be launching an attack on the Navy headquarters, would you? Shanks grew increasingly animated. Attack the Navy headquarters? I haven't considered that yet. They haven't wronged us. Why would we attack them? Litai shook his head. Temporarily. You're not actually planning to assault the Navy headquarters, are you? Shanks asked in astonishment. No. This time I primarily intend to hone our Libra Grand Fleet. Litai turned to his subordinates, addressing Shanks. With such a lineup, aside from the world government, the Navy, and the 4 Emperor crews, who would be qualified to serve as your whetstone? You're not thinking of hitting us, are you? Shanks exclaimed dramatically. Witnessing Shanks' exaggerated reaction, Litai felt speechless. Stussy, one of the 6 kings of the Dark Empire, Litai spoke slowly. The Dark Emperors? You don't mean to subjugate the entire Dark World for your own use, do you? Shanks stared at Doflamingo and the others standing on the Libra, astonished. Indeed, I have my own intentions. Litai nodded, his gaze deepening. You're becoming increasingly inscrutable. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Shanks fell silent. I don't wish for much, merely to secure more opportunities for self-preservation when the new era arrives. Litai replied. A new era? It seems you've acquired quite a bit of knowledge. Shanks' expression shifted to one of gravity. Didn't you stake your arm on the new era? I have also staked my entire being on it. Litai glanced at Shanks' arm, smiling. Is that so? It seems we are on the same path. Shanks let out a sigh of relief. So, Shanks, will you continue to obstruct us? I merely wish to clear away more obstacles when the new era arrives. Litai fixed his gaze on Shanks. What about the banquet? You wouldn't be trying to rush us off just as we reunited, would you? Shanks exclaimed, astonished. Prepare the banquet. Litai shot Shanks a helpless glance before slowly addressing the members of the Libra Grand Fleet. Beckman, bring the brothers aboard the Libra. The banquet is on. Today, Litai treats, so eat to your heart's content. Understood? Shanks stood up, joyfully addressing the members of the red-haired pirates on the Dragonhead ship. A banquet is on. Excited voices echoed from the Dragonhead ship. You all truly haven't changed at all. Litai sighed. Do not maintain such stern faces. Let us have a banquet to allow everyone to relax before the battle. Let us treat our guest well. Litai turned back to the crowd. Yes, Captain of the Stars, they replied in unison. Alas, observing the crowd, Litai silently sighed within. Chapter 87. Granting Shanks a favor. Alas, what on earth is happening? At the very moment when Litai and Shanks were hosting a banquet, Luffy and his companions had just departed from the Devil's Domain, having defeated the warlord Gecko Moria, and were now aimlessly sailing across the ocean. Suddenly, everyone witnessed the sea surge forward like a colossal serpent, attacking the Thousand Sunny. Realizing the imminent danger, The crew swiftly unleashed their techniques to counter the serpentine waters. The thousand sunnies strained against the currents. Racing toward the red land, as they beheld the red land before them, the crew couldn't help but express their awe. On the Libra, the onlookers had grown accustomed to the interaction between the two men, simply choosing to observe without engagement. Chapter 88. The choices of Shanks and Litai. What should I do? Shanks murmured, gazing out at the sea, a hint of confusion in his voice. Can you share what concerns you? Litai gently inquired, noticing Shanks' bewilderment. Litai, with your strength, it's time you grasp the truth of this world. Upon hearing Litai's words, Shanks shed his confusion and spoke with gravity. The truth? What truth? Litai asked, puzzled. In this vast ocean, there is no shortage of heroes and tyrants. Do you understand? Shanks sighed heavily. Indeed, Litai nodded. But do you know? What if this world is alive? It manipulates the fates of us all, ensnaring us in its grasp until the moment of destiny arrives, forcing us to accept our fates. That is the greatest secret of this world. Shanks spoke slowly. The world is alive. It possesses life. Litai exclaimed in astonishment. No, the world is indeed alive, yet it is not a living being. It seems to wield a pen that orchestrates everything, and we are utterly incapable of escaping its control. Do you comprehend? Shanks spoke with a serious countenance. How do you know all this? Litai was even more astonished. It is not that I know, but rather that the secrets of this world require relentless exploration and synthesis. This is the conclusion I have drawn after encountering countless mysteries. Shanks shook his head. So what do you mean? Litai asked. This ocean demands a certain stability and balance. If that balance is disrupted, then the world will be overturned. Do you understand? Shanks articulated slowly. Haha, I see. Litai chuckled lightly. Then let me tell you. There will always be individuals who hold steadfast to their beliefs, and that is each person's treasure. If we are constantly looking back in fear, then are we not akin to puppets manipulated by a pen? Wouldn't you agree, Shanks? Litai narrowed his eyes. Perhaps, you little rascal. I said I would only intervene once. Next time, I may not be able to stop you. Shanks pondered for a long while, then smiled. Thank you, Shanks. Litai felt a wave of relief. If he truly faced Shanks, he would be at a loss for action. Go forth and act freely. You little rascal. The world belongs to the youth. Shanks laughed heartily. Indeed, after all, it feels quite bothersome to spar with you. Litai grinned. TCH, don't think that just because you defeated Whitebeard, you are the strongest in the world. There are countless powerful individuals. The secrets within must be uncovered by yourself. My words are of little use. Shanks shook his head, chuckling. What can be done? Who told me I possess unparalleled talent? Litai boasted. Well, indeed, you are a being more monstrous than a monster. Shanks did not refute Litai's statement, but spoke earnestly. We must depart, lest you little rascal, devise ways to hasten our exit. Thank you for the hospitality these past days. I look forward to our next encounter upon the sea. Crew, the banquet is over. We should return to the ocean and continue our voyage. Shanks grinned at Beckman and the others who were still indulging in drinks and feasts. The crew excitedly took a large swig and stood behind Shanks. You little rascal, your growth has indeed surpassed our expectations, shattering our perceptions. However, while sailing the seas, always prioritize safety. After all, the power of nature is the most formidable force in this world. Then Beckman reminded Litai after a moment of contemplation. Absolutely. Litai, you must exercise caution in this world. When you earnestly explore it, it will upend your understanding of reality. Stay vigilant. The crew chimed in unison. All right, crew. We must board the ship. Shanks smiled at those concerned for Litai. Understood. Thank you all for your warnings. I will keep them in mind. Litai waved with a smile. By the way, Litai, if you encounter Luffy, please tell him he is too slow. Shanks stood at the bow, waving. Understood. You all take care too. Litai smiled in response. Captain, what shall we do now? As they watched Shanks and his crew depart, Siggy and the others stood behind Litai. Hee. Since we are out, let us explore the seas. Relay the command to cancel the attack on Stussy. Set sail toward the first half of the Grand Line. Litai contemplated for a moment. It has been quite some time since we adventured together on the sea. Has it not? Litai observed the puzzled expressions of his crew. Indeed, Captain. The crew nodded in agreement, and thus the entire fleet followed the Libra as it gradually sailed away. Captain, shall we fly over the Red Land? After several days of sailing, the crew inquired as they approached the increasingly visible Red Land. Oh, have we arrived at the Red Land? Litai ascended to the deck and surveyed the entire Libra fleet. Let us traverse the doldrums. The target is too large. This time, we shall sail in secrecy. Litai pondered for a while before speaking. Is this the doldrums? This is my first time sailing so freely in the doldrums. The strength of the captains is truly formidable. It is almost more terrifying than a natural disaster. The pirates aboard the fleet discussed as they observed the numerous colossal sea beasts scattered throughout the doldrums. Captain, there appears to be an island ahead. At that moment, someone rushed to Litai's side. An island in the doldrums. Let us approach and take a look, Litai said, leading the entire fleet toward the island. Who are you? Just as they sped toward the island, a serpent-headed ship blocked their path. A perfume snake ship. Have we arrived at Amazon Lily, the land of women? Borod, the commander of the Hidden Star, instantly recognized the vessel before them. Amazon Lily, the land of women? Boa Hancock? Litai inquired, astonished. Indeed, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the queen of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock. Borod affirmed, we are the Libra pirates, passing through your territory. We seek to replenish our supplies. Litai signaled to Siggy, who stepped forward to speak. What, the Libra pirates? One of the 5 emperors of the New World? Impossible. How could they be here? Are they here to capture us? The crew aboard the perfume snake ship gasped in shock. Silence. What of the 5 emperors? How dare you behave in such a manner? At that moment, a melodious yet stern voice echoed, plunging the previously panicked perfume snake ship into silence. Interesting, my future sister-in-law. I shall see if you are worthy of being my Litai's sister-in-law. Upon hearing this voice, Litai murmured softly. Chapter 89. Boa Hancock, we mean no harm. Litai stood at the bow of the Libra, addressing the opposing ship. Then what is your purpose here? A statuesque woman appeared at the bow of the snake ship, her expression serious as she questioned Litai and his crew. Unexpected, Litai regarded the newcomer, appraising her with satisfaction, then withdrew his gaze, speaking coldly. I know you. You have killed celestial dragons. I truly admire your resolve. However, men are not welcome here. I ask you to leave. Boa Hancock's eyes flashed with anger as Litai's gaze swept over her, and she spoke slowly. Captain, it seems she does not wish to extend you any courtesy. Doflamingo approached Litai from behind, speaking in a low voice. Indeed, should we make them aware of the disparity between us? The 4 dark emperors, along with figures such as Seb, stood resolutely behind Litai, casting fierce glares at the crowd aboard the serpent ship. The 7 warlords of the sea, including Don Quixote Doflamingo, the king of assassins, Piclo, the king of commodities, Gibbons, the king of maritime trade, Umit, and the king of usury, Feld, were they truly bowing to the might of the celestial pirates? Furthermore, it appeared that numerous cadres from the Libra pirates had also gathered. Witnessing this spectacle, the crew aboard the serpent ship was rendered utterly astonished. How infuriating. Feeling the weight of the Libra pirates' presence, Boa Hancock broke into a cold sweat, her anger palpable. Enough, with a mere wave of his hand. Litai dissipated the tension in the air. How could this be possible? Hancock, sensing the vanished pressure, stared in disbelief at Litai, pondering just how formidable this man truly was. Stand down. Litai shook his head. Hancock, is it? Since you do not welcome us, we shall take our leave. You are indeed impressive. Litai regarded Hancock with a calm demeanor. I merely wished to gauge your reaction. Yet I was taken aback by how that woman steadfastly endured the mounting pressure without retreating. I hold no interest in you. However, should you choose to join the Libra pirates, we would be most delighted. Litai smiled warmly. I appreciate the invitation, but as a warlord of the sea, I cannot align myself with any pirate crew. Hancock resolutely declined, shaking her head. It matters not. After all, I am merely wandering about. Observing Hancock's refusal, Litai expressed indifference. Crew, we are leaving. Litai commanded his followers. Roar. The pirates howled to the heavens, continuing their journey aboard the Libra pirate fleet without a hint of regret. Save for the ordinary pirates, fortunately, Hancock dared not make a move, or else nearly everyone would have faced annihilation. However, for the seasoned crew of the Libra pirates, they held no interest in women. As for the reason, Litai found himself perplexed. Sister, they have departed. Boa Marigold sighed in relief as she looked at the many members collapsed on the ship. Indeed, I never imagined that the entirety of their pirate crew would be utterly indifferent to my beauty. Hancock remarked gravely, watching Litai and his entourage depart. What, sister, did you use your devil fruit abilities? Boa Sandersonia exclaimed in astonishment. Though I did not, do you not think I am beautiful enough? Look at those brutes. They appear ready to strike me down at any moment. How vexing. Hancock responded haughtily, glancing at her own alluring figure, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Sister, Those individuals are far too powerful. They can navigate the calm belt freely, which puts our nation in jeopardy. Sandersonia expressed her concerns. Furthermore, your identity as a warlord of the sea cannot suppress them. They are a lawless bunch. What shall we do from here on out? Marigold added, her expression one of worried, I am at a loss as well. Let us return to the island and consult with Granny. It is time we initiated some change. Hancock rubbed her forehead, speaking helplessly. Despite her formidable strength, she felt utterly devoid of hope against Litai and his crew. A voice echoed in her mind, warning that should she act recklessly, they might face catastrophic consequences. A tumultuous period lies ahead. Hancock sighed, her heart heavy. On the Libra ship, Captain Shing, why did you prevent us from taking action? If we could have subdued them, we would have gained an immensely powerful ally, especially since the people of that island are said to possess the ability to harness haki. Bolid inquired, perplexed. Fufufu, indeed, that is true. Among the 7 warlords, her strength ranks at least third. Besides Mihawk and myself, she stands as the most potent. Doflamingo echoed, equally puzzled. Captain Shing, you are not, perchance, infatuated with that woman? Seeb mused, stroking his chin in contemplation before his eyes lit up with excitement. You imbecile, have you forgotten how long it has been since I last gave you a beating? Do you dare jest with me? Litai nearly spat blood upon hearing Seeb's words. I too believe Seeb is correct. Otherwise, why would Captain Shing refrain from acting against them? Why grant them clemency for their disrespect? Enel pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, I find myself taken with that woman, Litai remarked slowly, observing the puzzled expressions of his crew. Turn around, bind that woman and bring her to Captain Shing's quarters at once. Enel exclaimed with electric enthusiasm, prompting cheers of excitement from the others. I intend for her to be my sister-in-law. Litai replied, exasperated by their fervored sister-in-law. The crew fell silent, their excitement dampened. Sister-in-law. Soon, they were animated once more, as if a delightful discovery had been made. Indeed, my brother's name is Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Litai affirmed. Monkey D. Luffy, so that young man is the brother of Captain Shing. No wonder he can stir the seas so. It seems that all recent significant events are tied to him. Bolid realized with dawning comprehension. Fufufu, how intriguing. Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 90. Conspiracy. Captain Shing, ahead lies Sabaody Archipelago. Seeb spoke slowly. Yes, it was here that we were driven to the New World by Akainu and his crew. Litai gazed at the nearby Sabaody Archipelago, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Indeed, I recall you even severed an admiral's arm during that encounter, Enel exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Since we are here, let us take a moment to rest. Litai smiled as he spoke. Considering the time, Luffy and his crew should be arriving shortly. Where could Teach and the others have gone? It feels as if they have vanished from existence. Are they truly preparing to confront the Navy? Litai's expression revealed his helplessness, for he had been searching the world for Teach, yet it was as if he had evaporated, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, to this day, neither Edward Newgate nor any of his crew had relayed any news of Ace's safety. Fufufu, Captain Shing, we have a base here, and according to reliable sources, 11 supernovas are en route to this location, including your brother, Monkey D. Luffy, and his crewmate, Rorno Azaro. Doflamingo approached Litai with palpable excitement. Is that so? Then let all fleets train in the small Earth space. We shall roam about for a while. Xiangyang contemplated for a moment. Small Earth? Space? Where is that? The newcomers to the Libra pirates were utterly baffled. Hee, that is a secret belonging to our entire Libra pirate crew. For in that realm, the time ratio is 12:1. 12 days within equates to a single day outside. Bolid explained gradually. What, is that a devil fruit ability? How could such a fruit possibly exist in this world? The crew gasped in astonishment. Well, you will find out once we enter, Litai replied, shaking his head at their shock. Yes, Captain Shing, the senior officers called out. For the outer members of the Libra pirates were largely unaware of the small Earth space, as it had been strictly forbidden from being disclosed, even to Doflamingo and the 4 Dark Emperors. Open, Xiangyang waved his hand, and a mysterious whirlpool appeared upon the sea. Let them enter first, the Libra ship shall follow. Litai observed the astonished crew and spoke slowly. Yes, the crew responded eagerly, hurrying back to their respective pirate ships. Doflamingo led their vessel forward, followed closely by the ships of the 4 Dark Emperors, vanishing into the depths of the sea. Let us go. It has been quite some time since you have visited the small Earth space. Has it not? Let us enter. Litai smiled as he regarded his nostalgic crew. Yes, Captain Shing. They cheered, and the Libra ship disappeared beneath the waves. entering the realm of the small Earth, the T Navy headquarters. What is happening? Is it not said that Waldka Litai and his crew have drawn near to the Sabati archipelago? How have they vanished? Sengoku, holding the din mushi, roared in fury, exclaiming how many times they had lost track of the Straw Hat Pirates. Marshal, we are equally in the dark. All our men have disappeared, and the din mushi has lost contact, an officer on the other end of the din mushi said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His expression one of urgency. Damn it! Sengoku slammed his palm down on the desk, shattering the din mushi in his wrath. Sengoku, what are you doing? A tall figure pushed open the door, observing Sengoku's fury with curiosity. Kapu, according to reliable information, the Straw Hat Pirates have indeed arrived at Sabati. Do you comprehend the peril of this situation? Do you realize how close they are to us? Sengoku's agitation escalated with each word. What? The Straw Hat Pirates? Did they not vanish into the sea? Kapu inquired, his excitement palpable. They have re-emerged, and this time, their power has grown significantly. I am uncertain what means he has employed to control the Shichibukai. Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the four emperors. Do you understand the magnitude of the threat if we do not ascertain the truth of this matter? Sengoku's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth. Then I shall go. I will bring him back, Kapu offered, observing Sengoku's wrath. That will not be necessary. You have more pressing matters to attend to. However, you must prepare yourself mentally. Sengoku, after a moment of venting his frustration, regained his composure and spoke to Kapu with a conflicted expression. Pressing matters. Is there anything more significant than the Straw Hat Pirates? Kapu questioned, perplexed. Indeed, I will have a kind of keep an eye on the Straw Hat Pirates. Their intentions remain unclear, but what follows is of even greater importance. This will be an event that alters the very fabric of our world. You must execute it flawlessly. Do you understand? Sengoku stated gravely. An event that alters the world. Kapu murmured. Precisely. Marshal D. Teach. You are aware of him. Are you not? Sengoku gazed at the bewildered Kapu, speaking slowly. Yes. What has he done? Kapu nodded. He has captured Port Gas D. Ace. No. It should be Joel D. Ace. He has made a deal with the world government, handing Ace over in exchange for a position as a Shichibukai. And I wish for you to bring Ace here. Do you comprehend? Sengoku said, casting a glance at Kapu, meticulously observing the shifting expressions on his face. Kapu, I know that Ace is your grandson, which is precisely why I am entrusting you with this task. Do you understand? This is a direct order from the world government. We have no means to oppose it, Sengoku continued as he noted Kapu's rising agitation. Moreover, the world government intends to publicly execute Ace, enticing Edward Newgate to come to his rescue. At that moment, we will set a trap to encircle the Whitebeard pirates. If we succeed, the world order will be irrevocably altered, Sengoku declared, his eyes resolute as they met Kapu's. I understand. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kapu pondered deeply, then suddenly slumped down onto the ground. What are you doing? Sengoku asked, bewildered by Kapu's sudden descent. Sengoku, do you not realize? The losses we will endure may be catastrophic. We might not even secure a victory. Kapu spoke slowly, like a deflated balloon. What on earth is happening? Seeing his old friend in such distress, Sengoku asked, puzzled. Actually, I harbor a secret. Kapu's expression shifted as a smile broke out. A secret? Sengoku's confusion deepened. I have 4 grandsons, Monkey D. Luffy, Port Gas D. Ace, and one whose whereabouts are unknown. Sabo, Kapu revealed. Yes, and the last one. Sengoku, having absorbed this information, pondered aloud, aware that he knew the first 3. Who is the last? Waldka Litai. Kapu's revelation plunged Sengoku into a chasm of despair. You Kapu. Sengoku stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed at Kapu, unable to articulate further. I cannot help it. I always intended to raise those brats to become Marines. But my continual missions led to neglect in their training, allowing the red-haired pirates, led by Shanks, to seize the opportunity. By the time I realized, it was too late, Kapu explained helplessly. What you are saying is that if we proceed with the world government's directive to publicly execute Ace, we may face the wrath of 2 pirate crews simultaneously. Shanks is committed to maintaining the so-called balance of the sea. He will not engage in this conflict, and now the Straw Hat Pirates have mobilized and arrived at the Sabati archipelago. Could they already be aware of Ace's capture? This is impossible. Our security measures have been impeccable. There must be a leak somewhere, Sengoku muttered to himself, feeling as if his head might explode. Kapu sighed. Observing Sengoku's state, he found himself at a loss. Kapu, this is all your fault. If you had properly educated your grandsons, and if they had all joined the Marines, do you understand what that would mean? Sengoku raged, finding a target for his ire in Kapu. Chapter 91. The Five Elders. What could I have done? Kapu shot back, glancing at the furious Sengoku. Do you understand the level of power Waldka Litai has attained? Sengoku interrogated angrily. What level? Kapu scratched his head, puzzled. Recently, he fought against Whitebeard. You know the outcome. Waldka Litai emerged victorious, meaning that the man hailed as the strongest in the world was defeated. Do you now comprehend the danger Waldka Litai poses? Sengoku roared, gripping Kapu's collar. What? That brat Litai has grown so strong, Kapu exclaimed, initially shocked, followed by laughter. He truly is my grandson. Ahahaha, Kapu. Are you even paying attention? I said Litai is dangerous. If he is indeed coming for Ace, then the Marines are in peril. Do you understand? Sengoku, now exasperated, looked at the laughing Kapu with frustration. Let the world government cancel the public execution of Ace and find an opportunity to release him. After all, if news of Ace being in our custody leaks, it would be perilous, Kapu suggested with a smile. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. However, would the world government agree? Sengoku, calming down, furrowed his brow in contemplation, his expression grave. As Kapu pointed out, if news of Ace's captivity leaks, then Litai and Whitebeard will undoubtedly come in full force to rescue Ace, especially with a public execution on the horizon. The outcome could very well be disastrous. The Marines may stand a chance against one Yonko crew, but facing two raging Yonko crews could spell doom for the Marines and possibly even the world government itself. Moshi, this is Sengoku. Please connect me to the Five Elders. In the marshal's office, both Kapu and Sengoku fell into a contemplative silence. After much deliberation, Sengoku retrieved a den mushi and spoke solemnly. Moshi, what matter brings you to us? Sengoku, came a calm voice from the other end. I wish to formally withdraw from the deal concerning Marshal D.Teach. Sengoku declared through gritted teeth. We require a justification. The Five Elders responded slowly. Recent intelligence indicates that the Straw Hat Pirates, led by Waldka Litai, have arrived at the Paradise. Their objective is none other than Joel D.Ace, Sengoku explained. Here for Ace? The voice on the other end of the den mushi exclaimed in astonishment. It was known that Litai had defeated Whitebeard, and they had considered it merely a sign of Whitebeard's decline, believing a young man could easily best him. Upon hearing Teach disclose Ace's true identity, they immediately consented to his bargain. After all, the lineage of that man is inherently tainted with wickedness. Now, merely offering a so-called position among the 7 warlords of the sea in exchange could illuminate the will and determination of the world government and the navy to the gullible masses, reinforcing the notion that only the world government is their true ally. Furthermore, it could lure the Whitebeard pirates into the fray, facilitating their extermination and thereby diminishing the navy's might. However, allowing the navy to be vanquished by pirates was not their intent. Thus, upon learning that Lita's aim was Ace, they were taken aback. They were acutely aware that the current combat strength of the Navy was more than sufficient to confront a Yonko that if engaged. It would be akin to eggs striking against stones, resulting in a shattered mess. Is the information accurate? A grave voice inquired from the den mushi held by Sengoku. Absolutely accurate, Sengoku affirmed. Understood. Await our news. After uttering this, the call was terminated. On Red Soil Continent, Holy Land Mariawa, dressed in a white robe and sporting glasses, the elder Koichi Gibu turned to the other 4 and spoke slowly. Do you believe there is still a course of action in this matter? If Sengoku's words hold true, this situation is indeed quite precarious. One of the 5 elders, Masato Hirano, remarked solemnly. I must assent. Edward Newgate, despite being hailed as the strongest man in the world, has already been significantly weakened by his physical condition, even if Waldka Litai has bested him. Thus, the strength of Waldka Litai is certainly open to debate. Kitsuya Ogata countered. I share your sentiment. The Libra pirates, after all, are merely a fledgling crew, having sailed the seas for only 2 years. In terms of foundation and depth, they cannot possibly contend with the world government. However, if we were to execute that man's lineage, the benefits are surely apparent to all present. Kinemon Sugatani stood up and proclaimed. Let us proceed to a vote. Should we agree to Marshal D.Teach's offer and publicly execute that man's descendant, or reject the deal and allow events to unfold? Nidaseki began to speak. Affirmative. The other 4 nodded in agreement. The The motion to publicly execute Ace passed unanimously. After a moment of silence, everyone felt that the strength and foundation of the Libra pirates were indeed questionable. And they all raised their hands, even Masato Hirano, who had previously hesitated. Moshi Moshi. Sengoku, now in contact with Koichi Gyubu, dialed the phone again. Buru Buru, Moshi Moshi. This is Sengoku. Sengoku answered with a serious expression. Continue with the transaction with Marshal D. Teach, came Koichi Gyubu's voice from the other end. Is there no room for negotiation? Sengoku gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. This is the consensus of the 5 elders, Koichi Gyubu concluded before disconnecting the call. As he felt no need to elaborate. After all, the 5 elders wield immense power over the world, second only to the one seated upon the empty throne. Damn it. Sengoku shouted in frustration at the disconnected Den Mushi. Kapu, you should go and retrieve Ace. I have faith that you can handle this matter. Sengoku addressed Kapu. It's no trouble for me. Kapu replied with a grin. Very well. I entrust this to you, Sengoku said slowly. Understood. Kapu waved his hand and headed for the door. The Navy was in grave danger this time. A single misstep could lead to their annihilation. It was time to seriously consider how to safeguard the core strength of the Navy. Sengoku pondered, furrowing his brow. He was no fool. The actions of the 5 elders were clearly aimed at weakening the Navy's overall strength to achieve a balance that would facilitate their control over it. Yet, they must not forget, he was the strategic marshal of the Navy, Sengoku. Chapter 92. Sengoku's abandonment for the future. Moshi Moshi. This is Sengoku. He hesitated for a long moment before retrieving a Den Mushi and dialing. This is Akiji. What's the matter, Admiral Sengoku? Came a languid voice from the other end. Where are you right now, Akiji? Sengoku inquired through the Den Mushi. Let me see. I'm not quite sure. On the other end. Akiji was leisurely riding a bicycle across an unnamed sea, glancing around before shaking his head and responding that I don't care where you are. I need you to return to Marine headquarters in Marineford immediately. Sengoku replied sternly. Come on. I was hoping to find a place to nap this afternoon. Looks like that one tea happened. Akiji mumbled. Sengoku, upon hearing Akiji's words, promptly hung up the Den Mushi and sighed lightly. It seemed that none of the Marine admirals were easy to deal with. Each one was a unique character. Nevertheless, considering the impending crisis facing the Navy, Sengoku dialed the phones of Kizuru and Akainu. Hoping for minimal complications. In the small Earth space, Captain, why are we here in the paradise? Is it truly just for leisure and exploration? Skipper inquired curiously. No. I have a premonition that a significant event is about to unfold here. My observation hockey has glimpsed a fragment of the future. It's just incomplete. Moreover, this impending event is related to our Libra pirates. Lita addressed the curious gazes of the others. What, Captain? Your observation hockey has reached this level? Enel exclaimed in astonishment. Among the Libra pirates, he prided himself on being among the top tier in observation hockey, fully aware that mastering it could allow one to foresee fragments of the future. Yet he felt perpetually on the brink of achieving that pinnacle. Indeed, Lita nodded, having realized that the combination of his sword hockey and the small Earth space crystal significantly accelerated his hockey training. Requiring little effort on his part, as long as the crystal was in operation, his hockey would continually grow. What will transpire? How will it concern our Libra pirates? Bolode pondered with a furrowed brow. I am unclear. The fragments I witnessed were scant and vague, but it is certain that many of our Libra pirates will perish, Lita stated gravely. His personal strength had indeed reached a pinnacle in this world. But it was merely personal power. Furthermore, Lita had meticulously studied the power structure of this world, finding that no truly invincible beings existed. If he were to face 5 admirals, even he would be at risk of falling. Against 4 admirals, he could barely contend, and would have to flee, while against 3 admirals, he could strive to slay 1. Yet if faced with a single admiral, he could easily overpower them. This encapsulated Lita's current capabilities. With our Libra pirates' present strength, how could so many perish? Skipper and the others were left astounded. It was known that their foundation could rival that of the Yonko crews, though lacking the vast territories of the Yonko. The affiliation with the Dark Empire had effectively granted them a domain of their own in the New World. So what is this major event we are about to face? Why are you certain we will suffer many losses? Indeed, however, it seems that in the end, we will gain more than we lose. Hence, I have decided to wait and see what this significant event entails. Lita affirmed solemnly, secretly considering the forthcoming public execution of Ace by the world government. Yet, some truths could not be openly stated. Although the Libra pirates had grown immensely powerful, they had also become quite cumbersome. With everyone being flesh and blood, should he reveal the harsh reality, it would sow discord among the crew, leading to peril. You all should head down and organize training for the members. I hope you can elevate everyone's strength in the upcoming time to enhance their chances of survival in the battles ahead. Do you understand? Lita turned away, addressing the group. Understood. The crew's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light. It appears we have several traitors among us. Lita's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. Then let us establish an additional layer of protection. You shall serve me. Lita activated his observation haki and the Niannian Fruit, channeling a mysterious power through his observation haki into the minds of the Dark Empire and Doflamingo's crew members. They fell into a brief stupor, and upon regaining consciousness, their eyes gleamed with intensity before reverting to their original state. Thus, all members of the affiliated forces were truly brought under Lita's command. Rendering even the spies planted by rival factions inconsequential, Lita did not need to eliminate anyone, because he believes that even if it is a spy, it is still of use, as long as the information disclosed is beneficial to Litai. That is sufficient. If the outside world simultaneously brainwashes everyone and implants thought control abilities, it may pose some burden on him. However, in this realm, he is a god, and not a false god like Enel. Ha. Thus, there is no fear of betrayal out of fear. In fact, in Litai's mind, apart from the elite of the Baroque works, everyone else is merely expendable pawns. Marineford, Navy headquarters, can you present a proper demeanor? Facing the three admirals before him, Sengoku roared angrily. Although Akainu's strength was not significantly affected after losing an arm to Litai, the blow to his morale appeared to be considerable. Meanwhile, Kizuru and Akiji maintained an indifferent attitude, which darkened Sengoku's expression to that of a simmering pot. Sengoku, what urgent matter has compelled you to summon us back? The three looked at Sengoku, whose face was as dark as a stormy sky. And Akiji hastily inquired. Waldka Litai has returned from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. Moreover, we have lost all trace of them. There is also a matter concerning an order issued by the world government. Here are the documents. Sengoku produced the materials he had compiled over the past few days and handed them to the three, who exchanged glances of varying emotions. Admiral Sengoku, do you realize how perilous this course of action is for you? Akainu asked gravely. I do. Sengoku nodded. To abandon the position of admiral in order to secure the Navy's future. That notion is incredibly dangerous, Kizuru remarked, his expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 93. Onward to Sabaody Archipelago. Kizuru, your speed is unmatched. Take a trip to Zifa and inform him to relocate our Navy's future, then return swiftly. Akiji and Akainu, you are both prohibited from leaving today. All leaves are cancelled, and you must remain vigilant at Navy headquarters. Sengoku stated sternly, observing the varied expressions of the three. How exasperating. I can't even find a place to take a nap. Akiji yawned lazily. Akainu huffed discontentedly at the slothful Akiji. For their philosophies within the Navy clashed, and their devil fruits countered each other perfectly, leading to Akainu's fiery temperament being perpetually irked by Akiji's languid demeanor. Enough? Go attend to your duties, Sengoku said wearily, gazing at the uncooperative individuals. The Straw Hat Pirates have arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Ahaha. How remarkable. Are those bubbles actually rising from the ground? How fascinating. Luffy exclaimed excitedly as he jumped among the shimmering bubbles under the sun. How delightful. Chopper and Apis echoed with wide smiles. Chopper, Apis, come play with me. It's so much fun. Hearing their astonished exclamations, Luffy eagerly invited them. Chopper and Apis hurried over, leaping onto a bubble to frolic with Luffy. By the way, Shachi, what is our purpose for coming to this island? The group, smiling at the antics of Luffy and the others, turned their curious gaze to the octopus fishman, Shachi, that in order to reach Fishman Island, we must find a coating artisan to envelop your ship in resin. In simpler terms, once coated, it will be seaworthy. Shachi explained, meeting the curious eyes of the group. Is that true? Frankie asked skeptically. That is the only way for you humans to reach Fishman Island. If you encounter an incompetent artisan, both you and the ship may sink to the depths. Both man and vessel would be doomed. I know a highly trustworthy artisan. Let me take you to him. Shachi smiled warmly. Mr. Octopus is truly a considerate individual. No, rather, a magnificent octopus. Brook chuckled, addressing Shachi. However, in exchange, I hope you will agree to one condition. Shachi said with a serious expression. What is it? Luffy asked curiously, noting Shachi's grave demeanor. Once you enter the town, you will encounter countless world nobles. Shachi began to speak slowly. World nobles? What are they? The group inquired, intrigued by Shachi's seriousness. They are the residents of Mariewa. Before Shachi could elaborate, Robin interjected. Huh? What's their issue? Luffy asked, puzzled. Regardless, you must promise me. Under no circumstances are you to engage in conflict with the world nobles. Otherwise, I shall not guide you, Shachi said through gritted teeth, his expression darkening. No matter what happens, Nami muttered. Indeed, even if you witness someone being killed before your eyes, you must pretend not to see it. I will repeat, pretend not to see it. Shachi insisted earnestly. The group looked at Shachi in astonishment, their hearts tightening. All right, if you remember that, then follow me, Shachi said, easing the tension among the group. After leaving Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Frankie to guard the ship, Shachi led Luffy and the others towards the town, within the little Earth space. Captain, both Enel and I are ready. We can proceed, Skibin said, smiling at Litai standing before him. Excellent. This time let Skibin and Enel accompany me outside. You all train diligently within the little Earth space. Do you understand? Litai instructed the remaining members. Yes, Captain. They responded with bows. Hologram. Xiangyang nodded, then activated his thought fruit ability, transforming Skibin, Enel, and Litai into different individuals. How astonishing. We transformed into entirely different people, Skibin exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Our target is too conspicuous. If we go out without disguising ourselves, we will encounter numerous troubles, Litai explained with a smile. Captain, let us hurry. I can hardly contain my excitement, Enel urged, his new form brimming with enthusiasm. Remind the brothers to train well, and we shall take our leave, Litai advised before vanishing from their sight. Yes, the remaining members bowed in response to Litai's departure. This delightful sea breeze. There is nothing like the freedom and comfort of the open ocean. On the sea, Skibin inhaled the salty air greedily, marveling. Indeed, Enel nodded in agreement. Observing their reactions, Litai smiled faintly, aware that while the time flow in the little Earth space differs from the outside, calling it a training paradise would not be an exaggeration. However, the dissimilar time flow also meant that the pirates, accustomed to freedom, felt quite uncomfortable within the confines of the little Earth space. After all, time passes second by second. The monotony and tedium could drive even Litai, the master, to madness. Of course, one individual who truly impressed Litai was the researcher with the smelly fruit ability, codenamed Rat. That fellow would never leave his shabby lab unless starved to death. When Litai called out to him, he would stir only slightly, and at times, if he was provoked, even Litai could not rouse him. Eventually, Litai had to relent, allowing him to continue his work. After all, his research had genuinely enhanced the strength of the entire Baroque works. All right, let us proceed. Ahead lies Sabeti Archipelago. I have long been curious about this place, Litai said with a smile, gazing at the two. Last time we were obstructed by those damned marines. This time I shall see who dares to thwart our landing, Skibin declared with a haughty snort upon hearing Litai's words. Indeed, whoever attempts to stop us will learn the meaning of divine retribution. Enel clenched his fists excitedly. Enough chatter. Let us move, Litai said with a smile. Observing their eagerness, yes, Captain, the two replied in unison, and the three transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the beautiful and mysterious Sabeti Archipelago. Chapter 94. The Arrogant Celestial Dragons. Sabeti Archipelago, also known as the world's celestial dragons, is characterized by their extreme arrogance. They wear glass helmets to breathe air different from that of ordinary civilians. Above all, one must never engage in conflict with them. This point is something you must promise me. Xiaoba led the group across the surface of the Sabeti Archipelago, repeatedly emphasizing his points to everyone. We understand. Luffy and the others chuckled at Xiaoba's incessant reminders. Furthermore, there are several crucial aspects to bear in mind. As I previously mentioned, this island attracts numerous individuals aspiring to reach the New World, including pirates like yourselves and the Navy pursuing them. Additionally, in the case of abduction, pirates, even if sold, are not afforded legal protection. Being too conspicuous could make you a target. Hence, one must proceed with caution, for there are no lackadaisical Navy personnel here, as the Navy's headquarters lies just offshore. Thus, the bounty hunters in this area are formidable and valiant warriors. With a raised thumb, Xiaoba continued. And one more thing. Goodness, there are so many things to be cautious about, Luffy exclaimed, clutching his head in exasperation. By the way, when did you get hurt? He curiously inquired. Noticing the scar on Xiaoba's forehead. It's nothing. No need to worry, Xiaoba replied with a smile, gently touching the scar. Neither Kimmy nor I are mermaids or fishmen. You should treat us as human beings. Xiaoba added. Why is that? Luffy asked. We must adapt to local customs. Luffy, let us heed Mr. Octopus's guidance, Robin suggested with a smile, casting a glance at the somber Kemi, Star Guardian. Where are we headed? The trio of Lita, after arriving at the Sabeti archipelago, inquired about their surroundings. You can go explore. I shall not join you. I wish to wander alone, Lita cheerfully replied, observing the eagerness of the two days for worrying about their safety. Nonsense. His companions were far from incompetent. If trouble arose, he would truly need to seek others. Really, the two exchanged excited glances. Go ahead. I will await you at Shaki's bar in the lawless zone. With that, Lita vanished from sight. Then, let the revelry commence. Inaru and Sabo exchanged glances before also disappearing, relishing the opportunity to enjoy their rare day off. Which way should we go? Upon departing, Lita surveyed the densely intertwined and complex islands, a look of seriousness crossing his face as he realized that without a local guide, he was utterly lost. Hey, someone's coming. The observation Haki alerted Lita, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. The arrival of another meant he could explore the Sabeti archipelago with ease. Whistle, whistle, whistle. He saw Zoro nonchalantly whistling his way towards him. Zoro. Lita's eyes lit up at the sight of him. Surely, having this fellow lead the way posed no issues. Hello. How do you do? Lita greeted Zoro enthusiastically as he approached. Who are you? Zoro halted, curious about Lita. I am but a traveler who has lost my way. May I accompany you? Lita stepped forward. I asked that so. Then follow me. Zoro replied with a smile after assessing Lita and deeming him harmless. After half an hour of walking, Lita exclaimed, I say, Zoro, do you even know the way? Of course, just follow me, Zoro asserted, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow as he gritted his teeth. See, I told you I could find the town. Zoro joyfully pointed towards the settlement. Indeed, at long last, we have escaped that wretched place, Lita exclaimed with excitement, eyeing the town that loomed ahead, wishing he could obliterate that dreadful location if only it were permissible. Come on. With that, Lita pulled Zoro towards the town. Inside the town, a voice rang out. Hey, you lot, halt. A celestial dragon, adorned with a glass dome atop his head, called out to several nurses and doctors carrying an injured patient. The doctors froze at the sight of the celestial dragon, standing motionless. How dare mere humans move before me? The celestial dragon descended from his slave mount, seething with rage as he approached the doctors. Please forgive us. We are urgently transporting a critically injured patient to the hospital, which is just ahead. The doctors trembled, fear coursing through them as they explained. Really, but this simply will not do. We must act quickly. Let us put him out of his misery. The celestial dragon reached the doctors and, upon seeing the patient on the stretcher, raised his foot and mercilessly stomped down upon the unfortunate soul. Exclaiming with delight, the commoners, witnessing this scene, trembled in terror, kneeling in fear, while the pirate stood aghast at the brutality, which holds greater significance to me, my dignity, or the lives of these lowly beings. The celestial dragon slowly addressed his attendants. It is the celestial dragons that give rise to the commoners. One attendant flattered. Satisfied with the attendant's words, the celestial dragon nodded, then turned his gaze towards a nurse kneeling before him, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. Very well. You shall be my wife, he declared, eyeing the nurse with excitement. All right. I shall immediately process the paperwork for the 13th wife to reside in the Holy Land. The attendant nodded. I have grown weary of my other wives. Let them return to being commoners, the celestial dragon said slowly. Wait, she is my fiancée. A young man, kneeling among the crowd, suddenly stood and rushed toward the nurse. Thud. Another insolent fool dares to stand before me. The celestial dragon coldly raised the smoking gun in his hand, seething with anger. The young man, who had just spoken, fell to his knees once more. My apologies, he said to his fiancée in a nurse's outfit before closing his eyes. What is this? Is it permissible to kill openly? Who will save me? Please, save me. The nurse, tears streaming down her face, cried out in despair to those around her, only to find that the onlookers hastily averted their gaze, prostrating themselves even lower. Someone, please. The nurse, looking at the crowd, slowly collapsed to the ground. What? Do you despise me? The celestial dragon inquired slowly, gazing at the terrified nurse. At that moment, two figures emerged before the crowd. Is that a celestial dragon from Xiaoba's group? Zoro remarked, intrigued by the sight of the celestial dragon donning a headpiece. Honestly, no wonder this town is so quiet. It appears a piece of trash is present here, Lita said, angered by the sight of the distressed nurse and the leering celestial dragon. upon hearing Lita and Zoro's voices. The crowd turned to them in astonishment. Those two wish to court death. How dare they insult a world noble? The captain is a pirate from the West Sea, currently a member of the Straw Hat Pirates and one of the supernovas. As for the other, I do not recognize him. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, speculating about the sudden arrival of the two. Chapter 95, the arrival of Kizara. Damn it. How dare another stand before me? The celestial dragon, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, glared furiously at the two. What? The world nobles seem rather unremarkable, Zoro remarked, scrutinizing the celestial dragon under the glass dome with curiosity. What world nobles? More like world swine. Lita scoffed at Zoro's inquisitiveness. The crowd gaped in disbelief at Lita and Zoro. How dare you ignore me? The celestial dragon, feeling slighted, raised his gun once again. Zoro, he's aiming at you. Do something, Lita urged, casting a disdainful glance at the celestial dragon. Boom, the celestial dragon, with no hesitation, pulled the trigger. Oomph. Zoro swiftly drew his sword, deflecting the incoming bullet, and with a cold snort, he vanished behind the celestial dragon. Just as Zoro was about to strike the celestial dragon, a figure lunged forth, pinning Zoro to the ground. Huh? What's happening? Is Zoro having an affair? Lita muttered, observing the scene with Zoro sprawled on the ground and a girl atop him. Zoro, stop playing dead and get up. If you cannot even kill a swine, what right do you have to call yourself the world's greatest swordsman? Lita teased, eyeing the scene before him. Damn it. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish for us all to perish? The girl exclaimed, turning her head in anger towards Lita. Let me go. Without waiting for Lita's response, Zoro swiftly turned and broke free from the girl's grasp. How infuriating. I told you I didn't miss. Observing Zoro rise, the celestial dragon seethed with fury, raising his firearm to fire again at Zoro, this time aiming directly at the girl before him. Simultaneously, Zoro and the gunshot erupted. In an instant, Zoro appeared behind the celestial dragon, poised to deliver a lethal strike, when a figure sprang forth to intercept his attack. Hey, Zoro, are you even capable? It's just a pig, Lita teased, watching Zoro being blocked by the celestial dragon's attendant. Shut your mouth and stop the nonsense. Zoro, feeling the formidable strength of his opponent, could not help but express his irritation. Truly, your temper is so volatile, Xiangyang murmured as he watched Zoro. It's all your fault. Do you realize the repercussions of attacking a celestial dragon? It will surely attract the admirals of the Navy. The girl, who had been pinned to the ground by Zoro, rose in a rage and stormed over to Lita. Wow, an admiral of the Navy. I'm so scared. Lita feigned fear, unable to resist teasing the furious girl. You're scared, yet you provoked that guy to attack a celestial dragon. The girl roared in anger. By the way, who are you? Lita glanced at the little girl with exasperation, saying, Is the sea your home? Why are you so meddlesome? Listen well, I am Captain Jewelry Bonnie of the Bonnie Pirates. Upon hearing Lita's inquiry, Bonnie, with a dark expression, spoke with a hint of pride. Bonnie Pirates? What sort of crew is that? Is it well known? Lita scratched his head, looking at Bonnie with a sense of bewilderment. It's really not Xiangyang's fault, as all his information comes from his subordinates, and he seeks out whatever news he desires. However, when it comes to emerging pirate crews, Lita admitted that apart from Luffy, he had yet to fully grasp the details about his opponents. Bonnie, infuriated, was at a loss for words. As a renowned pirate supernova, it was shocking that this guy did not even recognize her. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and Zoro's sword sent the celestial dragon's attendant flying. Don't come any closer. The celestial dragon, witnessing this scene, collapsed in fright. The crowd, kneeling before him, exchanged glances filled with a strange glimmer. Could it be that the world nobles were indeed human, capable of fearing death? Buru, Navy headquarters. This is Sengoku. Sengoku, answered the transponder snail with confusion. This is St. Charlos. I am being attacked by a mob. I command you to send reinforcements immediately. Upon hearing the name of the celestial dragon, Sengoku's brow furrowed. Where are you now? Sabaody Archipelago. Toot toot toot. The transponder snail fell silent. These damned celestial dragons, amidst such tumult, why must they bring us trouble? Sengoku roared in anger at the disconnected transponder snail. This scene was not typical for Sengoku, known for his rational demeanor. However, recently, the atmosphere among the Navy higher-ups had grown restless and extravagant upon learning of the world government's orders and the potential clash with two of the Yonko pirate crews. Buru, not far from the Sabaody archipelago. On an unnamed island, Kizaru was perplexedly raising his left hand. Moshi Moshi, this is Kizaru. Huh, did I grab the wrong one? Kizaru exclaimed in surprise, looking at his left hand, then pulled out another transponder snail. Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku. Sengoku's serious voice echoed. What's the matter, Admiral Sengoku? Kizaru casually inquired, holding the transponder snail. How far are you from the Sabaody archipelago? Sengoku asked. The Sabaody archipelago? Let me think. I could be there in a few minutes. Then you must make haste to the Sabaody archipelago. A celestial dragon is under attack. What? Kizaru exclaimed, shocked by the news. It had been over a year since anyone dared to assault a celestial dragon. Yes, so hurry up and go. Sengoku nodded. After Sengoku hung up, Kizaru stared at the transponder snail, his expression turning serious, and promptly set off towards the Sabaody archipelago. Sabaody archipelago, you all wait. Navy reinforcements are on their way. When the admirals arrive, you can await your doom. The celestial dragon, observing the ferocious Zoro, threatened in fear. Admirals, aren't they supposed to protect civilians? Do they not care about someone like you, who brazenly commits murder in the streets? Lita smiled at the celestial dragon. Humph, we are the world nobles. The Navy is merely the dogs of the celestial dragons. The celestial dragon retorted angrily. Did I just hear something unpleasant? Just then, a golden flash appeared before everyone. Zoro, come behind me. You can't handle someone of this caliber, Lita instructed Zoro. Who on earth is that guy? He must be one of the admirals. Why is he so composed? Zoro thought to himself, but still moved beside Lita. Standing next to Bonnie. Hey, is everything really okay? That guy is Admiral Kizaru, who possesses the top-tier Logia fruit, the light fruit. Pausalino, Bonnie exclaimed to Lita and Zoro. Chapter 96, Clash with Kizaru. Did you just attack a world noble? Kizaru asked with an exceedingly lewd expression aimed at Zoro and Lita. I didn't do anything. They were the ones attacking. I merely stepped in to stop them. Don't drag me into this. Bonnie quickly waved her hands, feeling a chill from Kizaru's gaze. The bounty for the pirate supernova Captain Jewelry Bonnie is 170 million berries, and for the Straw Hat Pirates Roronoa Zoro, it's 110 million. And you? Who are you? Kizaru slowly turned his gaze to Lita with curiosity. Me. I can't tell you. I'm afraid it might frighten you. Lita grinned mischievously. Scare me. You certainly have a lot of nerve. Kizaru scoffed dismissively. You look like someone who needs a good beating, Lita remarked, grinning at Kizaru's lewd expression. Pausalino, stop the chatter. Quickly capture these rioters. I want them to suffer and become my slaves. The celestial dragon, upon seeing Admiral Kizaru's arrival, straightened his back and pointed at Lita and the others, roaring in anger. Oh, how terrifying. Kizaru smirked at the enraged celestial dragon. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? Kizaru asked Lita and the others. I certainly haven't. Have you? Lita replied, looking towards Zoro and Bonnie. What is that? Zoro and Bonnie asked in confusion. You are about to find out, Kizaru declared, transforming into a beam of light, rushing toward Lita and the others. Get out of the way. Lita swiftly grabbed Zoro and Bonnie, tossing them aside. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated as a powerful force emanated from the center of the battlefield. Return to me. Lita hurled Kizaru's leg upward into the sky. Kizaru swiftly evaded and appeared beside the celestial dragon, his expression grave as he looked at Lita. The onlookers were left wide-eyed, bewildered by the spectacle. Hey, who is he to you? How is he so powerful? Bonnie asked, staring at Zoro, who had just risen him. I don't think I know him. I just found him on the way. Zoro pondered, realizing he hadn't even asked Lita his name. You don't know him? Bonnie exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Zoro nodded. Then why do you listen to him? You dare attack a world noble? Bonnie looked at Zoro as if he were an idiot. Just then, countless sword shadows appeared behind Lita, gradually merging into a massive sword silhouette. Almost simultaneously, the strong individuals across the Sabaody archipelago reacted. Meanwhile, news reporters who had arrived at the scene could not approach Lita and the others, forced to remain at a distance to record the events. Upon hearing Lita's words, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and fear flickered in their eyes. Almost at the same moment, several news outlets received reports about the Admiral being a member of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 97. The Arrival of Luffy and Others. Captain of the Libra Pirates. Waldka Litai. Your words indeed carry a terrifying weight. Upon hearing Xianyang's remarks, Kizaru braced himself against Xianyang's formidable presence, his expression turning grave. Is he truly the legendary pirate known as the Fifth Emperor of the Sea? Waldka Litai, exclaimed Bonnie, who stood beside Zoro, her eyes wide with shock. So, he is Luffy's brother. That explains why he knows so much about me. Zoro, upon hearing Kizaru's words, halted his introspection and turned to Litai, astonished. What does it mean to be an Emperor of the Sea? Zoro inquired, glancing at the equally astonished Bonnie. Are you truly a pirate? How can you lack even the most basic knowledge of piracy? Bonnie replied, incredulous. The Emperors of the Sea are the mightiest pirates in this world, wielding the power to obliterate anything in their path. She elucidated, Captain, what is happening? Just as Bonnie was about to continue, two figures appeared beside Litai, capturing everyone's attention. It's nothing serious, merely a display of power to prevent certain individuals from thinking I can no longer wield my sword. Xiangyang smiled, waving his hand dismissively at the newcomers. But surely, you needn't go so far as to destroy the entire island. Anilu and Sabaody exchanged glances, their mouths twitching at the sheer intensity of Litai's aura. I had no intention of annihilating this island. Someone merely sought to challenge me, and I was merely intimidating them. Otherwise, I would have already struck them down, Litai retorted, gesturing towards Kizaru and rolling his eyes. The Marine Headquarters Admiral, Kizaru. The two turned to see Kizaru, who was watching them with a wary expression, diligently guarding the celestial dragon behind him. What brings you here? Anido asked. Electricity crackling around him as he regarded Kizaru with suspicion. TSK. Quite a few individuals have shown up, Litai murmured, glancing in a certain direction. Zoro, I can only assist you to this point. How much you can comprehend from here is entirely up to your skills. Xiangyang stated, feeling the approaching figures, before retracting his aura, causing the massive sword in the sky to vanish from above them, truly deserving of the title of the most evil. His ability to summon and dismiss his own techniques is utterly terrifying. Kizaru sighed in relief as the pressure lifted, grateful that a confrontation was averted. If it had come to blows, I might have met my end here today. Just then, two figures appeared between Litai and Kizaru, revealing themselves to be Rayleigh and Shaki. Oh dear, what's this? The famed Admiral Kizaru has arrived, Rayleigh remarked, adjusting his glasses as he addressed Kizaru solemnly. How frightening. Even you have come, Kizaru responded, his expression serious upon seeing Rayleigh. You lot are causing quite the commotion. How could I possibly remain uninvolved? Rayleigh rolled his eyes. It's akin to someone coming to demolish your home. You can't just stand idly by, can you? Who are you? When did such a formidable figure emerge from the oceans? Rayleigh questioned, his curiosity piqued since Litai and his companions had yet to revert to their original appearances. Alas, I can't even enjoy a low-key existence. Litai sighed as he transformed back to his original form. Captain of the Libra Pirates, Waldka Litai, the user of the pinnacle nature type Niannian Fruit. Alongside him are Sabaody, the master of the top-tier nature type Reiku Fruit. And Anilu. When did you three land on Sabaody Archipelago? Shaki inquired, astonished at their true appearances. Just recently. I initially intended to explore a bit, but ended up lost and arrived here. It so happened that I couldn't stand by while a scoundrel bullied civilians. So I intervened, and to my surprise, even an admiral showed up, which startled me. Litai feigned a frightened expression. The crowd turned their gaze towards the celestial dragon behind Kizaru, who now bore a look of sheer terror directed at Litai. Just moments ago, Litai's overwhelming aura had nearly crushed both Kizaru and the celestial dragon, and had it not been for Kizaru's intervention, he might have been rendered a fool. Celestial dragons, are they? Rayleigh murmured. Wait for me. And Shaki. Uncle Rayleigh. At that moment, a few panting figures arrived, having pursued Rayleigh and the others. How could you run so fast? We can hardly keep up. The speaker was none other than Luffy and his crew, who had followed Rayleigh. Brother Litai, exclaimed ABIs, her voice filled with joy as she spotted the trio. Litai? Isn't he in the New World? How could he be here? Luffy questioned, puzzled. Is he not the man who understands the history of the poneglyphs and has visited Skypiea? Robin murmured, glancing at Litai. Oh, it really is you. Litai, how did you end up here? Luffy exclaimed joyfully. How do you know the captain of the Libra Pirates, Waldka Litai? Rumor has it that he once clashed with the strongest man at sea, Edward Newgate, and emerged victorious. Rayleigh and Shaki approached Robin and the others, Shaki speaking slowly. He is Luffy's brother. Chopper interjected, eyes wide with astonishment. The crowd gasped collectively. Shaki and Rayleigh were astonished, realizing the background of the Straw Hat Boy was nothing short of astounding. The brother of the Emperor of the Sea, the younger sibling of the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Ace, the son of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the grandson of Marine hero Garp. The realization struck them. Luffy's brother was indeed one of the mightiest emperors of the sea. This is dire, Kizaru thought. feeling a twinge of anxiety as he noted Luffy's crew's arrival, wondering why marine reinforcements had yet to arrive. Wow, Litai, are you already this powerful? Luffy gazed at Litai in awe. Oh, it's merely a title. They insist on bestowing it upon me. I wouldn't care for the title of Emperor of the Sea otherwise, Litai replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, the assembled pirates exchanged glances, truly befitting the captain of the Libra pirates. Only he would dismiss the title of an Emperor of the Sea with such ease. They murmured, "Doh. By the way, Litai," Luffy suddenly clapped his hands, as if recalling something important. "What is it?" Litai asked, perplexed. "If I want to become the Pirate King, do I need to defeat you?" Luffy inquired earnestly. "You fool." Nami and the others froze, cold sweat breaking out on their brows, staring at Luffy in utter dread. Is that brat declaring war on the Emperor of the Sea? The crowd gasped in shock. It seems it is indeed necessary to defeat me to claim the title of Pirate King. Litai chuckled at Luffy. Then I will certainly defeat you, for I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. Chapter 98. The Gathering of the Three Admirals. Nothing serious, you're Luffy. When it matters, you're Monkey D. Luffy. Litai rolled his eyes, muttering. "Captain, what did you say?" Sabaody and Anilu asked, confused. "Ahem, Luffy. If you aspire to be the Pirate King, I shall be your greatest rival. Are you still confident? Remember, I've been beating you since childhood," Litai declared, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Humph. Even if I cannot defeat you now, I will surely surpass you one day," Luffy proclaimed, raising his fist with determination. Is this truly the lad whom Shanks acknowledged, the one who inherits Roger's will? He certainly possesses a formidable spirit, Rayleigh observed, nodding in approval at Luffy's steadfast demeanor. Boom! Litai, and you accursed pirates! Just then, a torrent of magma cascaded from above, forcing everyone to scatter. Really? I simply wish to take a nap, and it's impossible. A figure riding a bicycle and adorned with an eye patch approached. Seemingly unperturbed. "I shall no longer fear you, Kazan." Luffy's companions tensed, encircling Robin protectively as they eyed the newcomer warily. Is that individual also a Marine Admiral? They are incredibly powerful, Nami remarked, her voice trembling. That magma-wielding man is Sakazuki, also known as Akainu, the user of the top-tier magma fruit, and the one encased in ice needs no introduction. Does he? That one dressed in yellow, looking rather lecherous, is Borsalino, the user of the top-tier light fruit. Each of them possesses the strength to rival the Emperors of the Sea and wield the power to bring about cataclysmic destruction. Seeing that Luffy and the others were completely oblivious, Shachi slowly began to explain to them, "Is it true that the Marine Admiral is this formidable? He possesses strength akin to that of Lita." Luffy exclaimed in shock. "Does that mean Brother Lita is in grave danger?" ABIs and Chopper asked with concern. "No. Their combat capabilities fall significantly short of Lita's. He is exceptionally strong. As for how strong, I cannot say." After hearing Luffy's words, Rayleigh cast a grave look at Lita and spoke slowly. "What? Lita is that powerful?" The group gasped in astonishment. "I told you Brother Lita would be fine," ABIs and Chopper said joyfully upon hearing Rayleigh's words. "Is this my future opponent? It seems like there is still quite a gap in strength. I can't even defeat that Admiral Kazan." Luffy chuckled as he scratched his head. "What's this? Are you afraid?" Zoro said, leading Bonnie forward. "Regardless of how strong Lita is, one day I will defeat him and become the Pirate King," Luffy declared with a smile. "Then you should first aim to become the Emperor of the Sea, because the Pirate King must surely rule the entire ocean." Bonnie rolled her eyes at Luffy's foolish expression. "Is that so?" Luffy replied, scratching his head in realization. "Oh my, who is this? Isn't that Akainu and Kazan? What a grand spectacle. Are they preparing to wage war against us?" Lita said mockingly as he observed the newcomers. While Sabo and Enel maintained a tense demeanor. "Since they're here, we might as well have a fight," Akainu retorted angrily upon hearing Lita's taunt. "Tisich, are you really willing to sacrifice your other arm? I remember quite well how you lost that one," Sabo interjected. "Enough chatter. If you have the guts, come and fight." With that, Sabo transformed into a stream of magma and charged at Lita and his companions. "Star Captain, leave him to me," Sabo declared, engaging Akainu in combat. "Really? Are we going to fight? How terrifying. But have you ever been kicked at light speed?" Kazara said, freeing his hands to slowly address Kazan. Your strength still lacks a bit." Lita nodded in agreement. "Hee, but have you ever been struck by lightning?" Enel asked Kazara with a smile. "No." Kazara replied. "Then let's see whether your light is superior or my lightning." Enel exclaimed as he transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Kazara. Rayleigh, please help me get Luffy and the others out of the battlefield. They are not yet ready to partake in such a conflict, Lita said slowly, glancing at Luffy and the others, who were caught in the chaos. What a rude fellow, but you're right. It's indeed too early for them to be involved in this war, Rayleigh retorted, then swiftly led Luffy and the others away from the battlefield. Now it's just the two of us, Lita said, turning to Kuzan. It seems that within the Marines, the strongest might have been Akainu, but ever since Lita severed one of his arms, his strength had diminished considerably. However, Kazan before him had not revealed the full extent of his power, indicating that he might be one of the most concealed threats. Can we not fight? Kazan said, looking at Lita with a hint of resignation. I would prefer not to fight either. How about we sit and rest? Lita replied, pretending to be nonchalant. Honestly, Kazan scoffed at Lita's demeanor. Come on, show me how you bully my brothers. I've been wanting to beat you for a long time, Lita exclaimed, drawing his sword and lunging at Kazan. You think you can bully my brothers? Lita struck Kazan with a powerful blow, which Kazan barely managed to block. When did I ever bully your brothers? Kazan asked, perplexed. The events surrounding Judicial Island are well known. I didn't want to know about them, but somehow I did. You know, I'm quite angry, and the consequences will be severe, Lita declared as he clashed with Kazan, feeling Lita's increasing strength with every word. Kazan was left speechless. Where did this monster come from? Why is he so strong? He dares to be distracted while fighting me. It seems I have been underestimated, Lita sneered, delivering a blow that sent Kazan flying. Ah, that hurts, Kazan grimaced, clutching his chest where he had been struck. Hey, don't you Marines like to bully the weak? Today, let me give you a taste of your own medicine. Don't blame me for taking advantage of you. Lita smirked wickedly. Chapter 99, tension rising upon hearing Xiangyang's words. Kazan nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. Am I really bullying the weak? Do the Straw Hat Pirates even stand a chance of appearing on this Sabaody archipelago? Luffy looked at the battlefield where Lita and the others were engaged. Because they are utilizing Haki, Rayleigh began to explain slowly. Haki? The group looked at Rayleigh in confusion. Indeed, Haki is a top-tier power that you should only encounter after reaching the New World. It is a mysterious force inherent within the human body. The strength of a Haki master is on par with that of any Devil Fruit user, and it even counters their abilities. Countering Devil Fruit users? The group exclaimed in surprise. Correct. Haki is divided into 3 types: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki can only be awakened by those with the potential to be kings, while Armament and Observation Haki require continuous training and exercise to awaken. With top-tier mastery, Observation Haki can even allow one to foresee the future. This is a capability you must master upon entering the New World. So since you've encountered it, you might as well experience it fully, for their Haki abilities have reached an exceptional level, Rayleigh elaborated. Incredible, the group marveled. We should leave, Rayleigh suddenly said with a serious expression. What's wrong? The group looked at Rayleigh, whose face had turned extremely grave. A strong presence is approaching, Rayleigh stated, then began to retreat with Luffy and the others. A strong presence. Is it very powerful? Luffy asked, puzzled. You will find out soon enough. With that, Rayleigh showed no hesitation and led Luffy and the others back. Star Captain, Enel and Sabo retreated to Lita's side, their expressions tense as they stared in one direction. Honestly, we just came out for a bit of fun. Why did we have to attract these old monsters? Xiangyang said, his face pale as he sensed a faint pressure. Boom, a sword aura suddenly shot from the distance towards Lita and Sabo. A sword attack, Lita thought quickly as he unleashed a crimson sword aura to clash against the incoming attack, sending Sabo and the others tumbling back, while Lita himself was forced back a few steps. Oomph! A cold snort echoed as a bald man in a white robe and glasses appeared before Lita and the others. The Gorosei. Kizaru, the group gasped upon seeing the newcomer. Hey, you are quite rude. Launching a sneak attack, Lita remarked, sensing the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Kizaru. His eyes narrowing with gravity. Is there any need for strategy against such vile individuals like you? Akainu coldly retorted, stepping behind the Gorosei. All right. You guys are impressive. Whatever you say goes. Lita waved his hand dismissively. You are the captain of the Tianxing pirates, Waldka Litai, the one who inherited the will of D. Kizaru spoke slowly, his eyes filled with disdain. Could you not act so pretentious? Speak to me properly. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Lita replied, glancing at the haughty Kizaru with a smirk. Such audacity. The youth today truly lacks awareness of their limits. Kazan observed Lita with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. That today's youth are truly terrifying, Kizaru added with a sardonic tone. Less chatter. Kizaru said coldly, his gaze fixed on Lita. We should prepare to flee. With 3 admirals plus this old man, we are not their match, Lita whispered to Sabo and Enel behind him. Understood, Star Captain. Sabo and Enel exchanged glances, a hint of confusion in their eyes, but they nodded in agreement. Hey, the old man, you had better tell them not to provoke us. Otherwise, next time, you shall be waiting to clean your necks. Litai gazed at Yuan Buchi and spoke slowly. Let us go. With a wave of his hand, a vortex materialized, and the 3 of them hurriedly made their way towards it. Boom! How infuriating! They managed to escape. A large fissure appeared where Litai and the others had stood. And Yuan Buchi, appearing beside the crack, gritted his teeth and exclaimed with fury, Xing Shou, what has happened to you all? Weren't you supposed to be out enjoying yourselves, observing the somewhat disheveled trio of Litai? The crowd expressed their astonishment. Alas, spare me the details. We had intended to have a wonderful time, but unexpectedly encountered several marine admirals and ended up in a brawl, ultimately drawing the attention of an old man. Siku, with a darkened expression, remarked, cough cough. Litai awkwardly cleared his throat. Had it not been for that lunatic Zaro, perhaps the subsequent events could have been avoided. It's all the fault of those damn celestial dragons. Litai muttered, Xing Shou, why did we flee? I feel that old man's strength is not much different from yours, Enelu inquired with confusion. Now is not the time to engage them. However, it seems the Marines are brewing some significant event. That's why they brought that old man to intimidate us. Litai shook his head, adhering to his principle of planning meticulously before acting. Xing Shou, what exactly should we do? The others were indeed puzzled. As Litai had only spoken of increasing their strength without indicating any course of action, there is nothing to be done. We must wait for the right moment. If you lack sufficient strength then, you may not even count as cannon fodder. After pondering for a moment, Litai shook his head, offering no further words. Yes, the group responded helplessly. You may leave now. Litai instructed them to disperse, then furrowed his brow in contemplation. It is now certain that Ace has likely been captured. However, the world government has concealed this information, putting me in a passive position. If we engage in battle with the Marines now, the beneficiaries will undoubtedly not be us, but rather that bunch from the world government. Yet, Ace must be rescued. Absolutely no accidents can occur. As for the Whitebeard pirates, I can only impose upon you. Whether you live or die is up to fate. With you all at the forefront, it will be easier for us. The more chaotic the world becomes, the safer we will be. A fleeting crimson glimmer flashed in Litai's eyes as he murmured. Chapter 100. Truly a black market. After spending several days in the small world, Litai vanished from the confines of the small Earth space, reappearing in the Sabaody archipelago after several twists and turns. He finally found the Tontata's Tavern, the Tontata Bar. This wretched island is so convoluted. I wish I could cleave it in two with a sword, Litai muttered in exasperation as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Welcome. What would you like? Upon entering, he was met with a curious gaze from Shaki, a woman with short black hair and a cigarette dangling from her lips. A glass of orange juice, please. Noticing the empty establishment, Litai casually chose a seat and smiled. Drinking orange juice at a bar? What a peculiar man. However, it will cost you 1 million berries. Shaki squinted her eyes, stating that 1 million berries. I wonder if what I require is worth that much. Litai replied with a smile. Who are you? Shaki regarded the smiling Litai with caution. Waldka Litai. With that, Litai waved his hand and transformed into his original form, then back to his previous appearance once more. What a remarkable ability. But if that is the case, then this glass of orange juice will have to increase in price. It will now cost 10 million berries. I wonder how you wish to conduct this transaction. Upon recognizing Litai, Shaki's initial tension eased. Really now? Just as expected from the Tontata Bar. Litai remarked with a smirk. Hee. Shaki said nothing more, merely watching Litai with a grin. Allow me to sample your craftsmanship first. Let us see how a 10 million berry glass of orange juice tastes. Here is 5 million berries worth of gold as a prepayment. That should suffice, correct? Litai said with a smile. Haha. Entirely sufficient. Upon seeing the 5 million berries worth of gold, Shaki accepted it without hesitation, then moved to the bar to prepare the orange juice. I wish to know the whereabouts of Port Gasti. Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division, Litai asked with a serious expression. That is quite significant information. Honestly, I should have charged more. Shaki paused in her actions, expressing her dissatisfaction that as long as the information is accurate, I would pay not just 10 million berries, but 100 million. Litai shook his head. Your esteemed grandfather recently departed for an unknown location. However, I suspect the next destination will be impelled down. Shaki slowly responded. An unknown location. Impelled down, you say? Litai murmured, realizing the Marines had been remarkably tight-lipped about Ace's situation. Even the all-knowing Shaki was unaware of where he was trading with the Blackbeard pirates. Indeed, Shaki nodded in confirmation. Thank you. By the way, what about Rayleigh, Luffy, and his companions? Litai inquired curiously. 100 million berries. Shaki glanced at Litai and scoffed. Is the profit in your line of work really that outrageous? Litai rolled his eyes. Information is priceless. It's not every day I encounter such a significant client. If I don't profit handsomely, it would be a disservice to my bar's name. Shaki said with a sly smile. You are quite candid. Speak. Money is not an issue. Litai's lips twitched. After your disappearance, Luffy and the others were subjected to a massive crackdown by the Marines. All the pirates on this island were eliminated, some forced to venture into the New World while others were compelled to return to the first half of the Grand Line. Luffy and his crew encountered Bartholomew Kuma, a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, but that fellow is part of the Revolutionary Army. I believe Luffy and his companions would be sent to a safe location, Shaki explained. Then deliver the orange juice along with a note tucked inside. I wonder if this glass of orange juice is worth the price. Shaki squinted her eyes. TSK, truly, you excel in the information trade. Upon reading the note, a flash of ferocity glimmered in Litai's eyes as he grinned. You aren't planning to renege, are you? Shaki, noticing the glint in Litai's eyes, warned cautiously. How could that be? I, Litai, am a figure of renown on the seas. I wouldn't trivialize a few 100 million berries. After all, you information brokers are all maniacs. Litai shook his head, producing the berries for Shaki. One final question. If you know the answer, I can offer you 1 billion berries. After handing the berries to Shaki, Litai smiled. 1 billion berries. Shaki frowned, her expression grave as she regarded Litai. Not immediately agreeing, but instead contemplating. Indeed, 1 billion berries. I wish to know all the information regarding Morgans of the World Economic News. If 1 billion is insufficient, then I shall offer 2 billion. Litai slowly articulated. Hiss, what exactly are you plotting? Upon hearing Litai's words, Shaki jumped up in shock, fully aware of Morgan's significant position in the dark hierarchy. It is no exaggeration to say that whoever controls the World News Agency could potentially overturn the world. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to meet this legendary figure. Litai smiled. Aren't you also a legendary figure? Shaki rolled her eyes. So, what do you think of this price? Litai inquired, scratching his head and grinning. Recently, after your disappearance, Morgans visited Sabaody Archipelago, then was taken to Panga City by the 5 elders. What transpired afterward is unknown. It will be 500 million berries for that information. The remaining 500 million can be disregarded, Shaki replied with a smile. Truly, 3 years without a transaction, and now I feast for 3 years. Litai observed the avaricious glint in Shaki's eyes, his lips twitching. You'll need to ensure my business is well taken care of. Shaki asserted that I don't have that much cash left. This is gold. It should suffice. Litai helplessly produced a piece of gold valued at 500 million berries and placed it on the table. He, Litai, may lack in many things, but gold was plentiful. During his time in the land of gold, he had amassed quite a fortune, truly worthy of the title the most mysterious emperor of the seas. It seems he should now be called the wealthiest emperor of the seas. Xiachi gazed at the resplendent gold that illuminated the entire bar, a smile gracing her lips. Just then, an elderly man entered, his face a canvas of astonishment as he beheld the golden treasure within the establishment. Laylee has returned. Upon spotting Laylee, Xiachi swiftly stowed the gold away and cheerfully greeted him. What was that just now? Laylee exclaimed, his excitement palpable as if he had never encountered money before. Chapter 101. A conversation with Laylee. Litai cast a sidelong glance at Laylee, then took a sip of orange juice, his eyes suddenly brightening. Truly, it deserves its reputation as a glass worth several 100 million berries. Indeed, quite splendid, he remarked with a satisfied smile. Several 100 million for a glass of orange juice, Laylee stammered. Observing Litai relish his drink. To be precise, it's 5 billion 100 million berries per glass. Litai replied with a grin. That's highway robbery, Laylee exclaimed in shock. Foolish Laylee, who are you calling a robber? Are you tired of staying here? I wouldn't mind sending you to a different place to rest. Xiachi suddenly delivered a punch to Laylee's head, causing a sizable bump to swell instantly. Ouch, that hurts. I'm sorry, Laylee said, clutching his head and bowing to Xiachi. Humph. Xiachi snorted coldly, turning on her heel to stride towards the bar. Who are you, young man? Why have I never seen you before? Are you here to ask me to coat your ship? I can offer a friendly price. Laley rubbed his hands together, grinning lecherously. Stop. I have no ship that needs coating. Litai raised his hand to halt the approach of the lecherous old man. No ship for coating. Then I wonder what I can assist you with. As long as there's money, I'll do anything, Laley said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. His sole passion was gambling. Whenever he ran out of money, he would bind himself and sell himself at an auction, ensuring a swift and seamless transaction. Really? How about I offer you 6 billion berries, and you fetch me the head of a Gorosei? Litai teased with a mischievous glance at Laley. Hey, I can't provoke those old geezers. I'm afraid I might lose my life. After all, the older they get, the more they value their lives. Laley replied with resignation, recognizing the jest in Litai's tone. Then let's compromise. I'll give you 3 billion berries, and you accompany me to Marine headquarters at Marineford for a little ruckus. What do you think? Litai continued to inquire. Who are you exactly? You casually speak of fetching the heads of the Gorosei and attacking Marine headquarters. Your ideas are quite perilous, Laley remarked, squinting at him with a smile. Waldka Litai, captain of the Libra pirate crew. A pleasure to meet you. Litai extended his hand with a grin. You are the one who almost cleaved my family in two with a single sword? Laley said, staring at Litai with wide eyes. An accident. Purely an accident. Who could have known a celestial dragon would be there? Litai chuckled, showing his teeth in a grin. Speak. What brings you to seek me? Laley asked, as he slowly took a seat, a look of intrigue on his face. Did I not just mention it? I wish to hire you to create a ruckus at Marine headquarters. Litai replied with a smile. I say, young man, you can't be serious. Laley jumped to his feet, exclaiming in shock. What do you think? Litai retorted, bemused by Laley's startled reaction. Are you aware of the dangers lurking at Marine headquarters? Laley asked, staring intently at Litai. Not really, but let them be strong. With strength, we can break through the mountains. We just need to storm in. Litai said, a fierce aura emanating from him. His eyes flashing red as he spoke with a smile. Why are you so insistent on attacking Marine headquarters? While I am a pirate, the Marines are a necessary force. Without them, the world would truly be in chaos. Therefore, I shall not accompany you in your assault on the Marines. Laley shook his head slowly, articulating his thoughts. Though he recognized Litai's formidable strength, what of it? The sea was replete with heroes and tyrants alike. Even the Rock's pirates met their demise in the annals of history, becoming nothing more than a legend. For instance, his captain, Roger, now lay in eternal slumber at Logtown. Each individual in the ocean played a role and had their purpose. Without pirates, the Marines would lose their significance, but without the Marines, the world itself would lose meaning. Alas, what a pity, Litai remarked, gazing at Laley with a hint of regret in his eyes. To my knowledge, your Libra pirate crew possesses sufficient might to reign over the seas. Why then, do you cling to the notion of attacking the Marines? If you are so combative, you will ultimately bring about your own demise. Laley said slowly. Attacking the Marines, bringing about one's own demise, perhaps, Litai mused, though only he knew whom he truly sought to challenge. It matters not. Each generation grows stronger. We are merely growing old. Laley said with a smile, observing Litai's contemplative demeanor. Then, how about doing me a favor afterward? Litai snapped back to reality, smiling once more. Within my capacity, tell me what you need. Laley inquired. Help me train Luffy. I hope he can quickly enhance his strength, Litai said with a grin. Why don't you teach him yourself? Even if you don't, those admirals by your side are no slouches. Laley frowned and replied. Have you ever seen someone train their enemy's enemy? Litai countered. Aren't you brothers? How did you become enemies? Laley asked, perplexed. Who says brothers cannot become enemies? After all, my foolish little brother aims to become the Pirate King. Litai laughed heartily. Aiming to become the Pirate King, you say? Laley pondered aloud. Thus, he must defeat me to claim that title, but as you can see, at his current strength, it is far too early for him. Litai chuckled, extending his hand in jest. True, that lad will undoubtedly defeat you. I have a feeling, Laley remarked, a complex glimmer in his eyes as he gazed at Litai, bursting into laughter. Is that so? Hence, for my foolish little brother, I must preemptively arrange many things. I only hope some individuals do not overstep their bounds. Otherwise, I assure you, I will flay them alive. Litai smirked wickedly. Laley, taken aback by Litai's sinister grin, felt a sense of unease creeping in. This fellow seemed to imply something ominous. That is all I wish to convey, so I shall take my leave. Litai declared, though, by the way, Once Luffy grows stronger and passes my test, I shall reward you with 1 billion berries. Here is 5 billion berries worth of gold as a deposit." With a wave of his hand, a block of gold materialized within the small tavern, and Litai vanished without a trace, leaving Layli and Xiaoqi exchanging bewildered glances. "Just how wealthy is that fellow?" Layli murmured, staring at the spot where Litai had been. "Oh, you see this gold?" Xiaoqi approached with a grin, displaying her teeth. "Cough, cough, cough. I forgot to inform you, Layli." A sudden cough interrupted, revealing that Litai had returned once more. "Your dramatic entrances could scare someone to death, you know." Layli bellowed in exasperation. All right. I am here to tell you that if Luffy fails my test, he may very well perish. If he dies, the world shall follow him into the grave." With that, Litai completely vanished from their sight. "What exactly is this test he speaks of?" Layli asked, a sense of despair creeping into his voice. "None. But it seems you are in quite a predicament." Xiaoqi chuckled softly. Chapter 102. The Marines deal. According to Xiaoqi's intel, if Ace truly gets captured, he would be imprisoned and impelled down. Litai glanced at the map, realizing that impelled down lay within the calm belt, not far from the Sabaody archipelago. Extracting a log pose, he studied the directions for a moment before hastening onward. He preferred seeking out prominent landmarks, as the complexities of the islands often led him astray without a guide. In no time, Litai traversed the calm belt, and a towering, colossal structure materialized before his eyes. Is this the infamous prison that holds the world's most notorious criminals? He mused, his gaze flickering with intrigue. With a swift motion, he descended to the ground, observing the patrolling Marines with a glint of determination in his eyes. "Pardon me, I shall borrow your body for a moment." Litai swiftly absorbed the Marine's form, transforming seamlessly into the guise of the very soldier he had taken. His mastery over his devil fruit abilities had reached an impressive level, particularly in controlling others' thoughts with ease. Alas, regrettably, it is impossible to confine this place within the confines of the small planet. Otherwise, utilizing the rules of that realm along with the powers of the Niannian Fruit to control the individuals within would surely be an exhilarating endeavor. Litai cast a covetous glance at Impel Down, expressing his disappointment. While he could directly employ the abilities of the Niannian Fruit to achieve control, the stronger his adversary, the greater the mental strain it would impose upon him. Conversely, the small planet serves a different purpose, as it would effectively transfer the mental burden of those individuals onto its realm, allowing him to govern the small planet while it governs them, thus sparing him from any adverse effects. "Well then, I shall wait here." Litai transformed into a sentry of the Marine, standing silently as he awaited Ace's arrival. As for why he did not venture inside, entering would only serve to alert the enemy. A risk not worth taking. On an unnamed isle, a naval warship resembling a dog's head and a pirate ship adorned with 3 skulls faced each other in a standoff. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the one here for trade would be the Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, a ferocious-looking pirate with a bushy beard cackled. "Teach, where is Ace?" Garp glared at the arrogant Teach, gritting his teeth. "Ha ha ha. What I require is..." Teach inquired, eyeing Garp. "Give it to him." Garp barked at his subordinate through clenched jaws. Garp's aide then retrieved a pile of documents and leapt onto Teach's ship to hand them over. "Ha ha ha. I am quite satisfied with this transaction. I hope for future collaborations. Your desired individual is on the island. Go fetch him yourselves. Let us go, lads." Teach glanced at the documents in his hand and laughed heartily, then set sail with his crew, gradually disappearing into the sea. "Damn it," Garp seethed, watching the audacious Teach depart. Boom! He hurled a cannonball towards Teach's vessel. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the sound of the cannonball, Teach's laughter grew even more triumphant and reckless. Vice Admiral Garp. The other Marines gritted their teeth as they observed the Blackbeard pirates retreating. Forget it. He is now considered part of the world government. Let us go retrieve Ace. Feeling the justice coat fluttering in the sea breeze, Garp's demeanor suddenly fell, and he murmured, "Let us proceed." "Yes, sir." The Marines responded in unison. That despicable Teach, upon arriving on the island and witnessing Ace battered and bruised, Garp's expression darkened instantly. "Get a doctor. He must be treated at once," Garp commanded through clenched teeth. Shortly thereafter, Ace was carried aboard the ship for emergency medical attention. "Teach, where am I?" Ace shouted angrily as he regained consciousness under the doctor's urgent care, surveying his surroundings in confusion. "You little brat, you finally awakened?" A deep voice resonated from the doorway as a white-haired old man stepped inside. "Old man, how could it be you?" Ace's pupils dilated in shock upon recognizing the visitor. "You have been captured." Garp sighed with relief, grinning at the now awake Ace. I have been captured, Ace exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, you were captured by Teach, who struck a deal with the world government, and your identity as the son of Gold. Roger has been exposed. Garp pulled a stool over and sat down heavily, expressing his resignation to my identity. Do I have another one? My father is only Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Ace's face darkened with fury. Ace, do you believe that this is still something you can decide? Garp roared in anger. Ace, confronted by Garp's wrath, found himself at a loss for words. The world government intends to publicly execute you, thereby bringing an end to this sinful era. Do you understand? Garp observed Ace, who hung his head, and felt as though he were a deflated balloon, speaking softly. Prepare yourself. Garp rose and walked towards the exit, unable to remain in the same space any longer. The sight of Ace weighed heavily on his mind, and he feared he might succumb to the urge to release him. Old man, Ace murmured, feeling a pang of anguish. Even now, you still refuse to call me grandfather? Hearing Ace's whispered lament, Garp paused momentarily, murmuring to himself, Buruburu, Moses, this is Sengoku. After exiting Ace's room, Garp was handed a din mushy by his subordinate. This is Garp. What's the matter? He spoke into the snail. Garp, have you secured Ace? Sengoku inquired. The transaction has been completed. Garp replied slowly. Our plans have changed. Ace is now to be directly transported to the Marine headquarters for confinement, bypassing Impel Down. We must prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Sengoku explained. What? Garp gasped in surprise. Not long ago, just as you were departing, the captain of the Libra pirates, Waldka Litai, caused a ruckus at Sabaody Archipelago, prompting even the 5 elders to intervene. Sengoku continued as Garp's astonishment became evident. What? Litai is involved? Garp asked excitedly. None of these brats ever give me a moment's peace. No. He escaped. Thus, the 5 elders have commanded us to take precautions and confine Ace at Marineford. Awaiting further orders, Sengoku's expression darkened. Is that so? Chapter 103. Luffy lands on Amazon Lily. Damn it. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brooke, where have you sent my companions flying to? Where is everyone? I will not forgive that warlord who resembles a bear. While Litai awaited Ace's arrival amidst shifting naval assignments, Luffy, filled with melancholy, soared through the air, unable to move, gazing at the seagulls flying alongside him. Reminiscing about his scattered companions, Luffy shouted in rage. Grr, I am so hungry. How much longer must I fly? Boom, where am I? Am I still alive? Luffy opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. Roar. A roar echoed as Luffy, still somewhat stiff, looked up to see a massive wild boar standing behind him. Grr, Luffy locked his gaze on the boar, causing it to shudder in fear and instinctively take a step back. Food. Luffy lunged at the wild boar. Burp. Moments later, a skeleton lay by the roadside as Luffy patted his belly in satisfaction. I miss Litai. I wonder how he is doing now. Observing the unfamiliar environment, Luffy recalled the time they were abandoned in the forest by his grandfather and felt a pang of sadness. Huh, is that a laughing mushroom? Suddenly, Luffy spotted several mushrooms growing on a tree and quickly jumped up to stuff them into his mouth. Ha ha ha. Although I am so sad, I feel like laughing. Huh, there are more. Luffy exclaimed joyfully at the sight of mushrooms surrounding him. I am so angry. I want to fight. As Luffy consumed mushrooms rapidly in the forest, he soon succumbed to poisoning, his body covered in an array of mushrooms. Large and small. Just then, several figures approached, drawn by the smoke from the fire Luffy had just kindled. What is that? Margaret, come here and look at this. A snake emerged from the grass, having spotted Luffy, who was now entirely covered in mushrooms. What's the matter, Stussy? A girl in revealing attire asked, stepping forward in curiosity. What is this? What is this creature? The girl questioned, observing Luffy, who was entirely enveloped in mushrooms. Well, what is happening? This is a person. Margaret gasped in astonishment. Is he from the village? What is he doing here? I don't know, but he is covered in so many mushrooms. Could it be that the smoke was a cry for help? No. Look, he has eaten the mushrooms, and they have grown all over him. If this continues, he will be drained of his life force and perish. We must save him at once. A group of individuals gazed solemnly at the unconscious Luffy, their expressions grave. On Amazon Lily, within the city, curious onlookers gathered around the recently returned Luffy, engaging in fervent discussions. Quickly, remove all the mushrooms from his body, commanded a woman, directing the crowd. What? We simply need to pluck them out by hand? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, yet their hands moved swiftly to extract the mushrooms from Luffy's form. But what about the roots still embedded in his body? What shall we do? They pondered anxiously. Fear not, just remove them for now. I shall address the roots shortly. The elder woman replied calmly, Dada. Soon enough, after a flurry of activity, all the mushrooms were removed from Luffy's body. All right, step back. Let me take over. The aged woman declared, rising to her feet. She struck a match and tossed it onto Luffy. Ouch, it's burning. It's burning, Luffy exclaimed, jolting upright as the flames scorched him. Belladonna, what are you doing? Margaret expressed her discontent while observing the elder woman. If we don't do this, the mushrooms will regrow, Belladonna retorted helplessly. Boom! Luffy collapsed once more. The crowd rushed forward to check on him, their concern palpable. This child was already covered in wounds before consuming those mushrooms. It appears he has endured a fierce battle. Thus, we must tend to his injuries immediately, Belladonna stated. Margaret, please take this child to the river and wash him, she continued. Understood, Belladonna. Margaret nodded in compliance. What is this? Mushrooms? A few women, while cleaning Luffy's body, curiously examined the area beneath him. If it is indeed mushrooms, we must remove them. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain, one declared. They seem to be growing longer. Moreover, they won't budge. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the large mushroom beneath Luffy. Then let us burn it. Perhaps that is the only way to eliminate the mushrooms from his body, a woman suggested. What is going on? Why are so many people gathered here? An elderly voice inquired from behind the crowd. Graninho, what brings you here? The crowd greeted respectfully upon recognizing the newcomer. I came to see what all this commotion is about. Graninho asked with curiosity. Graninho, this child has mushrooms growing on him, and there's one we can't seem to remove, so we were discussing whether to extract it together or burn it. Margaret explained hastily. Mushrooms, can't remove it, extract together. Graninho furrowed her brow, whispering to herself. Where is he? Let me see. She commanded the crowd. It's this. Margaret pointed to the area beneath Luffy. What is this? Suddenly, Graninho recoiled in horror as if she had seen a ghost. Are you all right, Graninho? The crowd rushed to support her, concerned. No need to worry. That person. The crowd watched curiously as Graninho struggled to articulate her thoughts. That person is a man, Graninho exclaimed in terror. Ah, a man. The crowd stared at Luffy in astonishment. Is this truly what a man looks like? It seems like I am seeing one for the first time, the women remarked in wonder, advanced to impel down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What a wretched place. Why are there still mosquitoes? How long must I wait? I feel an ominous premonition. What could it be? A soldier, bored, waved away mosquitoes, lamenting. Chapter 104. The meeting with Ace. Urgent announcement. Just as Litai felt utterly helpless, the voice of a transponder snail echoed through the air. Could it be that Ace and the others have arrived? Litai exclaimed with excitement upon hearing the announcement. All personnel, please assemble. I repeat, all personnel, please assemble. Soon enough, Litai joined the Marines at the training grounds of Impel Down. Greetings. I am your warden, Hannibal. No, wait, the deputy warden, Hannibal. How careless of me to reveal my ambitions, Hannibal declared from the platform. Addressing the assembled Marines with a transponder snail in hand, the higher-ups have decided to dispatch a group of personnel to the Navy headquarters. There is a notorious pirate that requires our supervision. Who among you wishes to accompany me? Hannibal continued. A notorious pirate. To the Navy headquarters for supervision. The Marines exchanged glances, confusion evident on their faces. Indeed, this was initially a covert operation, but the notorious pirate has already been taken to the Navy headquarters for custody. As we are all seasoned Marines with experience in supervision, the headquarters has decided to send a contingent, Hannibal explained as he observed the murmurs from the crowd. A notorious pirate. Could it be that the information given to me by Shaki has changed? Ace was not transported to Impel Down. Litai muttered, feeling a sense of foreboding. I should go check it out. It should be a swift round trip given my speed. Litai resolved quickly. Brother, do you wish to go? A fellow Marine asked, noticing Litai's eagerness. What is it? Litai inquired, puzzled. Haven't you heard the recent news? Reports state that the Straw Hat Pirates have appeared in Sabaody Archipelago, and the Whitebeard Pirates are also making their way towards the first half of the Grand Line. The red-haired pirates and the four emperors, Kaido, have engaged in several battles at sea, entangling themselves, the Marine whispered. What does that matter? Litai asked, intrigued. Don't you keep up with world news? This indicates that the world government is about to make a significant move. They must be plotting something. Otherwise, the new world wouldn't be in such disarray. The Marine explained. You're quite insightful, Litai exclaimed, giving the Marine a thumbs up. Isn't this common knowledge? How could you not know? The Marine rolled his eyes. I have heard a bit, just a bit, Litai admitted awkwardly, scratching his head. After all, he was a person who rarely glanced at newspapers for decades. Hey, you. At that moment, Hannibal noticed Litai and beckoned him over. Me, Litai pointed at himself, glancing around. What are you looking at? Yes, it's you. Come up here. You will accompany us to the Navy headquarters, Hannibal commanded. Litai resignedly made his way to the front. Good luck, brother. The soldiers at the Navy headquarters might very well be cannon fodder. I hope you return safely, the Marine who had spoken to Litai earlier said with a solemn expression. Thank you. Litai smiled. All right, now that I am satisfied, I will select a few more individuals and dismiss the rest. Leaving only those heading to the Navy headquarters, Hannibal declared. Listen carefully. This mission to the Navy headquarters is fraught with danger. Your sole responsibility is to supervise those pirates. Understood? Hannibal said sternly. Understood. Deputy Warden Hannibal. The crowd shouted in unison. What? I am the warden. Even if I am merely a deputy for now, I will eventually become the main warden. Hannibal said, exasperated. Forget it. Prepare yourselves. We are about to depart for the Navy headquarters. He commanded. Yes, among those selected, some were filled with excitement, others with melancholy, and some remained indifferent. For justice, Hannibal proclaimed to the group. For justice, the crowd echoed fervently. Seeing the crowd fervently brainwashed, Litai sighed and joined in the chant. If only my old man knew that one day I would be here, dressed as a Marine and shouting about justice, I wonder if he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Litai mused silently. Prepare yourselves. Ahead lies the gate of justice to the Navy headquarters. Once we enter, we shall represent the dignity of impelled down. Stay alert. For justice, a subordinate officer was heard calling out, stating that the high-ranking officials from the advancing city had not mobilized for this operation, but instead had sent a mere deputy officer to lead the team, accompanied by Litai and others. For justice. Upon hearing the deputy's voice, the soldiers aboard the warship instantly rallied their spirits, shouting in unison, halt the ships ahead and present the relevant credentials. At that moment, several patrolling warships intercepted Litai's vessel, broadcasting their orders. We are official personnel from the advancing city, on a mission to the naval headquarters. Observing the situation, the deputy officer picked up the radio and declared loudly, Advancing city. So it is the advancing city. Please follow us. After hearing the deputy's words, the warships promptly responded, leading Litai and his companions towards the naval headquarters at Marineford. Welcome to the naval headquarters. This is Marineford. A vice admiral from the naval headquarters greeted Litai and his companions with a smile. We are equally honored to be here. The deputy officer, gazing curiously at the grand and majestic Marineford, smiled as he spoke to the Marines arriving from the advancing city. Indeed, it is truly magnificent. Alas, it shall soon meet its destruction. Litai, witnessing such a magnificent structure for the first time, felt a slight sigh escape him as he silently mused. Please follow us. The pirate is confined in our headquarters prefabricated prison. The vice admiral of the naval headquarters said with a smile. After you. The deputy officer gestured politely, smiling as he spoke. Is it really you? Upon arriving at the prison, Litai excitedly exclaimed upon seeing Ace inside his cell. What's wrong with you? The others turned their curious gazes towards Litai. It's nothing. I merely spotted the nemesis responsible for the destruction of my hometown. My emotions got the better of me. Litai quickly responded, feeling the weight of their stares. Haha, is that so? In a few days, you need not worry anymore, for he shall be executed then, the vice admiral of the naval headquarters remarked with a smile. Looking at Litai. Ace, wait for me. I am coming. Litai murmured, his gaze flickering towards Ace, who was restrained by Sea Stone. Chapter 105. Carp and Ace, sir. I request to guard that notorious individual. Litai addressed the deputy officer before him. Kid, you mustn't do anything foolish. That notorious individual is under the watch of the world government's officials, and nothing must happen during this period. The deputy officer glanced at Litai, speaking slowly, as he was wary of Litai's claim that the pirate was the one who had destroyed his hometown. Rest assured, sir, I shan't do anything foolish. I only wish to gaze upon him a few more times before his demise, so that I may remember the pirate's malevolence and continue to uphold my justice. After all, I initially came to the advancing city with the hope of witnessing my enemy in prison one day. I hope for your approval, sir, Litai implored. Very well, you may proceed, but remember not to act foolishly. The deputy officer's eyes shimmered with admiration as he spoke slowly. Yes, sir, Litai replied, striding towards Ace. What a commendable soldier. I only hope he survives the impending battle. the deputy officer murmured as he watched Litai depart. I never expected that one day I, Litai, could boldly appear at the naval headquarters, Litai mused, a slight smile gracing his lips, for none could have anticipated his audacity in appearing at the naval headquarters. I must proceed with utmost caution. This is, after all, the naval headquarters, where experts abound. One misstep, and I might truly find myself in peril here, Litai thought to himself. He was acutely aware of his own strength and position. In this world, no one was truly invincible, though the strong might slaughter countless ordinary people. When the gap in strength is not vast, sheer numbers could overwhelm even the mightiest, especially here at the naval headquarters, where 3 admirals, countless brigadier and vice-admirals, as well as Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the venerable Carp, resided. An incident here would be akin to an old man hanging himself, having lived long enough. Brother, it's time for a shift. Allow me to guard this notorious individual, Litai declared as he approached the prison where Ace was held. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. The Marine, after confirming Litai's arrival from the advancing city, smiled as he handed over the duty. Rest assured, I guarantee not even a fly shall enter, Litai replied with a smile. Ace, here is your water and food. Have a bit to fill your stomach. Litai set aside his own emotions and stepped forward to Ace. Thank you. Ace glanced at Litai and expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. Hurry and eat. Oh, I forgot your hands are bound, Litai chuckled, observing Ace's restraints, yet he refrained from touching the sea stone, aware of its debilitating effects on him. Should his transformation fail, it would spell trouble. Marine, leave it there. I shall handle it. At that moment, a towering figure appeared behind Litai. Old man, Ace called out with difficulty upon recognizing the imposing presence behind Litai. Litai turned to see the formidable Carp, his body stiffening as a chill ran down his spine. Memories of the fear he had felt as a child under Carp's influence flooded back, and he instinctively wanted to shout, Vice Admiral Carp, what brings you here? Thankfully, Litai reacted swiftly, rising to greet him. I came to see him. Carp grinned widely. You are welcome to do so, Litai responded promptly. May I have a moment alone with him? Carp asked with an expression of sorrow. Of course, Litai replied, noting that Carp, once robust and full of life, now bore a head of white hair and appeared somewhat weary. After years of separation, though he had much to say to Carp, he understood that the circumstances did not permit it. Thank you, Carp said softly as Litai began to step away. No need for thanks, Grandpa, Litai murmured in response to Carp's voice. Old man, Ace called out softly. Surviving such severe injuries, and yet you are still here. Carp sat cross-legged, gazing at the bound Ace, speaking slowly. Thanks to you, Naval Headquarters. Ace gritted his teeth and replied, No, the world government is in disarray. Carp suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Kill me, old man, quickly, end my life. Ace roared in anguish at the sight of Carp's suffering. You want me to kill you? Fool, nothing would change. Even if you die, Whitebeard and Litai will not let it go. Do you understand? Nothing will change. We have angered the kings of the sea. Carp gritted his teeth as he spoke. I wanted you, Luffy, and Litai to become exemplary Marines. Now, forget about being Marines. All 3 have turned into infamous villains. You must have heard the rumors about Litai and Luffy, right? Luffy has been making a ruckus in Water City and has attacked Enies lobby, burning the world government's flag. I rushed there to let him feel the weight of my loving fists. Yet he showed no signs of repentance. Now, he has committed a shocking crime at Sabati Archipelago, and his fate remains unknown. Litai has gone even further. Upon setting sail, he attacked Low Town, injuring a vice admiral from the naval headquarters, and has repeatedly clashed with Admiral Akainu at sea, killing countless Marines and committing numerous heinous acts, causing the current naval forces considerable headaches. Now, we have lost all trace of him, as if he has vanished from this world. I have tried countless times to find him, yet it seems he knows of my intentions, as he always manages to slip away, never tasting the fruits of my affectionate fists. A true pity. But I know he will come here, because you are his brother. Truly worthy of being my grandson. Carp laughed, gazing at the tearful Ace, filled with pride and pain, his heart wrenched in agony, unable to save one grandson, while another was lost to the unknown. Who could possibly understand such torment? Furthermore, I had even mentioned his father's situation to Luffy. Did you know? That rascal Sabo is now working under Luffy's father, serving as the chief of staff for the Revolutionary Army. You 4 rascals, along with Dragon, why can't any of you bring peace to this old man's heart? Carp roared in frustration. Sabo, Litai, Luffy, old man. Listening to Carp's words, Ace was reminded of the myriad moments they shared during their childhood. Chapter 106. Ace's Dream. Both Luffy and I have inherited the bloodline of the world's most notorious criminal. With the rise of Whitebeard as a world-class outlaw, how could we possibly hope to become part of the Navy? Yet, even though I bear the surname of my mother, poor Yass, who has done so much for me, the tainted blood of that scoundrel father fills me with profound shame, as he has offered me not a single memory or kindness. Ace lowered his head, speaking slowly. That said, Carp was about to hear more from Ace when he was abruptly interrupted by Ace's furious voice. Therefore, my old man, there is only Whitebeard. Ace lifted his gaze to Carp. Carp, looking into Ace's eyes, recalled his conversations with Roger during their time in prison, as well as the mother who bore Ace. In that moment, Carp found himself at a loss for words. Take care of yourself. By the way, let me feed you something. Observing Ace, Carp stood up painfully, preparing to leave, but hesitated as he looked at the bound Ace and the food at his feet. No, I don't need it. Ace bit his teeth in response to Carp's words. You little rascal, I won't allow you to refuse. Carp stood up and brought the food towards Ace's mouth. Tell me, am I truly an incompetent grandfather? How I wish I had stayed by your side. If I had, would you not have turned out this way? Would you have become an excellent Marine? Would my dream have succeeded? Carp fed Ace mouthfuls of food, tears streaming down his cheeks and mingling with the rice. Ace, with his head bowed, consumed the mixture of food and Carp's tears, feeling an unbearable pain within. Yet, as Carp had indicated, it seemed he had no room for retreat. Grandfather, I'm sorry for disappointing you. For the first time, Ace realized that tears could taste bitter, and his most cherished food was tinged with a sense of sorrow, prompting him to murmur softly. What did you just say? Carp, as if hearing something unbelievable, sprang up, eyes wide with inquiry. I said, Grandfather, I'm sorry. I have let you down. Seeing Carp's reaction only deepened Ace's anguish, as he now comprehended the pain this elderly man had endured. Realizing that he had a grandfather who loved him so deeply. Ace, could you call me that a few more times? I want to hear it. Carp, gazing at Ace who had never called him by name before, felt momentarily flustered. Grandfather. Ace looked at Carp, the naval hero racing across the seas, now with hair turned gray and a body showing signs of wear. He felt a deep resentment toward himself for allowing his grandfather to bear such immense suffering. Ah, Carp responded. Ha ha ha. In an instant, his mood brightened. Ace, grandfather is leaving now. I will visit you again. Carp turned to leave, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he might succumb to the urge to rescue Ace. Yet, confronted with the justice he embodied, his heart became a whirlpool of conflicting emotions, leading him to hastily depart. Grandfather, I have disappointed you, murmured Lita. Watching Carp walk away. He had never seen the towering Carp bow in deference to anyone. Yet here he was, bending his proud back for Ace. He could not help but think that had it been him, Ace, or Sabo imprisoned, this old man would have acted the same, for he was their grandfather. Setting aside his status as a naval hero, he was merely a powerful ordinary man, capable of feelings and familial bonds. Yet this old man seemed both fortunate and unfortunate, as his loved ones had become his adversaries. Ace. Lost in thought, Lita approached the weeping Ace and slowly sat down beside him. It's you. What do you want, Marine? Ace lifted his head to glance at the Marine who had settled beside him. Care for a drink? Lita cheerfully produced a barrel of alcohol. Alcohol. Ace's eyes lit up at the sight of the barrel. You seem quite downcast. Let us share a drink, Lita suggested with a smile. Pouring 2 cups. Thank you. Ace gratefully took a hearty sip, feeling the fiery liquid wash over him, alleviating some of his inner turmoil, and no need to mention it. Lita also took a sip with a grin. What is your dream? Lita continued to inquire. A dream. Once, I had 3 brothers, and together we swore an oath of brotherhood. Our dream then was to set sail and become pirates, to eventually claim the title of Pirate King. Ace's eyes filled with nostalgia as he reminisced, prompting Lita to hastily offer him another drink. And then, Lita asked, curiosity piqued. Later, I set sail. I fulfilled my desire to become a pirate and even formed my own crew. In my youth, I made quite a name for myself, leading me to become increasingly proud. Lita poured him another drink. Gradually, as my pride grew, I happened to hear of the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard, my father, Edward Newgate, and in my naivety, I sought to challenge him. Did you fail? Lita smiled as he asked. Indeed, I suffered a crushing defeat. My crew nearly perished due to my oversight, yet that man spared my life. Instead, he embraced me as his son. I challenged him countless times, but each ended in failure. However, that man, with a heart as vast as the sea, moved me to willingly become his son. What happened next? Lita pressed, offering him another drink. Therefore, if my earlier dream was to become the Pirate King, my current dream is to see my father ascend to that title, Ace declared with a smile as he drank again. Is that so? Lita murmured. Chapter 107, The World in Motion. Ace, take it easy. Lita, seeing Ace's reluctance to speak, resignedly stepped outside. Observing Ace's demeanor ignited a desire within Lita to whisk him away. But he realized he could not. If he were to place Ace in a small pocket of space, they would be forever trapped in that moment. Thus, Lita understood that the time was not yet ripe. He knew that only by placing hope in the Whitebeard pirates could he possibly rescue Ace. Whitebeard, is it? Then let us create a ruckus together, Lita thought, glancing back at Ace before clenching his teeth and stepping away. On Snake Island. Granny NYU. Margaret called respectfully to Granny NYU. What is it, Margaret? Granny NYU. Her gaze fixed on a newspaper, inquired with curiosity. Luffy is far too popular among the women in the village, Margaret said, exasperated. Ha ha ha. It's because men are a rare commodity around here, Granny NYU chuckled. Granny Bean, Luffy exclaimed, putting down the large piece of meat he was holding, smiling. This corner of the village is very safe. Take your time to rest, Granny NYU remarked, still focused on her newspaper. You just called me Granny Bean. Granny NYU's expression darkened as she suddenly realized. Slapping Luffy on the head, my sincerest apologies. Luffy quickly responded, feeling the sting on his scalp. Granny, do you enjoy reading the newspaper? Luffy asked, sitting down beside the engrossed Granny NYU. Sigh. It's because we are in the doldrums, and the carrier pigeons cannot reach us. Although it's quite rare, our emperor is one of the 7 warlords, hence I must remain vigilant regarding the happenings upon the seas. If one is oblivious to the currents of the world and its circumstances, it could spell trouble. Neopopo glanced at Luffy seated beside her, smiling as she spoke. What? The 7 warlords. Who are you referring to? Luffy inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. It's Hancock, the one you've met, our sovereign. Neopopo replied with a grin. Hancock, that person is actually one of the 7 warlords, Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. For he was no novice to the Grand Line. It was well known that the very reason he and his companions